Chapter 151, Dark Hand. Dispose of it yourself. Zhou Minghao replied. This. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. What did he mean by self-punishment? Does it mean that the Qianyuan sword sect doesn't care anymore? The Guang'an prefecture and the other Kangzhou cultivators will do as they see fit? Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Based on their understanding of the Qianyuan sword sect, it was impossible for the other party to say that they would deal with it themselves. Unless. Let's cast a long line to catch a big fish. The two of them looked at each other and immediately thought of this possibility. Now that Daoist Shenzhou was hiding behind the scenes, so what if the Qianyuan sword sect sent a few nascent souls to Guang'an prefecture to hold the fort? At most, they would just exterminate the corpse mess. However, if he didn't solve the problem of Daoist Master Shenzhou, he would be able to escape. Exterminating the Guang'an prefecture's corpse mess was undoubtedly a temporary solution. Thus, it was better to divide the battle into two. The cultivators of Guang'an prefecture were in the open, fighting against the corpse servants refined by perfected Shenzhou. When perfected Shenzhou couldn't help but jump out, the hidden hands arranged by the Qianyuan sword sect would be activated. Catch this rat that has been hiding for 400 years. This way, the problem of Daoist Shenzhou could be completely solved. Zhou Minghao, Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan understood this deep meaning. However, it seemed that the elders of the Zhou family did not understand. All of them had indignant expressions. This time, Chen Daoxuan suddenly admired the person who made this decision. Only by acting well enough could he catch a big fish. The group of Zhou clan elders in the main hall, who did not know the truth and were filled with anger, were undoubtedly the best actors. Patriarch. Since the Qianyuan sword sect doesn't care about us, we don't have to beg them. The cultivators of Guang'an prefecture will settle this matter ourselves. Anyway, the Qianyuan sword sect was extremely unfair to the cultivators of Kangzhou during the Battle of Zhenyi's Pass. At this point, everyone became even more agitated. The injustice of the southern mountains city had always been a thorn in everyone's heart. This was because not only was Ye Wudao, the ancestor of the Ye family, not executed, but he was only grounded for 100 years as a symbolic punishment. This wasn't a punishment, it was blatant favoritism. Protect. It was because Ye Wudao had a good father who was the third elder of the Qianyuan sword sect. Otherwise, with Ye Wudao's actions, the various large families of the Azure continent might directly join forces to tear him apart. So what if he was a golden core cultivator? There were more than 10 million cultivators in Kangzhou. Among them, there was no lack of Zifu disciples who were comparable to Zhou Mubai. If he, Ye Wudao, could stop Zhou Mubai, could he stop a second or a third? In addition, there were hundreds or even thousands of Zifu disciples in the Azure continent. Ye Wudao was just an early Aurus core cultivator. How could he resist? However, because of Ye Wudao's background and the decree of the Qianyuan sword sect, the cultivators of Kangzhou could only grit their teeth and swallow it. All right. Zhou Minghao stood up from his throne. Since everyone thinks that the cultivators of Guang'an prefecture can handle it ourselves, why don't we let the Zhou family take the lead? Together with the Yang family, the Wu family, and the Chen family of Shuanghu Island has sent out an invitation to invite the Guang'an prefecture to discuss the formation of an alliance army. What do you think? This. The Zhou family elders had shouted fiercely just now, but when they thought about how they were going to fight against a peerless fierce person like perfected Shenzhou, they still felt their hearts pounding. After all, back then, Daoist Shenzhou, who had the inheritance of an immortal, was an existence that could kill a golden core like killing a dog. There were so few golden core cultivators in Kang prefecture. It was Daoist Master Shenzhou who did it. Otherwise, the other states in the Infinite Star Sea would not be like Kangzhou and the neighboring states, where there were very few golden core cultivators. Back then, the Zhou family was also shut in by Master Shenzhou. They relied on this fifth-tier mountain protecting array to hold on until the reinforcements of the Qianyuan sword sect arrived. This solved the crisis of the Zhou family. Otherwise, the reinforcements of the Qianyuan sword sect would have been delayed by a few days. The Zhou family disappeared from the history of the Infinite Star Sea like the other big families in Kangzhou. After all, Daoist Shenzhou had done terrifying things back then. He had roped in an army of itinerant cultivators, and they had burned, killed, and robbed everywhere. Every time they came to a cultivation clan, they would kill and rob, and after that, they would set fire to everything on the spirit vein. It could be said to be extremely crazy. Other than not destroying the spirit vein, there was nothing that Daoist Master Shenju did not dare to do back then. What was even more amazing was that the major families of Kangzhou joined forces to form an alliance army to eliminate him, but they realized that this guy was even more slippery than a loach. Every time he was in a desperate situation, Daoist Shenju could always rely on the magic tool inherited from an immortal to escape with his life. Everyone felt helpless. Now it seemed that the Qianyuan sword sect had probably only seriously injured him back then, but they hadn't captured or killed him. Zhou Minghao's expression darkened when he saw the hesitation in the crowd. Why? You were all arguing so fiercely just now. Are you all mute and afraid of death now? Hearing this provocation, how could the Zhou clan's elders tolerate this? An elder of the Zhou family stepped out of the crowd and swore, if I, Zhou Minjiu, am afraid of death, I will only be killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom! 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 A muffled thunder sounded. This Zhou clan elder had actually made a great Dao oath in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was infected by his emotions. One by one, they stood up and shouted, even if I die, I won't regret it. At most, we'll fight them to the death. Yes. Let's fight it out with them. What are you afraid of? I barely survived the southern mountains city. Why would I be afraid of a few little zombies? What a joke. That's right. Zhou Minghao saw the strong fighting spirit in everyone's eyes, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Good acting. Good acting. This was the emotion and expression that he wanted. Zhou Minghao nodded in his heart. He left the main hall. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at Zhou Mubai and said, it will take at least a month to inform the Guang'an prefecture of the matter. The formation of the alliance army will probably take several months. I still have to go home first, or else I will always be worried. Zhou Mubai naturally knew what Chen Daoxuan meant by worry. Don't worry, brother Chen. The Zhao clan's land is on the right side of my Spirit Shell Island. Your Chen clan's Twin Lake Island is on the left side of my Spirit Shell Island. Even if they want to go to your Chen clan, they'll have to go past my Zhou clan. Even so, if I don't go back, I'll still feel uneasy. If I feel uneasy, I won't be able to calm down. Since he had already said this, Zhou Mubai couldn't keep him any longer. He cupped his hands and said, take care. And, brother Zhou, take care. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan turned into a beam of light and flew in the direction of Spirit Day City. He had not forgotten that he had left Chen Xianhe alone in Spirit Day City before he left. A few days had passed. He wondered if Chen Xianhe was still in Lingzhou City. Logically speaking, he should first go to Spirit Day City to take a look. Chen Daoxuan had a premonition that it would not be a matter of a day to fight against Master Shenju, even if there were hidden hands arranged by the Qianyuan sword sect. Because from the fact that this guy could hide for 400 years, it could be seen that he was an extremely wretched person. Without absolute confidence, he would never personally go down. Chapter 152, The Yang Family's Roping In. Several hours later, Chen Daoxuan's flying light landed outside of Spirit Day City. Before he could step into Spirit Day City, a Yang family cultivator waiting at the city gate recognized Chen Daoxuan. This Yang family cultivator was in his middle years and had a good appearance, making people have a good impression of him. Are you fellow Daoist Chen Daoxuan? Fellow Daoist is. Chen Daoxuan couldn't recognize who the other party was. He could only recognize that this was a cultivator from the Yang family through his clothes. The middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand. This is the first time we've met. I've been ordered by the clan leader to wait for you here. Oh? Old ancestor Yang's order. Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Fellow Daoist, please. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he made an inviting gesture. Please lead the way, fellow Daoist. Chen Daoxuan nodded. This was Lingzhou City, and he was bold, so he wasn't afraid of someone pretending to be a Yang family cultivator. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the two of them stopped in front of the Yang family. This was Chen Daoxuan's second time coming to the Yang family. The last time he came, He was only a qi condensation cultivator. Although his strength was not weak, he could even kill a bare-handed early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator from the Yun nation. However, compared to his current strength, there was undoubtedly a huge difference. After fighting with different enemies, Chen Daoxuan had basically determined the upper limit of his strength. It was roughly the same as an early-stage Zifu disciple. The only aspect in which he was weaker than an early Zifu disciple was probably his defense. In short, the current Chen Daoxuan could barely be regarded as a slightly weaker early Zifu disciple. This was the foundation of the strongest swordsman. As for why the Yang family wanted to find him, Chen Daoxuan had a guess in his heart. It was no doubt that they had taken a fancy to him, the second swordsman of Guang'an Prefecture, and wanted to invest a sum of money in him in advance. The reason why a large family clan could stand tall was because of this. Other than the family's heritage, the invisible network was also another great treasure for them to continue the family. For example, Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan had experienced a life and death situation. If the Zhou family was in trouble and Zhou Mubai came to beg him, would Chen Daoxuan sit back and do nothing? It was obviously impossible. This was what the Yang family was planning at the moment. Although it was a little late to invest in Chen Daoxuan, it was better than doing nothing, right? With Yang Linyuan's shrewdness, how could he not understand this? Very quickly, Chen Daoxuan met the Yang family patriarch again at the Spirit Lake where he met Yang Linyuan last time. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was, other than the white-haired Yang Linyuan, there was another white-haired old man who was chatting with Yang Linyuan. Beside the two of them, a beautiful woman stood like a maidservant. Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized that the woman standing next to them was none other than Yang Gongwan, the genius cultivator of the Yang family. 13th uncle. Chen Daoxuan called out from afar. Hearing that, Chen Xianhe turned around and glanced at Chen Daoxuan. He then smiled at Yang Linyuan and said, "Old brother Yang, I was just talking about my nephew when he arrived." Ha ha ha. Yang Linyuan laughed and stood up. He cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, how have you been? Thank you for your concern, Senior Yang. Junior is doing well." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands indifferently. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression, Yang Linyuan coughed and said, "Wan Er, why aren't you apologizing to fellow Daoist Chen?" As he spoke, he gave Yang Gongwan a look. Hearing this, Yang Gongwan bit her lips and bowed. Wan Er instigated the relationship between the Chen and Wu families a few days ago. It was a despicable act. "Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Chen." As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a pitiful expression. Seeing her sincere apology, the little grudge in Chen Daoxuan's heart disappeared. From Yang Gongwan's perspective, he could understand why she wanted to sow discord between the Chen and Wu families. This was because the Yang family dominated Spirit Day City, and the supply of magic tools was basically provided by the Wu family. In this way, the Wu family undoubtedly controlled one of the lifeblood of Spirit Day City. This made the Yang family feel uneasy. They urgently needed to find a new force to balance the Wu family's monopoly on the magical equipment market in Spirit Day City. This new force was the Chen family. That was why Yang Gongwan wanted to sow discord between the two families. Her goal was to prevent the Chen and Wu families from colluding and monopolizing the magical equipment market in Spirit Day City. However, in Chen Daoxuan's opinion, Yang Gongwan's actions were truly childish. This was because both the Chen and Wu families were famous for their artifact refinement. The reason why the two families did not have any major conflicts was that the Chen family specialized in the low-end magical equipment market, while the Wu family's magical equipment was mainly concentrated in the first-tier high-grade magical equipment and second-tier magical equipment. Moreover, the Wu family's customer base was mainly the family's descendants. However, with the improvement of the Chen family's refining skills and the increase in the number of refiners in the clan, it was only a matter of time before the Chen and Wu families had a conflict. Unless the Chen and Wu families could open up a magical equipment market outside Guang'an Prefecture. However, if he wanted to expand his business beyond Guang'an Prefecture, the requirements for his family's reputation were not ordinary. Otherwise, there was a high possibility of being suppressed in other people's territory. Currently, in Guang'an Prefecture, only the Zhou family had the strength to expand their business to the entire Kangzhou. Even the Yang family, the second largest family in Guang'an Prefecture, only monopolized the boat business in Guang'an Prefecture and did not expand the business to other prefectures. I have long forgotten about these small matters. Fairy Yang, you don't have to take it to heart. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan laughed and said, yes, it's just a bit of a grudge. It's good that we've cleared it up. But even so, my Yang family was in the wrong first, so we can't just make amends. Then, he looked at Yang Gongwan. Wan Er, why aren't you taking it out? Oh! Yang Gongwan put on a playful expression and immediately took out a sword box from her storage bag. He opened the sword case in front of everyone. A beam of sword chi soared into the sky. As the sword chi gradually faded, a flying sword overflowing with spiritual light appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. A third-ranked flying sword. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yang Linyuan in shock and cupped his hands. Senior Yang, forgive me for being blunt, but this gift is too precious. I won't accept it without merit. Please forgive me for not accepting it. Well. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan sighed. It seems that fellow Daoist Chen still refuses to forgive my Wan Er. This. Since he had already said that, he had no choice but to accept this apology. However, this was a third-ranked flying sword. Moreover, it was a high-grade level 3 flying sword. If this flying sword were to be auctioned off, it would fetch a sky-high price of at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. This kind of rare treasure, the Yang family actually gave it away. One had to know that Zhou Mubai's flying sword was only a third-tier superior grade sword. But when he thought of the power of a high-grade tier 3 flying sword in the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan found it hard to control himself. Although a high-grade third-ranked flying sword was worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, it wasn't something that could be bought for 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was because treasures of this level were the type that could only be encountered by chance. If you want to buy it, it will depend on your luck. Even though he was very tempted. But Chen Daoxuan was still weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 153, Danger and Opportunity. Chen Daoxuan was silent. Yang Linyuan knew his concerns. He cupped his hands and said seriously, fellow Daoist Chen, you don't have to worry. My Yang family's actions were indeed because Wan Er acted recklessly a few days ago and wanted to apologize to you. Secondly, it's to form a good relationship with fellow Daoist Chen. I have no other intentions. Just to form a good relationship. That's all. Yang Linyuan nodded. He had already said that. If Chen Daoxuan refused again, he would not know how to advance or retreat. He looked at the sword case that Yang Gongwan respectfully offered him with both hands and took out this high-grade third-tier flying sword that was overflowing with spiritual light. For a moment, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. As a sword cultivator, Chen Daoxuan was naturally a sword lover. This flying sword was the best quality flying sword he had ever come into contact with. Compared to the two intrinsic flying swords he had refined, there was no doubt that they were worlds apart. Seeing Chen Daoxuan accept the flying sword, Yang Linyuan stroked his beard and smiled. This flying sword doesn't have a name yet. Fellow Daoist Chen, you can give it a name. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the flying sword, which was shining with rainbow light under the reflection of the lake water. He thought of something and said, look at the rainbow light flickering on it. Why don't we call it the Rainbow Light Sword? Rainbow Light Sword, good name. Yang Linyuan nodded. After receiving the gifts from the Yang family, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The unhappiness from before could be considered to have completely passed. As they chatted, Chen Daoxuan told Yang Linyuan about what he had seen and heard on Lotus Island and the reply from the Qianyuan sword sect. Obviously. Although Yang Linyuan knew that something had happened to the Zhao family, he did not know that the situation was so serious. He did not know that this matter had actually alarmed the Qianyuan sword sect. At this moment, whether it was Chen Xianhe or the Yang family, they were all speechless. It was very obvious that they were shocked by the news that Chen Daoxuan said and could not come back to their senses for a long time. After a long time. What an eventful time! Yang Linyuan sighed. His tone was bleak, and it was obvious that he felt sad for the destruction of the Zhao family, which was also a large family in Guang'an Prefecture. Although the Yang family was stronger than the Zhao family, there was a limit to how strong they were. If the Yang family was attacked this time, they might not be any better than the Zhao family. After all, the Yang family only had one Zifu disciple, while the other party had at least 2 peak Zifu disciples and a group of Foundation Establishment Corps servants. The Yang family might not be able to resist. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency suddenly rose in the hearts of the Yang family grandfather and grandson. Not only Yang Linyuan, Chen Zianhe also felt a sense of horror. Compared to the Zhou family and the Yang family, the Chen family's strength was simply too weak. Even though there was Chen Daoxuan, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of an early-stage Zifu disciple. However, although Chen Daoxuan was powerful, how could he protect so many young cultivators and mortals of the Chen family alone? Thinking of this, Chen Zianhe couldn't help but worry. The only pillar of support for the Yang family and Chen Zianhe was probably the Zhou family leading the coalition army. At this moment, only then did Yang Linyuan realize that when he really encountered a problem, no matter how much he schemed, it would not be as useful as his own strength. He believed that although the Zhou family would be nervous, they would not be afraid. At the very least, he wouldn't be afraid of 2 zombies at the peak Zifu level. To be honest, these 2 peak stage Zifu disciples were only able to fight against Zhou Mubai because of their advantage in formations. In a normal environment, they were no match for Zhou Mubai. How could the Zhou clan be afraid of such an opponent? At the end of the day, strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. After the Chen family uncle and nephew bade farewell, Yang Linyuan watched the 2 leave and stood in the pavilion for a long time, unwilling to speak. Grandfather. I want to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Yang Gongwan's eyes were firm. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan's gaze softened and he said softly, "You're not waiting." Yang Gongwan shook her head. "I won't wait. With my water element spirit body and the water element cultivation technique, although my true Yuan is not as strong as the true Yuan refined by the sword intent, it is still much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Most importantly, I don't want the Yang family to encounter the same thing in the future, and I can't do anything but watch grandfather go all out." "Sigh, good child. It's the family that has delayed you." Yang Linyuan was moved. Yang Gongwan smiled and shook her head. In the sky, a streak of light streaked across at high speed. In the light, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe stood side by side on a flying sword that was about 100 feet long. There was a long silence. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this," Chen Zianhe said first. "Yes, I am." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Millions of the Zhao family were wiped out in one day. Perfected Shenzhou is far more brutal and vicious than the rumors say. To think that there are still itinerant cultivators who don't know the truth who call him a hero. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Anyone who knew about perfected Shenzhou's actions would definitely scoff at him. Although this person's strength far exceeded cultivators of the same level, he was definitely a malignant tumor in the Azure continent and the surrounding states. Back then, he had gathered a group of rogue cultivators to burn, kill, and plunder the various large cultivation clans, not because of the uneven distribution of cultivation resources between rogue cultivators and clan cultivators. It was for himself. Daoist Shenzhou cultivates a spirit sense secret technique that requires a large amount of spirit herbs to restore spirit sense. This was the main reason why he had burned, killed, and plundered. It was not like the rumors in the later generations that Daoist Shenzhou was a hero among the itinerant cultivators. He was fighting for the itinerant cultivators. It was also because of him that the Qianyuan sword sect chose to attack the Yun nation and fight for the benefits of the itinerant cultivators. This was completely nonsense. The Qianyuan sword sect attacked the Yun nation. Although there were some internal conflicts, it was not because of a mere Shenzhou. He did not have that much face. However, everything about Daoist Shenzhou was tightly sealed by the various large families. The reason for this was because the surviving families had suffered too heavy a loss in the rebellion of God extinction back then, and they really did not have the face to publicize it everywhere. Blocking the news became a matter of course. As a result, the secret practitioners could only make wild guesses without a source of information. Therefore, all kinds of legends about Daoist Master Shenzhou continued to spread in the streets. In reality, none of these legends were reliable. Chen Daoxuan had also flipped through the Zhou family's ancient books before he learned the truth of the rebellion of God extinction back then. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Chen Zianhe nodded and said, "However, fighting the zombie tide this time is both dangerous and an opportunity for us." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood what Chen Zianhe meant by opportunity. This time, Guang'an Prefecture had formed an alliance army to fight against the zombie tide. The need for magic tools would definitely be great. Usually, the environment in Guang'an Prefecture was relatively stable. Coupled with the constraints of the Qianyuan sword sect and the Zhou family, few people dared to use force in Guang'an Prefecture. In this way, the need for magic tools was greatly reduced. Many itinerant cultivators didn't buy magic tools because of the price. On the other hand, it was also related to the stable environment of Guang'an Prefecture. However, things were different now. There was going to be a war in Guang'an Prefecture soon. Which cultivator would dare to find trouble with these zombies empty-handed? Chapter 154, The Empty Pill Market. Other than that, as a family famous for alchemy, the Zhao family's alchemists were second only to the Zhou family. In fact, judging from the ratio of alchemists, the Zhao clan was the number one alchemy clan in Guang'an Prefecture. Now that the Zhao family had been destroyed, nearly half of the Guang'an Prefecture's pill market had been emptied. Such a huge gap in the medicinal pill market needed someone to make up for it. Who would make up for it? Compared to the magical equipment market, the profits in the pill market were even more terrifying. In the past, the Chen family did not have an alchemy legacy. Even if he wanted to get involved, he wouldn't be able to do so. But things were different now. The Chen family had the inheritance of pill refining, and they were even nurturing a large number of pill refiners. Perhaps, their Chen family could take a big bite out of the gap in the pill market. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's originally gloomy mood became excited again. In the infinite star sea and even the celestial cloud continent, the ups and downs of the major cultivation forces were common. If Chen Daoxuan was sentimental, he wouldn't be able to feel it at all. What he needed to do was to strengthen his clan. When the Chen family encountered the same thing, they would use their iron-like strength to tell the enemy that they had provoked the wrong person. Chen Daoxuan's flying light was extremely fast. In less than half a day, Shuanghu Island was in sight. Seeing the peaceful Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe both heaved a sigh of relief. It was just as Zhou Mubai had said. The outbreak of the corpse disorder should have been centered around the Zhao family and was spreading outwards. From the map of Guang'an Prefecture, the next one to be attacked by the zombie tide was probably the Wu family. Because the Wu family was not far from the Zhao family, only a little more than 10,000 miles. In theory, if the corpse chaos wanted to spread to the Chen clan of Shuanghu Island, it should have passed through the Wu clan, Zhou clan, and Spirit Day City that were blocking their path. Therefore, he had no choice. Shuanghu Island was still considered a relatively safe rear for Guang'an Prefecture. Of course, once war broke out, there was no such thing as absolute safety. After all, this was the infinite star sea. These zombies were omnipotent. They could attack from the sky or invade the islands of the major families from the underwater world. It was just that they usually wouldn't do that. The reason was simple. It was just like how a war between cultivators needed to build an immortal city to advance steadily. Every immortal city built by cultivators could not only provide spiritual energy to the cultivator army, but also provide logistical support for the cultivator army. The logistics here referred to magic tools, ling armor, talismans, various pills, and so on. Without such logistical support, the combat strength of the cultivator army would be reduced to an extremely low level. Not to mention invading others, it would be considered strong enough if they were not beaten up by others. It was the same for these evil objects that needed to be tempered by baleful yin qi to recover their own consumption. If zombies wanted to fight continuously, they would naturally have to consume some energy. What they consumed was the corpse qi stored in the corpse core. Corpse qi came from refining yin qi. Therefore, the corpse tide had to advance steadily like the cultivator army. With the Zhao family's grade 3 yin vein as the foundation, they would constantly attack the surrounding spirit veins and transform them into yin veins. From this perspective, the first to bear the brunt was likely to be the Wu family and the Zhou family. Of course, this group of zombies could give up Guang'an Prefecture and directly attack Kangzhou Immortal City. However, the Azure Continent Immortal City was the Ye family's ancestral land. No matter what, the Ye family was the strongest family in the Azure Continent. A mere 2 zombies at the perfected purple prefecture realm wanted to find trouble with the Ye family. They were undoubtedly courting death. Even if Daoist Shenzhou left enough backup plans for the Sun brothers, it would be difficult to find trouble with the Azure Continent Immortal City from the beginning. If it were Chen Daoxuan, he would definitely swallow Guang'an Prefecture step by step. Then, he would transform all the spirit veins in Guang'an Prefecture into yin veins and create a zombie army to attack Kangzhou Immortal City in one fell swoop. Only in this way could the entire Kangzhou be turned into a zombie country step by step. Therefore, the first target that the other party would attack next was very likely to be the Wu family. Because the Zhou clan was too powerful, they were not a match for them at all. The Wu family was the perfect target. They had a huge population, but their strength was not enough to pose a threat to the Sun brothers. Of course, the Zhou clan would not wait for the other party to attack. They would invite the Guang'an Prefecture to form an alliance army and destroy the corpse refining ground on Lotus Flower Island. As the light descended, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe stepped onto Shuanghu Island once again, feeling a sense of fulfillment in their hearts. Go and do your thing. I'll go to the clan school to take a look. Chen Zianhe was currently teaching the descendants of the Chen clan the art of returning origin. It seemed that he had made some progress. He thought about it. Chen Daoxuan stopped Chen Zianhe and said, 13th uncle, I think the situation has changed. I'm afraid we have to think about the step-by-step training plan we planned before. What do you mean? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. What I mean is to give the first batch of cultivators of the Fu generation the meridian opening pill to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This. Chen Zianhe frowned and nodded. That's the only way. He knew that Shuanghu Island would be in danger now that the corpse disorder had broken out. It was not possible to develop slowly and steadily like before. He had to take big strides forward. This included the 9-year compulsory training system that Chen Daoxuan had previously set up. Continue to use the 8-year-old system. He knew that a disaster would soon ensue in Guang'an Prefecture. Even though the Zhou family would form an alliance army to destroy the corpse refining ground on Lotus Island, they would still be able to do so. However, based on what Chen Daoxuan had learned about the rebellion of God Zhu from the ancient books, the zombies refined by Daoist Master God Zhu would not be so easily destroyed by the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture. It was very likely that a protracted war would break out between the two sides. The Chen family had to do everything possible to increase the strength of the family. As for keeping a low profile and being afraid of exposing his strength, Chen Daoxuan had thrown them all aside. Now, if the Sun brothers dared to sneak attack Shuanghu Island with their corpse servants, no one on the entire island would survive except for Chen Daoxuan. At this moment of life and death, what was the point of keeping a low profile and developing? Chen Daoxuan couldn't possibly hope that the Sun brothers couldn't find the location of Shuanghu Island, right? This was no different from deceiving oneself. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency immediately surged in Chen Daoxuan's heart. Chen Zianhe also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately agreed to Chen Daoxuan's suggestion. Daoxuan, in the future, you can decide the matters of the family with a single word. There's no need to ask for my opinion anymore. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was about to speak, Chen Zianhe raised his hand and said solemnly, I know that with our current strength, the possibility of us surviving this corpse mess is extremely low. Therefore, we must strengthen our family's strength at all costs. I'm afraid I'll drag you down. 13th uncle. There's no need to say anything else. You just need to remember that you are now the clan leader of the Chen clan. You are responsible for the safety of the entire clan. Chen Zianhe raised his hand. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought of the Zhao family, whose entire clan had been slaughtered, and nodded solemnly. I understand, 13th uncle. Chapter 155, The Wall Breaker. 3 months later. In the courtyard of the spiritual residence. Chen Daoxuan looked at the strange-looking cylindrical magic tool in his hand, his face full of excitement. Sure enough, it works. Chen Daoxuan said excitedly. Ever since he had received the alchemy inheritance and learned the alchemy techniques recorded on it, Chen Daoxuan had a sudden thought of whether he could learn some methods from his previous life to refine pills. There were several methods of refining pills in the world of cultivation. The mainstream method was fire alchemy. The fire method of pill refinement referred to the alchemist using the pill furnace to remove the impurities in the spiritual medicine bit by bit with the use of both civil and martial flames. Finally, the essence left behind by the spiritual medicine was combined into a pill. In conclusion, there were roughly 2 steps. The first was to remove the impurities, and the second was to combine them into a pill. Unlike refining weapons, these 2 steps in pill refinement were extremely difficult. Whether it was removing the impurities in the spirit herbs or refining the essence of the spirit herbs into a pill, the cultivator needed to use his spiritual sense and true qi carefully. There could not be any mistakes in the middle. Otherwise, if the impurities were not removed cleanly, the refined pill would be a waste. Although there was a certain medicinal effect after consuming a waste pill, the pill poison was even more terrifying than the medicinal effect. It was no joke to eat useless pills and die. Similarly, if the impurities in the spirit herbs were removed completely and the final fusion into the pill was not mastered well, it would also fail at the last step. For example, if the fire was not controlled well, the vigorous tongue of fire would directly burn the pill liquid dry. In short, the failure rate of an alchemist refining pills was often higher than that of an armament master. Theoretically speaking, refining a cauldron of medicinal pills could at most produce 10 pills. However, even an experienced first-tier superior-grade alchemist would find it difficult to refine 10 first-tier inferior-grade spirit pills in one furnace. He would have to waste a few of them. It wasn't that the apothecary was doing this on purpose, but that it was too difficult to make 10 pills. One had to know that to divide a cauldron of pills into 10 portions, the alchemist needed to be distracted at the same time and remove the impurities in each portion of the pill liquid. Finally, he had to combine the 10 portions of the pill liquid into a pill. During this process, there could not be any mistakes. This kind of perverse request was difficult to obtain even for a senior alchemist. Chen Daoxuan's sudden idea. In the first step of the pill refinement, a special magic tool called the centrifugal wall breaker was used to remove the impurities in the spiritual medicine. The working principle of this magic tool was to make use of the different quality of the different components in the spiritual medicine. Under the high-speed rotation of the centrifugal wall breaker, the different components were separated into layers. The impurities were divided into one layer, and the spiritual essence was divided into another layer. Finally, he used gravity to extract the spiritual medicine essence that had been separated. This way, the alchemist would not have to be distracted and control the flame to remove the impurities. He would directly wait for the spirit herb essence to leak out under the centrifugal wall breaker and then fuse it into a pill. Furthermore, the alchemist could control the speed at which the spirit herb essence leaked out. For example, if some alchemists were able to refine pills at a fast speed, they could control the valve to adjust the speed at which the spirit herb essence leaked out. Some alchemists could slow down the speed of refining pills, which was very humane. This way, there would not be a situation of refining useless medicinal pills. Traditional alchemists had to remove the impurities in 10 portions of the pill liquid at the same time and then refine 10 pills at the same time. The alchemist that Chen Daoxuan envisioned only needed to concentrate on refining one pill, and the rest would be done by the centrifugal wall breaker. Under such conditions, even if he put a pig demon on it, he would probably be able to get used to it after a long time. After 3 months of experiments, Chen Daoxuan had finally refined such a special magic tool. According to the function of the centrifugal wall breaker that he had refined, when an alchemist refined different medicinal pills, they only needed to equip the corresponding number of centrifugal wall breakers according to the number of spiritual herbs. For example, refining the lowest grade tier 1 low-grade spirit pill, the chi returning pill. 3 types of spirit herbs were required. At this time, only 3 centrifugal wall breakers were needed to extract the spirit herb essence at the same time. Finally, he would extract the spirit liquid essence from the bottom of the 3 centrifugal wall breakers and refine them into pills. It greatly increased the efficiency and success rate of the alchemist. And these 2 points were directly related to the profits of the medicinal pills. If other alchemists had a 70% success rate in refining a cauldron of pills, but you had a 100% success rate, the profit gap would be huge. The success rate of a batch of pills was 70%. If the cost was 100 spiritual stones, the selling price was 50 spiritual stones per pill, and the profit was 250 spiritual stones. If the success rate was 100%, the profit would be 400 spirit stones. The profit rate had suddenly increased by 60%. Adding on the increase in the efficiency of the alchemists, the profits would definitely far exceed the Chen family's rainbow sound magical equipment factory. It would become the Chen family's largest pillar industry. It was said that being an alchemist was the most profitable profession, and it was indeed true. Chen Daoxuan thought. He happily put the wall breaker and the jade slip related to refining this magic tool into his storage bag. Chen Daoxuan stood up. It was already too late to make this magic tool popular. Because according to the agreement, today was the day that the Zhou clan invited the Guang'an prefecture to discuss the formation of an alliance army. Such a long time had passed. Given the Zhou clan's capabilities, they must have already notified the various clans and itinerant cultivators in Guang'an prefecture. The annihilation of the entire Zhao clan had caused a huge panic among the itinerant cultivators of Guang'an prefecture. After all, in the eyes of itinerant cultivators, the Zhao family was a big family second only to the Zhou and Yang families. The number of cultivators in the family was almost the same as the Wu family. Such a large family was destroyed just like that. Not to mention the other small families and itinerant cultivators. At this moment, everyone became uneasy. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of the annihilation of the Zhao family in Guang'an prefecture quickly spread throughout Kangzhou. Even the reason why the Zhao family was destroyed was deliberately spread by the Zhou family. Corpses in chaos, Daoist master Shenzhou, and all kinds of information that made people's eyebrows twitch made the major families of Guang'an prefecture restless. Just as the hearts of the people were wavering, the Qianyuan sword sect sent another message, declaring Kangzhou as a new war zone. This time, Kangzhou and the other cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea would record their battle merits according to the strength and number of zombies they killed. At that time, the Qianyuan sword sect would send a special military exploits recorder to Kangzhou to record the military exploits. This news immediately caused an uproar in the entire Kangzhou cultivation world. The Qianyuan sword sect really didn't care about it anymore. They even treated this corpse mess as a test for the Kangzhou cultivators. Some people with insight could see that there was a certain degree of training in this. As for why the Qianyuan sword sect wanted to train in Kangzhou, his purpose was self-evident. The Yun Nation, Southern Mountains City. For more than 50 years, the loss of the Southern Mountains City had never been forgotten. On the contrary, as the other battle lines won one victory after another, the loss of the Southern Mountains City was particularly glaring. Coupled with the loss of the Southern Mountains City, it posed a serious threat to the defense system built by the Qianyuan sword sect. Therefore, the Qianyuan sword sect was bound to take back the Southern Mountain Pass. Before this, the suppression of the corpse riot in Guang'an prefecture was just a small test for the Kangzhou cultivators. If they couldn't even solve the corpse mess, then there was no need to talk about recovering the Southern Mountains City. In any case, most of the cultivators in the outside world thought so. As for Reverend Shenzhou, he was ignored by the Qianyuan sword sect intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 156, Coalition Army. Spiritual Shell Island. When Chen Daoxuan arrived at the Lingbei Island, he found that the port of Guang'an prefecture was already heavily congested. This was the time when he had seen the largest number of ships in Guang'an prefecture's port. Even though there were countless of these ships. However, at this moment, the sails of Guang'an prefecture's port were almost larger than the city circle of Guang'an prefecture, stretching hundreds of miles on the sea. Sensing the solemn atmosphere in Guang'an prefecture, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and flew toward the Zhou family's encampment in the immortal city of Guang'an prefecture. For convenience's sake, Guang'an prefecture had removed the flight prohibiting formation today. Chen Daoxuan remembered that the last time Guang'an prefecture removed the no-fly array was when the merfolk attacked Guang'an prefecture. It was just that at that time, everyone had the mentality of playing around and watching a show. But this time, everyone was clearly not in the mood to watch the show. After all, the corpses of millions of Zhao clansmen were still fresh. The bloody truth told them that the calamity for the Guang'an prefecture cultivators had arrived. The light flashed. In the blink of an eye, they landed at the Zhou family's residence. Speaking of which, this was Chen Daoxuan's second time coming to the Zhou family's estate. The last time he came here, he was looking for Zhou Mubai to seek Chen Xianhe's foundation establishment method. This time, it was for the sake of the common fate of the cultivators of Guang'an prefecture. Although Chen Daoxuan knew very well that the Qianyuan sword sect might have set up a trap. However, he knew that the Qianyuan sword sect could sacrifice the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture in order to eliminate Master Shenju. They were both the front line on the surface and the bait to lure Daoist Shenju. If they thought that the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture could rest easy just because the Qianyuan sword sect had set up a trap, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Zhou Mubai and the Zhou clan leader could see this very clearly. Therefore, their expressions were very solemn at this moment, and they did not seem to have any backup plans at all. When the Foundation Establishment cultivator of Guang'an Prefecture saw the expression of the ancestor of the Zhou family, his mood could not help but become even heavier. Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and bowed when he saw Zhou Mubai welcoming the cultivators in front of the palace. Brother Chen. When Zhou Mubai saw Chen Daoxuan, he smiled and said, "Go in and have a seat. We'll talk later." Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded and walked into the palace. He stepped into the palace. The interior was almost filled with cultivators. Although this palace was extremely huge, it could normally accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators. However, there were even more Foundation Establishment cultivators coming to Guang'an Prefecture this time. It was estimated that there were nearly 50,000 people. This time, almost all the Foundation Establishment cultivators in the group of itinerant cultivators had arrived. It couldn't be helped. The psychological impact of the Zhao family being wiped out was too great. At this moment, everyone wanted to find a backbone. And the powerful Zhou clan undoubtedly had the qualifications to be the backbone. As for the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, they didn't take it seriously at all. It was alright to do business in Spirit Day City normally, but when it came to risking their lives, they still had to look to the Zhou family. No cultivator was a fool when it came to this question. Chen Daoxuan stepped into the hall. The cultivators who recognized him made way for him and lowered their heads slightly to show their respect. Is this the second swordsman of Guang'an Prefecture? Yes. I heard that he's a cultivator from a small clan. What shocking talent! Everyone transmitted their voices to each other and discussed animatedly. Actually, he didn't need to listen to them. Just by looking at their expressions, Chen Daoxuan knew that they were talking about him. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all. With his current strength, he did not care about these discussions. Unknowingly, he was no longer on the same level as the Foundation Establishment cultivators present. Even if it was the most basic true essence, Chen Daoxuan's true essence was far above that of a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator in both quality and quantity. Not to mention the addition of Sword Dao realm to his strength. For all sorts of reasons, Chen Daoxuan was now standing at the height of a Zifu disciple. Just as he was thinking, a Zhou clan cultivator ran over and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. "Senior Chen, where is your seat?" This Zhou clan cultivator was also an early Foundation Establishment cultivator, yet he actually called him senior. Chen Daoxuan knew that all of this was a change brought about by strength. If he wasn't a sword cultivator and was only an early-stage foundation building cultivator, he would be no different from the other foundation building cultivators in the hall. Not to mention being invited to the high platform of the hall. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that those who could sit on the high platform were either powerful or had deep family backgrounds. Chen Daoxuan knew a few of the people inside. They were Zhou Minghao, Yang Linyuan, and Wu Guanji, as well as a Zifu disciple whom Chen Daoxuan had never seen before. He was most likely an itinerant Zifu disciple. It must be known that it was extremely rare for rogue cultivators to reach the Zifu level. At least, it was rare in the Infinite Star Sea, but it was very common in the battlefields of the Yun Nation. It seemed that the person before him had specially rushed back from the battlefield of the Yun Nation. This was because Chen Daoxuan could sense an aura very similar to Zhou Muchen's. It was a kind of killing intent and baleful aura left behind after a long period of killing. With this kind of killing intent, just a glance at an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator would make the Foundation Establishment cultivator's legs go weak. However, this bit of killing intent had no effect on Chen Daoxuan. He was someone who had even fought against a peak Zifu disciple zombie. Even if he was far from being a match for a peak Purple Prefecture realm zombie, an aura of this level was already unable to suppress Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan was even able to withstand Zhou Mubai's aura, much less this Zifu disciple. Glancing at Chen Daoxuan, this red-robed, red-haired Zifu disciple with a wanton and arrogant expression laughed loudly. "It's said that our Guang'an Prefecture has produced a second swordsman besides Mu Bai. Now that I've seen him today, he's indeed extraordinary. Brother Zhang must be joking. Are there any ordinary sword cultivators? Zhou Minghao smiled. Yes. Of course. This Zifu disciple whom Zhou Minghao addressed as Brother Zhang shook his head. There are also differences in strength among sword cultivators. Although sword cultivators are known as the number one in offense among those of the same level, they aren't completely invincible among those of the same level. Ordinary cultivators like us can also fight against sword cultivators of the same level. Speaking of this, he paused. Isn't Daoist Shenju a classic example? When everyone heard him mention perfected God Ju, they all fell silent. Obviously. Daoist Shenju was a taboo to everyone. After all, this person had once brought too much harm to the families present. Chen Daoxuan walked in front of everyone, cupped his hands, and said Daoxian greets seniors. Take a seat. Zhou Minghao smiled. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands again and sat down. His seat was arranged between Wu Guanji and Zhou Minghao, the second seat from the beginning. Sitting on the throne in the hall, looking down at the cultivators below, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a different feeling. Today's seats not only symbolized strength, but also the status of the various families in Guang'an Prefecture. Unknowingly, under Chen Daoxuan's influence, the Chen family of Shuanghu Island had already reached their current position. Chapter 157, Division of Defense Zones. Fellow Daoists. In the main hall, Zhou Minghao's voice resounded throughout the entire venue, instantly suppressing the buzzing discussions below. Chen Daoxuan sat on the throne on the high platform and looked at the dark crowd below in silence. Silence returned to the hall. Zhou Minghao nodded and continued, everyone should know that the entire Zhao family was exterminated 3 months ago. Today, my Zhou family, the Yang family, the Wu family, and the Chen family have invited all of you here to discuss how to resolve the corpse mess on Lotus Island. If anyone has any opinions, you can voice them now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Cough cough. Under the surge of magic power, everyone felt their bodies tighten slightly, and the hall fell silent again. Old Ancestor Zhou. At this moment, a late-stage foundation establishment rogue cultivator stood up and cupped his hands. Since our fellow cultivators from Guang'an Prefecture have gathered here today, we are definitely willing to obey the arrangements of the Zhou family's commander. So, what should we do next? The Zhou family just needs to come up with the regulations, and we'll just do as they say. That's right. We'll do as your Zhou family says. Yes. The voices below echoed. Zhou Minghao nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, I suggest that the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture form an alliance army. This alliance army will be led by the Zhou clan. We will also invite a powerful cultivator from Guang'an Prefecture to lead this army of cultivators and exterminate the zombie riot on Lotus Island. Good. This is very good. Sure. That's a good idea. The cultivators in the hall nodded. Chen Daoxuan didn't need to look to know that the ones who took the lead among these loose cultivators were basically all deliberately arranged by the Zhou family. Of course. In essence, everyone still hoped to follow behind the Zhou family and safely survive this calamity. Otherwise, the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture weren't fools. They wouldn't be able to get them to follow them obediently just by finding a few helpers. Since everyone has agreed to form an alliance army, I hereby announce that the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army is officially established. After saying that, Zhou Minghao continued, cultivators who are interested in joining the Alliance Army can sign up for the army at the Zhou family's residence after this meeting. Although the battle against the corpse tide this time is not on the front lines of the Yun nation, you can still obtain battle merits. As he spoke, he pointed at the red-haired Daoist beside him and said in a clear voice, "This is fellow cultivator Zhang, who was transferred back from the front line of the Qianyuan sword sect. He is responsible for recording your military achievements." Many of the itinerant cultivators present had been to the battlefield of the Yun nation. Naturally, he knew about the system of military merits in the Qianyuan sword sect. It could be said that the military merit system of the Qianyuan sword sect was the biggest reason why the itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea could rise in just 400 years. Otherwise, with the monopoly of refining resources by the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea, the itinerant cultivators couldn't even get the spiritual energy for their daily cultivation, let alone rise to power. Daoist Zhang stood up and cupped his hands in greeting before sitting down. Everyone seemed unfamiliar with this Zifu disciple surnamed Zhang. After curiously sizing him up, they no longer paid him any attention. Everyone trusted the fairness of the Qian Yuan sword sect's record of military exploits. This was the foundation of the Qian Yuan sword sect's attack on the Yun nation. There could not be any problems. Everyone, please take a look. Zhou Minghao waved his sleeve, and a lifelike light map appeared in the sky above the hall. Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized that this light map was the map of Guang'an Prefecture. The center of the map was the spiritual shell island under everyone's feet. The spiritual shell island was marked on the light map. Apart from the spirit shell island, the east side of the map was the Lotus Island occupied by the zombies, and the northwest side of the Lotus Island was the Wu family's Phoenix Island. The Zhou clan's spiritual shell island, the Wu clan's Phoenix Parasol Island, and the Lotus Island formed a triangle on the map. The Yang family's Golden Crow Island was above the spiritual shell island, which was the north. As for the Chen family's Shuanghu Island, it was the furthest away from them. It was located behind Guang'an Prefecture, which was directly west of the spiritual shell island. Theoretically speaking, if the zombie tide on Lotus Island wanted to spread to Chen family's Shuanghu Island, they had to break through the three lines of defense of Wu family, Zhou family, and Yang family. The Sun brothers were merely two peak Zifu disciples, but this was clearly something impossible. In the main hall, based on the terrain, I've divided Guang'an Prefecture into 5 defense zones, Zhou Minghao continued. They are the Central Defense Zone, the Eastern Defense Zone, the Southern Defense Zone, the Northern Defense Zone, and the Western Defense Zone. Zhou Minghao paused. From the map, everyone can see that the Eastern Defense Zone has direct contact with Lotus Island. It will also be the front line of our alliance army against the zombie tide on Lotus Island. Therefore, the commander of this defense zone must have extraordinary strength. Therefore, I recommend my Zhou family's prodigy, Zhou Mubai, to be the commander of this defense zone. Zhou Minghao looked around the hall. Everyone nodded their heads. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. No one objected to Zhou Mubai being the commander of the Eastern Defense Region. In reality, even if Zhou Mubai became the commander of the Alliance Army, no one would object. After all, Zhou Mubai's strength was obvious. To be able to enter the Purple Prefecture's prodigy role at the age of less than 100, his battle achievements were all achieved by the flying sword in his hand. Seeing that no one objected, Zhou Minghao continued to announce, the Central Defense Zone will be located on the Spiritual Shell Island, and I will personally oversee it. The commander of the Southern Defense Zone will be the third elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Minjiu. The Northern Defense Zone will be led by Yang Linyuan, fellow Daoist Yang. As for the Western Defense Zone, Zhou Minghao paused. Fellow Daoist Chen Daoxuan will be the commander. Boom! The first few were still acceptable, but the commander of the Western Defense Region instantly caused an uproar. Some cultivators immediately stood up to object. Old Ancestor Zhou, we have no objections to your arrangements for the first 4 commanders, but the commander of the Western Defense Region is still up for discussion. That's right, Patriarch Zhou. Although fellow Daoist Chen is a sword cultivator, he's still only at the foundation establishment stage. Why don't you send a Zifu disciple from the Zhou clan to be the commander of the Western region? Old Ancestor Zhou, fellow Daoist Chen, Lei Zhen, have a straightforward personality. Please don't take offense. I feel that this is just nonsense. That's right. It's better to choose senior Zifu disciple of the Zhou clan to be the commander of the Western Defense Region. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown when he heard the angry voices of the Guang'an Prefecture cultivators. He did not know why he had become the commander of the Western Defense Zone. Even though the Western Defense Zone was in the rear and basically would not encounter any war, it would be difficult to convince the masses to let a foundation establishment cultivator hold the post of commander. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator and his combat strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, there might even be foundation establishment cultivators standing up to ask him for advice. As long as he defeated Chen Daoxuan, even old Ancestor Zhou wouldn't be able to force him to be the commander of the Western Defense Region. Zhou Minghao felt a headache coming on when he saw how much everyone opposed Chen Daoxuan's appointment as the commander of the Western Defense Zone. Zhou Minghao naturally had his reasons for letting Chen Daoxuan be the commander of the Western Defense Zone. Chapter 158, Subdued. Compared to the other 4 defense zones, the western region had the least chance of encountering a war. In addition, there weren't any decent clans on the western side of the island, much less Zifu disciples. If they wanted to take care of the western region, they could only send Zifu disciples from the Zhou clan. However, right now, how could the Zhou clan dare to send out too many Zifu disciples? It must be known that the ones eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey were not only the Sun brothers, these 2 peak stage Zifu disciples, but also Daoist Shenju, this peerless vicious person. At that time, once the war was over, the Spirit Shell Island and the other spirit veins under the Zhou clan's jurisdiction were under attack. It was very likely that the Zhou clan wouldn't even be able to mobilize Zifu disciples. This way, it would be better to not split up from the start and instead concentrate their forces in the eastern and central defense zones. This was especially true for the eastern sector led by Zhou Mubai. Besides, the main purpose of setting up the western defense zone was not to fight. It was to prevent these evil creatures from sneaking into the island behind Guang'an Prefecture through the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea and disrupting the deployment of the coalition army of Guang'an Prefecture. In this way, the requirements for the strength of the western defense zone would not be so high. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, he was completely qualified for this position. Helpless. After communicating with Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Minghao said firmly, "Since you have agreed to join the alliance, you must abide by the rules set by my Zhou family. Otherwise, please find someone else." This time, everyone stopped arguing. They had gathered here to seek protection from the Zhou clan. Other than the Zhou family, no other family in Guang'an Prefecture could give them a sense of security. Now that old ancestor Zhou was angry, no one dared to speak. But there were always those who were not afraid of death. Lei Zhen was a typical example of a rogue cultivator who was not afraid of death. He stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. "Old ancestor Zhou, everyone, I am willing to join the alliance, but I am not willing to accept the command of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Everyone says that sword cultivators are invincible, but I, Lei Zhen, have never experienced it." As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a burning gaze. "Lei Zhen, you idiot!" Zhou Minghao was furious. However, when he thought of Lei Zhen's reputation among the rogue cultivators, it was not good to chase him out at this moment. After all, the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture had to work together to eliminate the zombie tide, especially the large number of itinerant cultivators. Lei Zhen was one of the representatives of the foundation-building cultivators. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan knew that he couldn't remain silent any longer. To some extent, the division of the major defense zones in Guang'an Prefecture was also the division of the sphere of influence of the major families in Guang'an Prefecture. Unknowingly, the Chen family had already reached the point where they could divide the cake under the Zhou family. It had to be said. Compared to the time when he and Chen Zianhe carefully visited Guang'an Prefecture City, the changes were too great. Chen Daoxuan knew that all of this stemmed from his own strength and potential, and not the strength of the Chen family. If not for that, how could the Zhou clan elect a mere early foundation establishment cultivator to be the commander of the Western Defense Region? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan stood up from his throne. Although his voice was soft, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. "Fellow Daoist Lei Zhen, right?" Hearing this, "That's right." Lei Zhen cupped his hands and grinned. "I wonder what kind of strength do you think is qualified to be the commander of the Western Defense Zone?" This. Lei Zhen was stunned. He only felt that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was lower than his, so he was somewhat against him being the commander of the Western Defense Zone. But Lei Zhen knew that in terms of strength, Chen Daoxuan should be stronger than him. This point. Just look at Zhou Mubai. The first level of the Zifu disciple realm was enough to heavily injure a late-stage Zifu disciple. The third level of the Zifu disciple was fighting 4 people, 2 of whom were at the peak of the Zifu disciple level. Not only that, but he could also suppress the other side by fighting 1 against 4. One could imagine how terrifying a swordsman was. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lei Zhen was naturally not his match, but he did not admit defeat. He said in front of everyone, "It's nothing. As long as your strength can convince me." He said he was convinced, not defeated. The gap between them was huge. Even if Chen Daoxuan hung him up and hammered him, it would still be useless even if he was not convinced. Of course, if it really came to that, the other rogue cultivators would not continue to play along with Lei Zhen. After all, the other rogue cultivators were dissatisfied with Chen Daoxuan's appointment as the commander of the Western Defense Zone because they did not understand his strength well enough. If Chen Daoxuan was strong enough, naturally, no one objected. In the end, the commanders of the various defense zones still depended on the strength of the cultivators themselves. In this aspect, the family's foundation had to be put aside. For example, the Wu family did not have a single person who was the commander of the various defense zones. After all, the strongest member of the Wu family was only an ordinary perfected foundation establishment cultivator. In front of Zifu disciples, it was nothing. If that's the case, why don't we spar? Chen Daoxuan nodded. Good, this feels good. Lei Zhen shouted, let's go. This place is too small. We can't use it properly. Come with me. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. What? Are you afraid? Lei Zhen sneered. No. Chen Daoxuan said calmly, I just feel that this place is quite good. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Is this place good? Lei Zhen frowned. What do you mean? Nothing. Are you going to fight or not? As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan flew to the center of the hall and took out his intrinsic flying sword, which circled in front of him. Good. Come then. Lei Zhen was provoked by him and immediately ignored the fact that they were inside the hall. He directly used his flying sword to attack him. Unexpectedly, the flying sword pierced through Chen Daoxuan's figure, but not even a drop of blood flowed out. Not good. Lei Zhen was extremely vigilant. He raised his divine sense to the limit and desperately tried to find Chen Daoxuan's traces, but he found nothing. In the next moment, a voice entered Lei Zhen's ears. Too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword hovered above Lei Zhen's neck, and a strand of hair slowly drifted down. Chen Daoxuan stood less than 3 meters away from him. Instant kill. Back then, Chen Daoxuan had used the technique of transforming into sword light to deal with a peak Zifu disciple zombie, but it was very difficult for him to cause any damage to the other party. However, it was simply a one-sided slaughter when used against Foundation establishment cultivators. Before Lei Zhen could even react, the flying sword had already reached his neck. If the two of them really fought, wouldn't Chen Daoxuan be able to kill him in one strike? Thinking of this, Lei Zhen couldn't help but shiver. He had thought that even if he was not the strongest among the Foundation establishment cultivators, he was at least at the top level. However, he did not expect to be defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a single sword. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Although Lei Zhen did not use all his methods, when did Chen Daoxuan use all his methods? In this way, the difference in their true strength might be even greater. Are you convinced? Chen Daoxuan asked as he put his intrinsic flying sword back into his dantian. Hearing this, Lei Zhen cupped his hands and bowed. Commander, your sword path is unparalleled. This subordinate is naturally convinced. Chapter 159, Sky-High Military Cost. The Zhou family was extremely efficient. Soon, the matter regarding the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army was settled by the Zhou clan. The recruitment of Guang'an Prefecture cultivators was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou clan residence. In a unique immortal palace. This place was temporarily the headquarters of the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army. Inside, the commanders of the 5 great divisions, as well as the Zifu disciple surnamed Zhang, who was counting the battle merits, sat together in a circle, discussing the specifics of the alliance army. The person sitting at the head of the table was naturally the Zhou clan leader and the commander-in-chief of the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army, Zhou Minghao. Zhou Minghao looked up at everyone and frowned. The alliance army this time seems to be very powerful, but there are far more problems than we imagined. He paused for a moment. Although the exact number of the allied forces has not been confirmed, the military expenditure must be an astronomical figure. It was the same as the war between mortals. The cultivator army also needed to spend money. The military expenditure here included personal magic tools, pills, talismans, large-scale war magic tools, array formation materials, spirit vein encampment, and so on. Although the Qianyuan sword sect had provided a military merit system for the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture, it could offset part of the military expenditure. However, the major families of Guang'an Prefecture had to pay a large sum of money, especially the Zhou family who was leading the charge. Actually, it was normal when he thought about it. When Guang'an Prefecture was in peace, the Zhou clan had the most benefits. When the calamity came, the Zhou clan would definitely have to bear the greatest responsibility. Otherwise, if Guang'an Prefecture fell, the Zhou family would lose more than just the military funds. After hearing this, how many spirit stones can fellow Daoist Zhou take out? Yang Linyuan asked. Zhou Minghao glanced at him and thought for a moment before saying, Zhou family can take out 400 million spirit stones to cover the military expenditure. Hearing this, in that case, they. Yang Linyuan's right hand trembled slightly as he sighed. Guang'an Immortal Alliance is also willing to fork out 100 million spiritual stones as military expenses. As he spoke, he cupped his hands at everyone and said, the Guang'an Immortal Alliance has spent a lot of money to build the Spirit Day City. 100 million spirit stones is already our greatest sincerity. Please don't mind. After saying that, he cupped his hands and apologized again. When Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting with them, heard this, he immediately felt that the chair under his butt was quite hot, and his entire person became somewhat restless. How was he supposed to reply? One offered 400 million spirit stones while the other offered 100 million spirit stones. Since when did spirit stones start being measured in hundreds of millions? Chen Daoxuan finally understood why the big families looked down on the low-end magical equipment market. If the Chen family had so many spirit stones, he wouldn't have taken a fancy to the low-end magical equipment market either. The low-end magical equipment market earned hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones a year. How could that be called making money? Shabby. He lowered his head, feeling out of place with everyone present. Fortunately, everyone knew the situation of the Chen family on Shuanghu Island. They did not expect them to pay for the military expenses. The reason why Chen Daoxuan could sit here was not so much that his strength was shocking, but rather, his potential was shocking. Few short-sighted people could become the chiefs of big families in the infinite star sea. Zhou Minghao was not, and Yang Linyuan was even more so. They all knew that compared to now, Chen Daoxuan's achievements in the future would definitely be even more astonishing. Whether it was the Zhou or Yang family, their goodwill towards Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family was an investment for the future. To invest in the future. It was very important to a large family. His connections might not be useful in normal times, but at a critical moment, they might be able to save the family. During the rebellion of God extinction, so many families had been wiped out, but why did the Zhou family have to wait for the timely rescue of the Qianyuan sword sect? Was it just that the Zhou family was lucky? Not necessarily. Zhou Minghao nodded and continued, in this case, we have a total of 500 million military funds. Although this amount of military expenditure is not much, it is enough to support them for a period of time. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since that's the case, I'll make a simple division of this military expenditure. Hearing this, everyone perked up. Chen Daoxuan was the commander of the Western Defense Zone, and he was in charge of the security patrol and defense work in the western region of Guang'an Prefecture. He would definitely get a portion of the military expenditure, but he didn't know if he would get 10 million spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan also knew. In this battle, the eastern sector led by Zhou Mubai would definitely receive the most military expenditure. Because in the early stages, only their defense zone had to fight directly against the zombies on Lotus Island. As for the other areas, they were mainly to prevent the zombies from Lotus Island from using the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea to set fire to Guang'an Prefecture. This caused internal instability in Guang'an Prefecture. In other words, the only real fighting force in Guang'an Prefecture was Zhou Mubai's eastern defense. The other defense zones were all reserve forces, especially the western defense zone under Chen Daoxuan's control, which was even more of a garrison force. He would be satisfied if he could get 10 million spirit stones. Seeing that everyone had perked up, Zhou Minghao said, Mubai's eastern sector will be fighting the zombies on Lotus Island, so they will be given 250 million spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Yang's northern defense area is backed by Lingzhou City, so there's no need to spend military funds on the spirit vein. Therefore, it's a little less, only 70 million spirit stones. As for my spiritual shell island, all kinds of defensive measures are complete, and the military expenditure is even lower. We only need 50 million spirit stones. Minjian's southern defense zone was located in the hinterland of Guang'an Prefecture. The possibility of it being involved in the war was small, so it only needed 50 million spirit stones. As for the western sector, everyone cast their gazes at Chen Daoxuan, their eyes full of meaning. As far as I know, there are very few spirit veins in the Earth realm where Twin Lakes Island is located. If you choose to station troops there, you will have to spend a lot of spirit stones to build the spirit veins. In addition to other expenses, you will have to invest a little more. Let's temporarily set it at 80 million spirit stones. Zhou Minghao said calmly. Who knew that when Chen Daoxuan heard this, his heart thumped. Even though these spirit stones were military expenses and not his personal property. However, as the commander of the Western Defense Zone, he had the right to decide how to spend the money. In the end, most of the money would slowly fall into the Chen family's pocket. If it weren't for the threat of perfected Shenzhou, the Guang'an Prefecture would not have been willing to pay such a huge sum of blood. Chen Daoxuan really felt like a windfall. He immediately had a good impression of Zhou Minghao, who insisted on making him the commander of the Western Defense Zone. Compared to Yang Linyuan's gift of a third-tier superior-grade flying sword, Zhou Minghao's gift to him was truly a setup. However, this gift was so righteous that none of the cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture could say anything. This was because a few days ago in the hall, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who objected to Chen Daoxuan being the commander of the Western Defense Region. However, he was defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a single sword strike. He had gained the approval of the cultivators by becoming the commander. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's grateful gaze, Zhou Minghao smiled and nodded at him. Smart people never needed to say too much. Just this exchange of eyes meant that the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan had accepted the other party's favor. It could be said that this astronomical military expenditure came at the right time. Although the Chen family now had a low-end magic tool business, they were still somewhat lacking in production capacity. Therefore, it was difficult for the Chen family to obtain a large number of spirit stones in a short period of time. In addition, the cultivators of the Fu generation were gradually stepping on the path of immortality. The Chen family's first-grade spirit vein was gradually unable to meet the needs of the Chen family cultivators. The matter of building a Grade 2 spirit vein had also been put on the agenda. A Grade 2 spirit meridian would cost 1 million spirit stones. After spending this sum of spirit stones, the spirit stones in the Chen family's treasury would probably be depleted. They even had to sell a portion of the spirit ores stored in the family. This time, with 80 million spirit stones, the Chen family could do more. Even though these spirit stones were only military expenses and not Chen Daoxuan's private property, he could use these spirit stones for various investments. For example, the most basic spirit vein investment. An investment in a spirit vein was an investment that the cultivation world would never lose. The Yang family had built all sorts of spirit veins within 10,000 miles of Spirit Day City, which proved this truth. With this huge amount of spirit stones, Chen Daoxuan also planned to implement the same plan. That was to use Shuanghu Island as the core and build a spirit vein within a radius of 10,000 miles. Of course, he had to consider the actual situation before deciding how to use the spirit vein he had constructed. But compared to the Yang family, the Chen family had a huge advantage, which was the ability to quickly process raw materials such as spirit ores and spirit herbs into products. This advantage was unparalleled in the entire Infinite Star Sea and even the entire immortal cultivation world. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the cultivators in this world were too powerful. As a result, cultivators were overly superstitious about their own strength and neglected the power of machines. However, he was different. As a transmigrator, he had a completely different worldview and understanding from this world. Or rather, he knew the advantages and disadvantages of the two worlds. What Chen Daoxuan wanted to do was to use the strengths of his previous world to make up for the shortcomings of this world. The shortcomings of this world were far more than just productivity. This included the system, the economy, and even the culture. However, if he wanted to change everything, he had to build on his own strength. Otherwise, it would be empty talk. Just like the Zhao family, a small wave would disappear into the dust of history. They left the alliance headquarters. Chen Daoxuan was floating as he walked. "Brother Chen." Zhou Mubai's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Brother Zhou. When Chen Daoxuan saw the other party, it was as if he had seen his family. This feeling wasn't only because he and Zhou Mubai were sworn brothers, but also because of the huge sum of money that the Zhou family had gifted to him. It made him feel extremely close to anyone in the Zhou family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan like this, Zhou Mubai smiled and shook his head. He teased, I didn't expect you to have such a money grubber side. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was immediately unhappy and said, Brother Zhou, you were born into a rich family. How would you know the suffering of us cultivators from small families? Brother Zhou, do you have any specific plans for attacking Lotus Island? He shook his head and asked seriously. Hearing this, my plan is very simple. Fortify the walls and clear the wilderness. Zhou Mubai muttered to himself. Fortify the walls and clear the wilderness. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. Why? Aren't you going to attack Lotus Island directly? Chapter 160, Residence. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai shook his head. Although the zombie tide on Lotus Island isn't that strong, the one who is lurking in the dark is the real problem. In addition, we don't know if he has left any backup plans. It's not a good idea to attack Lotus Island rashly. But according to our previous investigation, there should only be 2 perfected Zifu disciples and 3 early-stage Zifu disciples on Lotus Island. It's not that simple. Zhou Mubai said as he walked, did you notice? Those 3 early-stage Zifu disciples were all cultivators of the Wu and Zhao clans when they were alive. You mean? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. After all, the Wu and Zhao clans didn't have any Zifu disciples. In other words, those 2 early-stage Zifu disciples had been raised to Zifu level after their deaths. However, how long had it been since they died? Even the Wu clan cultivators who had been dead for the longest time had only been dead for a few months, and the Zhao clan cultivators had just died not long ago. In such a short period of time, he was able to forcefully refine the corpse of a foundation establishment cultivator into a Zifu disciple. This meant that Daoist Shenzhou could mass-produce Zifu disciples. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan felt his hair stand on end. If the Qianyuan sword sect wanted the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture to lure perfected Shenzhou out, the cultivators of the entire Guang'an Prefecture might be wiped out. Regarding this situation, of course, the Guang'an Prefecture cultivators were unwilling to be the first to do so. Therefore, the Zhou clan thought of a way to evacuate all the cultivators from Lotus Island near Guang'an Prefecture. Fortunately, the people living on these islands were all itinerant cultivators and disciples of small families. There were very few spirit veins. However, there were many mortals. In order to transport these mortals, the Zhou family worked with the Yang family and spent a lot of effort to transfer these people to the spirit vein within 10,000 miles of the spiritual shell island. After moving away these mortals and low-level cultivators, Zhou Mubai was going to set up a few strong defense lines on the islands that were connected to the Wu and Zhou families on Lianhu Island to prevent the zombie tide from spreading to Guang'an Prefecture. This way, sensing the pressure exerted by Guang'an Prefecture, the zombie tide was likely to spread in the opposite direction. The opposite direction from Lotus Island to Guang'an Prefecture was the direction of Kangzhou Immortal City. There, it was the ancestral land of the Ye family, the number 1 family in Azure Continent. This was also the true plan of the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army to divert the disaster. As for whether the Ye family chose to block the zombie tide like the Guang'an Prefecture or directly send cultivators to eliminate it, it had nothing to do with the Guang'an Prefecture. Zhou Mubai only needed to firmly hold the line of defense in Guang'an Prefecture. As for the Ye family being in trouble, Zhou Mubai couldn't even wait to applaud. Why would he send an army of cultivators to help them? Moreover, Zhou Mubai didn't believe that the Qianyuan sword sect would remain indifferent when the Ye family was in trouble. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai smiled at each other. The Ye family had too many enemies. The Zhou family and the Ye family had a feud, so did the Chen family and the Yang family. In Gang Prefecture, perhaps there were not many families that did not have enmity with the Ye family. In the following days, after Chen Daoxuan selected the soldiers from the Western Defense Zone, he brought them back to Redwood Island. This time, in order to support the Western Defense Zone, the Zhou family borrowed a total of 10 Spirit Void battleships. At this moment, each Spirit Void battleship carried 100 building foundation stage cultivators. In total, there were 1,000 foundation-building cultivators stationed in the Western Defense Zone, and this did not include the ordinary soldiers in the refinement stage. The entire Western sector had nearly 100,000 cultivators. This was only the smallest defense zone. There was no other way. In order to deal with the zombie-tide and Daoist master Shenzhou, the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture had no choice but to unite. These 100,000 people were temporarily just cultivators, not including the number of mortals. In Guang'an Prefecture, behind every cultivator was a large group of mortals serving him. Regardless of whether they were clan cultivators or itinerant cultivators, they were basically the same. The cultivators of the clan naturally had a large number of clansmen behind them. There were also a large number of slaves behind the sectless cultivators. Under the protection of the itinerant cultivators, these slaves would even build cities and reproduce. After several generations, the descendants of slaves would no longer be slaves and would automatically become ordinary civilians. At that time, these commoners might be able to embark on the path of cultivation under the guidance of itinerant cultivators. This was also the biggest source of itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Clan cultivators used their bloodline as a link to reproduce and nurture their descendants. The advantage of doing this was that the clansmen were united and had a strong sense of unity. On the other hand, itinerant cultivators supported themselves with ordinary civilians or slaves. It was possible that before he died, he would take in a few disciples and pass down his mantle. However, because the disciples did not have deep feelings for each other, they would often slowly become passers-by in the future. If the itinerant cultivator who left behind the inheritance was powerful enough, such as the orthodoxy left behind by a Mahayana true immortal, then it would be different. Such an inheritance would often evolve into a sect in the end. It would not disappear after 1 or 2 generations. Of course, in the cultivation world, it was not surprising for sects to decline and eventually disappear. For example, the Qianyuan sword sect was a legacy left behind by a Mahayana true immortal, and then slowly developed to this point. There were also powerful cultivation clans that were no weaker than sects. Actually, in this world, no matter which cultivation force it was, they all had their own strengths and weaknesses. The advantage of a cultivation force like a clan was that the clansmen were united enough. The disadvantage was that it was inevitable for them to be selfish. On the other hand, cultivation forces like sects were much more tolerant than clans. As long as they were talented cultivators in their own territory, regardless of their bloodline, they would be accepted into the sect to be nurtured before a certain age. In this way, in terms of the scope of disciples to choose from, they were naturally much more powerful than their families. In addition, their inheritances were not weak. Generally speaking, the sects in the cultivation world were more powerful than the families. For example, the Qianyuan sword sect, the Profound Sun sect, the King Hui Daoist sect, the Qinji Palace, and so on. However, there was a drawback to the development of a sect's power. The system was not perfect. After it grew to a certain extent, it had to rely on the power of the family to rule the territory under it. This way, it would definitely cause instability in the governance. Although the Qianyuan sword sect's control over the Infinite Star Sea was extremely firm, it was under the premise that its reputation was unparalleled. When the Qianyuan sword sect showed a slight decline, the major families in the Infinite Star Sea would inevitably obey its orders. It was not only the Infinite Star Sea, but also the families and forces under the jurisdiction of other sects in the Celestial Cloud continent. Some people might say, since that was the case, why not completely abolish the clan system and bring the entire territory under the rule of the sect? It could only be said that this idea was beautiful, but in reality, it was impossible. This world was somewhat similar to the ancient society in Chen Daoxuan's previous life, but it was completely different on the inside. The biggest difference was that this world was a world where power belonged to oneself. Humans were the most contradictory creatures. They might be willing to sacrifice their lives for their ideals and the forces they belonged to, but they would also do everything for their descendants. If the Qianyuan sword sect had completely wiped out all the families when they unified the Infinite Star Sea, what would happen next could almost be foreseen. Would the higher UPS of the Qianyuan sword sect have descendants? Of course they would. Would they choose to stay in the Qianyuan sword sect or chase them out? Generally speaking, in order to maintain the long-term stability of the sect rarely poured resources into the children of the higher UPS. Because this way, After a few generations, the sect became a union of several families. After a few generations of fighting, it finally became a family. Naturally, the higher UPS of the sect would not sit idly by and watch this happen. As a result, the descendants of the sect's higher UPS would often go out and establish their own cultivation families. In this way, the problem returned to its original point, and the cultivation clan was born again. Therefore, it was not that they did not want to abolish the family system, but that they could not do so. On the deck of the Spirit Void battleship, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Muchen and Zhou Siliang who were standing beside him and smiled. Uncle Zhou, Brother Si Liang, you will have to start all over again if you follow me to Redwood Island. Haha, I'm already very satisfied to be able to keep my life. Moreover, I'm now under your command. Do you think you can mistreat us? Zhou Muchen laughed out loud. That's not necessary. Chen Daoxuan smiled. However, Brother Siliang probably won't be used to Redwood Island. Brother Chen, don't scare me. Zhou Siliang's expression was a little condescending. It can't really be some desolate place, right? Not to the extent of being in the wilderness. It's just that there's no place to have fun. That's good. When Zhou Muchen heard this, he couldn't help but clap and laugh. Hearing this, Zhou Siliang immediately put on a bitter face. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Behind him, an armored cultivator walked over and cupped his hands. Commander, we're almost at Redwood Island. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the red island below and nodded. I understand. Yes, sir. Lei Zhen cupped his hands and retreated. This late-stage Foundation establishment rogue cultivator named Lei Zhen seemed to be convinced by Chen Daoxuan and followed him to Redwood Island. Although there were as many as 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators here this time. However, most of them were early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. There were not many mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. As for the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, there were only Zhou Muchen and Lei Zhen. One of them was at the 7th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, and the other was at the 8th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. They could be considered experts among the Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Compared to Zhou Mubai from the eastern sector, this bit of strength was simply too shabby. However, the main role of the Western Defense Zone was to patrol. It did not require them to fight in the front line. This little strength was more than enough to patrol. If it wasn't for Chen Daoxuan, the Zhou clan would have been able to handle such a small matter by themselves. There was no need to establish a Western Defense Zone. However, the Chen family's Shuanghu Island was here. For the sake of the harmonious relationship between the two families, the Zhou family naturally had to plan the sphere of influence of both sides in advance to prevent future conflicts. This Western Defense Zone was not so much a defense zone as it was the Chen family's sphere of influence. In other words, now, with Shuanghu Island as the center, the area of more than 10,000 miles would be under the Chen family's influence. Compared to the time when they could only roam freely on the nearby islands, the Chen family's sphere of influence had expanded by more than 100 times. However, even though their sphere of influence had expanded, the Chen family still faced a problem. They were short of manpower, and it was a serious shortage. Chapter 161, Exploiting Redwood Island. Rumble. The Spirit Void battleship tore through the sky. Very quickly. One after another, the Spirit Void battleships landed on Redwood Island in an orderly manner. Rays of light flew down from the battleship. Everyone looked at each other when they saw the scene in front of them. It was actually a deserted island. One had to know that the lowest cultivation level of the cultivators present was at the early Foundation establishment stage. With their cultivation level, the lowest level of cultivation would have a first-grade spirit meridian to support their cultivation. They were used to seeing high-level spirit veins, and they felt extremely uncomfortable with a completely deserted island. He saw the disappointed looks in the eyes of the cultivators. Chen Daoxuan encouraged them. Although the island under our feet is a deserted island, it's huge. It's not much smaller than large islands like the Spiritual Shell Island or the Golden Crow Island. It's suitable for our Western Defense Zone to station. Moreover, things like spirit veins can be cultivated as long as we have spirit stones. There's no need to worry. I plan to cultivate a third-grade spirit vein here for our Western garrison. Third-rank spirit meridian. Isn't that the same as Guang'an City and Lingzhou City? That's what I'm saying. We're also one of the 5 major defense zones, so we're not that much worse than others. Now, it seems that we might even have an advantage. You have to know that our defense zone has the least people, which means that each of us has the most spiritual energy resources. That's right. Seeing that everyone's morale had recovered, Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. There was another important reason why he chose to station his troops on Redwood Island. It was the closest place to the Chen family's Shuanghu Island, only 400 miles away. With Chen Daoxuan's speed, he only needed a few hundred breaths to rush back. This way, if the clan encountered any danger, he would be the first to take care of it. If he was really asked to take on the role of commander of another defense zone, Chen Daoxuan would decisively refuse. This was because the Chen clan, aside from him, who had a battle prowess comparable to that of a Zifu disciple, only had the strongest cultivator of the 9th level of the Q refining realm. They didn't even have a single foundation establishment cultivator. Once they were ambushed by the zombies on Lotus Island, the Chen family would not be able to resist at all. Seeing that everyone's morale had recovered. We are the first batch of cultivators to arrive, Chen Daoxuan continued. If the main group wants to arrive, it will take 3 months. During this period of time, let's work hard and open up our respective cave abodes first. I'll cultivate the spirit veins first. It should be Lord Commander who has worked hard. Opening a cave abode is nothing to us itinerant cultivators. Yes, yes, yes. Commander, you've worked hard. Thank you, Commander. Hearing that Chen Daoxuan was going to set up a grand array for them, everyone became excited. Nurturing a grade 3 spirit vein would not only require more than 10 million spirit stones, but also a grade 3 spirit accumulation formation. Generally speaking, one needed to use a tier 3 array formation master. However, with Chen Daoxuan's attainments in array formations and the ability of the primordial enlightenment scripture to store comprehension, setting up this array formation was not too difficult. It would just take some time. Chen Daoxuan estimated that it would take about a month or so to finish setting up this grade 3 profound spirit array. And it would probably take a year for the spirit vein to advance to grade 3. During this period of time. Of course, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't just wait. It should be noted that the 100,000 aura refining cultivators and 1,000 foundation building cultivators were not the only ones who came to Redwood Island. There was also a large group of mortals behind them. Among these cultivators, some were clan cultivators and some were itinerant cultivators. However, no matter what kind of cultivator they were, they had a large number of mortals behind them. Other than settling these cultivators, Chen Daoxuan also had to settle these mortals. He estimated that there were at least 10 million mortals behind this group of cultivators. It was a huge project to migrate so many people. But it was also a helpless move. Now that Guang'an Prefecture was constantly facing the threat of the zombie tide on Lotus Island, ordinary refinement realm families and itinerant cultivators did not dare to scatter on the various islands in Guang'an Prefecture like before. The consequences of doing so could be seen from the Zhao family. It was impossible for any cultivator to think that their family or their own strength was stronger than the Zhao family. Huddling together to keep warm was the wise choice. This was also the reason why everyone strongly objected when they heard that Chen Daoxuan would be the commander of the Western Defense Region. What they needed was the protection of an expert, not a cultivator with the same cultivation level as them or even weaker than them. It was foreseeable. As Redwood Island was developed, the Western Defense Region stationed troops here. More and more cultivators and mortals would gather on Redwood Island, especially those who usually lived in the west of Guang'an Prefecture. As for settling down in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City. Even so, he had to have a seat. Right now, Guang'an Prefecture was in a mess of corpses, and everyone was desperately trying to find a safe haven. The first choice would definitely be the Zhou clan's spiritual shell island. However, the total population of Guang'an Prefecture was more than hundreds of millions. The spiritual Bay Island couldn't hold so many people. The reason why it couldn't bear the load here wasn't because the land wasn't enough for people to live in. In fact, with the Zhou family's spiritual shell island and the surrounding spiritual veins, it was not a problem for hundreds of millions of people to live. What he meant was that he couldn't support so many mortals. After all, mortals were different from cultivators. Cultivators could consume qi and not die, and could refine spiritual qi without eating or drinking. If humans could not do it, they would starve to death if they did not eat or drink. Hundreds of millions of mortals needed to consume an astronomical amount of food every day. They had to cultivate large enough fields to feed these mortals. Therefore, it was impossible for the Zhou family to gather all the mortals on a few islands. That was unrealistic. Even if Redwood Island was developed, Chen Daoxuan couldn't possibly arrange for all these people to be on Redwood Island. He would only use Redwood Island as the core and develop the surrounding islands as food production areas for mortals. This was the only way. Only then could they feed a huge population. The current situation was stable enough, and they could still rely on imported food. However, when the corpse chaos completely broke out in the future, or if Daoist Master Shenja did something new, it would cause chaos in the entire Guang'an prefecture. Having a stable food base was very important. Only by grasping the bag of grain steadily could there be a possibility of development. Otherwise, if the mortals starved to death, the cultivation forces would not be far from declining. Chen Daoxuan naturally understood this simple logic. Redwood Island. A simple port. Several cargo ships of the Chen family stopped here. On the cargo ship, a white-haired old man walked off the cargo ship with a walking stick. Elder Chen, slow down. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Buwang, who was staggering, and took a few steps forward to support him. Thank you, young clan leader. Chen Bei cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan and looked up at the Red Island. Young clan leader, are you talking about this island? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and thought for a moment before saying, Old Chen, let me show you the entirety of Redwood Island. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve lightly. A gentle gust of wind enveloped the two of them, and Chen Bei and Chen Daoxuan slowly rose into the sky. When Chen Buwang was on Shuanghu Island, he had been taken by cultivators to survey the landscape. Therefore, he was very calm. It took more than 2 hours. Chen Daoxuan then brought Chen Buwang to survey the entire Redwood Island. After seeing the full picture of Redwood Island, Chen Buwang cupped his hands and said, Young clan leader, this island is mostly flat plains. There are many trees, freshwater lakes, and rivers on the island. It's very suitable to build a city along the coast. Compared to Shuanghu Island, the geographical location here was better. Chen Daoxuan naturally understood this. Back then, the Chen clan ancestor chose to establish his clan on Shuanghu Island because of the spirit eye and copper ore on the Red Copper Mountain. Otherwise, choosing Redwood Island would be much better than choosing Twin Lake Island. Chen Daoxuan nodded in relief and said, If I let you build this city, will there be any problems? Hearing this, Chen Buwang was delighted at first, but then he shook his head and said bitterly, using the power of mortals to build a city would take at least 10 years or even decades. This old man can't wait that long, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint young patriarch. Chen Buwang cupped his hands. Old Chen, don't be pessimistic. Your body is still strong. After consoling him, Chen Daoxuan continued, I know that it took a long time to build this city with mortals as the main force. What if we used the power of cultivators to build it? You mean? Chen Buwang said excitedly. Yes, I want you to lead the construction of this city. As for the specific construction tasks, let the cultivators complete them. But Chen Buwang did not know how to explain. After a while, he said, but I'm just a mortal. Can I command the immortal master to do things? This is treason. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry, old Chen, I guarantee that they will all be very obedient. This. Chen Buwang immediately thought of Chen Lianjiu, the manager of the family's flying sword factory. Theoretically, the cultivators working in the factory were also under Chen Lianjiu's jurisdiction. However, after all, he was a cultivator of the clan, a disciple of the clan. Chen Buwang was surprised that they were under Chen Lianjiu's management, but he could accept it. Now, he had to command unfamiliar cultivators to complete the construction of the city. This was completely different from how Chen Buwang managed the cultivators in his family. Cultivators, would they really listen to the commands of a mortal? Chen Buwang was very suspicious. However, when he saw Chen Daoxuan's eyes, Chen Buwang put away all his doubts. After all, in Chen Buwang's eyes, there was nothing Chen Daoxuan could not do. Chen Daoxuan was the one who had contributed the most to the Chen family's growth on Shuanghu Island. The current Chen family had become the most powerful family within a radius of 10,000 miles, even though this strongest was very exaggerated and was mostly built on Chen Daoxuan's personal strength. However, with this momentum, the Chen family's strength would soon catch up. The oldest batch of cultivators in the Fu generation was already 6 years old. In another 2 years, they would be able to enter the factory continuously. At that time, the Chen family would truly soar. At that time, what the Chen family needed to worry about was not the problem of insufficient production capacity, but the problem of insufficient market. Chen Daoxuan knew that once the scale of industrial expansion was expanded, the increase in productivity would be explosive. Chapter 162, Super Military Requirement List. Redwood Island. In a newly built palace. This was where the temporary headquarters of the West Defense Zone was located. What is it? You want us to help mortals build cities? A Foundation establishment cultivator in a green daoist robe suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Seeing this, all the generals in the Western Defense region looked at him. Commander, forgive me for being blunt, but we are here to guard against the corpse tide on Lotus Flower Island, not to build a city for mortals. The green-robed cultivator was filled with righteous indignation, as if he had caused a great humiliation to the mortals. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators also showed a cold expression. Cultivators were cultivators, and mortals were mortals. In this world, there was only the principle of mortals kowtowing and bowing to cultivators. There was no reason for cultivators to carry bricks to build a city for mortals. Ever since the human race became the overlord of this world through the power of cultivators, cultivators had always been high and mighty. He could even kill and punish ordinary mortals at will. In the infinite star sea, this phenomenon was slightly better. This was because the laws of the Qianyuan sword sect provided basic protection for mortals. Killing mortals wantonly violated the laws of the sect, even if the mortal was a slave. However, it was somewhat unacceptable for Chen Daoxuan to let cultivators build houses and cities for mortals. This was like sending a high and mighty leader to the front line of the construction site to carry bricks. Even if it was because of their pride as a ruling class, it made the cultivators feel particularly uncomfortable. It was fortunate that Chen Daoxuan, who had given them this order, was their direct superior and a sword cultivator that cultivators of the same level looked up to. If other cultivators of the same cultivation level dared to say this to him, he might even use his sword to argue with the other party. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sized up the cultivators in the palace. He realized that even Zhou Muchen and Zhou Siliang were frowning, as if Chen Daoxuan's actions had indeed challenged everyone's bottom line. But Chen Daoxuan was unwilling, and it was impossible for him to give in to the cultivators at this moment. If I remember correctly, you're a cultivator of the Wei clan, right? He asked coldly. Commander, this subordinate is from the Wei family. The middle-aged cultivator in a green daoist robe cupped his hands and said respectfully. Towards Chen Daoxuan, he was still convinced from the bottom of his heart. After all, a few days ago, Chen Daoxuan had defeated the famous Lei Zhen in front of everyone with a single sword strike, which was extremely shocking. One had to know that Lei Zhen was so famous among the rogue cultivators not only because of his eager and righteous personality, but also because of his top-notch strength among the Foundation establishment cultivators. Even so, he was still defeated by Chen Daoxuan, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, in one move. Wei Lidao knew that with his mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, he was no match for Lei Zhen. One could imagine how big the gap in strength between him and Chen Daoxuan was. Between cultivators, the reason why status was determined by cultivation level was essentially because of the difference in strength. Normally, a high-level cultivator would be able to suppress a low-level cultivator. However, that didn't include geniuses like Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai. It was difficult to estimate the combat strength of such a prodigy using cultivation. To them, fighting someone of a higher cultivation level was as easy as eating a meal. For such a prodigy. Naturally, Wei Lidao didn't dare to offend him. If Chen Daoxuan's request wasn't so unreasonable, Wei Lidao wouldn't have stood up to object. After all, this was the first official order given by the commander after he arrived at the encampment. Very good. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Let me ask you, do you choose to stay in your original clan or migrate to Redwood Island? Hearing this, Wei Lidao frowned and cupped his hands. How many clansmen do you have? Commander, the Wei clan has over 300,000 clansmen. More than 300,000 people. Tell me, where will they stay on Redwood Island? This. Wei Lidao was dumbfounded. Indeed, with so many people migrating here, where to live was a very serious problem. Mortals were different from cultivators. If a cultivator wanted to build a palace, they could build it in a day or two with a wave of their hand. Moreover, with the adaptability of cultivators to the environment, even eating wind and drinking dew was nothing to them. But not everyone. Without houses and food, they would freeze to death or starve to death. Compared to cultivators, mortals were much more fragile. Moreover, the Wei family was only a portion of the mortals that had migrated here. There would be more families and mortals under the command of itinerant cultivators that would continue to migrate here. He had no choice. In order to deal with the zombie tide and Daoist Shenju, everyone had no choice but to gather together for warmth. Otherwise, if a single clan or individual were to encounter the Zifu zombies, it would be no different from sending themselves to death. The Zhao family was so powerful, but their entire family was killed in the chaos, let alone the other families. Seeing Wei Lidao say something, Chen Daoxuan continued, the first batch of mortals will arrive here in at most a month. Before that, if we don't build the first batch of houses, they will freeze to death. Chen Daoxuan looked around at the crowd and hugged his hands. Why? Do you want to see your clansmen or the mortals under your command freeze to death? Under Chen Daoxuan's gaze, everyone lowered their heads. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan gave Zhou Muchen a look. Zhou Muchen immediately stood up and said, this is an urgent matter. I'm willing to build a city for mortals. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. We're also willing. Very well. Chen Daoxuan smiled. You're not the only ones who are willing. The 10 of you, as the 10,000 soldiers of our Western Defense region, have to let the soldiers under you understand this meaning and help the mortals build the city together. Now that Guang'an Prefecture was facing a crisis, both cultivators and mortals had to work together to tide over the difficulties. Don't let me hear anything about cultivators bullying mortals. Otherwise, even if I recognize him, the sword in my hand won't. As he spoke, Chen Xian's tone revealed a cold killing intent. At this moment, only then did everyone understand that the commander in front of them was not only a foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s, but also a genius swordsman who held the power of 100,000 soldiers. All the cultivators who had been to the front lines knew that Wei Lidao's refutation of Chen Daoxuan's order was enough to warrant execution in the Yun nation's front lines. The crime was naturally disobeying military orders. The current Guang'an prefecture was no different from the front line of the Yun nation. It had also been designated as a war zone by the Qian Yuan sword sect. Since it was a war zone, the laws of the front line were naturally implemented. Wei Lidao finally reacted. He had actually walked around the gates of hell just now, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Everyone was silent. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction and continued, the second thing is about the supply of magic tools in the Western Defense Zone. Do you have any good channels to buy magic tools? Everyone was not stupid. When they heard this, they immediately knew that the opportunity to suck up to their superiors had arrived. Lei Zhen was the first to stand out. His voice was like thunder and caused the entire hall to rumble. Lord Commander, our magic tools are mainly used to supply those qi refining soldiers with no magic tools. Therefore, I believe that a low or medium level 1 magic tool is enough. Although a high level 1 magic tool is good, it is too expensive and can only equip a small number of elite qi condensation cultivators. In Guang'an Prefecture, the Chen family of Shuanghu Island was naturally the best at making low-level magic tools. This was a well-known fact. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing his subordinate being so sensible, Chen Daoxuan was very satisfied. He finally had some taste of being a commander. Since you all think that my Chen family makes the best low-level magic tools, then this military bill will be handed over to my Chen family. Chen Daoxuan immediately made the decision. As the amount of military supplies is quite large, you have to pay a portion of the deposit to my Chen family. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my Chen family will go bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. It's only right, it's only right. It's what it should be. The cultivators echoed. For the first batch of military supplies, I plan to buy 50,000 flying swords. Among them, there are 30,000 low-grade level 1 flying swords and 20,000 mid-grade level 1 flying swords. According to the market price, this batch of flying swords will cost 3,500,000 spirit stones. Half of the deposit, which was 1.75 million spirit stones, would be paid to the Chen family first. The rest of the spirit stones would be settled within 3 years. The Chen clan also needed to hand over these flying swords within 3 years. Hearing this, everyone felt that there was not much of a problem. The only question was why it was 50,000 flying swords and not 100,000. Hearing this question, I'm afraid that my Chen family won't be able to take it all. Let's take it slow, Chen Daoxuan explained. Everyone nodded. At this time, as long as one was not stupid, they would know that magic tools, some special pills, and spiritual talismans would become scarce resources. In a war, logistics were the main focus. This was the same principle for the war between cultivators. However, compared to the ancient wars in his previous life, in a war between cultivators, other than the logistics resources, the difference in strength between the cultivators on both sides was also important. For example, a chi condensation cultivator, no matter how good a magic tool he had, would still be no match for a Zifo disciple. Even if a Zifo disciple didn't use any magic tools or any external items, he would still be able to defeat a Zifo disciple. When the difference in cultivation was large to a certain extent, external objects were almost unable to make up for it. This was the biggest difference between cultivators and mortals. Compared to the wars between mortals that relied solely on equipment, the wars between cultivators depended on the strength of both parties. He accepted this large military order. The Chen family did not do anything and immediately received 1.75 million spirit stones. This was only the first business deal. In the future, the 80 million spirit stones, other than the cost of building the spirit vein, would slowly fall into the Chen family's pocket. If he couldn't do that, Chen Daoxuan would have wasted all these years. Moreover, these newly built spiritual veins would eventually belong to the Chen family. This was no different from the Chen family's own spirit vein. As long as he continued to be the commander of the Western Defense Zone, would anyone be able to snatch the right to dispose of these spirit veins from him? As for the position of the Western Defense Region commander, even if Chen Daoxuan were to step down in the future, only the Chen clan cultivators would be able to take up the post. This was because the area west of Guang'an Prefecture was already within the Chen family's sphere of influence. This point. A few days ago, when the Zhou family divided the defense zones, it was confirmed. Chapter 163, Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. Shuanghu Island. A spirit void battleship broke through the air and slowly descended toward the Chen family's spirit vein. Immediately after, one figure after another flew down from the spirit void battleship. When the Chen family cultivators heard this commotion, they all put down the things in their hands and rushed out to watch the show. These days passed. The cultivators of the Chen family already knew that their young clan leader had become the commander of the western defense area of Guang'an Prefecture. He had 100,000 cultivator soldiers under his command and could be said to have monstrous power in the western area of Guang'an Prefecture. Even though the Chen family had been thriving these years and the family had become stronger and stronger. However, the Chen clan cultivators found it hard to accept that they had suddenly become a powerful clan in Guang'an Prefecture. Especially Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan. It seemed that some time ago, they were worried about the cultivation resources of the cultivators of the Fu generation in their families after they advanced to the second level of spirit meridians. It had only been a few months. Chen Daoxuan not only brought the Chen family to a new height, but also solved their urgent need for spirit stones. Wow! Chen Daoku exclaimed as he looked at the chests filled with spiritual stones. Chen Xianhe was also a little uneasy. His nephew had only represented the Chen family to join the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army. How did he manage to get the position of commander of the Western Defense Zone? Even though Chen Daoxuan had already explained to him a few days ago how powerful the relationship was. However, when he saw the pile of spirit stone treasure chests in front of him, he could not help but feel a little emotional. The Chen family had been working hard for so many years. The cultivators of the clan had been working day and night to produce flying swords, but they had only managed to save up a little over 1 million spirit stones. Now that the Chen family had not done anything, looking at the spirit stones in front of him, they probably exceeded the stock in the clan treasury. Chen Zianhe couldn't help but ask, Daoxuan, this, how many? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan made a hand gesture and said, a total of 1.75 million spirit stones. This is only the deposit. There will be another 1.75 million spirit stones to be paid to my Chen family. 1,750,000 spirit stones, and that was only the down payment. Chen Zianhe felt a little dizzy. This kind of earning speed was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Chen Daoxuan didn't feel much change because there were still nearly 80 million spiritual stones waiting for him to deal with at the Western Defense Division headquarters. Even after deducting the 11 million spirit stones needed to nurture the Grade 3 spirit vein, he still had around 60 million spirit stones left. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough for Chen Daoxuan to slowly implement the plan that he did not dare to implement before. Other than the spiritual stones, there was also a large number of people migrating to Redwood Island. This was different from the Yun nation's female slaves he had bought in Guang'an Prefecture. This large number of mortals could provide the Chen family with a large number of women to marry the Chen family's men. As for the women of the Chen family, they could also marry into the subordinate families of the Chen family. In this way, decades later, these mortals would slowly be assimilated by the Chen family and become their helpers. This was because compared to other families, the Chen family would always encourage their clansmen to have children. With enough women, coupled with the Chen family's policy of encouraging childbirth, the Chen family would definitely develop into a large family in Guang'an Prefecture. They were not like the big clans that relied solely on Chen Daoxuan's reputation as a genius swordsman. Lord Commander, I will take my leave for now. After moving the spirit stones, Lei Zhen walked forward and cupped his hands. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, thank you for your hard work, brothers. This is a little token of gratitude for your brothers. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan threw over a storage bag that contained 5,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Commander. Lei Zhen received the storage bag and said with a face full of joy. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and watched the spirit void battleship leave. It's really convenient. If my Chen family can use this kind of spirit ship to transport goods in the future, that feeling. Chen Zianhe looked at the spirit void battleship with envy. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The spirit void battleship is not suitable for transporting materials. The real suitable transport should be the frontline transport ship of the Qianyuan sword sect. All right. Chen Zianhe glared at him. I'm just saying. Why are you panting? The large-scale transport ship used to transport supplies to the front lines of the Infinite Star Sea and the Chu nation was a strategic transport ship that the Qianyuan sword sect had spent a lot of effort to refine. Not only could it carry dead objects, but it could also transport living things. It was said that the interior was a mini grotto heaven, but no one knew what it looked like. Seeing Chen Zianhe's expression, Chen Daoxuan laughed. He still remembered that he had once said that he wanted to train a large number of blacksmiths for the Chen clan. Chen Zianhe had also said that even the Zhou clan would not be able to match up to him. Now it seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Chen family expanded their flying sword factory. It was not just the flying sword factory. Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone. In a newly built factory, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolian looked at the strange-looking magic tool in Chen Daoxuan's hand, feeling a little confused. Young clan leader, what is this for? Chen Daoku pointed at the cylindrical magic tool in Chen Daoxuan's hand and asked curiously. I call this magical treasure the centrifugal wall breaker, or the centrifugal wall breaker. You will know its specific use in a moment. Chen Daoxuan smiled mysteriously. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan took out 3 kinds of spirit herbs from his storage bag. They were the spirit-returning grass, the blood-weeping flower, and the chi-returning root. These 3 spiritual herbs were all low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. Their total value was about 30 spiritual stones. Chen Daolan recognized them at a glance. They were the 3 kinds of spiritual herbs used to refine a low-grade Tier 1 spiritual pill, the chi-returning pill. Seeing the curiosity in Chen Daolan's eyes, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, watch carefully. Chapter 164, Changping Pharmaceutical Factory, 2. After saying that, He placed the 3 spiritual herbs into 3 different cylindrical centrifugal wall breakers. In the next second, he pressed a button on the centrifugal wall breaker. Buzz! The centrifugal wall breaker started spinning at high speed. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan were dumbfounded, not knowing what Chen Daoxuan was up to. However, less than 5 minutes had passed. Chen Daoxuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Impossible! She looked at Chen Daoxuan, her face full of shock. Chen Daoxuan didn't know much about alchemy, so he couldn't tell what was going on. At this moment, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face as he said, "What happened? This thing can separate the impurities and essence of the spiritual medicine." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the machine in front of him with trembling hands. He was even more shocked than when he saw the harmonious spirit stove. What's the use? Chen Daoxuan was still confused. Forget it, you're not an alchemist, so it doesn't make sense to talk to you. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of disdain. Chen Daoxuan turned his head away gloomily. Chen Daoxuan ignored their bickering and pressed all the buttons of the 3 centrifugal wall breakers. Very quickly, under the effect of the 3 centrifugal wall breakers, the impurities and essences of the 3 spiritual herbs were separated. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan said, "I'll turn this valve later, and the spirit herb essence will flow out. You have to combine these 3 spirit herb essences into a pill as soon as possible, understand?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Such a long time had passed. She had long been a qualified first-tier middle-grade alchemist, and was even a teacher of alchemy at Changping First Primary School. Refining the most basic Tier 1 low-grade spirit pill like the Qi returning pill was naturally not difficult for Chen Daoxuan at all. Seeing her like this, Chen Daoxuan immediately turned on the valve. In the next second, under the effect of gravity, the essences of the 3 spirit herbs flowed down. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately used the merging technique to catch the essence of the 3 spiritual herbs and slowly merged them into a pill. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the essences of the 3 spirit herbs were refined into the Qi returning pill by Chen Daoxuan, which floated in front of the 3 of them. "That's it." Chen Daoxuan, who was standing at the side, said in surprise, "Didn't you need to use an alchemy furnace to control the fire to prevent the spirit herbs from burning? Why aren't you using it now?" When Chen Daoxuan heard this, she immediately put on an expression that she. Chapter 165, Building a City. She looked at Chen Daoxuan's resentful eyes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I still have to set up the spirit accumulation array for my family in Redwood Island, especially Redwood Island. Next, our family will build an immortal city there." Build an immortal city. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan were both attracted by his words. Is it an immortal city like Guang'an City? The eyes of the two of them lit up as they spoke. Of course, it can't compare to Guang'an City now, but in the future, it's hard to say. Chen Daoxuan said meaningfully. The establishment of the Western Defense Zone meant that the area west of Guang'an Prefecture would become the Chen family's territory in the future. One had to know that the Chen family wasn't the only family that thrived in this area. In reality, even though the western region of Guang'an Prefecture was vast and sparsely populated, there were still tens of millions of people. With such a large population, there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators. This didn't include people from other regions who would rush here in the future. The reason was simple. Although the Western Defense Zone was the weakest, it was also the rear of Guang'an Prefecture. The Eastern Defense Zone, Northern District, and Lingbei Island were at the front line. For those unaffiliated cultivators who were unwilling to go to the front line or did not dare to go to the front line, the Southern and Western Defense Zones were their best choices. Especially the West Defense District, where This was because the Zhou family was also the commander of the southern region. In the future, if the war on the Spiritual Shell Island deteriorated, they would definitely have to support the Spiritual Shell Island and get involved in the war. Only the western sector seemed to be the safest. Other than guarding against the zombies from the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea, there was almost no danger. As long as a loose cultivator had a clear head, it would not be difficult to analyze this situation. When he heard that his family was going to build an immortal city on Redwood Island, he was shocked. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Lian were excited. His tired body was filled with energy again. They felt an unparalleled sense of achievement and pride as they watched their family grow and develop step by step in their hands. Even Chen Daoxuan had this feeling. Indeed, with Chen Daoxuan's talent, perhaps he could abandon his family and go to the front lines of the Yun nation as a rogue cultivator. That way, his journey would be smoother and easier. But at the same time, he would never be able to gain such pride and satisfaction. What was the purpose of cultivation? Just for a longevity? If it was just for immortality, wouldn't it be a kind of immortality to become a zombie like the Sun brothers? Obviously not. In Chen Daoxuan's view, the ultimate goal of cultivation was to allow oneself to live freely. In the human world, it was too difficult to be carefree. It was even more difficult than immortality and becoming an immortal. By the way, how's the polishing of your true qi going? Chen Xuan suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. Hearing this question, Chen Daoku said confidently, in a year at most, my Genkai will be completely polished. So fast? Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows. This speed of refining his Genkai was not slower than his, but even faster. Of course. The polishing of genuine qi had nothing to do with one's spirit root. It was completely dependent on one's physique. Obviously, Chen Daoku's physique made it easier for him to perfect his genuine qi. When Chen Daolan saw Chen Daoku's smug expression, her pretty face puffed up in anger. Young clan leader, I've only polished 1/3 of my true qi. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. This speed is not slow. At most, in 2 years, you will be able to build your foundation. Hearing the progress of their cultivation, Chen Daoxuan sighed. Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan were the same age, but they were not even 15 years old this year. Chen Daoku was only 16 years old when he built his foundation next year, while Chen Daolan was slightly older, about 17 years old. In other words, these two people had both broken Zhou Mubai's foundation establishment record. Of course, from Chen Daoxuan's perspective, even though the two of them had broken Zhou Mubai's foundation establishment record, their true talent was still far from Zhou Mubai's. The reason why Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan's cultivation speed was even faster than a heaven spirit root cultivator was because the Chen family had invested all kinds of unlimited cultivation resources. Such an investment was completely irrational in the eyes of the major cultivation forces. However, the Chen family did not care. Chen Daolan and Chen Daoku were one of the few cultivators with superior spiritual roots in the Dao generation. In the short term, Chen Daoxuan was still counting on the two of them to share the heavy responsibility for him. With their qi condensation cultivation, they definitely couldn't share his burden, but after foundation establishment, they could do many things. At the very least, it would be more ostentatious for him to represent the Chen family in the future when he went out to interact with other families. It couldn't be that the Chen family really relied on Chen Daoxuan alone to support their appearance. This kind of big family couldn't help but make people laugh. He encouraged Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan. Chen Daoxuan left the industrial area of the island. He began to set up the second-tier spirit gathering array of Twin Lake Island. From the name of this array formation, it could be seen that this was a type of Tier 2 array formation. In the entire Chen family, other than Chen Daoxuan, no one could set it up. Compared to a Tier 1 profound spirit array, the formation of a Tier 2 profound spirit array was much more complicated. Even with Chen Daoxuan's attainments in array formations, it took him 10 days to finish setting up the array formation. Chen Daoxuan, who had cultivated a first-grade spirit meridian before, knew this very well. In the following days, he watched as the power of creation in the spirit stones slowly transformed the spirit meridians and upgraded the Chen family's grade 1 spirit meridians to grade 2. This time was about half a year. At that time, the Chen clan would have a grade 2 spirit vein, which could be used by the clan members to build their foundation. It could also provide enough spirit qi for the increasing number of cultivators of the Fu generation to cultivate. After setting up the spirit vein of Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan began to set up the spirit vein of Hongshan Island. It had dragged on for so many days. Seeing that the commander had finally begun to nurture the grade 3 spirit vein for them, they were shocked. Everyone's emotions were high. Redwood Island was a deserted island, which meant that it was difficult for everyone to cultivate for such a long time. At most, they could refine the spiritual energy in the air and recover their true essence. In normal times, in such a harsh environment, the cultivators had long exploded. However, the cultivators knew that Guang'an Prefecture was in turmoil, and the front line was facing the threat of the zombie tide on Lotus Island. It was already good enough for them to have a safe place to stay. Otherwise, they could return to their respective clans, but after seeing the Zhao clan's fate, who would dare to stay on their original island alone? Commander. He saw Chen Daoxuan's flying light. A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who was the commander of the army, stopped cutting trees with his flying sword and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. Yes. Chen Daoxuan looked around at the busy construction site and said, "Where's old Chen? General Chen will sit in front." Chen Daoxuan followed the direction of the man's finger and saw Chen Biwang hunched over in front of a huge blueprint, talking to the cultivators. Although the cultivators were not as proficient in architecture as Chen Wang, who had built houses all his life, they were not completely ignorant of architecture because they usually built their own immortal's cave. With Chen Biwang's guidance, the cultivators quickly understood what he meant. Lei Zhen cupped his hands and said, "We understand Elder Chen's meaning. You can rest assured. However, aren't we building a little too many houses? I'm afraid there aren't enough cultivators to cut down trees and move cut stones." Obviously, Chen Biwang did not understand the construction speed of the cultivators, so he still distributed the manpower according to the proportion of ordinary people. When he heard Lei Zhen's words, he could not help but be stunned. "Then according to Immortal Master's opinion, how should we distribute the manpower?" Chen Biwang said respectfully. "I think that 70% of the workers will be used to deal with the construction materials, and 30% will be used to build the houses and pave the roads." "All right, we'll do as Lord Immortal Master says." Chen Biwang nodded. "Old Chen." As they were talking, Chen Daoxuan walked over from behind Chen Bei. "Commander! Commander!" Seeing Chen Daoxuan, everyone cupped their hands and greeted him. Chen Daoxuan replied to each of them, then looked at Chen Biwang and asked in surprise, "The city design is out so quickly." Hearing this, Chen Biwang stroked his beard proudly and said, "All these years, this old man has been paving bridges and roads for my Chen family, building houses and expanding Changping County. It can't be that the people under me haven't made any progress at all." Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Indeed, it was not only the cultivators of the Chen family who had improved. The improvement of mortals was actually greater than the improvement of cultivators. However, Chen Daoxuan's attention had been on the cultivators and he had neglected the progress of the ordinary members of the Chen family. He took a few steps forward. Chen Daoxuan picked up the extremely complicated city plans on the table and looked at them carefully. He raised his head and said, "Old Chen, didn't you leave some space in the inner city?" "Inner city?" Chen Biwang looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion, not knowing what he meant by the inner city. However, the expressions of all the Foundation establishment cultivators present changed. How could they not understand the meaning of the inner city? The so-called inner city was an immortal city built within a mortal city. For example, Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, Lingzhou Immortal City, and so on. Obviously, Chen Daoxuan also wanted to build an immortal city on Redwood Island. Moreover, it seemed that the spirit stones in the western defense area were indeed enough to build such an immortal city. However, "Lord Commander," Lei Zhen thought about it and said carefully, "A part of our military expenditure is the pay of the soldiers." "I know." Chen Daoxuan glanced at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I will pay the soldiers." Whether it was at the Yun Nation's frontline or the Guang'an Prefecture's coalition army. When cultivators joined the army, they would receive a salary. However, on the front lines of the Yun Nation, military pay was distributed in the form of military achievements. In the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army, they were distributed in the form of spirit stones. Even though the pay wasn't high, there were a total of 100,000 soldiers in the Western Defense Zone. Altogether, it was a terrifying number. As for embezzling military pay, Chen Daoxuan could not do it. In his opinion, even if the military pay was distributed to the wandering cultivator soldiers, they would still have to spend it sooner or later. He would return to the hands of the Chen family. Why did he have to be so ugly and give others a handle? Chapter 166, Dust Covering Banner. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Redwood Island, Sea Viewing Pavilion. The waves crashed against the stone bench of the sea viewing pavilion, making a loud crashing sound. One of them had a human upper body and a fishtail lower body. She revealed her enchanting upper body from the surface of the sea and looked at the endless ships at the harbor at the end of her line of sight. She sighed and said, "I didn't expect that in just a year, there would be such a huge change here." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan followed Luo Li's line of sight. The harbor in the distance was covered in white sails. Most of them were from the major families who had brought their clansmen to Redwood Island. This was the base of the Western Defense Zone. In the eyes of the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture, this was one of the safest places. In just half a year, under the concerted efforts of the cultivators, the embryonic form of a city was slowly built on Redwood Island. As the mortals moved in, the city gradually gained popularity and became more and more prosperous. Luo Li looked at the port city in the distance and turned to ask, "What is its name?" "Seaview City." "Seaview City," Luo Li mumbled. Then, she looked at the ugly pavilion in front of her and could not help but burst out laughing. "What's wrong?" Chen Daoxuan looked at her strangely. "Nothing, I just thought of something interesting." Luo Li shook her head. "I'll be leaving then. It seems that I can't trade with you here anymore. There are more and more people here now." As she spoke, a hint of lingering fear appeared in Luo Li's eyes. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Why can't you trade with me here?" "I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" Seeing him like this, Luo Li said unhappily, "Aren't I afraid of bringing you trouble?" "Trouble? What trouble?" Chen Daoxuan's expression was normal. The so-called trouble is just an excuse for not having enough strength. Since all the big families have affiliated races in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, isn't it natural for the Chen family to have an affiliated race? But Luo Li did not know how to refute. Seemingly noticing that Luo Li had misunderstood, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Who do you think built that city?" He pointed at Seaview City in the distance. "Could it be, wasn't it built by a large family in Guang'an Prefecture?" Luo Li's pretty face was full of astonishment. "Yes, it was built by this big family in front of you." "Your Chen family?" Luo Li looked at Chen Daoxuan, her pretty face full of disbelief. Although they did not know the strength of the Chen family, they knew that the Chen family was not a big family in Guang'an Prefecture. In Guang'an Prefecture, besides the Zhou clan, the Yang, Wu, and Zhao clans were the only three clans that could be considered big clans. The Chen family was not included in this. Zhao family. Hearing Luo Li mention the Zhao family, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "The Zhao family is gone." "No. Is that all?" Luo Li was a little confused. "What do you mean by that?" Seeing her expression, Chen Daoxuan told her about what happened on Lotus Island. After hearing this news, Luo Li's pretty face was filled with horror. "You mean, Daoist Shenju didn't die?" Luo Li's voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Does Daoist Shenju scare you that much?" Hearing this, Luo Li took a deep breath. After calming down, she said seriously, "You don't understand. According to the records in my clan, Daoist Shenju didn't just cause trouble in the nearby states back then, he also caused trouble in our underwater world. Back then, Kangzhou cultivators from Kangzhou, Taizhou, and Jingzhou formed an alliance but failed to kill perfected Shenju. In the end, the Qianyuan sword sect sent 3 nascent souls to suppress the rebellion of Shenju. Is a late Aurus core cultivator that difficult to deal with?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Difficult to deal with?" "It's very difficult to deal with." Luo Li nodded. "The most difficult thing about perfected divine Zhu isn't his strength that far surpasses cultivators of the same cultivation level, but his ability to escape." "Oh? What ability does he have to escape?" In the ancient books of the Zhou family, he had seen that perfected god Zhu was very good at escaping, but the ancient books did not record his escape methods in detail. "You should know that Daoist Shenju obtained the inheritance of an upper world immortal, right?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. This rumor was known by almost everyone. The reason why itinerant cultivators were so interested in Daoist Master Shenju was because of his legendary experiences. A normal rogue cultivator obtained the inheritance of an immortal and dominated the world from then on. To a certain extent, Daoist Master Shenju's experience was simply a classic protagonist template in a novel. Of course, in the end, he didn't succeed in defying the heavens and was directly crushed to death by the 3 nascent souls sent by the Qianyuan sword sect. However, the damage that the rebellion of God extinction had brought to Kangzhou and the surrounding states was simply devastating. Luoli didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking and continued, legend has it that Daoist Shenzhou obtained the inheritance of an immortal in a mystic realm opened up by an immortal. Paradise. Yes. Luoli nodded. A grotto heaven created by an immortal. She paused for a moment. In this heavenly abode, perfected Shenzhou obtained several important inheritances and dharma artifacts. One of them is called the Dust Banner, which can travel 100,000 miles in an instant. 100,000 miles. Chen Daoxuan stared at her blankly, wondering if she was talking in her sleep. What was the concept of traveling 100,000 miles in an instant? Even if Chen Daoxuan were to fly on his sword at full speed, it would still take him nearly a day to arrive. Even a nascent soul would need nearly an hour to cross a distance of 100,000 kilometers. In other words, it was almost impossible for even a nascent soul to capture perfected Shenzhou, who was holding the dirt banner. At the beginning of the game was the game of the game. But thinking about it carefully, it was nothing more than using an array or a special magic tool to seal the space so that Daoist Master Shenzhou could not escape. Not only that, it's said that Daoist Shenzhou's dust banner can set the spatial node of teleportation in advance. You mean, he placed the teleportation node in the immortal abode grotto heaven? Yes. Luoli nodded. He was really too careless. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan finally knew why the Qianyuan sword sect had sent a hidden hand to deal with Master Shenzhou. To a certain extent. As long as Daoist Shenzhou didn't expose the location of a grotto heaven created by an immortal, no one in this world would be able to discover the spatial location of this grotto heaven. The Qianyuan sword sect knew that perfected Shenzhou was hiding in this grotto heaven, but they couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, Daoist Master Shenzhou's personality was extremely cautious. He only sent a group of servants to stir up trouble, while he hid behind the scenes and did not come out. It seemed that the setback 400 years ago had completely taught him the truth that there was always someone better. However, this was not good news for the Qianyuan sword sect. Indeed, with the strength of Master Shenzhou, he was not a threat to the Qianyuan sword sect. However, there was always such a figure in your hinterland. The Qianyuan sword sect must have a feeling of being stuck in their throat. Even if he was not eliminated, the Qianyuan sword sect would not be able to attack the Yun nation with all their strength. Because Daoist Shenzhou could set fire to the backyard of the Qianyuan sword sect at any time. He watched Luoli leave. Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. He was finally sure that the battle with the Lotus Island corpse servants was nothing. Whether it was Daoist Shenzhou or the Qianyuan sword sect, they probably wouldn't care about the outcome of this war. For Qianyuan sword sect, the most important thing was to find Daoist Shenzhou. But what was the most important thing for Daoist Master Shenzhou? Also, he had clearly been hiding for so long. Why did he suddenly come out and cause trouble? Could it be that he couldn't stand the loneliness? Too many questions lingered in Chen Daoxuan's mind, making his heart heavy. Although the battle with the corpse tied on Lotus Island was not important to the Qianyuan sword sect, for the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture, this war was a war to protect their homeland. He absolutely could not fail. Otherwise, the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture would have to hide in other prefectures like stray dogs. However, in the Infinite Star Sea, there were other spirit veins that could accommodate cultivators from Guang'an Prefecture. Even if the big clans had enough spirit stones to nurture new spirit veins, they would still be able to cultivate spirit veins. However, without the Guang'an Prefecture, even the Zhou family would inevitably decline. This was because cultivators needed all kinds of cultivation resources in addition to spirit veins. All these cultivation resources were purchased with spirit stones. Without Guang'an Prefecture, where would the Zhou clan get enough spirit stones to meet the needs of tens of millions of clansmen and hundreds of thousands of cultivators? It was the same for the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. The Chen family had finally obtained the recognition of the Zhou and Yang families in Guang'an Prefecture, and the development of the family was flourishing. Seeing that his family was growing stronger and stronger, how could Chen Daoxuan be willing to leave his hometown like this? Therefore, he had no choice. To the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture, especially the cultivators of their clans, this battle was a win-win situation. With a heavy heart, Chen Daoxuan flew towards Shuanghu Island in a flash. Shuanghu Island. Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. He stepped into the factory. Looking at the young figures in the factory, Chen Daoxuan felt his nose ache. As long as there was a way, Chen Daoxuan would never let such a small cultivator from the Chen family come to the pharmaceutical factory to refine pills. Fuiyuan, what are you doing? It's been half a year, why can't you refine the detoxification pill perfectly? You only refine one pill at a time, and you can still make a mistake. The 16-year-old Chen Daolian saw Chen Fuiyuan failing to refine the pill and scolded him. She seemed to be frightened by Chen Daolan's reprimand. The little girl called Chen Fuiyuan's petite body trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ahem! Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly. Hearing this cough, Chen Daolan, who was focused on teaching everyone alchemy, came back to his senses. He quickly stood up and bowed. Young clan leader. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and smiled. How is it? Are you getting used to studying here? Chen Daolan knew what Chen Daoxuan was most concerned about. She smiled sweetly and said, there are many more practical opportunities here compared to the clan's classroom. In just half a year, these 50 disciples of the Fu generation can almost refine low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills. At this speed, at most a year, they could refine Tier 1 middle-grade medicinal pills. Good. Hearing this good news, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. The cultivators of the Chen clan did not disappoint him. Chapter 167, Request for Help. It was different from the peaceful defense area behind Guang'an Prefecture. In the eastern defense area, the battle against the zombie tide on Lotus Island had reached its climax from the very beginning. Zhou Mubai led the Eastern Defense Alliance army. They didn't even have time to nurture the spirit vein or build the city pass before they were attacked by the zombie tide on Lotus Island. Fortunately, Zhou Mubai and the 3 Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan had turned the tide, stabilizing the situation that had nearly collapsed. He had finally established a foundation in the 4 islands near Lotus Island. Half a year later, 4 immortal cities were established. They completely blocked the path from Lotus Island to the prefecture. This way, if the zombie tide on Lotus Flower Island wanted to spread to Guang'an Prefecture, they could only break through the line of defense that Zhou Mubai had set up. For half a year, the 2 sides surrounded the 4 city passes and several battles erupted. Small battles were even more difficult to count. After half a year of intense fighting, especially when Zhou Mubai took the opportunity to kill tens of thousands of zombies, causing the Sun Brothers on Lotus Island to change their strategy. They chose to reduce the scale of the war and turn the large-scale war into a small-scale harassment attack. At this point, the 2 sides had entered a tug-of-war and a war of attrition around the 4 city passes. Every day, there were cultivators who fell in front of the city pass. At every moment, countless zombies were killed by the cultivators of the Alliance army. However, in terms of energy consumption, how could a cultivator be a match for the Lotus Island Corps servant? According to the statistics of the Eastern Defense Region Alliance Army, Lotus Flower Island had at least 10 million zombies. Even if a single cultivator's strength far exceeded that of ordinary zombies, facing such a huge zombie tide, the zombie army was extremely powerful. Especially under the invasion of the Lotus Island's Yanqi, it was almost impossible to counterattack. One had to know that the entire Eastern Defense Alliance army only had 900,000 soldiers. Most of them were refinement stage cultivators. Besides, Zhou Mubai wasn't sure how many Zifu disciples there were on Lotus Flower Island. If it was really as he had guessed, and the Zifu zombies on Lotus Flower Island could be refined in batches, then he would not be as lucky as last time if he rushed in rashly. The last time he and Chen Daoxuan joined forces to kill their way out of Lotus Island, it was built on the basis that the other party only had 5 Zifu disciples. Otherwise, if there were 2 more Purple Mansion zombies last time and they continued to consume their mana, once Zhou Mubai's mana was exhausted, he and Chen Daoxuan would both die on Lotus Island. On an island near Lotus Island, above the city pass, a cultivator wearing Ling armor walked towards Zhou Mubai. At this moment, Zhou Mubai was also wearing Ling armor, and his entire body emitted a strong killing intent. Commander! The spirit armor cultivator cupped his hands at Zhou Mubai. The zombie tide at the 4th city pass has retreated. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai nodded in understanding. His clenched fists relaxed slightly. Usually, not many zombies dared to cause trouble for the city pass that he was guarding. However, the other 3 island passes were almost constantly facing the invasion of the Lotus Island's corpse tide. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the other Zifu disciples of his Zhou clan didn't have the same level of deterrence as he did. If the zombies on Lotus Flower Island were all brainless evil creatures, it would be fine. However, they had 2 commanders. Every time Zhou Mubai thought of this, he felt extremely regretful. If only he had been able to kill the white-faced zombie that he was fighting with back then. Because he knew that their alliance army was facing such a huge problem because of this guy's idea behind the scenes. He even intercepted the Wu family's cargo ship from the beginning. Attracting the attention of the Guang'an prefecture, then taking the opportunity to sneak attack the Zhao family and massacre the entire Zhao family was a premeditated act. As for taking the opportunity to eliminate the Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan who had gone to investigate, it was all done in passing. If Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan hadn't gone that day. If it were the 3 Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan who joined forces to investigate the situation. The Zhou clan was now short of 3 Zifu disciples. Zhou Mubai had no doubt about this. The reason why Zhou Mubai felt that this group of Sun brothers had a premeditated plan to eliminate the Zhao family was because the alliance army in the Eastern Defense region was in dire need of resources, especially the antidote and fiend-breaking pills. If the Zhao family was still around, they would definitely be able to provide the alliance army with medicinal resources. Unfortunately, the Zhao family was gone. Although the Zhou clan was also a large clan of alchemists, they were unable to supply the Eastern Defense Region's coalition army with pills. There was no detoxification pill or fiend-breaking pill. When the Qi refinement cultivators of the Allied forces were facing zombies, their danger would increase by more than 2 levels. Many cultivators didn't die under the fangs of zombies, but from the subsequent corpse poison. This made Zhou Mubai extremely angry. But there was nothing he could do. Although he was strong, killing tens of thousands of zombies in one blow was basically his limit. Moreover, he needed the other party to give him a chance. Ever since the other party discovered how ferocious Zhou Mubai was, they had not launched any large-scale attacks. They had only launched small-scale large-scale attacks. No matter how strong Zhou Mubai was, how could he take care of the 4 islands and so many battlefields? Tong, Commander! I've used up all the pills that Guang'an Prefecture sent over. Me. It's only been a few days. Why did you use it so quickly? Zhou Mubai looked at him and frowned. Seeing him like this, Wu Guangji frowned and forced a smile. Lord Commander, this year, our 1st, 2nd, and 4th city passes have all erupted with more than 10 small-scale assaults. Each of the 3 city passes consumed at least 10,000 pills a day. With the speed at which Guang'an Prefecture refined pills, it was simply not enough. They are consuming my logistics. Zhou Mubai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He knew that the zombies on Lotus Island had done this on purpose. Once the Eastern Alliance Army's logistics were exhausted, the so-called cultivators would become vulnerable. There were no detoxification pills, no killing pills, and no Qi returning pills. Refinement stage cultivators' ability to fight continuously would drop by several levels. At that time, the victor would naturally lean towards the zombie horde of Lotus Flower Island. In terms of energy consumption, human cultivators couldn't compare to a group of zombies, and they were a group of organized zombies that listened to orders. The Eastern Defense Alliance Army had no choice but to burn the bodies of their comrades in time after every battle to prevent them from increasing the enemy's strength. But even so, they would still encounter the situation where the bodies of the ore refining soldiers were robbed. If the logistics could not be guaranteed, such situations would become more and more common. In the end, the enemy would fight more and more while their own people would fight less. How could they fight this war? No. We can't go on like this. Zhou Mubai's eyes narrowed. At this rate, the 4 city passes would run out of cultivators in less than 10 years. And the most terrifying thing was not this, but the problem of morale. Zombies had no fear and would only listen to their master's orders. But cultivators were not. They would be afraid and choose to become deserters because of the heavy casualties. If the logistics could not be guaranteed, Zhou Mubai estimated that within a year at most, deserters would appear in the Eastern Defense region. Now that everyone had killed zombies and obtained battle merits, coupled with the fact that fewer cultivators had died, everyone was extremely happy. However, when the logistics were exhausted and the casualty rate increased greatly, even the battle merits could not stop everyone's fear of battle. He had to seek help from the rear. At the very least, they had to ensure the logistics resources at the front line. Thinking of this, Zhou Mubai walked towards a large hall in the city pass. This hall was the headquarters of the Eastern Defense Region Coalition Army. The decoration in the hall was very simple. The only eye-catching thing was the communication array in the hall. He walked to the communication array. Zhou Mubai sent a message to Zhou Minghao, who was far away in Guang'an Prefecture. Spiritual Shell Island. Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou clan residence. Zhou Minghao looked at Zhou Mubai's message and sighed. Let's hold a battle conference and ask fellow Daoist Yang to attend. After thinking for a while, he added, let's also inform fellow Daoist Chen. Me. Yes, Patriarch. The Zhou clan cultivator took the order and quickly retreated. The war is difficult. Zhou Minghao sighed. He knew that fighting against the zombies on Lotus Flower Island was nothing. The real danger was something that the Guang'an Prefecture cultivators had yet to encounter. His only hope now was that the Qianyuan Sword Sect's backup plan was strong enough to be able to help their Guang'an Prefecture survive this calamity. Seaview City, Redwood Island. In the main hall of the Western Defense Division headquarters, Chen Daoxuan received the message from Zhou Minghao and fell into deep thought. Hold a battle conference. Logically speaking, other than the zombies in the Eastern Defense Zone and Lotus Island, there was not even a single zombie in the other defense zones. There were even some small families who started to clamor about returning to the clan's ground. Towards these people who were not afraid of death, Chen Daoxuan could only let them be. As for whether they would regret it in the future, that was their own business. In the past 6 months, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai had used the communication formation to contact each other several times. Last time, he had even heard that he had displayed his great power and wiped out tens of thousands of enemy zombies in one fell swoop. Why was there a sudden meeting this time? Chen Daoxuan had a guess in his heart, but he wasn't too sure. If his guess was true, then it would really be the time for the Chen family to soar. Danger, danger, and at the same time, it also meant the arrival of opportunities. For the Chen family, the zombie tide on Lotus Island was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan instructed Zhou Muchen and Lei Zhen. He then flew toward Guang'an Prefecture. The communication array could only send simple messages. It was unrealistic to use the communication array to hold a battle meeting. Therefore, he had no choice. Chen Daoxuan had to attend this battle conference personally. Fortunately, his current speed was astonishing, comparable to that of a Zifu disciple. It only took them half a day to reach Guang'an City. Without stopping, Chen Daoxuan's flight light flew directly toward the Zhou clan's encampment. When Chen Daoxuan arrived, she realized that he was the last one to arrive. Actually, it was quite normal when he thought about it carefully. Redwood Island was located the furthest away from the western region, and although his speed was comparable to that of a Zifu disciple, all of the people present here were Zifu disciples, and their speed was no slower than his. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Minghao smiled and shook his head. Since fellow Daoist Chen is here, let's begin. Chapter 168, Crazy Pill Market. Spiritual Shell Island. In the main hall of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army headquarters. This is the situation now. Zhou Minghao looked at the crowd. Seeing Zhou Minghao looking at him, Yang Linyuan frowned and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Zhou, my Yang family is not good at refining pills. The alchemists in the family can't even guarantee the supply of pills for their own people. Usually, the medicinal pills cultivated by the clan members still have to rely on external purchases. This matter. Yang Linyuan shook his head. The Yang family was good at building ships, but they weren't good at refining pills and weapons. Hearing this, Zhou Minghao sighed and said, fellow Daoist Yang, see if you can stop the supply of pills to the clansmen and prioritize the supply of pills to the front line. Otherwise, if the Eastern Defense Zone is breached, the people of Guang'an Prefecture will definitely be plunged into misery. After thinking for a while, Yang Linyuan nodded with difficulty. He knew that this was not the time to be fussy about the cultivation of his clansmen. The most important thing at the moment was to stop the zombie tide from spreading to Guang'an Prefecture. It would be best if they could force them to move towards Kangzhou Immortal City and leave this headache to the Ye family. This was also the reason why Zhou Mubai deliberately left a gap in the front line for Lotus Island and did not completely surround it. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Daoist Yang. Zhou Minghao stood up and bowed to Yang Linyuan. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you're too kind. Yang Linyuan didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly stood up. Zhou Minghao was not only a peak Zifu disciple, but he was also much older than him. It was just that the Zhou and Yang families did not have that deep of a relationship. Their seniority was completely calculated according to their cultivation. Until the two of them sit down again. Zhou Minghao was still frowning. Although the Yang family had agreed to allocate the supply of pills to the front line, just as Yang Linyuan said, the Yang family was not good at alchemy. It was just a drop in the bucket. As for the Zhou clan, they had long since transferred all of their clan members' medicinal pills to the front lines. Just like that, the cultivators at the front line were still complaining that they did not have enough pills. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the 4 city passes at the front line consumed 30,000 to 4.0,000 pills on average every day. Even though these medicinal pills were all lowest grade tier 1 medicinal pills, they could not withstand the massive quantity. This was before a large-scale war broke out at the front line. Both sides had been engaged in a tug-of-war and a war of attrition. Otherwise, the consumption of medicinal pills would increase by more than 10 times in a day. No one could handle such a huge supply of elixirs, especially now that the Zhao family had been destroyed. The elixir market in Guang'an Prefecture had gone crazy, and the prices of all kinds of elixirs had soared. The usual 50 spirit stones per pill had now risen to 80 spirit stones, and the supply was still in short supply. As for the detoxification pills, fiend-breaking pills, and qi-returning pills, which were in the greatest demand at the front line, their prices had risen to sky-high prices. Just as everyone was at a loss. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Chen Daoxuan said, "May I ask Senior Zhou, the pills that the Eastern Defense Alliance Army needs are mainly low-level antidote pills, right?" "That's right." Zhou Minghao's eyes lit up. "Could it be that your Chen family?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Over the years, my Chen family has trained a large number of alchemists. However, the pills they refine are of a lower grade. For the time being, they can only refine low-grade level 1 detoxification pills, shattering fiend pills, and qi recovery pills." "Enough! Enough!" Hearing this, Zhou Minghao felt as if he had heard the sound of nature. What the frontline needed the most was not high-grade medicinal pills, but low-grade medicinal pills used by qi condensation cultivators. There were more than 900,000 cultivators at the front line of the Eastern Defense Zone, and tens of thousands of foundation-building cultivators. Most of them were in the refinement stage. This was the same in the Yun Nation's front line. However, most of the soldiers in the Yun Nation's front line were in the advanced stage of the aura refining realm. Unlike the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army, which was filled with a large number of early and mid-stage qi refinement realm cultivators. Zhou Minghao looked at Chen Daoxuan with a happy expression and cupped his hands. "Wonder how many pills your Chen family can provide." Yang Linyuan did not have much hope. In his eyes, the Chen family being recognized by the Zhou family and the Yang family was mostly because of Chen Daoxuan, the sword cultivator. As for the Chen family itself, it was still too weak. How could such a weak clan support the huge consumption of pills at the front line? But in the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's words made Yang Linyuan's eyes pop out. "Our Chen family doesn't have many pills, only less than 10,000 low-grade level 1 pills. However, our Chen family has been stockpiling pills since a year ago. There was already a lot of stock, which should be able to solve the urgent needs of the front line." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Hearing this, Zhou Minghao was overjoyed, while Yang Linyuan was stunned. In fact, even the Zifu disciple surnamed Zhang who had been listening to the conversation all this time gave Chen Daoxuan a surprised look. "Details? How many?" Zhou Minghao looked at Chen Daoxuan expectantly. "I haven't calculated the exact number, but it should be no less than 1,000,000. Hearing this, even with Zhou Minghao's shrewdness, his heart could not help but beat violently. 1,000,000 pills. Even if it was 1,000,000 low-grade pills, it would take at least hundreds of alchemists a day to refine for a year. Such a huge number of medicinal pills, even the Zhou family could not take them out at all for a time. It wasn't that the Zhou clan didn't have hundreds of alchemists, but that all of their pills had been supplied to the front lines. The Zhou clan would send as many pills as they refined to the front lines. Logically speaking, as such a huge clan, the Zhou clan should have a stock of medicinal pills. However, elixirs were not like magic tools. After they were refined, even if they were sealed in jade bottles, they could only be stored for a few years before the medicinal effects slowly faded. Therefore, generally speaking, the medicinal pills used by cultivators were all newly refined so that the medicinal effects could be maximized. There was another reason. Generally speaking, it was possible for a large clan to store the qi-returning pills. But who would store so many detoxification pills and fiend-breaking pills for no reason? If it wasn't for the corpse mess, the demand for these two medicinal pills had always been very low. It was far from being as high as the medicinal pills that assisted cultivation. Seeing how excited everyone was, Chen Daoxuan could not help but pour cold water on them. However, my Chen family doesn't have enough spirit herbs to refine pills now. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Linyuan and Zhou Minghao looked at each other and smiled. Fellow Daoist Chen, don't worry. We can supply the Chen family with as many spirit herbs as you want. You just have to focus on refining pills. Yes. Yang Linyuan nodded in agreement. Whether it was Spirit Day City or Guang'an City, there were a large number of spirit veins built in the surrounding 10,000 miles. The freelance cultivators who lived in these spirit veins had planted countless spirit herbs over the years. Therefore, he had no choice. The thing that Guang'an Prefecture did not lack the most right now was probably spirit herbs. If the Zhao family had not been destroyed, the number of alchemists in Guang'an Prefecture would have increased. Thinking of this, Yang Linyuan didn't know what to feel. Originally, he had only wanted to use the method of building the spirit vein to snatch benefits from the Zhou family. He did not expect to hit the jackpot and now provide sufficient raw materials for the pills consumed at the front line. Otherwise, now, not only was the problem of the medicinal pill not solved, but even the raw materials for refining the medicinal pill were in a hurry. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was completely relieved. Since the Chen family could solve the pill problem. Next, it was time to discuss the price of the medicinal pills. Now that the Zhao family had been destroyed and the corpses were in chaos, the medicinal pill market in Guang'an Prefecture was somewhat abnormal. This was especially true for the low-grade spirit pills that the front lines needed. It was very difficult to buy it even with spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Chen, may I know the price of your spirit pills? Zhou Minghao asked. Relationship was relationship, business was business. Without enough profit, the Chen family could not keep refining pills. Zhou Minghao and Yang Linyuan understood this simple logic. However, if they were to purchase the pills at the current market price in Guang'an Prefecture, even with the Zhou and Yang families' background, they would still find it difficult to afford them. After all, they did not know how long this war would last. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, logically speaking, as a member of Guang'an Prefecture, my Chen family should have a share of the military expenditure. However, my Chen family is indeed short of money. Therefore, the medicinal pills this time would be supplied at the previous market price. Hearing this, Zhou Minghao and Yang Linyuan heaved a sigh of relief. They had indeed not misjudged him. Not only was Chen Daoxuan shockingly talented, but he also knew how to be willing. He knew when to make the right decision. Indeed, if Chen Daoxuan did this, he would lose a lot of benefits. However, as long as Guang'an Prefecture was protected, the Chen family would be able to obtain even greater benefits in the future. Because the Zhao family was already gone, the rise of the Chen family just happened to make up for the Zhao family's medicinal pill market. This was the Chen family's greatest gain. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that Guang'an Prefecture could be preserved. Detoxification pill, killing pill, and qi recovery pill. The original market price of these three pills was 10 spirit stones each. Chen Daoxuan paused. The pills provided by my Chen family are also priced at this price. However, I have a small request. Fellow Daoist Chen, just be straightforward. Zhou Minghao laughed. I want to use a portion of these spiritual pills to pay for the battle achievements of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the red-haired Zifu disciple surnamed Zhang, who had been listening silently. Everyone looked at him. As long as the soldiers at the front line have no objections, we can use battle merits to trade at any time. That was great. Chen Daoxuan was excited. Compared to spirit stones, what the Chen family lacked even more at this moment was all kinds of alchemy, artifact refinement, inheritances, cultivation techniques, sword techniques, and other things that could improve the family's foundation. Let's not talk about anything else. For example, ever since Chen Daoxuan broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he had never changed to a foundation establishment stage cultivation technique. On one hand, it was because the true essence after the sword intent was tempered was more violent. Chen Daoxuan needed to carefully polish it for 2 years. Another important reason. Chen Daoxuan didn't have a suitable foundation establishment cultivation method. Although he had previously bought a fire attribute foundation establishment cultivation method at the auction, the power of that foundation establishment cultivation method was average and was not what he wanted. One had to know that when a cultivator chooses a cultivation technique in the foundation stage, they will have a chance to increase their cultivation essence. Of course, Chen Daoxuan didn't want to make a choice so casually. The cultivation techniques bought at the auction house were not as powerful as the cultivation techniques exchanged with military merits at the Qianyuan sword sect. Chapter 169, Battle Merit Settlement. Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone. Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. Inside the brand new factory, cylindrical machines buzzed, making a roar that did not match this era. From the valve below the centrifugal wall breaker, wisps of spirit herb essence kept falling. It was caught by the Chen family's cultivator with the surname Fu and then refined into a pill. After half a year of continuous practice. After countless times of refining pills, except for a few cultivators of the Fu generation, the rest of them could easily refine a pill with their eyes closed. After the pills were refined, they were skillfully placed into jade bottles by the female workers and stored in boxes made of golden silk wood. With such cooperation, alchemists only needed to do a simple fusion to refine a pill. As for putting the elixirs into the centrifugal wall breaker, adjusting the speed of the machine, adjusting the speed of the essence of the elixirs, and filling the elixirs into the bottles, it was all done by the ordinary people of the Chen family. It greatly increased the efficiency of pill refinement. After more than half a year of cooperation between the two sides, regardless of whether they were ordinary workers or professional alchemists, both sides had reached an excellent tacit understanding. Now, each apothecary could refine an average of 150 pills a day. Compared to the initial 100 pills a day, the efficiency had increased by nearly 1.5 times. Chen Daolan looked at the young figures and skilled operations of the crowd. While her heart ached, she could not help but feel proud of the members of the Chen family. Such a long time. None of the cultivators of the Fu generation complained about being tired. They were not even 7 years old this year. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory. The heat wave hit the factory, and the furnace operators and apprentices were all drenched in sweat. Even though cultivators were powerful and didn't sweat. However, refining flying swords at high intensity for a long time still exhausted everyone. However, everyone now knew the calamity that Guang'an Prefecture was facing. Although they couldn't go to the front line to kill enemies, they could produce magic tools in the rear, which were no less useful than the soldiers at the front line. Therefore, he had no choice. Under the guidance of the cultivators of the Dao generation, even the cultivators of the Fu generation began to refine low-grade Scarlet Shadow flying swords. As for the earliest batch of Dao cultivators, they had already begun refining first-tier high-grade flying swords. Compared to Changping Pharmaceutical Factory, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory had a much wider variety of magic tools and grades. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. Chen Zianhe was explaining to the cultivators of the Fu generation who had just entered the school the things to take note of when cultivating the returning origin technique. Chen Zianhe seemed to have heard the chirping of the birds outside the window. He looked out of the window and his thoughts drifted further and further away. Old Patriarch. One of the cultivators from the Fu generation seemed to notice Chen Zianhe's absent-mindedness and couldn't help but call out softly. I'm fine. Chen Zianhe smiled. Let's continue. Where were we? Yes, the technique of refining spiritual energy. Looking down from the sky, the entire Shuanghu Island was thriving. However, compared to Shuanghu Island, which had a sparse population, Seaview City on Redwood Island was truly prosperous. With the concerted efforts of cultivators, Seawatch City was almost completed. The rest. As the population continued to expand, the city circle continued to expand. Similar to the city structure of Infinite Star Sea City, the inner city of Seaview City was the location of Immortal City. However, this Immortal City could only be considered a large market at most. However, as cultivators continued to gather on the island, this market would eventually evolve into an Immortal City. No one would doubt this. Immortal cities always attracted cultivators. Because the Immortal City was built on top of the spirit vein, and the rogue cultivators lacked spiritual energy to cultivate, this was also the reason why the Yang family built the spirit vein for the rogue cultivators, and the rogue cultivators were so happy. Spiritual Shell Island. In the main hall of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army Headquarters. I've asked around. The soldiers of the Eastern Defense Region are willing to exchange their battle merits for pills. Zhou Minghao said after sending another message to the Eastern Defense Zone. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Minghao and asked, I wonder how I should settle the accounts with battle merits. Let fellow Daoist Zhang explain this. Hearing this, the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang nodded and said, according to the rules of the Qian Yuan sword sect, there are two types of battle merits in the front line, small merits and great merits. 100 small merits can be exchanged for one great merit. On the front lines, one small merit could be exchanged for one spirit stone. However, spirit stones could not be exchanged for small skills. Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding and made a one-sided exchange. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan said, so, 10 small skills can buy a pill. Hearing this, the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang looked deeply at Chen Daoxuan and smiled. Although the Qian Yuan sword sect can't exchange spirit stones for battle credits, in private, between soldiers, the exchange ratio between small points and spirit stones is 10 small points for 12 spirit stones. Zhou Minghao waved his hand and said, let's go with the price that fellow Daoist Chen said. Then he looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, how many battle merits do you plan to exchange for? I plan to use 50% of the spiritual pills provided by the Chen family to exchange for battle credits. 50%. Zhou Minghao nodded. All right, no problem. On behalf of the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army, I agree to your request. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. No, I should be the one thanking you. Zhou Minghao said solemnly, if we win this battle, your Chen family will take the credit. I dare not, I dare not. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand repeatedly. However, he also knew that the Chen family had contributed a lot to supporting the Guang'an Prefecture's coalition army's shaky logistics at this time. Next, the Zhou family sent out 2 Spirit Void battleships to go back to Shuanghu Island with Chen Daoxuan. 1 day later, Chen Daoxuan returned with the 2 Spirit Void battleships. Far away, he saw Zhou Minghao waiting anxiously in front of the main hall of the headquarters. Seeing boxes of spirit herbs being carried down from the Spirit Void battleship, Zhou Minghao couldn't wait to step forward. He opened the wooden box and looked at the bottles of sealed spirit herbs inside. Zhou Minghao's face was filled with joy. Good. Good. All right. Zhou Minghao casually took out a bottle of spirit pills and opened the seal. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was the detoxification pill that was in short supply at the front line. Seeing Zhou Minghao personally inspecting the pills, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and introduced, this time, my Chen family brought a total of 540,000 detoxification pills, 300,000 devastating pills, and 230,000 energy recovery pills. Zhou Minghao scanned with his divine sense and knew that what Chen Daoxuan said was true. He nodded and said, according to the price we agreed on, 50% of the pills will be paid in spirit stones, and the other 50% will be paid in battle merits. The Eastern Defense Region Alliance Army will have to pay your Chen family a total of 5.35 million spirit stones and 53,500 contribution points. I've already prepared the spirit stones for you. You can withdraw them at any time. As for the battle credits, he looked at the red-haired Zifu disciple beside him. All right. The red-haired cultivator nodded and said, since the front-line soldiers are willing to pay with battle merits, I can transfer the battle merits of the Eastern Defense Region Coalition Army to your Chen family. After saying that, He took out a disc-shaped magic tool and gently tapped it. Immediately, a screen projection appeared in front of everyone. This is the Arc Shadow Plate, a magic tool specially made by the Qianyuan sword sect to record military exploits. After a simple introduction, the red-haired cultivator kept sliding his fingertips on the projection. When Chen Daoxuan saw the screen, he suddenly felt like he was watching a holographic projection in a high-tech movie. The red-haired cultivator didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking. After a while, he nodded and said, "All right, 53,500,000 contribution points have been transferred to your name. You can use these battle merits to exchange for various resources given by the Qianyuan sword sect." After saying that, he handed a jade slip to Chen Daoxuan. "Here are the types and prices of resources that can be exchanged in the Qianyuan sword sect. You can take it back and learn more about it." As he spoke, he had an inexplicable smile on his face. "This is the first time I've seen someone who didn't go to the front line get so many military achievements." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression froze. Seemingly feeling that Chen Daoxuan had misunderstood, the red-haired cultivator waved his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that your Chen clan cultivators are quite lucky. Senior's words are auspicious. The luck of the Chen clan cultivators has always been good." Hearing this, the red-haired cultivator didn't say anything else. In fact, Chen Daoxuan knew this too. This red-haired Zifu disciple, as a rogue cultivator who had come from the front lines, had definitely experienced countless battles in order to be able to reach his current position. Unfortunately, his many years of killing could not compare to Chen Daoxuan's business this time. Such a huge gap, how could he not feel indignant? But in the blink of an eye, he realized that these battle merits were not all owned by Chen Daoxuan alone, but the hard work of hundreds of alchemists in the Chen family for a year. There was nothing for him to be jealous of. He returned to the spiritual residence that the Zhou family had prepared for him. Chen Daoxuan impatiently took out the jade slip from his storage bag and began to read it carefully. The Qianyuan sword sect had provided them with all kinds of resources. But in general, they were roughly divided into two categories. The first type was knowledge. The second type was material. The so-called knowledge category included cultivation techniques, spiritual spells, alchemy inheritance, weapon refinement inheritance, talisman creation inheritance, array formation inheritance, puppet techniques. As for the material category, there were all kinds of treasures, such as untouched spirit ores, spirit herbs, spirit plants, and even all kinds of rare spirit items. There were also processed treasures such as magic tools, spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, array discs, and so on. He roughly flipped through it. In general, it was the most cost-effective to exchange battle merits for knowledge resources, but it was not as cost-effective as using spirit stones to exchange for material resources. The various resources in the jade slip dazzled Chen Daoxuan, and he didn't know how to choose. Fortunately, he had a clear goal this time. The first thing he had to do was to exchange for cultivation techniques for his clan's cultivators. Currently, the Chen clan only had one foundation establishment cultivation technique, the Red Sun technique, which they had bought from the auction house last time. This cultivation technique was not considered bad, but it was indeed too ordinary. Moreover, the range of choices was too narrow. In the future, the cultivators of the Chen family would not all cultivate the same cultivation technique, right? If a cultivator with a water attribute spirit body appeared in the Chen family in the future, wouldn't there be no cultivation technique to cultivate? Thus, the Chens had to have at least one foundation establishment or even Zifu stage cultivation technique each. Moreover, it would be best if it was a cultivation technique with an extremely high upper limit. For example, the Qianyuan sword sect's ultimate cultivation method, the Qianyuan sword scripture, was such a cultivation method with an extremely high upper limit. Chen Daoxuan searched carefully and found that the cultivation method of the Book of Qianyuan Sword was listed. I have heard that the sect would give its most powerful techniques to the cultivators at the front line. Now it seems like it is true. Chen Daoxuan examined it carefully and still discovered some differences. Chapter 170, Exchange. The Qianyuan sword scripture could indeed be exchanged for frontline cultivators, but it was only limited to foundation establishment and Zifu stage contents. The subsequent cultivation methods could also be exchanged from the Qianyuan sword sect, but that would require the cultivator to go to the Qianyuan sword sect in person to exchange. This was to prevent the enemies of the Cloud Country from infiltrating the Infinite Star Sea and stealing the key techniques of the Qianyuan sword sect. There are indeed restrictions. Chen Daoxuan nodded. That was more like it. If there were no restrictions at all, Chen Daoxuan would be surprised. It was said that this Qianyuan sword scripture was passed down by the founder of the Qianyuan sword sect, Qian Yuanzi. Qian Yuanzi was a Mahayana true immortal, the kind of mighty cultivator who finally ascended to the upper realm. The cultivation technique he left behind was actually spread out by the younger generation just like that. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could not help but be very curious about the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect. What kind of person could have such boldness and courage? He actually spread the sect's secret technique to the world without being stingy. At least, he wasn't very willing to let Chen Daoxuan spread the Chen family's unique industrial alchemy and refining knowledge. Although he knew that doing so would quickly increase the strength of the entire Infinite Star Sea. However, Chen Daoxuan was short-sighted and only considered his own family. He could not be so selfless as to spread the knowledge of industrialization to the world. At least in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the only people he truly acknowledged were 13th Uncle and the Chen clan cultivators whose blood was thicker than water. The Foundation Establishment Realm's Qianyuan sword scripture requires 10,000 contribution points. The Zifa Realm's Qianyuan sword scripture. His. Chen Daoxuan gasped. 100,000 contribution points is equivalent to 10 million spirit stones. Just this cultivation method that was only for one person to cultivate was actually comparable to a grade 3 spirit meridian. He thought that he was very rich with 3,500 contribution points, but after seeing the exchange price of the Book of Qianyuan Sword, he felt that he was still very poor. He now vaguely understood why the sect master of the Qianyuan Sword sect would take out this top-notch cultivation method to exchange. Would a cultivator who had cultivated the Foundation Establishment Realm Qianyuan Sword scripture be willing to switch to another cultivation technique with mediocre power after entering the Zifa Disciple Realm? He was definitely unwilling. Since he was unwilling, he had to work hard to earn battle merits and serve the Qianyuan sword sect to the death. It could be said that the Qianyuan sword sect had captured the hearts of thousands of sword cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea with just this method. As a sword cultivator, Chen Daoxuan had personally experienced the combat strength of sword cultivators. He had no doubt that Zhou Mubai was also cultivating this technique. As a sword cultivator, as an existence known as the ceiling of combat strength among cultivators of the same level, no one wanted to be weaker than other cultivators. In fact, Zhou Mubai had been unable to comprehend sword essence at the qi condensation stage. Compared to Chen Daoxuan, he had lost a chance to temper his genuine qi, so his foundation was always weaker than Chen Daoxuan's. For swordsmen, the weakness of this one point is often the difference between the sky and the earth. Change. He looked at the Qianyuan sword scripture and decided to exchange for it. He continued reading. Chen Daoxuan didn't look through the knowledge category anymore. Instead, he looked through the spirit medicine category. Found it. Chen Daoxuan was pleasantly surprised. 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit. Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the spirit fruit that was as red as jade in the jade slip. This was the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit that he had seen at the Guang'an Prefecture auction. It was rumored to have the effect of extending one's lifespan by 30 years. This time, Chen Daoxuan didn't need to care about 13th Uncle's dissuasion anymore and decisively decided to exchange. The exchange price of the 1,000-year vermilion fruit was 15,000 contribution points, which was half of the price of the Foundation Establishment Qianyuan sword scripture. However, Chen Daoxuan felt that it was worth it. Without 13th Uncle's silent defense, the Chen family might have vanished into thin air a long time ago, and there would be no rise today. All the Chen clan cultivators should have Chen Xianhe's credit. He, Chen Xianhe, was worthy of this life-prolonging treasure. He decided to exchange for the Foundation Establishment Realm's sword scripture of elemental sword and the 1,000-year vermilion fruit. Chen Daoxuan only had 28,500 contribution points left. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Let's find other 5 elemental cultivation techniques. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and continued to search for cultivation techniques for the future foundation building cultivators of the Chen family. Very quickly. 555 elements cultivation techniques that could reach the nascent soul stage were chosen by Chen Daoxuan. Of course, he only exchanged for the part of the foundation establishment stage. A complete cultivation method that went straight to the nascent soul stage was not something that Chen Daoxuan could exchange for. There's actually a difference between an individual exchange and a clan exchange for cultivation techniques. Chen Daoxuan had a headache. He chose the Qian Yuan sword scripture, which was a personal exchange. In other words, when he exchanged for this cultivation technique, he had to make a great Dao oath. He could only cultivate it himself and could not pass it on to others. As for the clan exchange, this cultivation technique could be cultivated by all the cultivators of the Chen family. The exchange price of this cultivation technique was 10 times more expensive than that of an individual. In fact, if one were to carefully calculate it, the clan exchange would definitely be more cost-effective than the individual exchange. It was impossible for a normal clan to have only 10 cultivators. Back then, the Chen family's immortal generation had exchanged for the artifact refining inheritance from the Qian Yuan sword sect with the family. Chen Daoxuan went back to the introduction of the Book of Qian Yuan sword and found that there was no family exchange, only individual exchange. Seeing this, his face was full of resentment. He thought that he would be able to pick up a big bargain, but he did not expect that the Qian Yuan sword sect had already considered everything. He thought about it carefully. Since this military merit system had been implemented for 400 years, even if there were loopholes, it must have been blocked by the Qian Yuan sword sect. Forget it. Besides me, there is no other sword cultivator in the Che Zhang family. It would be a waste to exchange for the Heaven Essence sword scripture at 10 times the price. Chen Daoxuan consoled himself. An individual would only need 2,500 contribution points to exchange for the 5 elements of the foundation establishment stage, but a clan would need 25,000 contribution points to exchange for 10 times the price. Now, Chen Daoxuan only had 3,500 contribution points left. A high-level cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the nascent soul realm is too expensive. Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with heartache. This is only a portion of the cultivation technique for the foundation establishment stage. If I exchange for the complete cultivation technique, wouldn't I have to go bankrupt? Now he finally knew how the Qian Yuan sword sect paid the military expenses of countless cultivators in the front line. It relied on these cultivation techniques, spells, sword scriptures, inheritances, and other intangible knowledge. These were the things that rogue cultivators and even clan cultivators lacked the most. As for the clan cultivators or itinerant cultivators, after obtaining these cultivation methods, their strength would increase and they would be able to compete with the Qian Yuan sword sect. He was thinking too much. In the process of attacking the Yun nation, most of the resources plundered by the Qian Yuan sword sect were digested and absorbed by it. In addition, the Qian Yuan sword sect's foundation in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea and its various inheritances were more complete and complicated than any other force in the Infinite Star Sea. In addition, it directly controlled the countless mortals in its vast territory, as well as the heritage left behind by its Mahayana true immortal orthodoxy. They thought that they were delusional enough to resist the Qian Yuan sword sect just because they had obtained a few cultivation techniques. The outcome would definitely be 100 times worse than Daoist Master Shenzhou. Daoist Shenzhou had at least obtained the complete inheritance of an immortal and a grotto heaven that he could escape from. Which of the major families in the Infinite Star Sea, including the nascent soul realm families, had such conditions? I still have 3,500 contribution points. What should I exchange for? Chen Daoxuan continued to rummage through the jade slips. It could be said that he wanted everything inside. Whether it was various inheritances or substantial treasures, they could rapidly increase the strength of the Chen family. But he was helpless. Too few battle credits. Sigh, I'll choose you. After searching for a long time, Chen Daoxuan reluctantly withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. In the end, he did not choose an inheritance or a treasure. Instead, he chose an array formation. To be precise, it was a Tier 4 mountain protecting array formation. Logically speaking, setting up Tier 4 array formations already exceeded the scope of Chen Daoxuan's abilities. However, he had the primordial enlightenment scripture hanging outside the door. In addition, his attainments in array formations were quite deep. He believed that with careful comprehension, he would be able to set up this array formation sooner or later. He looked at the various array formation materials for this Tier 4 mountain protecting array. They weren't rare items. They were all things that could be bought in Guang'an Prefecture. Since it was something that Guang'an Prefecture could buy, it would only cost a few spirit stones. Not to mention that the Chen family did not lack spirit stones at the moment. In the main hall of the Western Defense Division headquarters alone, there were still close to 70 million spirit stones lying there. One had to know. Setting up the mountain protection array was not only the Chen family's business. Seaview City on Redwood Island also needed this array. The Chen clan was buying the knowledge of the mountain defending array while the Western Defense region was paying spirit stones to buy the materials. It was very fair. No one could say no. Seeing that he only had 500 contribution points left, Chen Daoxuan put the jade slip back into his storage bag with heartache. Since he had decided, he would go and exchange for it with the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang tomorrow. Something like the 1,000-year red fruit might need to be specially transported over. However, all kinds of knowledge and inheritance should be obtained on the spot. He had already asked Zhou Minghao about these things. The next day, Chen Daoxuan reported the names of the various resources he wanted to exchange for. The red-haired cultivator's face twitched as he listened to Chen Daoxuan's words. Are you sure you want to exchange for the Heaven Essence Sword Scripture? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Swear it. Immediately. Chen Daoxuan swore an oath to not spread the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. In the next moment, the red-haired cultivator took out the disc and began to transfer the numbers again. Very quickly, a thin beam of light shot out from the disc and headed straight for Chen Daoxuan's forehead. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was the normal procedure for exchanging cultivation techniques. He then closed his eyes. In the next second, an extremely mysterious cultivation technique appeared in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and looked curiously at the disc in the other party's hand. This magic tool is really magical. Of course. This is an important guarantee for the perfect implementation of the military merit system of our Qianyuan sword sect. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for countless cultivators at the front line to exchange for cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. As a weapon refinement master, he could clearly see that the person who had refined this weapon possessed astonishing talent. Chen Daoxuan created a new magic tool, relying on the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store comprehension. And this armament master was completely relying on his own astonishing talent. One could see the leopard in a small tube. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Qianyuan sword sect. Chapter 171, Benefits Can't Balance Everything. He transferred 6 cultivation techniques and array knowledge into Chen Daoxuan's consciousness. Even though his divine sense was comparable to that of Azifu disciples, he also felt that it was a little strenuous. The red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, the 1,000-year vermilion fruit you want will only be delivered after some time. After a while, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Yes. The red-haired cultivator checked and said, your luck is not bad. There happens to be a frontline transport ship in the Azure Continent Immortal City at the moment. It will come once in about 3 days. However, the transportation fee will be paid by the troops. Transportation fee? Chen Daoxuan was surprised. Of course, you need transportation fees. Otherwise, how much face do you have to have for a frontline carrier to make a trip for you? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said helplessly, didn't you say that the frontline transport ship is in Kangzhou Immortal City? Can't I get it myself? Hearing this, the red-haired cultivator's face was filled with deep meaning. Transporting all kinds of resources to the frontline soldiers is also a source of wealth for a senior of the Qianyuan sword sect. Are you sure you want to do this? This. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Me. Since it involved the interests of the higher UPS of the Qianyuan sword sect, he naturally would not break this rule and make others unhappy. It was just a matter of spending some spirit stones to gain battle merits, so there was no need to offend anyone. Seeing how tactful Chen Daoxuan was, the red-haired cultivator couldn't help but think more highly of him. In the Infinite Star Sea, there were many talented cultivators who were arrogant and ignorant when they were young. They didn't know that they had unknowingly offended many people they couldn't afford to offend. These cultivators often ended up in a miserable state. Obviously, this sword cultivator called Chen Daoxuan in front of him knew when to retreat and when to give up. At this moment, he finally understood why the Zhou family and the Yang family were so optimistic about this young cultivator. It was not just because of his talent in the way of the sword, but also because of other characteristics on him. If a person only had talent but made enemies everywhere, this kind of person was destined not to go far. Only people like Chen Daoxuan, who had talent and shrewdness, could walk a long way on the complicated path of cultivation. You need to pay 100 contribution points or 10,000 spirit stones to transport a 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit from the Kang Prefecture Immortal City. You can choose either method of payment. I choose to use spirit stones. The red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang nodded his head, not surprised by Chen Daoxuan's choice. On the front lines of the Yun nation, most cultivators who needed to exchange for special resources used spirit stones to pay for transportation. After all, war credits could buy many resources that could not be bought with a normal price. In the eyes of cultivators, it was much more precious than spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to exchange 10 points for 12 spirit stones. In less than 3 days, a streak of light flew towards the Zhou clan's encampment in Guang'an City. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the hall. His gaze narrowed slightly. The person before him was also a Zifu disciple, but his level of cultivation was too low, so he couldn't tell exactly what level of Zifu disciple the other party was at. But he could sense that this person was definitely not an early Zifu disciple. The person was wearing a green Daoist robe, and a jade crown was rolled up on his head. His face was thin, and he looked energetic. Seeing the Zifu disciple surnamed Zhang, the person immediately cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Zhang." "Yes." The red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang nodded. "Did you bring the thing?" "Yes, it's here." As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his storage bag. The entire jade box was sealed by a restriction. Seeing this, the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang took the jade box from the young Zifu disciple, then handed it to Chen Daoxuan. "Good." Chen Daoxuan eagerly took the jade box and immediately removed the restriction on it. After carefully examining it, he nodded and said, "The item is correct." After speaking, he looked at the Zifu disciple who had delivered the goods for him, clasped his hands, and thanked him. "Thank you, senior. It's no trouble at all. In the future, if you have such good things, just call me more often." This Zifu disciple called Zheng Heng cupped his hands politely, not looking down on Chen Daoxuan in the slightest because of his low level of cultivation. Seeing the other party staring at him, Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over. He said, "These are the spirit stones I prepared. Senior, please take a look." Hearing this, Zheng Heng took the storage bag without hesitation and entered his divine sense into the storage bag in front of the two of them to count. Not long after, Zheng Heng raised his head and cupped his hands with a smile. "That's right, it's exactly 10,000 spirit stones." Chen Daoxuan quickly returned the greeting. Zheng Heng nodded and bid farewell to the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang. He then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared in front of the two of them. Watching Zheng Heng leave, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang and said, "Since that's the case, it's time for me to return to the western defense area." The red-haired cultivator nodded and said, "Take care, I won't see you out. Mt. Farewell." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan flew towards Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan had to go back and digest the various resources he had exchanged for his battle credits. To his surprise, the price of high-grade cultivation methods was too expensive. Fortunately, in the Infinite Star Sea, there was a way for cultivators to obtain high-level cultivation methods. This practice of the Qianyuan sword sect undoubtedly gave the lowest-level rogue cultivators a ladder to high-level cultivators. This was also the reason why there had been an endless stream of middle and high-level itinerant cultivators in the past 400 years. In less than half a day, Chen Daoxuan's light faded and landed on the Chen family's spirit vein on Shuanghu Island. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy of the second-grade spiritual vein, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. Chen Daoxuan swept his divine sense around and didn't alarm anyone. He headed straight for the clan school. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. It had been half a year since the second batch of cultivators from the lucky generation entered the school. In the clan school, other than Chen Zianhe, who was an old teacher who stayed here all the year round, young cultivators of the Dao generation often came to the clan school as guest teachers to teach the disciples of the Fu generation all kinds of knowledge. On the contrary, Chen Daoxuan was busy with the family. The amount of time he had spent in the clan school in the past 2 years could be counted on one hand. Even the classes he had set up for the sword Dao and talisman making were often absent due to the lack of teachers. Kendo class was still manageable. Chen Zianhe could take over for a while. After all, Chen Zianhe had been immersed in the wind-chasing sword technique for his entire life and had already reached the great success stage. It wasn't a problem for him to give some pointers to the cultivators of the Fu generation who didn't know anything. In the talisman crafting class, no cultivator in the Chen family could replace Chen Daoxuan. This was because other than Chen Daoxuan, no cultivator in the Chen family knew how to make spiritual talismans. When Chen Daoxuan walked to the door of the classroom, Chen Zianhe was teaching Kendo class on behalf of him. The essence of the wind-chasing sword technique lies in the word fast. As Chen Zianhe spoke, he took out a scarlet flying sword from his storage pouch. Under his control, the scarlet shadow flying sword circled above everyone's heads. After a while, the scarlet flying sword turned into a ball of shadow that could not be seen clearly. When a flying sword reaches a certain speed, not only will its power increase greatly, but it will also make it impossible for the enemy to guard against it. When cultivated to the extreme, your flying sword will already take the enemy's head before the cultivator's divine sense can react. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying sword suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the flying sword suddenly appeared in front of the forehead of a cultivator of the Fu generation and suddenly hovered. Wow! In the classroom, the cultivators of the Fu generation clapped their hands and burst into thunderous cheers. Ha ha ha! Chen Zianhe stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Compared to the boring and complicated knowledge of weapon refinement and pill refinement, flying sword lessons were more likely to make cultivators of the Fu generation obsessed. Regrettably, Chen Daoxuan, who had started this course, had never taught the cultivators of the Fu generation a few proper sword arts lessons. Outside the classroom, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the harmonious scene between the young and old of the Chen family. On campus, Chen Zianhe and Chen Xian walked side by side on the avenue of the campus. Your breath control technique is getting more and more powerful. I actually didn't know you were back when you were standing beside me. Chen Xian and Elder He Kang had a complicated expression on their faces. Chen Daoxuan smiled. It's not that my breath holding skill is outstanding. It's just that 13th uncle, you've been teaching too seriously. That's why you didn't notice my return. Hearing this, don't comfort me. Chen Zianhe smiled and waved his hand. I'm not a child. Haha. Then, he changed the topic. Oh right, how are the pills you sold to the front line? Half of it will be settled with spirit stones, and the other half will be settled with battle merits. In total, you will receive 53,500 contribution points. So many. Chen Zianhe looked at him in surprise. He did some calculations and nodded. In that case, we've made a profit. Although one small merit can be exchanged for one spirit stone, if you want to use spirit stones to buy merit points, the premium will be quite high. Indeed. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then, he took out a jade box and said with a smile, oh right, I bought a gift for you, 13th uncle. Chen Zianhe stopped in his tracks. He took the jade box from Chen Daoxuan and slowly opened it after removing the restriction. Only to see a red jade-like spiritual fruit lay quietly in the jade box. Qian, 1,000-year red fruit. Chen Zianhe's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Chen Daoxuan, not knowing what to say. Dao Xian thinks that my Chen family still needs 13th uncle to work hard for the family for a period of time. He looked at Chen Zianhe with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Zianhe had mixed feelings. If Chen Zianhe was asked if he was afraid of death, he would definitely be. Anyone who was still conscious was not afraid of death. However, he would rather die than let Chen Zianhe sacrifice his family's interests in exchange for his own life. However, Chen Zianhe knew that this jade box contained not only the family's interests, but also Chen Daoxuan's kinship with him. I accept your gift. Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had bought the 1,000-year red fruit behind 13th uncle's back, 13th uncle, who knew its price, might very well sell it. Because in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, for an old cultivator like him who was destined not to be able to reach foundation establishment, it was unwise to spend more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in the clan. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that not everything in this world could be measured by benefits. For example, Chen Daoxuan's feelings for him. He had always taught Chen Daoxuan to have feelings for the family since he was young and not to abandon it. This naturally included his feelings for Chen Daoxuan. If Chen Daoxuan was willing to give up on Chen Daoxuan for the sake of the family, then he would be willing to do so. Then would he give up the entire family for the sake of benefits one day? Chen Daoxuan was relieved. He felt that his teaching of Chen Daoxuan was successful. All these years, Chen Daoxuan's actions had not let him down, nor had he let down the expectations of the Chen clan's ancestors, nor had he let down the Chen clan's descendants. Therefore, what reason did he have to reject this gift? Chapter 172, Ultimate True Origin. Shuanghu Island. In Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence. In front of the spirit pond, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a cushion made of warm jade. He slowly closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the space of his sea of consciousness. In the space of his sea of consciousness, in the center, the golden scripture was like a lofty mountain that had never changed since ancient times, suppressing the space in his sea of consciousness. Surrounding the golden scripture were 9 faint stardust. They chased after each other and kept spinning, mysterious and beautiful. In the deeper part of his sea of consciousness, there were balls of light. These balls of light stored all the knowledge that Chen Daoxuan had learned in his previous life and this life. There was the professional knowledge of machinery from his previous life, as well as the cultivation techniques, sword scriptures, refining knowledge, alchemy knowledge, talisman creation knowledge, and so on. These light balls were of different sizes. However, there were 7 balls of light that were somewhat out of place with the other balls of light, as if they had been forcefully stuffed into the sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan knew. The knowledge stored in these 7 balls of light was what the red-haired cultivator surnamed Zhang had forcefully stuffed into his sea of consciousness. Among them, Chen Daoxuan was going to practice the next cultivation method, the Book of Qian Yuan Sword. He took a deep breath. Chen Daoxuan sank his consciousness into the ball of light carrying the Book of Qian Yuan Sword. In the next second, Chen Daoxuan felt as if his head had exploded. Countless profound cultivation techniques and profundities surged toward him like a tide. Chen Daoxuan collected his thoughts and absorbed the knowledge of the cultivation technique. He planned to wait until the 10 stardusts were full before using the power of enlightenment to comprehend it carefully. Otherwise, it was not easy for him to fully comprehend the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. Chen Daoxuan was clear that the higher the level of the technique, the harder it was to cultivate. The first level of difficulty here was the comprehension of the cultivation technique. Some foundation establishment cultivators, even if they obtained a top-notch cultivation technique, could not even comprehend the most basic comprehension, let alone start cultivating. Chen Daoxuan had the help of the primordial enlightenment scripture. He had never been afraid of comprehension alone. After he finished reading the contents of the foundation establishment realm cultivation method of the Heaven Essence Sword scripture, Chen Daoxuan's expression became a little strange. The Qian Yuan Sword scripture had a much more detailed description of the path of the strongest sword cultivator than the sword art jade slip that Zhou Mubai had given him. In this cultivation technique, it mentioned a concept called the limit state. The so-called extreme state was the extreme quality that a cultivator could achieve with their true qi, true essence, and magic power. For example, when Chen Daoxuan was in the qi refinement stage, he had refined his genuine qi with sword intent. It was 3 times stronger than a refinement realm cultivator of the same cultivation level. This state was called the limit state by the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. To reach this limit state, the tempering of sword intent was only one of the methods. There were also cultivators who had talents that other cultivators could not envy, such as various spirit bodies and treasure bodies. With this special physique, after cultivating a cultivation technique of the corresponding attribute, it would also have a tempering effect on one's true qi, true essence, and magic power. For example, Yang Wan's water spirit body had such a tempering effect. However, compared to the sword essence of a swordsman, the tempering effect was slightly inferior. If there was a person who possessed this type of spirit body and had also comprehended sword intent, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to temper his own true essence, achieving a level where his true essence surpassed the magic power of Zifu disciples? But in reality, he could indeed achieve double tempering, but the effect of the second tempering would be greatly reduced. No matter how much true essence a foundation establishment cultivator had refined, it would never surpass the magic power of even the most ordinary Zifu disciple. At the very most, he would only be able to reach 70 to 80% of the magic power of a Zifu disciple. In the Qianyuan sword scripture, this state of true essence was described as the limit of true essence. There weren't many ways to reach this limit of primeval essence. One was like the one mentioned above, having a spirit body and comprehending sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. Under the dual tempering, one could reach this limit. There was another type. Even though Chen Daoxuan didn't have a spirit body, he had already tempered his Genkai with sword intent once in the meditational stage. His foundation was even stronger than other swordsmen. There was also a chance to reach this limit. However, no matter how monstrous a cultivator was, no matter how many times they tempered their true essence, they could only reach this limit at most. This was because the so-called ultimate form of true essence. JF1 took another step forward, it would transform into the magic power of a Zifu disciple. It was impossible for true essence to be stronger than magic power. True essence was stronger than magic power, which meant that it had already transformed into magic power. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's previous idea that true essence would grow infinitely under the tempering of sword intent shattered like a bubble. How could there be such a detailed explanation for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivation? This 10,000 contribution points was worth it. Chen Daoxuan grinned. Some of the doubts he had about the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage were all solved at this moment. As Chen Daoxuan continued to read the book of Qianyuan sword, he stood up from time to time and paced around the courtyard excitedly. From time to time, he gestured with his hands to verify his previous conjectures about the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he truly realized the difference between a top-notch cultivation technique and an ordinary foundation establishment cultivation technique. After sword cultivators comprehend sword intent, they can actually create a sword scripture that suits them. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up when he saw the content recorded in the book of Qianyuan sword. He suddenly remembered. When he and Zhou Mubai were investigating Lotus Island, the two of them were trapped in the 10,000 corpse blood fiend array. The sword technique that Zhou Mubai used at the end seemed to be something he had never seen in the exchange jade slips of the Qianyuan sword sect. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again took out the exchange jade slip of the Qianyuan sword sect from his storage bag. He looked through it carefully again and indeed did not find the green lotus sword technique that Mubai had used. Thinking about it this way, this green lotus sword technique should have been created by Zhou Mubai himself. Zhou Mubai's sword intent had long broken through the formless realm and reached the second stage of the corporeal realm. He had even walked quite a distance in the second stage of the corporeal realm. He was probably about to touch the threshold of the third-level sword intent. In comparison, when Chen Daoxuan was in foundation establishment, his sword doctrine realm had improved greatly, but he had just crossed the threshold of the corporeal realm. Even now, there was still a huge gap between his sword Dao and Zhou Mubai's. However, Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged. After all, compared to Zhou Mubai, the age gap between the two of them was too big. Chen Daoxuan's talent in the way of the sword might not be comparable to Zhou Mubai's, but with the help of the primordial enlightenment scripture, he believed that his talent in the way of the sword would not be inferior to any genius in the way of the sword. This was called not having enough talent, but cheating to make up for it. Phew! After reading the entire contents of the book of Qianyuan sword, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He could only wait for tomorrow. After accumulating 10 stardusts, he began to comprehend this cultivation method. After he had fully comprehended it, he would start to cultivate the Heaven Essence sword scripture. To cultivators, changing cultivation techniques was a rather troublesome matter. The lower the cultivation, the lower the price to pay for switching to a cultivation technique. It was basically the common choice for cultivators to switch cultivation techniques at the foundation establishment stage. Most qi condensation cultivators would cultivate some non-elemental and peaceful techniques. Although their power was average, they were neutral and peaceful. When they reached the foundation establishment stage, they would not be hindered from switching to other techniques. However, if a cultivator cultivated to the Zifu or even the Golden Core realm, the price they had to pay to change cultivation techniques would be huge. It was rumored that there was once a Golden Core cultivator who was tempted after obtaining a cultivation technique that was especially suitable for him. Then, he chose to switch to another cultivation technique. In the end, it took nearly 50 years to completely transfer the cultivation method. One had to know. 50 years was a long time even for a Golden Core cultivator. After all, the lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator was only 800 years. And this cultivator must have spent hundreds of years cultivating to the Aurous Core stage. In other words, he only had a few hundred years of lifespan left. He had wasted 50 years of time in order to change his cultivation method, and his cultivation had not improved at all during this time. Perhaps, this Golden Core cultivator would completely lose the chance to break through to the nascent soul realm because of his change of cultivation technique. Any cultivator with a clear mind would be able to measure the loss. Of course, the price of switching from foundation establishment to cultivation techniques was much lower. In particular, Chen Daoxuan's refinement stage cultivation method was the returning to origin technique, which was known as the most suitable cultivation method for laying the foundation in the infinite star sea. It would be easier to switch to other cultivation techniques. Normally, as long as Chen Daoxuan the Qian Yuan sword scripture, he would be able to master it within a year. At that time, he would be able to raise his cultivation again and advance to a higher level. Of course, even though he could not improve his cultivation in this year, it did not mean that his strength could not improve. In fact, the Qian Yuan sword scripture was a top-notch sword cultivation technique. Like other attribute cultivation techniques, it could increase the true essence of sword cultivators. It helped the swordsman's quintessential essence reach its limit faster. Chen Daoxuan estimated that after he had completely cultivated the Qian Yuan sword scripture, his genuine vitality would increase by 70 to 80% at most. However, this 70% to 80% was not achieved overnight. Instead, it was improved step by step during the process of changing cultivation techniques. So, in the following year, although his cultivation could not increase, his strength would not stop like during this period of time when he was polishing his true essence. In front of the spirit pond, Chen Daoxuan once again focused his mind and slowly polished the true essence that was almost as easy as his arms and fingers. Very quickly, a night passed. The sky was starting to brighten, and the first ray of light shone on his handsome face, making him look like an immortal. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Soon after, once again, he silently recited the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. Thinking about it carefully, he had probably been chanting this scripture since the first time he lit up his sea of consciousness. It had already been more than 10 years. It was also after he discovered the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture's ability to store comprehension that he truly rose to power. It could be said that at least 80% of his achievements today were due to this golden scripture. But today, after Chen Daoxuan finished chanting the primordial enlightenment scripture, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 173, the second level of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. How could this be? Chen Daoxuan looked into his sea of consciousness. The 10 stardusts spun and chased after each other, but the power that would attract each other after accumulating 10 stardusts had disappeared. Even if Chen Daoxuan consciously controlled the 10 stardusts to collide together, in the next second, these 10 stardusts would scatter again. How could this be? Chen Daoxuan muttered. His first reaction was that the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture's ability to store comprehension had disappeared. But then, he felt that something was wrong. If the ability of the primordial enlightenment scripture to store comprehension disappeared, how could he explain these 10 stardusts? After all these years of constant recitation of scriptures, Chen Daoxuan also had his own understanding of the primordial enlightenment scripture. The stardust that had accumulated in his sea of consciousness was the manifestation of his comprehension when he recited the scriptures. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what kind of power the primordial enlightenment scripture had, that it could even materialize such an illusory thing as perception. However, This did not prevent him from using this function of the primordial enlightenment scripture. But now, there was a problem with this function. How could Chen Daoxuan, who had been relying on it for a long time, be indifferent? He took a deep breath. Chen Daoxuan began to analyze it carefully. Since the stardust was still there, it proved that the ability of the primordial enlightenment scripture to store comprehension was still there. Unable to merge into one, it meant that it could no longer give Chen Daoxuan an epiphany. And there were two situations where he couldn't gain enlightenment. Firstly, he would not be able to gain any more epiphanies in the future, no matter how much comprehension the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture stored. Second, the threshold for enlightenment had been raised. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. That's right, just like how a cultivator's cultivation would advance. Chen Daoxuan had been silently reciting the primordial enlightenment scripture for many years, and he would also have a new breakthrough. It was just like how it had the ability to store comprehension after he had silently recited the primordial enlightenment scripture for so many years. When the ability to store comprehension first appeared, the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture was at the first level. Now, it was very likely that his primordial Dao enlightenment scripture had already broken through to the second level. That's right. It was very possible. As Chen Daoxuan thought about it, he felt more and more confident. This primordial Dao enlightenment scripture was good in all aspects except for one point. There was no explanation. Even though he had broken through, if it wasn't for the fact that the stardust was no longer fused, he wouldn't have noticed any changes. In Chen Daoxuan's understanding, it was like an inexplicable existence. It never explained, but it was unwavering. Whether or not it's as I've guessed, we'll have to see tomorrow's situation. Chen Daoxuan said silently. The next day, Chen Daoxuan recited the primordial enlightenment scripture again. After the time for an incense stick to burn, another stardust appeared in his sea of consciousness. The number of stardust had broken through 10, reaching an unprecedented 11. As expected. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. He could still continue to store his comprehension ability. This proved that it was very consistent with his guess. That was that the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture had broken through to a new level. The threshold for enlightenment had been raised. Raising the threshold of enlightenment had its pros and cons. The drawback was that this way, the number of times he would have an epiphany in the future would be less. In the past, he would store 10 days of comprehension and gain enlightenment once. Now, he did not know how long he had to store his comprehension ability before he could gain an epiphany. However, the advantage was that the effect of the epiphany was definitely stronger. Previously, he could only store 10 stardusts at most. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his comprehension increased tenfold. Although the effect was strong enough, it was still comparable to Chen Daoxuan's increasingly terrifying sword realm. The effect of this epiphany was no longer as exaggerated as it was at the beginning. Even though his sword principle realm was still improving every 10 days, the speed of improvement was definitely not as fast as when he first stepped onto the sword principle. When Chen Daoxuan had just cultivated wind-chasing sword technique, he had achieved small success in 1 epiphany and great success in 3 epiphany. After a few more moments of enlightenment, he reached the perfection realm. Such a terrifying effect would probably scare those who did not know the inside story. However, as his sword Dao realm continued to increase, the effects of his epiphany also continued to weaken. Actually, it wasn't that the effects of the epiphany had weakened. It was because his sword Dao had become more profound, and it was more and more difficult to improve. In fact, the speed at which his sword principle was improving was extremely shocking in the eyes of other sword cultivators. The entire infinite star sea. Who could be like him? He was only in his 20s, yet his sword intent had already reached the second stage of the corporeal realm. Others who succeeded in building their foundation in their 20s would be hailed as geniuses. To be able to become a sword cultivator in his 20s, he was a genius among geniuses, a monstrous existence. And in his 20s, his sword intent had reached the realm of form. It was unknown if there would be others who would come after him, but he, Chen Daoxuan, was definitely an unprecedented existence. Time passed day by day. Chen Daoxuan suppressed his patience. Other than grinding his primeval essence normally, he basically taught the Chen clan's lucky generation immortal seedlings in the clan school. His main course was Kendo. Compared to Chen Xianhe, Chen Daoxuan's understanding of swordsmanship was much higher. If he were to explain the basics of the Tao of the sword to the immortals, he would be much more thorough than Chen Zianhe. Over the past few days, Chen Daoxuan found a few good saplings in the way of the sword among the batch of immortal seedlings. This was the difference between him and Chen Zianhe. Even though Chen Zianhe had mastered the wind-chasing sword technique, his understanding of the technique was based on speed. Not to mention his other comprehensions of the sword Dao. As for Chen Daoxuan, whether it was his comprehension of the wind-chasing sword technique or the overflow rain sword technique, he had even surpassed the people who created these two sword techniques. With his current sword Dao realm, wanting to create a sword scripture of this level was simply a casual matter. Those Tier 1 sword scriptures that he had thought were extremely profound in the past. Looking at it now, it was like a child painting, making a fool of himself. Very quickly, 20 days passed. In front of the spiritual pool in the spiritual residence, the water is still. In the time for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan recited the primordial enlightenment scripture again. In the space of his sea of consciousness, the 30 stardusts emitted faint starlight as they revolved around the golden scripture. This time, Chen Daoxuan finally felt the familiar attraction between the stardust once again. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. He no longer controlled the stardust and allowed them to collide. In the next second, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was completely drowned by a shocking sensation that seemed to split the heavens and earth apart. If there are outsiders present at this time, he would see 2 streams of tears falling from Chen Daoxuan's eyes. This was the shock and feeling of being able to see a corner of the Great Dao. There had never been a moment when Chen Daoxuan felt so close to the Great Dao. It was as if he could reach out and grab the other party. But very quickly, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness regained its clarity. He knew that the feeling just now was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in his comprehension ability. It was just like when he had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he felt that he could pierce through the sky with a sword. He looked at the countless light balls floating in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan immediately chose to comprehend the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. The Qian Yuan sword scripture, which was obscure and difficult to understand in his eyes before, seemed to be as easy as 1 + 1 at this moment. In less than 10 breaths, he had thoroughly comprehended all the contents of the Heaven Essence sword scripture in the foundation establishment stage. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan had also discovered a cultivation method that was more suitable for him. In other words, in just a dozen breaths, he had found a way to improve the Heaven Essence sword scripture to make it more suitable for him. One had to know. After being improved and perfected by countless generations of talented cultivators, the Qian Yuan sword sect's cornerstone cultivation method, the Qian Yuan sword scripture, had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the original version passed down by the Mahayana true immortals. However, these changes were the accumulation of generations of powerful cultivators in the Qian Yuan sword sect. The crystallization of their wisdom. And now, Chen Daoxuan had actually made improvements and adjustments that suited him in a short span of 10 breaths. To be able to achieve this level, Chen Daoxuan must have a deep understanding of the foundation establishment realm's Qian Yuan sword scripture and himself. If it was before, he would accumulate 10 stardusts and gain enlightenment once. It was impossible to achieve the current effect. Even if he could extend the time of enlightenment by 2 hours, he would not be able to do it. This was the threshold of comprehension, and it was not something that could be made up for with time. There was still a long time before the time for an incense stick to burn. Chen Daoxuan wasn't willing to waste this opportunity. After all, this was a chance he had painstakingly accumulated for a month. Thinking of this, he once again immersed himself in another ball of light. This ball of light contained knowledge regarding Tier 4 mountain protecting formations. Originally, with Chen Daoxuan's array formation attainments, this kind of Tier 4 array formation, it was impossible for him to understand. But this time, surprisingly, he understood it. It was not that he was confused, but that he really understood, even though the speed of understanding was very slow. However, he knew the principle of setting up this array formation and even knew how to raise his array formation level to Tier 4. Just as he was immersed in it and feeling extremely happy, the epiphany stopped abruptly. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan felt like he had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. This feeling was even more unbearable than before. Fortunately, he had the experience of countless epiphanies before, so he quickly overcame this sense of loss. In just one moment of enlightenment, I've actually comprehended about 30% of this protective formation. This is simply too unexpected. Chen Daoxuan said happily. Originally, he had hoped to rely on the tenfold epiphany to slowly grind and see if he could set up this array formation after spending a few years. If it still didn't work, that Chen Daoxuan could only take the second path, spending battle merits to invite a Tier 4 array formation master to come to Twin Lake Island and Redwood Island to set up array formations. However, there were too many secrets on Shuanghu Island. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, Chen Daoxuan didn't want outsiders to get involved here. He did not expect that this time. When the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture broke through to the second level, 10 times comprehension became 30 times comprehension. The effect of the epiphany increased greatly. The Tier 4 array formation that he thought was a difficult problem in the past was no longer a problem at this moment. It was even to the extent that with his ability to comprehend 30 times, he could become a Tier 4 array master very quickly. Becoming a 4th tier formation master with a foundation establishment cultivation was something that had never happened before in the cultivation world. He looked at the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan thought, I don't know what kind of surprises you will give me in the future. Chapter 174, New Function. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. In the classroom, Chen Daoxuan stood on the podium and looked down at the cultivators of Xiao Budian's generation. He smiled and said, all of you know that the essence of the wind-chasing sword technique lies in speed. Who knows how to achieve this speed? Hearing this, the students looked at each other, and the entire classroom was silent. Teacher, I know. Yes, tell me. Chen Daoxuan looked at the child who was less than 1.2 meters tall. His name was Chen Fuxian, and he was an immortal seedling with the best talent in Sword Dao that Chen Daoxuan had discovered among the people of the Fu generation. Not only that, this Chen Fuxian also possessed an upper spiritual root, and he was the target that the Chen family was going to focus on nurturing. Seeing him raise his hand, Chen Daoxuan's tone softened. Chen Fuxian stood up nervously and said, I think the essence of the wind-chasing sword technique isn't speed, but fusing the sword into the wind. Oh! Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up slightly. Tell me the details. When we cultivators don't use sword scriptures to control a flying sword, we rely entirely on our Genkai to forcefully move the flying sword. However, in this way, most of the power of the flying sword is lost in the collision with the air. The principle of the wind-chasing sword technique was to reduce the collision between the flying sword and the air as much as possible during the process of controlling the sword. When it reached its peak, it could even fuse the sword into the wind and make no sound. The more Chen Fuxian spoke, the more confident he became. The nervousness he felt when he stood up disappeared without a trace. He was now full of confidence in his words. Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded. I didn't expect someone in our class to have such a deep understanding of the wind-chasing sword technique. He paused. Then do you know how to fuse a sword with the wind? Hearing this, Chen Fuxian immediately put on a bitter face. Obviously. This question was a little out of line. If he wanted to touch this step, he had to at least cultivate the wind-chasing sword technique to the great success realm. The group of children in front of him had just taken the unblocking meridian pili and became first layer aura refining cultivators. As Chen Fuxian was the focus of the Chen family's training, he enjoyed core resources. Coupled with his diligent cultivation, he had already broken through to the second Qi layer last month. However, there were only a handful of such disciples in the second batch of the Fu generation. Not to mention that someone could cultivate the wind-chasing sword technique to the great success realm in such a short period of time. One had to know. Even among the outer sect disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect, there were only a handful of people who could cultivate a first-order sword skill like the wind-chasing sword skill to the great completion realm in a few years. Such people, without exception, all had extremely high talent in the way of the sword. In the future, he could try to train them in the direction of the swordsman. Once a level 1 sword art was cultivated to perfection in the meditational stage, the possibility of comprehending sword essence in the future would be as high as 50%. He was scratching his ears and cheeks. Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. Then, he said to everyone, the essence of the wind-chasing sword technique is to fuse the sword into the wind. It lies in the subtle control of the true qi attached to the flying sword. Everyone, look! Very quickly. The lesson ended with Chen Daoxuan's explanation. After class, everyone bowed respectfully to Chen Daoxuan and ran towards the dormitory. However, Chen Daoxuan said, "Chen Fuxian, stay here for a while." Hearing this, Chen Fuxian stopped in his tracks and looked at his friends. "You guys can go back first." "Alright, goodbye Fuxian, goodbye teacher." Everyone waved at Chen Fuxian and Chen Daoxuan and left the classroom. Instantly, only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian were left in the huge classroom, and it was a little quiet. After a long time, "I heard from your refining teacher that you don't want to walk the path of refining." Hearing this, Chen Fuxian lowered his head and clenched his fists. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Teacher, I want to become a swordsman, just like you." After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a burning gaze. "Do you know what a sword cultivator is?" Chen Daoxuan smiled. Chen Fuxian shook his head in confusion. "Then you still want to become a swordsman?" "Yes." Chen Fuxian added, "I like it." Seeing his eyes drift towards the flying sword that he had used to demonstrate in class, Chen Daoxuan said, "It's just a magic tool. A sword cultivator isn't as simple as controlling a flying sword. This path was much more difficult than becoming an alchemist, weapon refiner, talisman creator, or even an array master. Perhaps, even if you put in a lifetime of hard work, you still won't be able to set foot on this path. Even so, are you still willing?" Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chen Fuxian's eyes, but he quickly threw it away. He nodded at Chen Daoxuan and said, "I'm willing to give it a try, even if I have to bet my Dao path." Hearing such mature words from a 5-year-old child. Even though Chen Daoxuan knew that the children in this world matured early, he was still a little moved. If one wanted to become a sword cultivator, talent in the way of the sword was important, but unwavering faith was also important. It was not even inferior to his talent in the sword path. This was because no matter how excellent a person's talent in the way of the sword was, they would encounter setbacks and stop on the road to becoming a swordsman. After a year of stagnation, some people might continue to persevere. What about 10 years? What about decades? Perhaps cultivators of the same age as you have already reached a higher level of cultivation, while you are still struggling at the foundation establishment stage. This kind of pain and frustration, without a firm will, it was impossible to persevere. Yang Gongwan, the pride of the Yang family, was only one step away from comprehending sword intent, but she gave up in the end. Even if she was doing it for the family, to a certain extent, she was still moved by external factors. Her beliefs were still not firm enough. Looking at Chen Fuxian's young but tall body, Chen Daoxuan said solemnly, "Since you have this confidence, as the young clan leader of the Chen clan, I will naturally do my best to help you." He paused for a moment. "From today onwards, you can come to my residence every day after school." Hearing this, Chen Fuxian was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, young clan leader." "Me? There's no need to be so polite." Chen Daoxuan said seriously, "Since you are interested in the path of sword cultivation, from now on, you will put all your energy into the sword path. As for other courses such as refining weapons and refining pills, you can skip them." This, Chen Fuxian couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that the first batch of disciples of the Fu generation had entered the flying sword factory and the pill refining factory after studying for a year. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to enter 2 factories after a year of study. And if he gave up on refining pills and forging, it meant that he was different from other cultivators of the Fu generation. He would be completely separated from production work. From a certain point of view, this was undoubtedly unfair to the other members of the Fu generation. Seeing him, there is hesitation in the face. Chen Daoxuan knew what he was thinking and said, "You can't even overcome this grudge in your heart, and you still want to comprehend sword essence and become a sword cultivator." Hearing this, Chen Fuxian felt a chill run down his spine. He bowed and said, "Fuxian, learn from me." "Look at him." Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, sir." Immediately after, a streak of light streaked past, and the two of them landed in the courtyard where Chen Daoxuan usually cultivated in the blink of an eye. Feeling the spiritual energy in the courtyard that far surpassed that of the outside world, Chen Fuxian's small face immediately beamed with joy. Come back to your senses. An explosion rang in his ears, immediately drawing his attention back. Chen Fuxian immediately lowered his head. Your seat is over there. Chen Daoxuan reached out and pointed. Chen Fuxian followed Chen Daoxuan's finger and saw a cushion made of warm jade. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and sat on another futon not far away, facing him. The wind-chasing sword technique that I taught in class today has a few more complicated but faster ways to cultivate it. He sat cross-legged. Chen Daoxuan told Chen Fuxian about his understanding of the wind-chasing sword technique and his understanding of the sword Dao. At this moment, in Chen Daoxuan's space of consciousness, the golden scripture in the center of his sea of consciousness emitted an inexplicable charm. Under the influence of this charm, Chen Fuxian unconsciously closed his eyes. However, neither Chen Daoxuan nor Chen Fuxian noticed this strange change. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan noticed that Chen Fuxian seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes closed. He was immediately displeased and his face turned ashen. Fuxian! A loud shout rang in Chen Fuxian's ears. All! Chen Fuxian suddenly woke up and looked at Chen Daoxuan in surprise, not knowing what to do. Damn it! He had actually fallen asleep while the young clan leader was preaching, and he had fallen asleep without even realizing it. He secretly complained in his heart. This time, the young clan leader would definitely have a very bad impression of him. In fact, he would not even give him a special lesson to explain the sword path in the future. Chen Fuxian couldn't help but feel dejected. But soon after, he discovered that something seemed to have appeared in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness sank. In the sea of consciousness, there was only a slight bit of light. There was a stardust quietly floating in the sea of consciousness, making the light in the center of the sea of consciousness even more mysterious. What is this? Chen Fuxian's face was filled with fear. As a cultivator who had just stepped onto the path of immortality, he knew the importance of the sea of consciousness. Once something went wrong with the sea of consciousness, the consequences would often be more troublesome than if something went wrong with the Danshan and sea of Qi. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to hide anything and immediately told Chen Daoxuan about the problem with his sea of consciousness. Are you saying that after you fell asleep, there was a floating stardust in your sea of consciousness? Chen Fuxian didn't notice that Chen Daoxuan's voice was trembling slightly when he said this. Yes, young patriarch. He's in my sea of consciousness. Chen Fuxian nodded. Come over here and let me examine you. Chen Daoxuan waved at him. Chen Fuxian walked over without hesitation and lowered his head in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan gently placed his palm on his head and closed his eyes. Very quickly, he invaded the space of the other party's sea of consciousness with his divine sense. Due to Chen Fuxian's help, the process went smoothly without any resistance. In the next moment, as expected, he saw a stardust in Chen Fuxian's sea of consciousness that was exactly the same as his own. However, compared to his stardust, Chen Fuxian's stardust was much dimmer. Chen Fuxian's comprehension was probably not as good as his. Thus, the stored comprehension would cause the stardust to become much dimmer after materializing. However, a person's comprehension ability would continue to increase with the increase of their knowledge and experience, and even the increase of their cultivation. It was not static. There was no such thing as a cultivator's comprehension not changing after reaching the foundation establishment stage compared to before. In this aspect, comprehension was completely different from the spirit root. No matter how one's spirit root was born, it would not change again without special means in this life. However, one's comprehension ability would constantly change. For example, Chen Daoxuan's current comprehension ability, which was the stardust in his sea of consciousness, was larger and brighter than before. Chapter 175, Genius in the Way of the Sword. For a month, Chen Daoxuan pulled different members of the Chen family and used various methods to finally figure out the new function of the primordial enlightenment scripture after breaking through to the second level. Compared to the first level's ability to store comprehension, Chen Daoxuan temporarily called the new ability of breaking through to the second level of the primordial enlightenment scripture Dao Impartation. It was different from what Chen Daoxuan had thought. The stardust that appeared in Chen Fuxian's sea of consciousness was different from the comprehension stored in the primordial enlightenment scripture. In reality, the stardust that had accumulated in Chen Fuxian's mind was the materialization of all kinds of knowledge that Chen Daoxuan had instilled into his opponent's sea of consciousness through the Dao imparting function. For example, Chen Daoxuan was imparting his experience and comprehension of swordsmanship to Chen Fuxian. The stardust that appeared in Chen Fuxian's sea of consciousness had accumulated to 10. After fusing into one, it would form an epiphany in swordsmanship cultivation. If Chen Daoxuan were to explain his experiences and insights regarding refining to Chen Daoku, the stardust that appeared in Chen Daoku's sea of consciousness would accumulate to 10 and fuse into one, producing an epiphany regarding refining. But no matter what, since the source of this epiphany originated from Chen Daoxuan, the final effect of their epiphany would not exceed Chen Daoxuan's level. Actually, it was quite normal when he thought about it carefully. If there was no such restriction, everyone in the Chen family could have endless enlightenment like Chen Daoxuan. That would be an extremely terrifying thing. The Chen family's development speed was actually very fast. Why did Chen Daoxuan still feel like he was dragging the Chen family along? The reason was that the speed at which his strength improved was faster than the speed at which the Chen family's power expanded. He was currently at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, but with his sword Dao realm that had a corporeal sword intent, his true strength was comparable to an ordinary early-stage Zifu disciple. Besides him, the Chen clan didn't even have a second foundation establishment cultivator. There was no need to elaborate on how big the gap was. Moreover, in the future, as Chen Daoxuan's primordial enlightenment scripture broke through to the second level, his ability to store perception would increase exponentially. His improvement speed would be even faster in the future. In this way, the Chen family would become a burden to him. Even if Chen Daoxuan was unwilling to give up his clansmen because of his feelings and promises, it was an indisputable fact that the Chen family was holding him back. Why were the members of the Chen family so desperate? Other than the clan's glory, there was also the reason why the Chen clan cultivators didn't want to become a burden to Chen Daoxuan. This point. Seeing Chen Daoku, Chen Daolan, and Chen Daoxuan working so hard without a single complaint, how could Chen Daoxuan not know? No one with dignity was willing to become a burden to others, and it was the same for the Chen clan cultivators. This included the Chen clan's new generation of cultivators with the word Fu. They could temporarily survive under the wings of Chen Daoxuan and the family, but they could not live under the wings of the family forever. Although Chen Daoxuan was the clan leader of the Chen clan, he wasn't the nanny of all the members of the Chen clan. He couldn't be a nanny for everyone. If one day, all the members of the Chen clan became babies waiting to be fed, no matter how reluctant Chen Daoxuan was, he would decisively abandon the clan. This kind of family wasn't what Chen Daoxuan or any member of the Chen family wanted to see. But he was helpless. Compared to Chen Daoxuan, even if the other cultivators of the Chen family tried their best, not only could they not keep up with Chen Daoxuan's pace, but they were also pulled further and further away by Chen Daoxuan. Actually, on the first day Chen Daoxuan obtained the primordial enlightenment scripture, he knew that this golden finger was most suitable not to be a family cultivator, but to be an unrestrained itinerant cultivator. He could join a cultivation faction, but he didn't need to have deep feelings for outsiders or the faction. Once the faction was useless to him, he would decisively abandon it. If that was the case, Chen Daoxuan's current achievements might be much higher than now. At least, he would not rack his brains to think of ways to increase the productivity of magical equipment and pills through industrial production for the sake of the cultivation resources of his clansmen. He wouldn't waste his precious opportunity to create all kinds of new magic tools just to increase his productivity. If Chen Daoxuan joined a cultivation force, he only needed to devote all the opportunities for enlightenment to himself. For example, in terms of sword Dao and understanding of cultivation techniques. As for cultivation resources, as long as he showed superior talent or learned a method to earn spirit stones, whether it was alchemy or refining, it would be enough to guarantee his cultivation resources. In this way, his strength would definitely be stronger than now, and his worries would definitely be less than now. However, he was Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator of the Chen family whom Chen Zianhe had been teaching diligently ever since he had saved him from the mouth of a demonic beast more than 10 years ago. After so many years, even if Chen Daoxuan's heart was made of stone, Chen Daoxuan was still warming it up bit by bit. Whether it was out of Chen Daoxuan's expectations or his own feelings, he could not abandon this family and go far away alone. However, it was an indisputable fact that the family was a burden. Until today. Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that with the Dao imparting ability of the primordial enlightenment scripture after breaking through to the second level, the Chen clan cultivators would no longer be a burden to him, but a helper. In the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence, 3 Chen clan cultivators stood. Among them, the leader was naturally Chen Daoxuan, and the other 2 were Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan. At this moment, they were all staring at Chen Fuxian, who was sitting cross-legged on the warm jade futon. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Very quickly, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. Chen Fuxian slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light shot out from them. "Fuxian, how is it?" Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and asked. Chen Fuxian smiled confidently and nodded. Reporting to the young clan leader, "It's done." "Good." Chen Daoxuan was gratified and nodded. "Try it." "Me?" "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Fuxian stood up and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. Then, he used the wind-chasing sword technique that he had comprehended. Very quickly, under his control, the scarlet shadow flying sword turned into a ball of shadow. What was even more exaggerated was that the sound of the scarlet shadow flying sword piercing through the air had completely disappeared. "I've just begun to merge my sword with the wind." This was the sign of the stage 1 wind-chasing sword technique's great success. Chen Fuxian had done it in just a month. The speed of his improvement was no slower than Chen Daoxuan's. Chen Daoku looked at Chen Fuxian in shock. In comparison, the wind-chasing sword technique that he had cultivated for so many years had yet to break through to the mastery stage. Although this was partly because he had always been focused on refining weapons. However, it had to be said that he, a cultivator who was about to build his foundation, was actually behind a junior of the second chi layer in terms of his sword cultivation. This made him, as an elder, really lose face. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Because during this period of time, through Chen Daoxuan's sermon, his armament refining skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, and had already broken through to the level of a second-rank armament master. Such a terrifying speed of improvement was extremely rare among the refiners in the entire Infinite Star Sea. After all, he had not even reached the foundation establishment stage, yet he was already able to refine a level 2 magic tool. What would the other armament masters think? Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Daoxuan and smiled, "Young clan leader, you are truly the treasure of my Chen clan." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him with a dark face, scaring him so much that he immediately shivered. Seeing him like this, Chen Daolan covered her mouth and laughed softly. During this month, through Chen Daoxuan's sermon, her alchemy skills had also improved rapidly. She was already almost touching the realm of a second-tier alchemist. Remember, the Chen clan members have been able to improve so quickly without relying on anything else, but their own talent. Do you understand? Chen Daoxuan said faintly. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Then, they all thought about what such a terrifying ability meant to a cultivation force. Not to mention the alchemists and blacksmiths, who were logistics personnel related to the foundation of the cultivation force. Just the fact that the Chen family could mass-produce abnormal cultivators whose combat strength far exceeded those of the same level made all the cultivation forces unable to remain calm. Swordsmen were rare. Looking at the millions of cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture, only Zhou Mubai could tell. It was no longer like the Heaven Spirit Root cultivators who were only 1 in 10,000. It was the only genius cultivator in the entire residence, Zhou Mubai. There were not many swordsmen in the entire Kangzhou. It was true that the other states were not like Kangzhou, which had suffered the rebellion of God Vanishing League and the Battle of Southern Mountain City, causing the genius cultivators in the state to be wiped out. However, sword cultivators were considered top-notch geniuses in other states. Even in the Qian Yuan sword sect. Once a cultivator reached foundation establishment and could comprehend sword intent and become a sword cultivator, they would instantly become a core disciple of the sect. One could imagine how valuable a swordsman was. And such an existence the Chen family might be able to mass-produce in the future. If other cultivation forces knew about this, the consequences would be hard to predict. In any case, it would definitely have a greater impact than the Chen family's industrial alchemy and refining. This was because the industrial production of pills and weapons only increased the logistics of a force. However, this kind of mass production of swordsmen was directly related to the strength of a cultivation force. Which was more important was self-evident. In the cultivation world, strength was the most important thing. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's words, everyone realized the seriousness of this problem and immediately swore an oath to never reveal any secrets. After Chen Daoxuan made his vow, he looked at Chen Fuxian as if he was looking at a piece of peerless jade. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the sword path among the cultivators of the Chen family's Fu generation. At the side. That's right. It's really God's blessing. There's finally an endless stream of talents in the younger generation of our Chen family. Each generation is stronger than the previous. Chen Fuxian was still young. She couldn't say these words from the bottom of her heart as naturally as Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolan. She could only hold back her little face and say, Fuxian is ashamed. He doesn't deserve the praise of uncle and aunt. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 176, Magical Artifact Research Institute. In the courtyard, the three of them cupped their hands at Chen Daoxuan and prepared to leave. Chen Daoxuan stopped Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Dalian left with Chen Fuxian. He watched the two leave. Chen Daoxuan scratched his head and couldn't help but say, young clan leader, do you have any important mission for me to do? As he spoke, he showed an eager expression. I have an important task for you. Chen Daoxuan smiled. After saying that, his expression became serious. I found a problem in the exchange jade slip of the Qianyuan sword sect. He paused for a moment. Whether it's in the auction house of Guang'an Prefecture or in the exchange jade slips of the Qianyuan sword sect, offensive magical equipment inheritance is very common, but defensive spiritual armor inheritance is very rare. Do you know what this means? After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a meaningful look. Chen Daoxuan didn't understand the meaning behind Chen Daoxuan's words and said stiffly, don't know. How big do you think the difference in strength is between wearing the Ling armor and before? Chen Daoxuan sighed. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned and thought about it carefully. The difference in strength is huge. It can even be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. That's right. Chen Daoxuan looked at the scenery outside the courtyard and said faintly, even when I was in the Qi condensation stage, I would probably be defeated and flee when faced with a group of Qi condensation cultivators wearing Ling armor. Even now, I'm being surrounded by a group of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators wearing high-grade level 2 spiritual armor. I'm still at risk of being defeated and fleeing. How could that be? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan in shock, unable to believe what he was saying. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator, and his strength was absolutely the best among his peers. Such a sword cultivator actually said that a group of cultivators of the same level could pose a threat to him if they wore Ling armor. This was obviously a huge blow to Chen Daoxuan's worldview. But then he remembered that after he wore a first-tier superior-grade natal spiritual armor, he could withstand the attacks of ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators with his cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, which was close to perfection. Then, he felt relieved. Compared to flying swords, spiritual armor could indeed affect the balance of power. Therefore, in the exchange jade slip of the Qianyuan sword sect, there was no inheritance of high-grade spiritual armor. In fact, Chen Daoxuan could tell from the exchange jade slips of the Qianyuan sword sect that the Qianyuan sword sect's policy was to suppress the big families and support the itinerant cultivators. This point, all the big families in the Infinite Star Sea could probably see it. This was also the reason why the major families did not dare to act rashly under the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect. Once a core strategic skill like the crafting of high-grade Ling armor was passed down to a large family, it would increase the strength of the family in an extremely short period of time. A group of cultivators wearing Ling armor and a group of naked cultivators holding offensive magic tools were completely different concepts. Even if the Qianyuan sword sect was not afraid of the power of the other party, the expansion of the power of the big family was always a kind of trouble for it. The Qianyuan sword sect had to be on guard against this kind of trouble. Of course. Although Ling armor was good, the price was also quite touching. Usually, even in large families, only the most elite disciples were qualified to wear Ling armor. Just like the Zhou family and the Wu family. Only the most elite of the family would have Ling armor on them. However, even the Zhou and Wu families only had a grade 2 upper spiritual armor inheritance. Did the Zhou clan lack spirit stones or battle credits? Of course not. This was the reason why the Qianyuan sword sect deliberately controlled the refining technology of Ling armor. The Qianyuan sword sect was strictly controlling not only the refining of spiritual armor, but also the war-type magical equipment such as the Spirit Void battleship. The spiritual void battleship of the Zhou family was given to them by the previous sect master after they had made great contributions to the unification of the Infinite Star Sea by the Qianyuan sword sect. However, after that, there was no longer any family in the Infinite Star Sea that had obtained the refining method of a war instrument like the spiritual void battleship. Even the Zhou family had only accumulated less than 100 spirit void battleships in the past 1,000 years. It was clear how precious this kind of war magic tool was. The effect of a war magic tool might not be obvious when dealing with a single cultivator, but on a vast battlefield, it was simply a godlike existence. For example, the front line of the Yun nation. The profound Pure Dao League had used a large number of puppet beasts as cannon fodder to exhaust the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea. Facing this kind of cannon fodder, the war weapon was the best weapon to clear the battlefield. In fact, during the battle between Guang'an Prefecture and Lotus Island, the Sun brothers did not choose to attack the 4 city passes on a large scale, except for the threat of Zhou Mubai, that perverted sword cultivator. The Zhou family's Spirit Void battleship was also the reason why they were so fearful. Once this kind of magic tool was used on a large-scale battlefield, it would have the effect of sweeping away everything. Other than the fact that cultivators were fast and agile, they were not easily locked onto by these war artifacts. The puppets of Qinji Palace and the zombie tide in Guang'an Prefecture would be the living targets of the war magical equipment once they gathered on a large scale. Therefore, he had no choice. There would not be any specific refining inheritance for this kind of war magic tool. Of course, the Qianyuan sword sect was still willing to exchange for specific magic weapons with their battle merits, but there were also restrictions. However, the loose practitioner had no restrictions on the loose practitioner. When a rogue cultivator was alone, they would usually only exchange for 1 Ling armor or war magic tool. There were no restrictions on this exchange. The move of the Qianyuan sword sect restricted the Zhou family and the Ye family. In the exchange inheritance of the Qianyuan sword sect, things that could really increase the family's foundation, especially the big family's foundation, were generally not available. High-grade Ling armor inheritances were among them. The inheritance of large-scale war artifacts was also among them. This kind of thing was related to the foundation of a cultivation force. It was much stricter than the exchange of cultivation techniques. Chen Daoxuan rummaged through all the artifact refining inheritances. He had only managed to find a grade 2 Ling armor refinement inheritance, and the battle merits required were extremely high. In any case, the Chen family's war power was not enough to exchange for it. In the courtyard. After hearing Chen Daoxuan's explanation, Chen Daoku immediately understood that the young clan leader's plan was far-reaching. He nodded. When our Chen clan cultivators reach the foundation establishment stage, the current level 1 Ling armor will naturally not be able to keep up with the cultivation speed. Even though many foundation establishment cultivators didn't even have level 1 spirit armor, it didn't stop the Chen family foundation establishment cultivators from despising level 1 spirit armor. Exactly. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Now that there are more and more cultivators in my Chen family, in the future, other than most of them going to work in the factories, the military I planned for the Chen family back then will definitely be established. He paused for a moment. In my vision, from now on, the cultivators of the Chen family and the military will be completely separated from the cultivators in charge of production. The cultivators of the military department only had one goal, and that was to do everything possible to improve their own strength in order to protect the safety of their families. As you know, a cultivator's strength is not only affected by their own cultivation, dharma spells, sword dao, and other realms, but also affected by external items such as magic tools. Moreover, it has a huge impact. Hearing this, Chen Daoku nodded. As an armament master, he knew this very well. For 2 cultivators with the same cultivation base and similar magic techniques, magic tools could even be said to be the only factor that affected the outcome of the battle. Among them, the Ling armor was the biggest factor. If one of the two late-stage aura refining cultivators had reached the perfection of the first-tier sword technique, and the other was only at the ordinary level of perfection, he would have a first-tier superior grade spiritual armor. The outcome of the battle was self-evident. The aura refining cultivator with a superior grade first-level Ling armor would definitely be better. This was because a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had reached the peak of the first-stage sword technique couldn't even break through the defense of a cultivator with the same cultivation level. What suspense could there be in such a battle? Although the situation was different when a cultivator reached a higher level. However, there was no doubt that the increase in the strength of a cultivator was too terrifying. It could be said to be the best of all types of magic tools. It was no wonder that the Qianyuan sword sect would deliberately restrict such an inheritance. If there were no restrictions, with the financial resources of the big families in the Infinite Star Sea, they could make all the elite monks in the family wear high-level spiritual armor in minutes. By then, the strength of the big families would increase by a terrifying amount. Moreover, compared to a bunch of loose cultivators, it was easier for the big families to form an alliance and threaten the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect. As long as the higher UPS of the Qianyuan sword sect were clear-headed, they would be wary of this. Therefore, I want to establish a magic tool research institute right now. It will be responsible for researching all kinds of magic tools. Magical Artifact Research Institute. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised by the new term mentioned by the young clan leader, but he was curious about the difference between this so-called Magical Equipment Research Institute and the Magical Equipment Factory. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's question. Of course there are differences, explained Chen Daoxuan. You should know about the two magic tools that I created, the Harmonious Spirit Stove and the Centrifugal Wall Breaker, right? Chen Daoxuan nodded. From now on, your Institute of Magic Artifacts will be doing this job. You will specialize in researching new types of magic artifacts, especially the special magic artifacts that my Chen family needs. All. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's jaw dropped. He was only a second-tier armament master, but Chen Daoxuan wanted him to create a new type of magic tool. He really wanted to say, young clan leader, you are really making things difficult for me. However, seeing Chen Daoxuan's serious gaze, he couldn't say this at all. Looking at his expression, how could Chen Daoxuan, who had brought him up, not know what he was thinking? Then he said angrily, you've forgotten, your current refining talent is the same as before. With such a huge improvement in his talent in artifact crafting, did he not even have this bit of confidence? When did I? Before Chen Daoxuan could finish his sentence, he suddenly thought of something and his face lit up. Immediately, he was so excited that he said incoherently, this is feasible. This move was feasible. If a genius like me had a bit more, this Magical Equipment Research Institute would definitely be able to create one. Chen Daoxuan couldn't look straight at him bragging without blushing. Alright, stop talking nonsense. You've always been the teacher of the magical equipment class. Pick a group of reliable cultivators with a certain amount of talent in refining weapons. First, build up the foundation of this Magical Equipment Research Institute. Yes, yes. Alright. Chen Daoxuan nodded hurriedly. Chapter 177, A New Problem. In the sky above Guang'an City. A spirit void battleship tore through the sky and landed in the Zhou family's estate. Below. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou clan was waiting there. Fellow Daoist Chen, you've had a tough journey. The Foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou family who was leading the group cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan, who was flying down from the spirit void battleship, and smiled. Senior Zhou is too polite. Chen Daoxuan, who had a short beard on his face, cupped his hands at the other party and smiled. Seeing the Zhou clan cultivators looking at the spirit void battleship behind him from time to time, Chen Daoxuan immediately introduced, thanks to the raw materials from Guang'an Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City, the number of pills and magic tools refined by our Chen family has increased again this month. Senior Zhou, please take a look. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan guided the other party to check the goods that were transported down from the spirit void battleship. Under Chen Daoxuan's guidance, the Zhou clan cultivators began to inspect the pills and dharmic artifacts that the Chen clan provided to the front lines every month. The Foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan nodded his head repeatedly. Not bad. The amount of pills this month has increased a lot compared to last month. It seems that the number of alchemists in your Chen family has increased again. As he spoke, a complicated look appeared in the Zhou clan cultivator's eyes. Senior, you flatter me. My Chen family has also invested all the spirit stones we earn into nurturing new alchemists. Not only that, but we have also spent a large number of spirit stones in the family's inventory. You also know that the initial cost of nurturing an alchemist and an artifact craftsman is too high. Chen Daoxuan sighed. Yes, I am. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family cultivator nodded in agreement. Then, he smiled at Chen Daoxuan and said, however, your Chen family is really bold. You actually dare to nurture alchemists and blacksmiths at all costs. It seems that your Chen family will have a place in the pill market of Guang'an Prefecture in the future. I dare not accept it. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. Our Chen family is only messing around in Guang'an Prefecture. How can we compare to your Zhou family's reputation in the entire pill market in Kangzhou? Ha 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 ha. This flattery had clearly struck a chord in the other party's heart, causing the Zhou clan cultivator to burst into laughter. The two of them chatted. The cultivators under him had already finished counting all the goods. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator walked forward and cupped his hands at the Zhou family deacon. Sir Deacon, the Chen clan has brought a total of 3 types of Tier 1 low-grade spirit pills. Among them, there were 143,000 detoxification pills, 100,000 breakthrough pills, and 94,500 energy recovery pills, totaling 337,500 pills. In addition, there were 5,000 low-grade level 1 flying swords and 2,400 medium-grade level 1 flying swords. The total value of the above goods was 865,000 spirit stones. Hearing this report, the Zhou family deacon nodded, indicating that he understood. How about it, fellow Daoist Chen? Do you still want to pay according to the previous method? Yes, half of it will be settled with battle merits. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and smiled. Tisk. The Zhou clan warden shook his head, his eyes full of envy. This time, although your Chen clan was at the rear, you've also obtained a lot of battle merits. Not bad, not bad. I can't compare to Senior Zhou Mubai. It's said that a few days ago, Senior Zhou Mubai led the cultivators of the Eastern Defense region to break through a Grade 2 yin vein that was transformed by the zombies on Lotus Island and killed nearly 1 million zombies. Fellow Daoist Chen, you are truly well informed. When the Zhou family warden said this, his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. The successive victories in the Eastern Defense Zone meant that the rear of Guang'an Prefecture was becoming more and more stable. One had to know. The Eastern Defense Zone was only a part of the entire Guang'an Prefecture coalition army, not even half of it. There were also 4 major defense zones behind Guang'an Prefecture. Other than the weakest Western Defense Zone, the other defense zones were not weak. If all the people in each defense zone were soldiers, they could gather at least 1 million cultivators. In addition to the Zifu disciples stationed in the various regions, they were an extremely powerful reserve force. As for Lotus Island's zombie horde, it was even more impossible. At this moment, they were being pushed back by the Eastern Defense Region Coalition Army. They could not even protect themselves. How could they have the strength to split up and attack the rear of Guang'an Prefecture? Besides, Guang'an Prefecture wasn't a pushover. If they did so, they would only die faster. With Sun Fu's shrewdness, he would never make such a stupid decision. Redwood Island, sea viewing Immortal City. On the city wall, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe stood side by side. 13th uncle, how is it? Chen Daoxuan said proudly as he watched himself set up a level 4 formation. Not bad, not bad. Chen Zianhe kept nodding. If only my Chen family could set up such an array formation. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned and shook his head. Setting up a Tier 4 formation isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to unleash the power of this Tier 4 formation. Guanhai Immortal City has a Tier 3 spirit vein as its power source, while my Chen clan's spirit vein is only Tier 2. It's difficult to meet the requirements of setting up a Tier 4 array formation. Wait a few more months. When my Chen family has accumulated 10 million spirit stones and upgraded the spirit vein to level 3, it won't be too late to set up a level 4 mountain protecting formation. At this point, Chen Daoxuan laughed. Once the Tier 4 mountain protecting array is set up, my Chen clan will have the foundation of a great clan. One had to know that a 4th-tier mountain protecting formation could even block a golden core cultivator. If the person guarding the formation had the cultivation of a Zifu disciple, he could completely block the attack of a golden core cultivator. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Once upon a time, the Chen family did not even have a single spirit meridian. They even had to think twice before spending 500 spirit stones to buy a meridian unlocking pill. And now, he and Chen Daoxuan were actually openly discussing the matter of advancing to the 3rd rank spirit meridian. That was really the case. Oh right, in order to build this immortal city, you spent nearly 60 million spirit stones on military expenses. I heard that the military salaries of the Western Defense region are almost unable to be paid. Do you need the clan to help you make up for this portion of spirit stones? Chen Daoxuan tilted his head to look at Chen Daoxuan and asked. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned to look at the increasingly prosperous Seaview Immortal City. He smiled and shook his head, no need, 13th uncle. Just watch. Although he didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was up to. However, Chen Daoxuan, who knew him well, knew that every time Chen Daoxuan showed such an expression, the problems faced by the Chen family would be solved. He believed that this time would not be an exception. As the 3rd large-scale immortal city built by Guang'an Prefecture, Seaview Immortal City was different from the markets built by other foundation establishment clans. Firstly, it was built on top of a grade 3 spirit vein that was worth more than 10 million spirit stones. Secondly, the buildings in the city, such as the spiritual houses, shops, and roads, were all carefully designed by a master architect of the Yang family who built the city. He had no choice. Although Chen Buwang of the Chen family was a veteran general, he had no experience in building an immortal city. Other questions aside, just the fact that Chen Bei did not understand array formations was enough to make him lose the right to build an immortal city. After all, immortal cities were different from mortal cities. There were all kinds of cultivators living inside, so the requirements for the array formation inside the building were very high. For example, inns needed to set up various soundproof arrays to prevent spiritual energy from interfering with each other. The shops in the immortal city also had to set up various alarm arrays to prevent people from causing trouble in the shops. The merchants could immediately invite the law enforcement members of the main family to uphold justice for them. Other than that, for example, spiritual houses that provided cultivation for cultivators and anti-flight formations that prevented cultivators from flying in the air. They all needed to build arrays. One had to know that the arrangement of an array formation was not something that could be done by drawing a few circles in the air empty-handed. To set it up, a large amount of formation materials were needed. Chen Daoxuan's Tier 4 mountain protecting array was like this, and the various buildings in the Seaview Immortal City were still the same. The price of these materials might not be high, but when added together, the price of an entire immortal city was somewhat jaw-dropping. According to Chen Daoxuan's plan, this immortal city was far from being completed. He had only used 1/10 of the reserved space inside. By the time the reserved space was fully built, the current population of cultivators in the Western Defense Zone would probably be far from enough to fill it. Although the Western Defense Zone was also one of the 5 major defense zones, only those cultivators who were too close to Redwood Island to their ancestral lands and cultivation sites were able to survive. The other cultivators were more willing to go to Guang'an City and Lingzhou City. After all, those places had Zifu disciples guarding them. Although the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture knew that swords were powerful, in their eyes, Foundation Establishment sword cultivators were far inferior to Zifu disciples. In addition, the front line of the Eastern Defense District was winning one victory after another. The dark clouds that hung over everyone's heads gradually dissipated. Everyone naturally had no reason to run to the backward Seaview Immortal City. As a result, apart from the 100,000 soldiers and cultivators stationed in the Seaview Immortal City, there were less than 300,000 itinerant cultivators and clan cultivators stationed here. Compared to the millions of cultivators gathered in Guang'an Prefecture and the millions of cultivators gathered in Lingzhou Immortal City, it was a far cry. In fact, even in the southern defense area, the number of freelance martial artists gathered at the city pass outnumbered the number of freelance martial artists in the western defense area. Regarding this phenomenon, Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged. He knew that all treatment came from strength. Whether it was the Chen family or Chen Daoxuan, they did not give the enemy such confidence. Naturally, they did not dare to bring their families along and bet all their bets on the Western Defense Region Coalition Army. Returning to the Western Defense Station. As soon as they entered the main hall of the headquarters, a cultivator wearing Ling armor strode in like the wind. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, the cultivator's eyes lit up and he cupped his hands. "Commander, it's time to pay this month's army." After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan nervously. Chen Daoxuan wanted to build an immortal city on the island. Back then, many cultivators in the Western Defense Alliance were against it. However, as Chen Daoxuan's subordinates, they could not disobey his orders. Right now, the problem that the cultivators had been worried about had finally happened. The Alliance Army in the Western Defense region was already starting to be unable to pay the soldiers of the Alliance Army. Chapter 178, Prepare in Various Ways. Ever since the Western Defense region's Allied forces stationed their troops on Redwood Island, he spent money like water. If it weren't for the fact that Guang'an Prefecture's coalition army commander Zhou Minghao had tried to win Chen Daoxuan over and the Chen family had provided strong logistical support to the front line of the Eastern Defense Zone, the situation would have been much worse. If it were anyone else, they would dare to misappropriate the military funds of the Western Defense Zone. The Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army had long since taken them down for corruption and dereliction of duty. Ever since the Western Defense District stationed troops on Redwood Island, not only had they built a Level 3 spirit vein, but they had also built more than 10 Level 2 spirit veins on more than 10 islands nearby, imitating the Zhou clan and the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal Alliance, for the use of itinerant cultivators and other small clans. They were also responsible for patrolling the Spirit Void battleship. Just the cost of building the spirit vein alone was as high as 20 million spirit stones. The huge order for magical equipment from the Chen family cost him millions of spirit stones. The construction of the sea-viewing immortal city had cost the Western Defense Region Alliance Army nearly 50 million spirit stones. Logically speaking, the Seaview Immortal City that was built with this amount of money should belong to the Western Defense Region Alliance Army, but anyone with eyes could see it. However, the Chen family had transferred its tax authority to their own family. This was a blatant military expenditure for private use. It was one thing for the military expenditure to be used for private purposes, but the key was that the original 80 million spiritual stones military expenditure was almost gone. Not to mention doing other things, even paying the soldiers was a little difficult. In the main hall of the Western Defense Division headquarters, Chen Daoxuan looked at Lei Zhen, who was standing in front of him with a nervous expression, and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? My Chen family is on Shuanghu Island, which is a few hundred miles away from Redwood Island. Are you worried that my Chen family will run away?" He shook his head. "Don't worry, I will honestly distribute this month's pay." After saying that, he waved at Lei Zhen. When Lei Zhen heard this, he looked at his immediate superior with slight hesitation. He cupped his hands and slowly withdrew from the hall. Watching Lei Zhen leave the hall, Chen Daoxuan muttered, "Think Daoquan should be back soon." Young clan leader. A spirit void battleship descended from the sky. Chen Daoka flew down from the spirit void battleship. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, he immediately bowed. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had grown into an adult, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Chen Daoquan was brought to the flying sword shop in Guang'an Prefecture by Chen Xianhe when he was 14 years old. He then took over the entire magic tool business in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market. Chen Daoquan was already 20 years old. It could be said that Chen Daoxuan had watched him grow up bit by bit in front of him. When he saw the beard growing out of the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but sigh. The cultivators of the Chen clan's Dao generation had finally grown up. Not only that, but Chen Daoquan also possessed a middle spirit root. After years of painstaking cultivation by the Chen family, he had finally reached the 9th Qi layer. At this rate, it would take at least 2 to 3 years if it was fast, and 10 years if it was slow. Chen Daoquan would be able to reach the foundation establishment stage by the age of 30 at the latest. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." Chen Daoquan looked at Chen Daoxuan and shook his head with a silent smile. "Come, let's talk inside." "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and followed Chen Daoxuan into the hall. The two of them sat in their respective seats. Chen Daoxuan personally brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and the two of them chatted while drinking. About an hour later, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Chen Daoxuan had transferred him back to Seawatch City. Compared to Guang'an City's wandering cultivator market, the market was much better. What the Chen family did in the Seaview Immortal City was truly related to the future foundation of the Chen family. But, what about the flying sword shop in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market? Chen Daoxuan frowned and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Over the years, there were already more than 2 rainbow sonar flying sword shops in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market. According to Chen Daoxuan, the Chens owned a total of 6 shops in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market. It completely covered all the major streets of the wandering cultivator market. The types of swords in the Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Shop had changed greatly. In the past, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop practically only sold the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword, a low-grade level 1 flying sword. But now, not only did Hong Yunfei's shop sell low-grade level 1 flying swords, but the types of low-grade level 1 flying swords were also no longer limited to the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword. Moreover, there were even middle-grade and high-grade level 1 flying swords for sale. Of course, there were only a few Qi condensation cultivators who could afford a superior grade first-tier flying sword. Moreover, even if they had 500 spirit stones in their pockets, most of them wanted to rent a better cave abode or buy spirit pills, instead of choosing to change the magic tool from low-grade or middle-grade to high-grade. This was too extravagant for a Qi condensation rogue cultivator. He pondered for a moment. Who else is in charge of the flying sword shop in Guang'an Prefecture's rogue cultivator market besides you? Chen Daoxuan raised his head. Wei Sahai, Senior Wei from the United States. It's him. Chen Daoxuan nodded. He still remembered the stall owner he had met when he first went to Guang'an City. Last time, he had met him in the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop. He hadn't expected that he would become the second-in-command of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop in Guang'an Prefecture's rogue cultivator market. But thinking about it carefully, it was normal. When Wei Sahai first joined the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop, he was still in a daze. The Rainbow Sun Sonar Flying Sword Shop had just opened its first branch, and there were only Chen Xianhe and Chen Daoxuan in the shop. Now, the Chen family had opened 6 branches in Guang'an Prefecture. Of course, his status rose with the tide and he became an old veteran. What do you think of Wei Sahai's character? Chen Daoxuan nodded. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. He understood the meaning behind Chen Daoxuan's words. Chen Daoxuan wanted Wei Sahai to manage the Chen family's magic tool business in Guang'an Prefecture's rogue cultivator market. Senior Wei is a calm and low-key person. He's more trustworthy, but Chen Daoxuan voiced his concerns. To be honest, it was rare in the entire Infinite Star Sea to let outsiders take over the family business. This was because it was impossible for the clan cultivators to lack manpower. They might hire outsiders to help, but they would never hand over the entire business of an immortal city to outsiders. What if Wei Sahai ran away with the money? What if he tried to raise the price of the flying sword and corrupt it? There would be many problems. But compared to these small problems, Chen Daoxuan saw further. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's worry, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop was indeed the pillar of income for my Chen family, but now, it's no longer. Whether it's the pill business or the magic tool business of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army, both of them far exceed the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop's turnover. Chen Daoxuan paused. Other than that, the most important foundation of my Chen family is the Seaview Immortal City. Only when this immortal city is prosperous can my Chen family truly have the foundation of a large family. Compared to doing business in other people's immortal cities, how could it be more profitable than operating an immortal city alone? As long as the Chen family managed the sea-viewing immortal city well, the tax revenue alone would be enough to make the Chen family fat. Why was the Zhou family so rich? It was not just because of the Zhou family's various industries. More importantly, they had previously owned a huge immortal city that was one of the best in the entire Azure continent, Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. The Guang'an Immortal Alliance had built the Lingzhou Immortal City because the Yang family and the other families in Guang'an Prefecture were unwilling to see the Zhou family monopolize the largest part of the Guang'an Prefecture. Since the Guang'an Immortal Alliance could do it, why couldn't the Chen family? If there wasn't the zombie tide on Lotus Island, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have dared to make this decision so quickly. However, now that the zombie tide had broken out on Lotus Island, the Zhou family had to compromise and give up a portion of their interests in order to ensure the internal stability of Guang'an Prefecture. The so-called division of the 5 defense zones was more like the division of the Guang'an Prefecture's interests. Guang'an Prefecture's West Defense District was where the Chen family's influence lay. Why couldn't his Chen family build a new immortal city on his own territory? Of course, building an immortal city was one thing. Whether or not the immortal city could be developed was another matter. Lingzhou Immortal City had a good start. It was Yang Lingyuan who had created a spirit vein around this immortal city to open up spirit fields and grow spirit herbs for itinerant cultivators. But soon, this move was imitated by the Zhou family. And now, it was being imitated by Chen Daoxuan. In this aspect, the Chen family had no advantage at all. Instead, they fell behind because they were late. Moreover, the Chen family had also encountered the same predicament as the Guang'an Immortal Alliance when they were building the Seaview Immortal City. It was the problem of not having enough spirit stones. One had to know that he had yet to support itinerant cultivators to open up spirit fields and grow spirit herbs on the dozen or so grade 2 spirit veins that his Chen family had opened up. If that was the case, he would need to prepare an even larger amount of spirit stones for circulation. Letting fellow Daoist Wei manage the flying sword industry of our Chen clan in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market will be a trial for our Chen clan's future development. Our Chen family is still young, and we don't have enough cultivators in the Dao generation. Only by boldly using outsiders can we conform to the rapid development of our Chen family. Chen Daoxuan analyzed slowly. As for the problem of stealing money and corruption that you are worried about, as long as we establish an incentive salary system and a strict financial management system, we can avoid this situation from happening. Of course, there will always be times when we don't know the right person and make a mistake. However, this loss is completely acceptable to our Chen family. In fact, our Chen family can even promise that in the future, if these meritorious cultivators serve our Chen family for a certain number of years, our Chen family can help them establish a new cultivation family and become our Chen family's vassal family. Hearing this, Chen Daoquan's eyes lit up. If one were to ask what the greatest wish of a rogue cultivator was, it would definitely be to become an immortal. However, whether it was the cultivators of the sects, clans, or itinerant cultivators, they all knew in their hearts that it had been hundreds of thousands of years since anyone had ascended to the upper realm. The saying of becoming an immortal had almost become an illusory legend. At least to rogue cultivators, it was an untouchable dream. Helping them to establish a cultivation clan, becoming the clan patriarch himself, and watching his descendants pass down the clan, this could be said to be the most tempting thing for an itinerant cultivator with no hope of becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, the vast majority of itinerant cultivators did not have the opportunity and capital. To create a cultivation clan, even the weakest Qi refinement clan needed both wealth and land. How could an ordinary rogue cultivator have so much savings? Rogue cultivators who could establish a cultivation clan were all tycoons among the rogue cultivators. Now, the Chen family, a major family in Guang'an Prefecture, was willing to help the freelance martial artists practitioners establish their own cultivation families. They were even willing to accept their families as their underlings. For the freelance martial artists practitioners, this was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. It's feasible. It's feasible. Chen Daoquan's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. If the condition is to help a rogue cultivator establish a cultivation clan in the future, I believe that no rogue cultivator will be able to resist this temptation. They will definitely do their best to serve our Chen family. Chapter 179, Spirit Stone Coins. After they finished discussing the issue of the magic tool shop in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market, Chen Daoxuan returned to the main topic. Daoquan, the currency that our Chen family is going to issue in Seaview Immortal City has a profound meaning. We can't take a wrong step. Otherwise, it will be beyond redemption for our Chen family, he instructed. Hearing Chen Daoxuan make this matter so serious, Chen Daoquan nodded solemnly and said, "Young clan leader, you can rest assured. I will definitely take good care of this Changping Central Bank that you mentioned." Despite Chen Daoquan's assurance, Chen Daoxuan knew very well that Chen Daoquan knew nothing about the bank's operating mechanism. He had to be on the side to give pointers at all times. In fact, when he used spirit stones back then, Chen Daoxuan had a deep feeling that using spirit stones as currency was really an extremely inconvenient thing. Fortunately, itinerant cultivators had storage bags. In addition, itinerant cultivators were short on money and usually did not have many spirit stones on them. They did not experience the trouble of having too many spirit stones and not being able to fit in their storage bags. However, many of the cultivators in the family probably had such a painful experience. For example, the 80 million spirit stones allocated to the Western Defense Zone by the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army was transported by 10 Spirit Void battleships. 80 million spiritual stones, if piled on the ground, would be as high as a small mountain. There was no storage bag in the world that could hold so many spirit stones. In fact, from that time on, Chen Daoxuan had the idea of replacing spirit stones with a currency. It was just that the Chen family was weak at that time. Their sphere of influence was limited to Shuanghu Island, and there were only 11 cultivators in the clan. If someone were to talk about replacing spirit stones with spirit stone coins for trading purposes, not only would outsiders laugh their heads off, even the Chen clan cultivators themselves would probably want to laugh when they heard this. Chen Daoxuan knew that issuing a currency was definitely not a simple matter. First of all, the currency needed collateral. In his previous life, in the beginning, the currency was issued with gold as collateral, which was the gold standard system. This system was divided into 3 stages, or 3 forms: gold coin, gold bullion standard, and gold exchange standard. Even the world currency in his previous life, the US dollar, used the gold standard system for a long time. But later, with the continuous development of productivity and materials, the gold standard currency system could no longer adapt to the rapid development of productivity. This was reflected in the fact that too many products were produced, and there was too little gold to issue enough currency. If it was a large amount of money, it would be used to adapt to the development of productivity. However, this way, they would inevitably face the risk of gold acceptance. In other words, a bunch of people who wanted to accept gold with money would find that there was no gold to accept. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing. It would cause a destructive blow to the credit of the currency. When society reached this stage, it also meant that the gold standard currency system was gradually declining. In modern society, the issuing of currency was no longer backed by a physical object. Instead, it had become an intangible collateral, which was the country's credit. Of course, if the Chen family used their family's reputation as collateral to issue a currency, they would probably be spat on by the people of Guang'an Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan still had this bit of strength. Since it was impossible to use credit as collateral for the currency issue, they could only choose to use the spirit stones themselves that everyone agreed with as the acceptance item. Even so, Chen Daoxuan had to make sufficient preparations if he wanted the freelance cultivators and clan cultivators of Guanhai Immortal City to accept such a currency. Except for the acceptance of money, there was another difficulty, which was the currency itself. In his previous life, most countries issued paper currency. The quality of the currency produced varied according to the anti-counterfeit methods of each country. Some currency had excellent anti-counterfeit methods and were difficult to counterfeit. And for some currency, any printing and dyeing factory could do better. The currency issued by the Chen family had to be difficult to counterfeit and easy to issue. This was not a simple matter. Or rather, these two requirements were somewhat contradictory. It was difficult to counterfeit, which meant that it was difficult to counterfeit the currency. It was easy to issue, which meant that the manufacturing speed was fast. In order to resolve this contradiction, one must have superb coin-making skills. And this problem, it was the first mission that Chen Daoxuan had given to the Magical Equipment Research Institute that Chen Daoku had established. Shuanghu Island. A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed in the spirit vein of Shuanghu Island. In front of him, a unique building appeared in front of Chen Daoquan. On the plaque of the building, the words Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute were written. Chen Daoquan and the others were basically immune to the endless stream of new terms used by the young clan leader. Or rather, it was not immunity. It was the education that Chen Daoku and Chen Daoquan had received since they were young. It was Chen Daoxuan's initial education for them. They had come into contact with these new terms since they were young. On the contrary, when he grew up and saw the different names in the outside world, he felt a little strange. This point, It was even more so for the clansmen of the Fu generation who had received this kind of education since they were young. To some extent, their horizons were closer to the children of Chen Daoxuan's previous life. This is it. Chen Daoxuan smiled at Chen Daoxuan. Let's go. Young clan leader, please ask. Chen Daoxuan made an inviting gesture. Chen Daoxuan nodded and walked toward the interior of the Magical Equipment Research Institute. Chen Daoxuan followed closely behind. The Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute was built in an ancient style. The structure was very similar to that of the traditional immortal halls in the Infinite Star Sea, but the interior was completely different. Chen Daoku had divided them into small laboratories. That's right, it was the same kind of underground fire laboratory that Chen Daoxuan had built in Red Copper Mountain. However, the Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute's laboratory was almost empty. Considering the age and refining level of the Chen family's cultivators, they didn't have the ability to run a laboratory on their own. Even though their talent in refining artifacts had been enhanced by Chen Daoxuan's Dao preaching. Now, other than Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoku was the only one in the Chen family who had the ability to create a new type of magic tool with the help of Chen Daoxuan's preaching. Good boy, well done. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Chen Daoxuan heard Chen Daoku's excited praise. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Young clan leader. Hearing this voice, Chen Daoku turned around and saw Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan walking in one after another. Daoquan, when did you come back? Seeing Chen Daoquan, Chen Daoku, who had grown up with him, said excitedly. I was just transferred back to Seaview Immortal City by the young clan leader today. That's great. Hearing the two reminisce, Chen Daoxuan interrupted with a smile, alright, let's catch up later. How's the research on the mission I gave you? It's been almost half a year. Success, success. Hearing Chen Daoxuan mention the mission, Chen Daoku became excited. Chapter 180, Subduing. Young clan leader, please take a look. As if presenting a treasure, Chen Daoku took out a note that was very similar to the one in his previous life. However, upon closer inspection, this note was very different from the notes in his previous life. Firstly, the material was different. Chen Daoxuan took the paper money from Chen Daoku and flicked it gently with his hand, making a swishing sound. This is paper. Chen Daoxuan looked at him in surprise. Yes, but not entirely. Chen Daoku paused. To be precise, this is a special talisman paper that we developed. Of course, Chen Daoxuan knew what talisman paper was. The so-called talisman paper was used to grind the roots of the spiritual plants into pulp, and finally, the pulp was dehydrated. After a series of processes, it was made into the appearance of paper. Compared to the paper made by mortals, the raw material of talisman paper was changed from trees to spiritual plants. As for the rest of the processes, there was not much difference between the two. However, due to the changes in the raw material, the talisman paper was abnormally tough and far from being as fragile as ordinary paper. Chen Daoxuan took the talisman from Chen Daoku and used his hand to exert some force. Surprisingly, it did not shatter. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile, interesting. However, this is far from what I want. Of course not. Chen Daoku smiled mysteriously. He then took out a very strange magic tool and said, this is the key magic tool to examine this kind of paper money. This is. He looked at the square-shaped magic tool that Chen Daoku handed over. At the bottom of the magic tool, there was a glass-like stage. Chen Daoku reached out his hand and said, young clan leader, please lend me some notes. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan handed over the notes in his hand. Chen Daoku placed the notes on the glass table. In the next second, a strange lotus flower pattern appeared on the note. This. Chen Daoxuan looked at the scene in front of him and felt that it was very magical. At this moment, he did not sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy or true energy, but a lotus-shaped pattern appeared on the paper note, and it flickered with a faint light. It was just like the fluorescent light emitted by the banknotes in his previous life. Chen Daoku then took the note away from the square magic tool and immediately returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be curious. How did you do it? Materials and formation patterns. Chen Daoxuan stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at a 7 or 8-year-old youth in the crowd. It was him who discovered this material. Oh! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at a rather silent 7 or 8-year-old child in the crowd. He carefully recalled and said, "Your name is Chen Fola, right?" "Yes." Chen Fola nodded. After all, Chen Daoxuan had taught the first batch of cultivators of the Fu generation. With a cultivator's memory, it was not strange for him to recognize Chen Fu. "How did you find this material?" Chen Daoxuan asked. "When I was studying the talisman-making inheritance in my family, I accidentally discovered the ratio of this new type of talisman paper. However, after I made this talisman paper, I couldn't make it into a talisman at all, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Later on, I was selected by teacher Daoka to enter the Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute. We studied the new paper currency that you proposed together, but we couldn't find a suitable paper. So I suggested this new type of talisman paper that I accidentally discovered. I wanted to give it a try, and it actually succeeded." Chen Daoxuan, who was standing at the side, sighed with emotion. "Speaking of which, we are lucky. Although this kind of talisman paper can't be used to make spirit talismans, it can be used to inscribe an extremely special array pattern. After the formation patterns are fused with the talisman paper, it will emit a lotus-shaped fluorescent light after being tested by this money detector that we developed, just like what you saw just now, young clan leader." "You mean, there was an array pattern on this talisman? Then isn't it a magic tool?" Chen Daoxuan frowned at all the notes he needed, which were all kinds of easy to make, but had high enough anti-counterfeit threshold currency. The threshold for this type of anti-counterfeit was high enough, but it was not easy to make. The array patterns on the note meant that it was a magic tool. Without a specific refining method, who could imitate it? "Young clan leader, listen to me. Although this paper note is a special magic tool, due to the simple formation patterns, as long as a qi condensation cultivator is familiar with it, they can instantly inscribe it." "Yes. Yes, it's very simple." Listening to everyone's agreement, Chen Daoxuan said non-committally, "How simple?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly handed over a jade slip. Chen Daoxuan took the jade and sent his divine sense into it. In the next second, with a strange expression, he pulled out his divine sense from the jade slip. This formation pattern, LT, was indeed simple enough. If Chen Daoxuan had not mentioned that it was an array pattern, he would have suspected that there was such a simple array in the world. However, no matter how simple the formation pattern was, once it was fused into a weapon, no matter how high the cultivator's cultivation was, they would not be able to see what the formation pattern looked like. Otherwise, wouldn't the clan cultivators be able to reverse engineer the refining method of high-grade Ling armor by purchasing it? This was obviously impossible. With the speed of 12 people in our research institute, we can make about 100 of these semi-finished notes into finished products in 10 minutes. He could refine 100 pieces in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. If he were to refine it for 10 hours a day, that would be 6,000 notes. With the face value of 100 spirit stones per note, that would be 600,000 spirit stones. That was 18 million spirit stones a month. If they had more manpower, this speed would be even faster. With the current circulation demand of the Seaview Immortal City, it would require about 30 million spirit stone coins, which was enough to maintain the normal operation of the entire Seaview Immortal City. Of course, the face value of the spirit stone coins couldn't only be 100. In fact, Chen Daoxuan had divided the spirit stone coins into 13 different values based on his previous life's experience. There were 13 types: 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, 1 jiao, 2 jiao, 5 jiao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan. Perhaps some people would be puzzled. 1 cent, which was 1/100th of a spirit stone coin, could be used to buy things? In reality, the purchasing power of spirit stones was very strong. The reason why he felt that spirit stones couldn't be spent was because the things that Chen Daoxuan usually bought were very precious treasures to cultivators. If he used spirit stones to buy large quantities of materials used by ordinary people, 1 spirit stone could buy a lot of things. Back then, he only spent 1 spirit stone to buy a young and beautiful female slave from the Yun nation. 1 spirit stone would cost an unknown amount to buy the food that ordinary people ate. Therefore, there was no problem in using the lowest unit to calculate the face value of the spirit stones. This was because even if they were itinerant cultivators, they would have many servants working for them. These ordinary people needed to consume resources to eat, drink, and pee. If these resources were to be traded in large quantities, they would be bought with spirit stones. Perhaps small transactions between mortals would be settled using gold, silver, copper, and other currencies, but large transactions between cultivators would not agree with these three metal currencies. In order to feed their tens of millions of people, the Zhou clan had always relied on the food produced by the slaves driven by the freelance cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture. The currency used to purchase these grains was spirit stones. It was impossible for the itinerant cultivators to order yellow and white things and plant food for the Zhou family for no reason. Gold, silver, and copper were metals used by mortals, but they were useless to cultivators. Therefore, he had no choice. If he were to mass-produce these 13 types of currency, the time required might be multiplied by several times. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait any longer. He had to send more people. At the end of this month, he would start implementing his currency replacement plan. Anyone who knew economics knew. The development of currency was also divided into stages. From a geographical point of view, the currency could be divided into pilot, regional, and finally universal. From the point of view of the international process, it could be divided into 4 stages. The first stage was the implementation of free convertibility under the current account. In Chen Daoxuan's previous life, the UN had just completed this stage. Simply put, in the future, spirit stone coins would be freely exchanged among the various major factions in Guang'an Prefecture. This was the first step in the currency process. If one day, the spirit stone coins issued by Chen Daoxuan completely replaced the spirit stones and became the only currency in this world, it also meant that he had unified everything in the cultivation world. Whether it was the economy, the military, or the culture, they had all been unified to achieve this effect. Now, what Chen Daoxuan wanted to do was the simplest trial of currency for any sovereign government. That was to use spirit stone coins in the Guanhai Immortal City. He wanted to do this. Accepted items, currency security, military security, the cooperation of the various families in Guang'an Prefecture's Immortal City, and the Alliance Army in the Western Defense Zone were all indispensable. Now it seemed that Chen Daoxuan had already solved 2 problems: accepted goods and currency protection. Next, he also wanted the various families of Guang'an Prefecture to cooperate with him in implementing this plan. However, before that, he had to completely subdue the Western Defense Alliance Army and turn this Alliance Army into his private army to a certain extent. Actually, Chen Daoxuan had already planned this when he first established the Western Defense Alliance. Because as long as one was observant, they would discover it. There were very few clan cultivators in the upper echelons of the Western Defense region. Chen Daoxuan's direct subordinates had a total of 10 battalion commanders. Among them, there were only 2 clan cultivators, Zhou Muchen of the Zhou clan and Wei Lidao of the Wei clan. The rest of them were all foundation establishment cultivators. The reason why so many freelance martial artists were chosen to be the 10,000 soldiers of the Western Defense Region Alliance Army. It was Chen Daoxuan who wanted to completely subdue this army and turn it into a private army of his Chen family. Although Chen Daoxuan was now the commander of the Western Defense Zone Coalition Army, he relied on his own strength and potential. It wasn't that the Chen family was really powerful. Everything else aside, the Chen family's available people were few and far between. Other than the 10 cultivators of the Dao generation, the cultivators of the Fu generation had not grown up yet and could not be released to take charge of the place. Just as Chen Daoxuan said, for the sake of the Chen family's rapid development, it was inevitable to use outsiders on a large scale. However, there were also rules to using outsiders. That was to use rogue cultivators, but not clan cultivators. To clan cultivators, the most important thing was their own clan. In this aspect, the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Chen family were astonishingly similar to some extent. Chapter 181, Coercion. Redwood Island. Seaview Immortal City. In the main hall of the Western Defense Zone Alliance Army headquarters, a streak of light flew towards the main hall. The person who came was a middle-aged cultivator in armor. This cultivator had a burly figure. Coupled with his Ling armor, he did not look like a cultivator. Instead, he looked like a natural-born soldier. He pushed the door open and entered. Lei Zhen saw a Taoist wearing a green Taoist robe and a jade crown standing with his hands behind his back. This person was his immediate superior, Chen Daoxuan. Lei Zhen, recruited in the year 957 of the Qianyuan calendar. He was a 100-soldier captain at the Yunmen Pass on the front line of the Yun nation. Chen Daoxuan turned around and looked at Lei Zhen, who was cupping his hands at him. He smiled and said, "General Lei, why did you choose to return to Guang'an Prefecture, a place of stagnant water, when you were doing so well at the front line of the Yun nation?" Hearing this, Lei Zhen was silent. After a long time, he cupped his hands and said, "Commander, most of the troops stationed at Cloud Dream Pass are from Jingzhou. I'm a Kangzhou cultivator, and I was ostracized there. I've reported to the higher UPS a few times, but they were biased. I was unhappy, so I came back." Chen Daoxuan could hear that this should be Lei Zhen's heartfelt words. Ever since the southern mountains city was lost, the Kangzhou cultivators who went to the front line to serve could only go to the immortal city's majestic pass that was stationed in other provinces. Moreover, ever since the news of the Kangzhou cultivators losing the southern mountains city spread, the other provinces despised the Kangzhou cultivators. One could imagine how much humiliation one would suffer if they were to become soldiers in someone else's territory. In addition, Lei Zhen's personality was not very good at seducing, so he was more likely to be ostracized. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's mood also became heavier. The loss of the southern mountains city was a pain in the hearts of all the cultivators in Kangzhou. Moreover, this pain did not heal with the passage of time. On the contrary, due to the subsequent loss of the Kangzhou cultivators' reputation and interests, it became even more serious. He took a few steps forward and patted Lei Zhen's shoulder. "General Lei, don't worry. The cultivators of our Kang prefecture will definitely take back the immortal city of the southern mountains city." "Yes." Lei Zhen seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories. His eyes were red as he nodded. Seeing the solemn atmosphere, Chen Daoxuan took Lei Zhen's hand and sat down with him. He said, "General Lei, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Counting the days, you've been in the Western Defense Alliance Army for almost a year, right? 11 months and 7 days. General Lei has a good memory." Chen Daoxuan smiled and said without batting an eyelid, "The zombie tide on Lotus Island is now weak, and the coalition army in the Western Defense Zone won't exist forever. I wonder what General Lei plans to do in the future." Hearing this, Lei Zhen opened his mouth slowly, not knowing how to answer. After a while, he shook his head bitterly. "Maybe I'll go back to my island and instruct the mortals to farm. Besides cultivation, I don't know any alchemy or weapon forging techniques. It seems that other than farming for the Great Clan and exchanging some spirit stones, there's no other good way out." This time, Chen Daoxuan was surprised. "General Lei, with your cultivation base, don't tell me that no clan in Guang'an Prefecture has invited you to be a guest cultivator." "Yes, of course." Lei Zhen nodded and smiled bitterly. "But the honored guest is just a nice-sounding term. In reality, he is just a dog of a large family. Although I am down and out, I am not a dog of a large family." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan tapped his seat lightly, making a tapping sound. Lei Zhen looked simple and honest on the surface, but he was actually very shrewd. Before Chen Daoxuan could say anything, Lei Zhen blocked his next words. He, Lei Zhen, was not willing to be a lackey of a big family, so how could he be willing to be a lackey of the Chen family? After all, even though the Chen family was recognized by the major families of Guang'an Prefecture, there was still a gap between them and the major families in terms of strength and heritage. Even though Chen Daoxuan had successfully converted to the Book of Heaven Essence Sword, and the power of his real essence had increased by 70%, he could vaguely touch the ultimate real essence mentioned in the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. In terms of strength, the current Chen Daoxuan was no longer evenly matched with that early-stage purple prefecture zombie. Perhaps without the myriad corpse blood fiend array to heal its injuries, Chen Daoxuan would have a chance to kill it. In other words, right now, Chen Daoxuan's power was already 30% stronger than that of ordinary early Zifu disciples. The strength of the Chen family naturally rose with the tide, but compared to the Zhou family and the Yang family, they were still inferior. Since Lei Zhen could even reject the recruitment of the Zhou and Yang families, let alone the Chen family. Knowing that recruiting was difficult, Chen Daoxuan didn't mind. He smiled and said, "May I ask how old General Lei is this year?" Hearing this, Lei Zhen seemed to be a little unhappy, but he still cupped his fists and said, "I'm 87 years old this year." 87 years old, 8th layer foundation establishment. Are you a heaven spirit root cultivator? Chen Daoxuan said seriously. Yes. Rei Zhen nodded. But compared to you swordsman. Rei Zhen shook his head in disappointment. So what if he was a heaven spiritual root cultivator? Even though heaven spiritual roots were 1 in 10,000, there were at least a few hundred heaven spiritual roots cultivators out of the millions of cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. In the entire Kang Prefecture, the number of heaven spirit root cultivators had increased by more than 10 times or even dozens of times. There were hundreds of states in the infinite star sea. Although cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots were considered geniuses, they were far from being heaven's pride experts. Only sword cultivators like Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan could truly be called geniuses among cultivators. Not only were they invincible among those of the same cultivation level, but they could even fight those of a higher cultivation level. They were completely unlike humans. Chen Daoxuan finally knew why Lei Zhen was so arrogant and unwilling to be a guest elder of a large clan. Reaching the 8th layer of the foundation establishment realm at the age of 87, he would definitely be able to reach the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm in less than 10 years. At that time, he would have to polish his true essence and prepare to break through to the Zifu disciple level. With Lei Zhen's age, if he went to the front lines to accumulate resources, he might really have a chance to advance to the purple prefecture stage. After all, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was as long as 200 years. Lei Zhen was probably less than 110 years old when he polished his true essence to perfection. He would have enough time to break through to the Zifu disciple level. The only pity was that he wasn't a member of the family, so he had to earn all the cultivation resources he needed. If a disciple of a large family had such talent, he would have been nurtured as a core disciple long ago. Just like Zhou Mubai and Yang Gongwan. At this point, Chen Daoxuan did not hide it anymore. If my Chen family is willing to offer you all the resources you need to break through to the Zifu disciple realm, I wonder if you are willing to be a guest of my Chen family. You mean, all the resources needed to break through to the purple mansion stage? In his desperation, Lei Zhen even forgot to address him respectfully. That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Not only that, in the future, our Chen family is also willing to help General Lei establish a cultivation family and pass down the orthodoxy from generation to generation. Hearing this, Lei Zhen's breathing quickened. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Commander, no, Lord Chen, are you serious? How is this fake? If General Lei doesn't believe me, how about I swear an oath to the god?" "No, no need." Lei Zhen waved his hand repeatedly. "I, Lei Zhen, trust a swordsman's promise." After saying that, Rei Zhen immediately stood up from his seat and stood straight in front of Chen Daoxuan. Then, he pushed the golden mountain and toppled the jade pillar. He knelt down and said, "I, Lei, am willing to serve the Chen family until I die." Good. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. He quickly walked forward and helped Lei Zhen up with both hands. He laughed and said, "General Lei, please rise." When the other party stood up, "General Lei's help is like adding wings to a tiger," Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. "I don't dare to accept your words," Lei Zhenqian said. Even though he was a proud person, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of such a young swordsman. Because in terms of talent and potential, Chen Daoxuan was more than 18 streets ahead of him. This logic was something he had deeply understood when he was defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a single sword at the Zhou clan's encampment. Today, he was willing to become a guest elder of the Chen family and serve the Chen family as the master. Other than the conditions that Chen Daoxuan had given him that he could not refuse, there was another important reason, and that was the worship of the strong. Humans naturally worshipped the strong, and the strong would only worship the stronger. Rei Zhen was a typical example of this kind of person. After subduing Lei Zhen and watching him leave, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Outside the door, Chen Daoquan was waiting outside with a cultivator at the 9th level of the aura refining realm. When he saw Lei Zhen coming out, Chen Daoquan quickly smiled and cupped his hands. Lei Zhen knew that Chen Daoquan's status in the Chen family was not low. He did not dare to look down on him just because his cultivation was low, so he quickly cupped his hands in return. When Lei Shen left, Chen Daoxuan pushed open the door and walked into the hall. Young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Yes. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. Where's the person I asked you to invite? He's waiting outside the hall. Phew. Chen Daoxuan let out a sigh of relief. These few days, we have finally subdued 7 of the 8 rogue cultivators and 10,000 soldiers from the Western Defense Region's coalition army. Hearing this, congratulations, young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan immediately said with a face full of joy. Now, only Zhou Muchen of the Zhou clan, Wei Lidao of the Wei clan, and that untactful middle foundation establishment stage rogue cultivator are left. Chen Daoxuan's expression turned ugly when he talked about that insensible rogue cultivator, Commander Wan. He was the commander of the Western Defense Alliance Army, the young clan leader of the Chen clan. He had tried to recruit the other party with such courtesy, but he had rejected him. Chen Daoxuan was naturally unhappy. One had to know that although the other great clans would also recruit itinerant cultivators as guest elders, they would just casually send someone out to recruit them. How could they be like Chen Daoxuan, who personally came to recruit as a dignified young clan leader? Most importantly, the other party actually rejected him. This made Chen Daoxuan feel uncomfortable, but at the same time, there was a faint doubt in his heart. This person seemed to be too noble. Was there really such a proud person in this world who could even reject the purple mansion pill? He thought that the conditions he had given were high enough. Since the other party was unwilling, Chen Daoxuan naturally would not let him continue to sit in the position of the commander of the Western Defense Zone Coalition Army. Since he couldn't use her, wouldn't such a person be an eyesore under his command? As the commander of the Western Defense Zone, Chen Daoxuan had 10,000 reasons to dismiss him. The Alliance headquarters wouldn't be unhappy with Chen Daoxuan because of this small matter. Otherwise, Zhou Minghao's investment in him would have been in vain. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "Let him in." "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands in greeting, and the person waiting outside the voice transmission hall let him in. He focused his eyes. Chen Daoxuan discovered that this 9th Qi layer cultivator was actually an old acquaintance. Chapter 182, Declaring Sovereigns. The fat middle-aged cultivator in front of him was no ordinary person. It was the 9th Qi layer cultivator Chen Daoxuan had met on the way to Yang Linyuan's Zifa banquet. He did not expect so many years to have passed. The other party had finally polished his true qi to near perfection and was about to reach the critical point of foundation establishment. Chen Daoxuan still remembered that this fat cultivator's name was Zhang Hixian. His family was good at making spirit talismans. "Fellow Daoist Zhang." Chen Daoxuan stood up with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. "I haven't seen you for many years. How have you been, fellow Daoist Zhang?" 1. He looked at the handsome young cultivator in front of him who had a tall figure and was filled with a faint pressure. Zhang Hixian didn't dare to associate him with the 7th Qi layer cultivator in his memory. How many years had it been? He had actually succeeded in reaching foundation establishment. Not only that, but he had also become the master of this majestic city. How could Zhang Hixian adapt to this? Junior Zhang Hixian greets Senior Chen. Zhang Hixian did not dare to act recklessly just because he had met Chen Daoxuan once before. He hurriedly bowed. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, there's no need to be like this. Since we're old friends, we can just be friends as equals." Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. "This." Zhang Hixian looked at Chen Daoxuan's face carefully. Seeing the sincerity on his face, he knew that he was not faking it. A warm feeling surged in his heart. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Chen." "Haha." Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet an old friend here today. It seems that the fate between us is not shallow." Hearing this, Zhang Hixian kept nodding his head. His chubby face was smiling so hard that his eyes were almost invisible. "If I remember correctly, isn't fellow Daoist Zhang's family near the spiritual shell island? Why would you come to my sea-viewing immortal city?" Chen Daoxuan asked curiously. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you might not know this," Zhang Hixian said with a bitter smile. "Last time, I attended Ancestor Yang's Zifa banquet. After fellow Daoist, I was summoned by Ancestor Yang. The Yang family wanted to recruit me to join the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, but I rejected them. He paused for a moment. He was afraid that his Zhang clan would offend the Guang'an Immortal Alliance by doing this, and that he would be unable to stand between the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the Zhou clan in the future, so he brought his clansmen and migrated here. With just a few words, Zhang's Hixian vividly displayed the helplessness of a small family in front of a large force. Although Chen Daoxuan had also rejected the recruitment of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, he was not afraid that the Guang'an Immortal Alliance would make things difficult for him because Shuanghu Island was far away from the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. Besides, not long after, Chen Daoxuan succeeded in reaching the foundation establishment stage, and his power soared to the point where he was now comparable to a Zifu disciple. Even if Yang Linyuan wanted the Yang family to apologize to Chen Daoxuan, how could he offend the newly risen Chen family? Zhang's Hixian's family didn't have a prodigy like Chen Daoxuan. If he continued to stay in the territory between Guang'an Immortal Alliance and Spiritual Shell Island, even if the Yang family would not take the initiative to attack him, a mere Qi refinement family, he would not be able to escape. However, with so many families in the Guang'an Immortal Alliance working together, it was hard to say if any of them were unhappy with the Zhang family and wanted to take revenge. At that time, the Zhang family would be in a difficult situation. Therefore, he had no choice. Zhang's Hixian's actions could only be said to be out of helplessness. Hearing the other party's explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding and then smiled. How is your Zhang clan's talisman business in the Seaview Immortal City? When it came to the family business, Zhang Xian's face finally revealed a hint of joy. He smiled. Right now, the Eastern Defense Region and the zombie horde of Lianhu Island are at war. The front lines have a huge demand for spirit talismans. My Zhang family's business is quite good. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. If he remembered correctly, the Zhang family was the only family in the entire Seaview Immortal City that sold spiritual talismans. The current Zhang clan was quite similar to the Chen clan that sold magic tools in Guang'an City. It was also full of vigor and vitality, and the family welcomed the opportunity to develop. To a certain extent, the chaos in Guang'an Prefecture was a reshuffling of the entire structure of the prefecture. The Zhao family of Guang'an Prefecture had been completely destroyed. Because more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators had been killed, and because the Wu family was relatively close to the zombie tide, it would inevitably decline in the future. What replaced it was the rise of the Chen family. Although the Chen clan's cultivators of the Fu generation were still young, there were not many cultivators of the Dao generation. However, only those with discerning eyes could see that the rise of the Chen family was unstoppable. Chen Daoxuan, a genius sword cultivator in his 20s, meant that the Chen family even had the potential to become a golden core family in the future. How could such a family not rise? Of course. In Guang'an Prefecture, other than the Chen family, which was a newly emerged large family, the other small families also welcomed opportunities for development one after another. Zhang's Hixian's family was one of them, but it was definitely not the only one. From this perspective, war was indeed something that could break through social classes. If nothing, this field, the war, the Chen family, although also will rise, but the process is absolutely nothing, so fast now. Without the Zhou clan's approval and the 80 million spirit stones allocated to the Western Defense Zone by the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army, the Western Defense Zone would have been destroyed. How could the Chen family have the ability to build an immortal city on Redwood Island? At the very least, he would have to wait for another 10 or so years. This war had accelerated the rise of the Chen family by at least 10 years. This was what Chen Xianhe had told him. Danger was both danger and opportunity. To the Chen family, the corpse chaos in Guang'an Prefecture was an opportunity. For some reason, Chen Daoxuan didn't even want the war at the front line to end. This was because the end of the war meant that it would be difficult for the Chen family to reap such a huge war bonus. Now, as the production capacity of Changping Pharmaceutical Factory and Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory expanded step by step, the profits from selling pills and magic tools to the front lines alone amounted to millions of spirit stones. Even though 1 million spirit stones had been exchanged for battle credits, there was still a net profit of 1 million spirit stones. Even though he didn't make a profit of more than 1 million spirit stones every month. However, in the past 10 months, the Chen family had accumulated nearly 10 million spirit stones in profits. In other words, the Chen family had almost gathered the spirit stones needed to cultivate the grade 3 spirit vein. The two of them reminisced about the past. Their relationship was quite familiar. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Chen Daoxuan said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, I'm dissatisfied. I did invite you here to discuss something." When Zhang's Hixian heard this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He stood up and cupped his hands. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said, "No, no, no. What is fellow Daoist Chen talking about?" Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating for the other party to sit down. When the other party sat down again, "I don't know if you feel that it's quite inconvenient to use spirit stones to trade normally," Chen Daoxuan continued. Inconvenient? Zhang's Hixian was stunned at first, but then he remembered that the Zhang family's income had skyrocketed in the past few months. Their monthly revenue was more than 100,000 spirit stones. In addition to transporting goods, it was indeed inconvenient to store them. In the future, if the Zhang family's business scale expanded further, this inconvenience would definitely be even more obvious. It's indeed inconvenient to use spirit stones to settle the goods, but fortunately, I have a storage bag, so it's not too inconvenient. Zhang's Hixian didn't know the meaning behind Chen Daoxuan's words and could only say so. Chen Daoxuan didn't waste his breath. He took out a spirit stone coin and handed it over. "I plan to promote this new currency in the Seaview Immortal City. I call it spirit stone coins." The total amount of this spiritual stone coin was 100 yuan, which was equivalent to 100 spiritual stones. Zhang's Hixian took the spirit stone coins from Chen Daoxuan and remained silent. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please don't misunderstand. My Chen family isn't trying to get something for nothing. I just wanted to replace spirit stones in the Seaview Immortal City. If you go out of the city to trade with others, you can use this spirit stone coin to exchange for spirit stones at any time." Zhang's Hixian was smart enough to smell the scent. "But if that's the case, wouldn't all the families in the Seaview Immortal City have a sum of spirit stones stored in your Chen family's hands?" "Indeed." Chen Daoxuan nodded without denying it. Hearing this, Zhang's Hixian heaved a sigh of relief. To him, a problem that could be solved with spirit stones was not a big problem. What he was most afraid of was that the Chen family would learn from the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and form an alliance. The small Zhang family really couldn't afford to participate in this kind of big family conflict game. It was foreseeable. In the future, if the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the Zhou family really had a conflict, there was a high chance that the Yang family and the Zhou family would be fine, but a large number of small families in the Guang'an Immortal Alliance would definitely suffer. These small clans thought that they could rely on the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and would be able to hold their heads high in Guang'an Prefecture. Little did he know that this was the stupidest thing to do. If other large clans were to compete, and your small clan joined in, other than becoming cannon fodder, was there a second outcome? Zhang's Hixian was very clear about this. As for the spirit stone coins that Chen Daoxuan pushed out, in his opinion, it was just to extort a sum of money from the various families of the Seaviewing Immortal City. Although the way he ate was a little ugly. But Zhang's Hixian couldn't understand. After all, the Chen family had spent a lot of money to build this immortal city. Just building a grade 3 spirit vein would cost more than 10 million spirit stones. Not to mention that the Chen family had also built more than a dozen grade 2 spirit veins around Redwood Island for the itinerant cultivators and small family cultivators who had migrated over to cultivate spirit fields and spirit herbs. This was another huge expenditure. Other than that, building an immortal city was the biggest expense. Zhang's Hixian found it hard to imagine how much the Chen family had paid to build this immortal city. Although it seemed that this immortal city was far from being completed. This proved that the Chen family might have emptied their family's assets and had no choice but to come up with this clumsy method to take advantage of the various large families in the Seaview Immortal City. Thinking of this, Zhang's Hixian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Since it's the decree of the Seaviewing Immortal City, my Zhang family will naturally abide by it." Seeing how tactful Zhang's Hixian was, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, fellow Daoist Zhang is really straightforward." Hee. Zhang's Hixian heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. The two of them chatted for a while. Chen Daoxuan personally stood up to send him off. This attitude made Zhang Xixian extremely terrified. He watched Zhang Xixian leave. Chen Daoxuan, who had been standing at the side, muttered, "That's it? The Zhang family is willing to fork out these spirit stones." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan laughed and said, "So what if I'm willing? One had to know that this place, the rules of this place are the rules of the Chen family. If they want to establish themselves here, they can only abide by the rules of our Chen family. Daoxuan, you have to get used to your identity." Chen Daoxuan looked at the domineering Chen Daoxuan and was speechless. Chapter 183, Testing. In the following month, Chen Daoxuan summoned the representatives of the various families who came to the Seaview Immortal City every day, as well as the itinerant cultivators who chose to open a shop in the Seaview Immortal City, to promote spirit stone coins to them. The Seaview Immortal City was newly built. Although it wasn't completed yet, there were already many businesses moving in. Although the entire Immortal City wasn't as famous as Lingzhou Immortal City, it was still getting more and more popular. There was no other way. Cultivators needed a lot of resources for cultivation. No cultivator could produce all kinds of resources. This was something that even large families and sects could not avoid. Therefore, he had no choice. Trade was very important to any cultivation force in this realm. The stronger the cultivation force, the more prosperous their trade activities were. After all, only when the economy was prosperous would there be enough resources to produce more powerful cultivators. This was very different from his previous life. Just as Chen Daoxuan had imagined, under his influence, no family or shop owner dared to refuse to use spirit stone coins. Of course, this method of forcefully pushing spirit stone coins, it would definitely leave an image of the Chen family being overbearing and greedy. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care. How could outsiders see the benefits of the currency after it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people? Now, they were rejecting it and even had to rely on Chen Daoxuan to use his strength to pressure the other party and force them to use spirit stone coins in the Seaview Immortal City. However, after using it for a period of time, they felt the benefits of spirit stone coins. They would definitely feel that paper money was much better than spirit stones. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, using spirit stones as currency was not even as good as gold and silver in ancient times. At the very least, the amount of gold and silver used as currency was fixed and would not suddenly decrease for no reason. However, spirit stones were different. Apart from their monetary attributes, they also had an important function to nurture spirit veins. Both the Guang and Immortal Alliance and the Zhou family had spent a lot of spirit stones to build the spirit vein. After consuming a large number of spirit stones, the market in Guang'an Prefecture was facing a shortage of spirit stones. This shortage of spirit stones had caused the entire Guang'an Prefecture to run out of money. Many times, cultivators who lacked spirit stones had to barter. However, there was no need to elaborate on how inefficient it was to exchange items for items. That was a backward economic phenomenon that only existed in primitive societies. There was another important reason why Chen Daoxuan insisted on promoting the spirit stone coins. It was because the industrial production of Shuanghu Island would bring about a leap in productivity. Once these industrial products were introduced to the market, it would inevitably further aggravate the shortage of spirit stones. Now that the Chen family's industrial scale was small, this phenomenon was not obvious. If the industrial scale of Shuanghu Island was expanded by 100 times, the entire Guang'an Prefecture's spirit stones would probably be concentrated in the transactions between the Chen family and the outside world, and it would not be enough. At that time, Shuanghu Island's industrial development would be greatly hindered. If the development of industry depended on trade, then currency was the medium of trade. However, if this medium was not strong enough, industrial development would inevitably be hindered. To outsiders, Chen Daoxuan's actions might seem like a rash move, but in reality, he was clearing the obstacles for Shuanghu Island's industrialization ahead of time. A month later, in the main hall of the Western Defense Zone Alliance Army headquarters, the 10 commanders of 10,000 soldiers sat together with Chen Daoxuan in the hall. After a long time, Wei Lidao of the Wei clan was the first to stand up. He cupped his hands and said, "Commander, tomorrow is the day to pay the salaries of the Allied army in the Western Defense region. However, the spirit stones in my army seem to be..." Wei Lidao felt the faint pressure on Chen Daoxuan's body, but he didn't dare to say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yes. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyes slightly and smiled, since tomorrow is the day of the army's pay, there are some things that I have to say. Everyone knows that although our Western Defense Zone has 80 million spirit stones for military expenses, this amount of military expenses may seem a lot, but if you look closely, it's not much. They bought magic tools for the soldiers, cultivated spirit veins, built immortal cities, and paid the soldiers. As a result, the military expenditure was already tight, but even in this kind of situation, there were still people who dared to covet the military expenditure. Chen Daoxuan's voice became louder. Do you think our Western Defense Region Alliance Army, from the commander to the soldiers, can tolerate such a phenomenon? Hearing this, everyone was silent. But everyone knew that since Chen Daoxuan said this, he was definitely going to make an example out of them. Rei Zhen suddenly stood up and said loudly, all the soldiers in the Western Defense Region are working hard to build the Immortal City and patrol the entire Western Defense Region. Not only can we not sleep at night, but we even delay our own cultivation. Even so, our Western Defense Zone still has such scum. Who can tolerate it? Yes. General Lei is right. I can't tolerate it. This wind must not rise. Yes. Zhou Muchen did not say a word when he saw the crowd's agreement. Wei Lidao's heart was pounding. Xia Hong, come out. Chen Daoxuan's voice exploded in the ears of a soldier who was a rogue cultivator. Hearing this, the expression of this mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator called Xia Ailong became extremely ugly. He braced himself and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, Commander, what are your orders? What are your orders? Chen Daoxuan sneered. Do you still want me to criticize you in public for what you've done? Hearing these words, Xia Hong's expression changed again. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He said in a trembling voice, I hope that Lord Commander can explain. According to the military law of the Allied Army, how should we convict those who embezzled military funds? Upon hearing this, Zhou Muchen, who held the position of commander of 10,000 soldiers and military governor, stood up and cupped his hands. According to the laws of the Alliance Army, those who embezzled military funds will be punished according to the amount of money embezzled. Those who embezzled less than 100,000 spirit stones were dismissed from their military posts and sentenced to flogging and branding. Those who embezzled more than 100,000 spirit stones were dismissed from their military posts and sentenced to the punishment of nailing them to the bone. Those who embezzled more than 1 million spirit stones were sentenced to death. Everyone listened. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and transmitted his voice to the outside of the hall, bring it in. In the next moment, a group of soldiers carried 15 boxes that were as tall as a person's shoulder and slowly walked into the hall. Commander, these are the spirit stones found in General Xia's spiritual residence. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said indifferently, understand. You can leave now. Yes, Lord Commander. After watching the soldiers leave, Chen Daoxuan walked to the first box and waved his hand. The box suddenly opened. It was filled to the brim with spirit stones. General Xia, what else do you have to say? Framed, it must be framed. When Xia Hong saw this scene, his eyes turned red, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour, it must be you. It was you who saw that recruiting me failed, so you used such dirty methods to frame me. Heh! Chen Daoxuan sneered. You're just a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What right do you have for a sword cultivator like me to personally recruit you? You said that I framed you, but do you dare to swear an oath to the great Dao? Xia Hong's expression changed again, his heart beating like thunder, but the resentment on his face became even stronger, he refused to swear, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Muchen and said, Overseer Zhou, what crime is slandering Shangguan in the Alliance Army? Dismissal and investigation. Zhou Muchen cherished his words like gold. Chen Daoxuan nodded and casually picked up a spirit stone from the box. Tisk tisk, this box of spirit stones is probably more than 100,000 spirit stones. 15 boxes of spirit stones, General Xia has a big appetite. Xia Hong's face was ashen, and at the same time, his eyes faintly revealed a trace of despair. 15 boxes of spirit stones, that would be more than 1 million spirit stones. Executed. He already had a guilty conscience in his heart, and when he thought of this crime, Xia Hong finally made up his mind. He said with grief and indignation on his face, "It's you, it's all you. You framed me. I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty." Xia Hong's face flushed red, and he looked like a mad demon. "Chen Daoxuan. I'll fight it out with you." After saying that, he immediately slapped the storage pouch at his waist and a flying sword flew toward Chen Daoxuan's face. This sword light was as fast as lightning in the eyes of outsiders, but in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, it was extremely clumsy. He stretched out a finger and gently flicked it forward, knocking on the tip of the flying sword. The next moment, the flying sword let out a faint cry and flew back rapidly. "Overseer Zhou, what crime is it to attack a senior officer? Death penalty." Zhou Muchen's words revealed a hint of killing intent. When everyone saw this scene, they were clear in their hearts that Xia Hong was dead for sure. "This fool!" Wei Lidao sighed inwardly. Sword light incarnation. Chen Daoxuan stepped forward and pointed his sword finger at Xia Hong's Danshan Sea of Qi, crushing it. Puff! Xia Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his body went limp and fell down. With his Danshan and Sea of Qi destroyed, Xia Hong was completely crippled. When the crowd saw Chen Daoxuan's ruthless actions, even the 7 rogue cultivators who had sworn their loyalty to the Chen clan felt a chill in their hearts. But at the same time, he was also very glad. Fortunately, they had agreed to be recruited by Chen Daoxuan. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground and crippled. Xia Hong struggled and wanted to stand up, but he was trembling and unable to get up. Chen Daoxuan walked to the remaining 14 boxes and opened them one by one. The remaining 14 boxes only contained 1 spirit stone each. Chen Daoxuan lowered his head and looked at Xia Hong, who couldn't get up. He sighed and said, "General Xia, you're just embezzling a few 100,000 spiritual stones. You don't deserve death." Then, he shook his head and said, "These kids. They're using a box to store a spirit stone. Aren't they scaring us? It's really..." Hearing this, Xia Hong was so angry that his vision turned black and he directly fainted. He didn't even look at Xia Hong, who was lying on the ground. Chen Daoxuan walked back to the seat of honor and raised his head to look at Wei Li. "What were you saying?" "Reporting, Commander," this subordinate just said, "the matter of salary." "Oh, right, pay the army." Chen Daoxuan clapped his hands. "Look at my memory. Please don't mind." "I don't mind, I don't mind. Lord Commander is busy with many things, so it's normal for you to forget." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhou Muchen looked at the young man sitting at the head of the table. He simply couldn't compare him to the young cultivator who had to rely on himself to intimidate the other families in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market a few years ago. The Chen family had really risen. This was the only thought left in Zhou Muchen's mind. Chen Daoxuan gently pressed down with his hand, and the hall returned to silence. "I believe everyone has heard some rumors recently." Chen Daoxuan paused. "I plan to use a new type of paper money to replace spirit stones in the Seaview Immortal City for trading purposes." Chapter 184, Squeeze. As he spoke, he took out 2 boxes of spirit stone coins from his storage bag. Compared to the box that had just been carried into the hall, these 2 boxes were like the difference between a child and an adult. He opened the box. Inside were stacks of neatly stacked currency. These notes looked like the currency of his previous life, and Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. This world finally began to change a little with his arrival. Even though these changes were only limited to the sea-viewing Immortal City in Guang'an Prefecture. However, he believed that as the power under his command expanded, this change would slowly cover the entire Guang'an Prefecture and even the entire Kangzhou. "I believe some of you have already seen these notes." Chen Daoxuan took out 9 100 yuan notes and distributed them to the 9 soldiers. Although Lei Zhen had heard that the Seaview Immortal City was going to use a brand new currency in the future, this was the first time he had seen it in detail. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel curious. He looked at the note in his hand carefully and realized that the back of the note was a screenshot of the entire Guang'an Prefecture. The front of the note was an overall picture of Seaview Immortal City. It looked majestic and had a visual impact. In addition, the number 100 was written in the middle of the left side of the note. Thinking about it, this was the 100 face spirit stone coin that his master had mentioned. Seeing that everyone was silent, My idea is to let the soldiers receive this brand new currency as military pay. This time, everyone started whispering. Commander, will this cause a mutiny among the soldiers? Zhou Muchen stood up and frowned. Wei Lidao nodded and said, that's right, Commander. After all, everyone only cares about spirit stones. A late Qi refinement soldier gets 500 spirit stones a year, a middle Qi refinement soldier gets 300 spirit stones, and an early Qi refinement soldier gets 100 spirit stones. But now, a late Qi condensation soldier can only take 5 notes, and an early Qi condensation soldier can only take 1. This. Wei Lidao was speechless. A single Qi condensation soldier might be weak, but the entire western sector had 100,000 Qi condensation soldiers, and 1,000 foundation establishment officers. Once they started to cause trouble, even if Chen Daoxuan was as powerful as a Zifu disciple, he might not be able to suppress them. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, tell the soldiers below that there are too many spirit stones and it will be troublesome to distribute them. Everyone can use the notes in their hands to go to the largest Changping Central Bank in the central district of the Sea Viewing Immortal City and exchange the notes for spirit stones. Of course, if you didn't want to exchange for it, you could use your spirit stone coins to purchase goods from any shop in Guang'an Prefecture. This. Everyone looked at each other. Wei Lidao was rather puzzled. Commander, why do you have to do this? Just tell the soldiers below that. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. Other than Chen Daoxuan, the commander, there were already 7 people in the upper echelons of the Western Defense region who had been recruited by Chen Daoxuan to become the Chen clan's honored guests. Of the remaining 3, Xia Hong had been crippled. Although Zhou Muchen had the position of military governor, his relationship with Chen Daoxuan was the most complicated, so it was impossible for him to stand up against him. As for Wei Lidao, he was trembling when he spoke. Obviously, he was also afraid of Chen Daoxuan to the bone. At the beginning, everyone still felt that Chen Daoxuan was easy to talk to. They had been together for nearly a year, but they had never seen him act like a new official. They didn't expect Chen Daoxuan's fire to burn so late and so fiercely. In a single exchange, he crippled a commander of the Alliance army. Not to mention that Xia Hong's corruption was not framed by others. It was obvious that he had attacked Chen Daoxuan in public. Just based on this behavior, it was a death sentence no matter what. This was also the reason why Wei Lidao said he was stupid. If he didn't attack Chen Daoxuan in public, there was still a possibility of refuting the matter of embezzling spirit stones. Whether it was the oath of the Great Dao or the truth-questioning mirror, they could wash away his injustice. Even if he couldn't completely clear his name, he would at most be dismissed from the military, but he definitely didn't deserve to die. But he was too anxious, so he attacked Shangguan, and the biggest evidence fell into Chen Daoxuan's hands. At this time, no matter who tried to convict him, he would not be able to escape death. This was also the reason why Wei Li was afraid of Chen Daoxuan. In his eyes, although Chen Daoxuan was young, he was ruthless. What was even more terrifying was that this person's strength was tyrannical. Whether it was methods or strength, Chen Daoxuan did not lack them. How could he dare to go against Chen Daoxuan again? He had raised his doubts just now because he was worried that Chen Daoxuan might cause more trouble if he forcefully pushed the spirit stone coins in the army. At that time, Chen Daoxuan might not be in trouble as a commander. However, they were the captains who issued specific orders. They might have to throw 1 or 2 out to stabilize the morale of the army. And he, Wei Lidao, was the one most likely to be thrown out to appease the anger of the soldiers. Because of his personal relationship with Chen Daoxuan, he was inferior to Zhou Muchen. In terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as Lei Zhen and the other rogue cultivators. He could only be the scapegoat. But now, Chen Daoxuan had explained that he could take the spirit stone coins to the central bank of Changping to exchange for spirit stones. Wei Lidao's anxious heart finally relaxed. This move was nothing more than changing the distribution location of the West Defense Region Alliance Army to the Sea Viewing Immortal City's Changping Central Bank. It was just a little troublesome for the soldiers. However, for such a small matter, how could the Qi condensation soldiers dare to bare their teeth at the Foundation establishment level? The next day, in the Allied Army camp in the Western Defense Zone, batches of soldiers lined up in front of the paid distribution area. Looking down from the sky, In front of the 6 military pay distribution points, there were 6 long lines. What the hell? Aren't they giving out spirit stones? Why did you send me a piece of paper? A hot-tempered soldier took 500 spirit stone coins in his hand and immediately exploded. What are you shouting about? Did you have an idea? The person in front of him who was responsible for distributing military pay was an early Foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on the body of this late Qi refinement soldier, almost pressing him down. The troublemaker immediately calmed down. He cupped his hands at the officer who distributed the military pay and said, "Sir, please forgive me. This subordinate did not mean to do so." Seeing that the soldier's emotions had stabilized, the Foundation building cultivator who was distributing the military pay nodded slightly and pointed at the notice not far away. "You can read. Go and see for yourself." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to this late-stage aura refining soldier and began to pay the soldiers behind him. Nai Zhong was a loose cultivator in the late stage of Qi refinement in Guang'an Prefecture. At the start, he was a ling plant farmer on many ling veins of the Zhou family. In other words, he was also a tenant of the Zhou family, but he was a tenant who planted ling fields for the Zhou family. Speaking of which, the amount of spiritual stones that Nai Zhong earned in a year might not even be as much as those itinerant cultivators who drove mortals to farm. Later on, the Yang family took the lead to establish Guang'an Immortal Alliance and built a large number of spirit veins on the islands within a radius of 10,000 miles around Golden Crow Island. He also invited many cultivators from the outside world to open up ling fields on these islands and plant spirit herbs. This made Nai Zhong, who had long been unable to withstand the Zhou family's oppression, extremely excited. He quickly packed his things and ran to the Guang'an Immortal Alliance's territory. It was a pity. A year or two later, a zombie tide broke out on Lotus Island. The destruction of the Zhao clan in Guang'an Prefecture had caused all the itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture to feel deeply concerned. Nai Zhong, a mere cultivator in the advanced stage of the aura refining stage, was naturally extremely afraid. During that period of time, he would even cultivate at night and would be suspicious. He was afraid that the island he was on would be like the Zhao family and be invaded by evil things. Fortunately, the Zhou family took the lead to form the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army and designated 5 major defense zones to protect the stability of the entire Guang'an Prefecture. At this moment, those panic-stricken itinerant cultivators finally had a backbone. Nai Zhong was one of them. Nai Zhong had immediately joined the Guang'an Prefecture's Alliance Army. In his opinion, the Guang'an Prefecture's Alliance Army was undoubtedly the safest, because there were Zifu disciples in the Alliance Army. They were small fry in the refinement stage, so they naturally felt very safe. The only pity was that he was not assigned to the middle defense area. This was because the central defense zone was where the Zhou family was located. With the Zhou family's strength, it was undoubtedly the safest place in the entire Guang'an Prefecture. However, it was good to be assigned to the Western Defense Zone. Although the Western Defense Zone was weak, it was not without advantages. The Western Defense Zone was the furthest from the Eastern Defense Zone, so the possibility of being attacked by the zombie tide on Lotus Island was the lowest. In addition, the Chen family in the Western Defense Zone was also cultivating spirit veins on the islands near Redwood Island for itinerant cultivators to open up spirit fields and grow spirit herbs. This time, Nai Zhong's mind was completely settled. He had already made good plans for the future. He would first serve in the Western Defense Region Alliance Army. When his service was over, he should have accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones. At that time, he went to the ling veins around Redwood Island to rent land to cultivate ling fields. With his skills as a ling plant farmer, opening up ling fields was a piece of cake for him. As far as he knew, the spiritual veins cultivated by the Chen family around Hongshan Island were not only of the second grade. Moreover, the rental fee was much lower than that of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the Zhou clan. In this way, he could calculate. In the future, not only would he be able to open up ling fields, but he would also have enough spirit stones to grow more valuable spirit herbs. Just as he was full of hope for the outside world and was about to receive his first military pay in his life, he realized that he had only received 5 notes. What paper money? These were 5 pieces of talisman paper. Although he didn't know what materials these 5 pieces of talisman paper were made of, Nai Zhong, who used to deal with ling plants all day long, was still sensitive enough to smell the scent of ling plants on these talisman papers. He used 5 talismans to try to take a year's worth of his hard work. At this moment, Nai Zhong's anger and humiliation from being oppressed by a big family all these years exploded. However, before he could be firm for a few seconds, under the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator, he instantly cowered. Embarrassed, Nai Zhong followed the instructions of the foundation building official and looked at the explanation on the notice. He understood what the use of the notes in his hand was. To be able to exchange spirit stones at the Changping Central Bank of Seaview Immortal City? He could even directly spend in the shops of the Seaview Immortal City? Really? Nai Zhong muttered. Hurry up, all late, all late, all late. Yes, these big shots must have come up with this kind of paper money because they don't have enough spirit stones to pay the army. Hurry up. Let's hurry over. Chapter 185, Nail. Hearing this, Nai Zhong was immediately enlightened. He did not dare to delay at all. He hurriedly used the wind manipulation technique and flew towards the sea-viewing Immortal City. Guanhai Immortal City was different from Lingzhou Immortal City and Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. There was no city entrance tax in Guanhai Immortal City. Any cultivator from the Infinite Star Sea who entered the sea-viewing Immortal City did not need to pay taxes. Compared to the city entrance tax, Chen Daoxuan was more concerned about the profits and taxes brought by trade. The Seaview Immortal City was actually very large, even larger than the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. However, most of it was still empty and had not been completed. The actual completed area could only occupy about 1/10 of the entire sea-viewing Immortal City. Even so, more than 200,000 cultivators gathered in this small Immortal City, making the entire Immortal City lively enough. Especially since today was the day of the army's pay. A large group of soldiers took spirit stone coins and headed to the central area of the Seaview Immortal City, Changping Central Bank, to exchange for spirit stones. Changping Central Bank had a total of 16 working windows. However, tens of thousands of people came to exchange for spirit stones. The long line caused the entire street to become impenetrable. In Changping Central Bank, accompanied by Lei Zhen, Chen Daoxuan looked at the soldiers who came to exchange for spirit stones and felt a little uneasy. General Lei, do you think these soldiers can accept the spirit stone coins issued by our Seaview Immortal City? Lei Zhen thought about it and shook his head. The young clan leader said that the value of a currency depends on the goods. As long as the spirit stone coins we issue can be used to buy medicinal pills, magic tools, spiritual talismans, and other goods, it will have value, right? Hearing this, Rei Zhen hesitated, just like, the Qian Yuan sword sect has the same battle merits. The image of the metaphor is different from the battle achievements of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Chen Daoxuan had been trained by Chen Daoxuan for nearly a month, so he had the deepest understanding of the nature of money. Through Chen Daoxuan's narration, he had a deep understanding that Shuanghu Island's industrial development could not be separated from the support of a currency that was widely circulated. Although the spirit stones were widely circulated, there were not enough of them. At least in Guang'an Prefecture, there weren't enough of them. In the crowd, Nai Zhong waited in a long line and finally waited for him. He looked at the staff at the window and said loudly, "Give me 500. As he spoke, he handed over 500 yuan spirit stone coins. Are you sure you want to exchange 500 spirit stones for 500 spirit stones? I'm sure, I'm sure. Please hurry up." Nai Zhong urged. Through the window, he could see the mountains of spirit stones inside. If it weren't for the faint pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator emanating from the entire hall, he wouldn't have been able to see them. Nai Zhong really had the thought of taking a risk. Suppressing the thought of courting death in his heart, Nai Zhong smiled happily and was about to take the 500 spirit stones. At the window beside him, a fat cultivator who was panting took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage bag and piled them on the counter. Nai Zhong took a glance and saw that there were at least several hundred spirit stones. "Please help me exchange all these spirit stones for spirit stone coins." The fat cultivator looked irritated. Are all the shopkeepers crazy? They don't even accept spirit stones, but spirit stone coins. Very quickly, from time to time, someone in the team would take out spirit stones from their storage bags and exchange them for spirit stone coins. "Hello, do you still want to exchange for spirit stones? At the window, the staff member saw that Nai Zhong was silent and asked again and again. Wait a minute, please. Nai Zhong said hesitantly. After saying that, he took back the 500 spirit stone coins from the bank staff. Can we really spend this money? Nai Zhong walked out of the Changping Central Bank with a puzzled expression. They walked all the way to a shop that sold spirit seeds. Nai Zhong stopped and walked into the shop. Shopkeeper! Nai Zhong shouted as soon as he entered the shop. Honored guest, what do you want to buy? As soon as he stepped into the shop, an old man in his 60s came up to him with a red face. Our shop has all kinds of spiritual rice seeds, spiritual medicine seeds, and many rare spiritual plant seeds. After saying that, the old man handed over a jade slip and said, this is the complete spiritual seed illustrated guide. There are introductions and prices of various spiritual seeds on it. Please take a look. Nai Zhong took the jade slip from the old man and sank his divine sense into it to check. After a long time, Nai Zhong withdrew his divine sense and frowned. Shopkeeper, why are all the prices in your illustrated handbook marked with spirit stone coins? Can't I buy it with spirit stones? Sorry for the trouble. The old man smiled and cupped his hands. According to the laws of Guanhai Immortal City, from today onwards, the entire city will implement a new currency, which is spirit stone coins. If you don't have spirit stone coins, you can go to the Changping Central Bank in the central street to exchange for spirit stones. Hearing this, Nai Zhong took out a 100 yuan spirit stone coin from his storage bag and said, Shopkeeper, please take a look. Is this the kind of banknote? Seeing this, the old man took the spirit stone coins from Nai Zhong. He picked up the spirit stone coin and gently shook it. Then, he carefully looked at the patterns on it. Finally, he brought it to his nose and sniffed it. Finally, he smiled and said, yes, this is the currency. This note is worth 100 spirit stones. Nai Zhong asked, puzzled. Yes, it's worth 100 spirit stones. Can't you take it to Changping Central Bank to exchange for spirit stones? What else do you suspect? I really don't know what this sea-viewing immortal city is doing. Nai Zhong shook his head when he heard this. Who knows? The old man also sighed. Sir, look, do you want to buy? Nai Zhong took the spirit stone coins and said with a smile, Shopkeeper, please forgive me. I'm a soldier of the Alliance Army, so I can't buy your spirit seed for the time being. After 2 years, when I retire, I'll take care of your business. Hearing this, the old man was not angry. He smiled and said, please take care of yourself. You are welcome to take care of my business in the future. All right, all right. Nai Zhong cupped his hands and left the shop. Next, Nai Zhong visited several shops and found that spirit stone coins could really be spent. What was even stranger was that the shops in the sea-viewing immortal city did not accept spirit stones. Sir, please forgive us. Our Zhang's spiritual talisman shop really can't accept spirit stones. You can take the spirit stones to Changping Central Bank and exchange them for spirit stone coins. One shop after another. There were also shops that secretly accepted spirit stones, but these shops were quickly caught by patrolling soldiers and were fined extremely high. At this point, Nai Zhong rarely saw shops that dared to violate the laws of Seaview Immortal City. It seemed. In just one night, the currency used in this immortal city had changed from spirit stones to paper notes in his hands. At the thought of this, he waved the spirit stone coins in his hand, making a swishing sound. It's really meaningful. Nai Zhong muttered. At the Allied Army base in the Western Defense Zone. In a dark dungeon. Ever since the dungeon was built, it had rarely been used, except for the occasional soldiers who violated military discipline. Chen Daoxuan walked step by step to a cell engraved with array patterns. Open the door, he said to the soldier beside him. Yes, Lord Commander. The soldier bowed and quickly opened the cell door. In the cell, a middle-aged cultivator lay on the ground with a pale face. His hands and feet were shackled. Who else could it be but the commander of 10,000 soldiers, Xia Hong? All right, stop pretending. That finger of mine only shattered your sea of vital energy. It didn't hurt your body. You won't die. Hearing this, Xia Hong suddenly opened his eyes and roared, Chen Daoxuan, you used public tools for personal use. You're despicable and shameless. You failed to recruit me and became jealous. Just you wait, the Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army will definitely give me justice, and the Qianyuan sword sect will definitely not let you go. Xia Hong excitedly waved his hands, the shackles made a clattering sound under his struggle. I remember that there's a kind of spiritual pill that seems to be able to repair the broken Danshan and Sea of Qi. What's it called again? Chen Daoxuan immediately put on a thoughtful expression. Yes, the Skymander pill of the Qinghui Daoist sect. Hearing this, Xia Hong immediately seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and then he said in a deep voice, "What are you trying to say? In fact, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, no other family in the entire Infinite Star Sea can offer you a higher price than the Chen family." Chen Daoxuan paused. "I thought that you were a proud person. Even the Purple Mansion pill couldn't move you, but I framed you in front of everyone yesterday, and you actually didn't refute me. Was it difficult to prove his innocence? The oath of the Great Dao and the questioning mirror can all prove your innocence." "Oh, right, you have to swear an oath of loyalty to my Chen family. Why are you so afraid of making a Great Dao oath? What are you afraid of?" "Xia Hong? When I recruited you before, I was just a little suspicious that there really was such a proud person in this world. However, after testing you yesterday, I'm basically certain that there's something wrong with you." Chen Daoxuan looked at the trembling Xia Hong in the dungeon and said with a smile, "You wanted to die yesterday, but you didn't expect me to cripple you instead of killing you. After you luckily survived, you wanted to live. Now, you want to die. Don't you think it's a little too late?" Even though Xia Hong's Danshan and Sea of Vital Energy were destroyed, he was still a Foundation Establishment cultivator after all. If he wanted to commit suicide, he still had methods. However, he found that his entire body, even his divine sense, was almost frozen by the person in front of him. This person, so strong. He was too strong. Xia Hong's heart trembled in fear. "Xia Hong, the survivor of the southern mountain city's Chinese Pass battle, am I right?" Chen Daoxuan slowly squatted down in front of him and looked straight into his eyes. "Tell me, how did you come back?" "Oh dash!" Xia Hong's face flushed red, unable to speak. Chen Daoxuan formed a hand seal and pressed it directly on the other party's body, sealing his entire body, leaving only his mouth moving. Hee. Xia Hong's face revealed a terrifying smile. He stared at Chen Daoxuan and said with a strange smile, "Chen Daoxuan, do you think you can live? All of you must die. I'll wait for you down there, I'll wait for you." "Not good." Chen Daoxuan's expression changed and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. However, his hand was repelled by a huge force. When he looked again, Xia Hong had already died. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face was ashen. Chapter 186, Successive Foundation Establishment. He looked at Xia Hong who had died in front of him. Chen Daoxuan felt as if there was a stone in his heart. The Battle of Chinese Pass, the corpse tied in Guang'an Prefecture, and the subtle attitude of the Qianyuan sword sect towards Kangzhou over the years. All of this was like a cloud of fog that shrouded Chen Daoxuan's mind. If his guess was correct, this Xia Hong should be a spy placed by the Xuanqing Dao League in the Infinite Star Sea. In fact, it was not unusual for the major factions to plant spies in each other's territory. Since the Xuanqing Dao League could place spies in the Infinite Star Sea, the Qianyuan sword sect could naturally place spies in the Xuanqing Dao League's territory. It would depend on whose methods were better. However, judging from the situation where the Qianyuan sword sect was suppressing the two opposing sects, it was obvious that the Qianyuan sword sect was a level higher. Chen Daoxuan was not worried about this. He only felt that the words that this Xia Hong said before his death seemed to have a point. "All of you must die." Chen Daoxuan raised his head and pointed at the ground. Was it the zombie tied in Guang'an Prefecture? Or Daoist Master Shenju? He shook his head. Chen Daoxuan, who didn't know what she meant, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The information he had was too little to analyze. But one thing was certain. If he wanted to deal with all of this, he could only strengthen his own strength. One day, the Chen family would develop to the point where they could rival or even be stronger than the Qianyuan sword sect. These schemes and plots were all useless in the face of absolute strength. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan silently put away the light purple photographic stone in his hand and walked out of the cell. According to the rules, he had to report the death of a commander of the Western Defense Alliance Army. And what he held in his hand was the absolute evidence that Xia Hong was a spy. With this evidence in hand, no matter what, Chen Daoxuan, as the commander of the Alliance Army, had not done anything wrong. Instead, he had done something meritorious. It was just that Xia Hong died too early. There were still too many things that he had not told her. However, after thinking about it carefully, since the mysterious Dao League dared to plant spies in the Infinite Star Sea, how could they not have a backup plan? Even if Xia Hong was sent to the Qianyuan sword sect, it would be difficult to squeeze out any valuable information. He walked out of the dungeon. Chen Daoxuan looked at the bright sunshine in the sky and his mood gradually eased. Right now, the most important thing for the Chen family was to ensure the stable operation of the Seaview Immortal City. He was so eager for quick success that he would definitely cause chaos in the development of Guanhai Immortal City in a short period of time. But Chen Daoxuan believed it. As long as the cultivators staying in the Seaview Immortal City were sure that spirit stone coins could be exchanged for spirit stones, there would not be much problem with its circulation in the Seaview Immortal City. In the end, spirit stone coins were only equivalent to silver notes in ancient times in his previous life. It was fundamentally different from modern currency that used credit as collateral. In order to ensure the smooth operation of the Seaview Immortal City, other than the active trade, there was another important factor, which was the protection of martial strength. This point, the Chen family was lacking. Currently, the Seaview Immortal City's military strength was completely dependent on the Western Defense Alliance Army and Chen Daoxuan's strength, which was comparable to a Zifu disciple. The other Chen clan cultivators were completely useless here. What Chen Daoxuan needed to do next was to increase the strength of the other cultivators of the Chen family. If it wasn't for the fact that primordial enlightenment had broken through to the second level and gained the new function of preaching, it would have been impossible for him to have such a powerful ability. Chen Daoxuan planned to use 10 years or even 100 years as a unit to slowly strengthen the Chen family's hard power. But now, it had the function of preaching. He believed that this time would be shortened by more than 10 times. Because he was a classic example. Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan and said with a smile. Originally thought that Dao Chu would reach foundation establishment a year earlier than you. I didn't expect the two of you to reach the threshold of foundation establishment at the same time. Hearing this, Chen Daolan raised her head slightly, her pretty face filled with an uncontrollable smile. Young clan leader, Chen Daoku said in annoyance, I was dragged down by the heavy research and development tasks in the laboratory. You just let me finish the paper money, and now you want me to modify the melting spirit stove and the centrifugal wall breaker. There's also that spiritual pressure device, and lay the spiritual energy network of Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoku's mouth was like a laser gun as he kept scolding. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head and said with a smile, those who are capable do more work. The notes you made last time were very good. Not only did they have first-class anti-counterfeit capabilities, but they were also easy to manufacture. Most importantly, you even invented the matching banknote detector. But you gave me too many tasks at once. Didn't you say that the purpose of establishing the Magical Equipment Research Institute was to research high-grade Ling armor and war magical equipment? Chen Daoku complained and asked curiously. Yes, but there's no need to study it at the moment. Chen Daoxuan paused. The Qianyuan Sword Sect's Military Merit Exchange Jade Slip has the inheritance of second-level superior grade spiritual armor for exchange. If we can spend money, let's spend money to buy it first. If we can't spend money, we'll study it ourselves. Hearing this, Chen Daoku nodded in understanding. As one of the higher UPS of the Chen family, he knew very well how terrifying the family's ability to earn money was. The Chen family's current financial resources mainly came from three sources. The first was naturally the trade with the Eastern Defense Zone, which could also be called military supplies trade. The second was the pill shops and magic tool shops in Guang'an City and Lingzhou City. Although the profits from this part were not as high as the military supplies trade, it was better than the long-term profits. The third part was the benefits of the Seaview Immortal City. The benefits of Guanhai Immortal City could be divided into two parts. One part was the profits of their own clan's property, and the other part was the taxes of other businesses. Although the profits from Guanhai Immortal City were not as good as the military supplies trade, it still exceeded the profits from Chen family's businesses in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City. Moreover, in the future, as the Sea Viewing Immortal City continued to grow, this immortal city would become the Chen family's most important foundation and foreign trade window. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan had spent so much effort to change its trading currency. It seemed like there was no need to implement spirit stone coins now. However, because the immortal city was small, there was less resistance and it was easier to supervise. Otherwise, when Guanhai Immortal City developed to the point where it was comparable to Guang'an City or even bigger, by then, the impact and difficulty of regulation caused by changing the currency would be much greater. If one does not think far ahead, he will have immediate worries. If Chen Daoxuan was an ordinary Chen clansman, of course, he didn't need to consider such a long-term plan. He only needed to focus on improving his strength. However, he was the clan leader of the Chen clan. His decision would affect the future development of the clan. He had no choice but to make plans for the long-term development of his family. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the two of you would be at the Foundation establishment realm. Time really flies. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Chu and Chen Daolan and sighed. Yet. Chen Daolan nodded. Now that I think about the days we spent in the courtyard of the Red Copper Cave, it felt like a dream. Hee. Chen Daoku laughed foolishly. It will get better and better in the future. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, I've already told you what you need to pay attention to when you're building your foundation. Not only do you have the foundation building pill, but you also have a second-grade creation White Lotus, a life-bound magical treasure. As long as you don't mess around, there won't be any problems with foundation establishment. As for the spirit vein for foundation establishment, go to Seaview Immortal City. I will give my spiritual residence in the Seaview Immortal City to the two of you as foundation establishment. The clan's spirit vein also has a second grade. Why don't I build my foundation in the clan's spirit vein? Chen Dalian hesitated. No, let me go to the clan's spirit vein to build my foundation. Let Daolian go to the Sea Viewing Immortal City. I'm afraid that she doesn't cultivate seriously and will have an accident when building her foundation. Who are you saying isn't cultivating seriously? Chen Daolan glared at him. All right, stop arguing. Are you breaking through to the Zifu disciple realm? A grade 3 spirit meridian isn't even enough for 2 aura refining cultivators like you to reach foundation establishment. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, listen to me, go to Seaview Immortal City. I will personally protect you. Hearing this, Chen Daolan and Chen Daoku looked at each other and said in unison, yes, young clan leader. The next day, Chen Daolan and Chen Daoku were ready to follow Chen Daoxuan to Seaview Immortal City. Unexpectedly, Chen Xianhe rushed over. Seeing Chen Xianhe, everyone bowed. 13th uncle. Old patriarch. Yes. Chen Xianhe smiled and nodded. Then he said angrily, you two little fellows. Foundation establishment is such a big thing. If Chen Daolan didn't tell me, I would still be in the dark. Cough cough, 13th uncle, this is not a big deal. Isn't it a big deal that our Chen family has produced a second and third foundation establishment cultivator? Chen Xianhe seemed to be hinting at something. I see that you've been having a good time recently and have forgotten about everything. Seeing Chen Daoxuan being reprimanded by the old clan leader, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan covered their mouths and wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. 13th uncle is right. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan could only smile bitterly. After they finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan used his flying sword to carry Chen Xianhe and the other two to Seaview Immortal City. The Seaviewing Immortal City's flight restriction array was ineffective against cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. This was quite similar to the Lingzhou Immortal City. They flew all the way to Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence in Seaview Immortal City. The light descended. Chen Daoxuan pointed at the two main spiritual eyes in the spiritual house and said, the two of your foundations are located in your spiritual eyes. I've already set up soundproofing and defensive formations in those two spirit eyes. In addition, I'm guarding them from the outside, so no one will disturb you during the foundation establishment process. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan cupped their hands gratefully. He watched as Chen Daolian and Chen Daoxuan entered the secret room to enter seclusion and build their foundation. Chen Daoxuan turned around and looked at Chen Zianhe, 13th uncle, do you have something to say to me? Chen Daoxuan was sensitive enough to tell from Chen Zianhe's attitude that he had something to say. Chen Zianhe looked at Chen Daoxuan meaningfully and said, heard that you made a new kind of talisman money in Guanhai Immortal City to replace the transaction of spirit stones in the Immortal City. That is true. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Daoxian. Chen Zianhe warned, this kind of talisman money can only be used within Guanhai Immortal City. It must not be used outside, not even within Guang'an Prefecture. After saying that, she stared at him without blinking. My Chen family, I'm still too weak. Other than you, I have no one else to rely on. I understand, 13th uncle. Chen Daoxuan nodded heavily. Chapter 187, 9 Ruins Exquisite Pagoda. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Seaview Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence. Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan walked out of the secret chamber one after the other. When he saw the two of them again, they were already early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing this scene, Chen Zianhe and Chen Daoxuan, who had been waiting outside for 3 days, quickly got up from the stone bench and went up to the two. Dao Chu, Dao Lian, have you succeeded? Chen Zianhe said excitedly. Patriarch, young patriarch, we succeeded. The two of them looked at each other, then looked at Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe and nodded with a smile. Good. Even though Chen Daoxuan knew that the two of them wouldn't have any problems building their foundations. However, seeing that the two of them had done it in one go and did not encounter any accidents on the way to foundation establishment, he still heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, the last time he built his foundation, he encountered an accident and used a full month to successfully build his foundation. Of course, he had built his foundation for a long time, and his strength after building his foundation was far from what ordinary foundation building cultivators could compare to. Dao Xian, the Chen family has finally gained 2 more Dao generation cultivators who can take charge of the situation. Yet, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. He thought about it and shook his head, forget about celebrating. Guang'an Prefecture is currently at war with the zombies on Lotus Island, so it's not appropriate to celebrate. Besides, my Chen family is no longer the same as before. There's nothing to celebrate about having 2 more foundation building cultivators. Let's just be happy in private. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble the two of you. Chen Daoku bared his teeth and shook his head. No, I'm not. Isn't this what you always say, young clan leader? To make a fortune in silence. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and his gaze was deep as he said, it's good that you can understand. In the future, it won't just be the two of you. The rest of you, especially those of the Fu generation, will have to strictly keep this a secret. A powerful family, apart from showing their strength on the surface, must also have hidden strength. Perhaps, this hidden strength can help our Chen family survive the disaster in the future. Hearing this, remember young clan leader's teachings, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolan said in unison. Chen Zianhe saw this and knew that Chen Daoxuan had taken his advice. For the Chen family, quietly developing and accumulating strength was the most urgent matter. There were too few cultivators of the Dao generation. When the Fu generation truly grew, the Chen family would truly be able to stabilize its position as the third largest family in Guang'an Prefecture. Otherwise, the third largest family in Guang'an Prefecture, supported by Chen Daoxuan alone, would not live up to its name. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the past 3 years, the Chen family had benefited from the support of the front lines with pills and magic tools. The Eastern Defense Area had won the war against the zombie horde on Lotus Island. They had already suppressed the other party back to the main island of the Lotus Archipelago, which was the corpse refinement ground that Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai had investigated. However, after the Sun Fu brothers' years of management, that grade 3 yin vein had already become a grade 4 yin vein. It was filled with all kinds of formations and was filled with baleful yin qi. Even if an ordinary qi condensation cultivator took a fiend-breaking pill, they would not be able to resist the invasion of this dense baleful yin qi. Therefore, he had no choice. Zhou Mubai had no choice but to seal off the island. The direction of his gap was in the direction of the Azure Continent Immortal City. Zhou Mubai's plan was very simple. He wanted the zombies on Lotus Flower Island to harm Kang Prefecture. After such a long battle, even though millions of zombies had been wiped out, there were still tens of millions left. With such a huge horde of zombies and the addition of the grade 4 yin meridians, even if the Guang'an Prefecture could completely wipe out the zombie tide, it was estimated that hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the entire Guang'an Prefecture would die. After all, fighting on the main island of Lotus Island was different from fighting on the other city passes. That place was the home ground of the zombie horde. When cultivators went there to fight, their true qi and true yuan would be greatly suppressed. When one side's strength was damaged, the other side's strength would increase. With this decrease and increase, the gap between the strength of the meditational stage cultivators and ordinary zombies would instantly be closed. At that time, the losses would definitely be severe. Of course, Zhou Mubai was unwilling to suffer such losses, even if the victims were not all his Zhou family members, but mostly the freelance cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture. However, these itinerant cultivators were the foundation of the major families in Guang'an Prefecture, and they were also very important to the Zhou family. Guang'an City Immortal City. At the Zhou clan's estate, a streak of light streaked across the sky. As the light descended, a person's figure appeared. A handsome cultivator wearing a white daoist robe and a jade crown walked toward a hall in the Zhou family's residence with his head held high. In the main hall, a red-haired cultivator was cultivating in seclusion. His divine sense moved slightly and saw the person. Zhang Yu opened his eyes. Then, he stood up and walked out of the hall to welcome the person. 3 years passed. Chen Daoxuan's appearance hadn't changed in the slightest compared to 3 years ago. The only thing that had changed was his cultivation. He had just broken through to the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment realm from the 1st layer. He saw the change in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation. Zhang Yu's fiery red eyebrows raised slightly as he smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many days. Senior Zhang, you flatter me." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and went straight to the point. "This time, I came for the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. I've already prepared it for fellow Daoist Chen. Please follow me." Hearing that, Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. Speaking of which, this 9 ruins exquisite pagoda was the most valuable magic tool that the Chen family had exchanged with the Qian Yuan sword sect with their battle merits. Although the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda was a level 4 magic tool, it was almost comparable to a level 5 magic tool due to its special use and expensive price. In order to buy this magic tool, the Chen family had almost used up all the battle merits they had accumulated over the past few years. One had to know. As the production capacity of the Chen family's spirit herb factory and magic tool factory increased step by step, the battle merits earned by the Chen family on the front lines every month were increasing at a visible rate. In the past 3 years, the Chen family had earned more than 1 million merit points at the front line. In terms of military achievements, in the entire Guang'an Prefecture, it was only lesser than the Zhou family, who fought on the front lines and provided various resources in the rear. 1 million merit points, converted into spirit stones, was equivalent to 100 million spirit stones. One could imagine. The Chen family had accumulated a lot of wealth in the arms trade over the past few years. It was said that making money from war was the fastest way to accumulate wealth. After the war between Guang'an Prefecture and the zombie horde on Lotus Island, Chen Daoxuan finally realized it. Just the small skirmishes of the Guang'an Prefecture and the Lotus Corpse Tide had made the Chen family suffer greatly. The war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun Nation would consume all kinds of medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts. What a vast market it would be! Chen Daoxuan found it hard to imagine. Of course, although the Chen family was coveting the profits, they could not find a way to get involved. After all, the Chen family's foundation was shallow, and they could still be famous in Guang'an Prefecture. However, in front of a big sect like the Qian Yuan sword sect, it was estimated that others would not even know who the Chen family of Guang'an Prefecture was. Faced with such a vast market, Chen Daoxuan could only be envious. Following behind Zhang Su, the two of them entered the hall. In the center of the hall, a small green tower was quietly sealed in a restriction. Chen Daoxuan took 2 or 3 steps forward and looked at the small pagoda floating in the air. He said excitedly, "This is the famous 9 ruins exquisite pagoda, which is used by the great clans to nurture their descendants." "That's right. Jiang Su stroked his red beard and smiled. This is the pagoda. Me. After saying that, Jiang Su waved his hand, and the restriction around the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda was removed. The green pagoda lost its restraint and flew directly into Jiang Su's hand. After taking the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda, Jiang Su handed it over to Chen Daoxuan. Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a look. He took the green pagoda from Jiang Su. Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with curiosity. He sized up the tower and said, this pagoda's usage of the spatial formation patterns is truly exquisite. The one who made this pagoda must be an incredible grandmaster craftsman. Chen Daoxuan, who had already touched the 3rd-tier armament master realm, could see the extraordinariness of this pagoda at a glance. Indeed. Jiang Su nodded. All right, now that the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda has been delivered to fellow Daoist Chen, the transportation fees and accumulated battle credits you paid in advance can all be written off. It should be. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands repeatedly. Let Senior Jiang suffer. Me. Jiang Su shook his head and said, it's just my duty. Speaking of which, in the entire Guang'an prefecture, your Chen family is the 2nd family to own this pagoda. After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a meaningful gaze. We were lucky. If it wasn't for the battle with the zombies on Lotus Island, our Chen family wouldn't have earned so much money. Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands, his face full of humility. That's why war is the best way for small clans and rogue cultivators like us to rise. Jiang Su sighed with emotion. Senior Jiang is right. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. In that case, I won't disturb Senior Zhang's cultivation. Goodbye. Goodbye. Jiang Su nodded and watched Chen Daoxuan leave. He muttered, Chen Daoxuan of the Chen family, I wonder. Will you be able to become a member of the generation of the clan? Along the way, Chen Daoxuan originally wanted to put this small green tower into his storage bag, but he realized that he could not put it in at all. As expected, 2 magic tools that use the Meson space runes will clash with each other and are completely incompatible. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. If not for that, then using a storage bag would mean that he could have unlimited nesting dolls and endless space. This was obviously impossible. After Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level advanced to the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, the genuine vitality in his danshan had reached the limit state described in the Book of Heaven Essence Sword. In other words, at the Foundation Establishment stage, no matter how much Chen Daoxuan cultivated, he could no longer improve his true essence strength to any extent. The only thing he could increase was the amount of primeval essence. In reality, with the 2nd grade creation White Lotus, Chen Daoxuan did not lack quintessential essence. Therefore, for a long time to come, if he wanted to improve his strength, he could only work hard on the realm of the sword, secret skills, and external objects. There was no need to say much about the realm of the Tao of the Sword. Chen Daoxuan had spent most of his epiphany opportunities in the past 3 years on the realm of the Tao of the Sword. Now, his sword principal realm had already risen to a rather profound level of 2nd level tangible sword essence. The dim starlight in his danshan became especially bright, like a tiny star. When this star was completely condensed, Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao realm would step into the 3rd realm, sword will star transformation. In addition to the realm of the sword, Chen Daoxuan also cultivated a special secret skill that strengthened his physical defense. It was called the body of the Buddha, which could be considered to make up for the weakness of his lack of defense. Chapter 188, Dao Imparting Hall. Other than the realm of the sword Dao and secret techniques. Other than that, the only things that could greatly increase his strength were all sorts of external items. The external objects here mainly referred to various magic tools. For example, high-grade flying swords, defensive ling armor, auxiliary magic tools, and so on. A high-grade flying sword. He had a 3rd-grade superior-grade flying sword, the Rainbow Sword, gifted by the Yang family patriarch, Yang Linyuan. The defensive ling armor was slightly lacking, but he still had a level 2 superior-grade natal ling armor that he had tailored for himself. That's right. The 2nd-grade spiritual armor inheritance of the Chen family was also exchanged for by the Qianyuan sword sect. This grade 2 ling armor inheritance cost the Chen family a total of 100,000 contribution points, which was almost equivalent to 1/5 of the price of this 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. although the Chen family had accumulated 1 million contribution points in the past 3 years. However, he had spent more than 600,000 contribution points to exchange for these 2 items. It could be seen that the more precious the treasure, the more exaggerated the cost. However, this cost was too much for the Chen family. It was nothing at all. During the battle between the Eastern Defense Region and the zombies of Lianhu Island, what the Chen family earned was not only battle credits, but also a huge amount of spirit stones. This was because the Chen family had always used the method of paying 50 to 50 for battle credits and spirit stones for their pills and magical artifacts. In other words, the Chen family had earned more than 100 million spiritual stones in this military trade. Most of the money was earned from pills. Based on the profit rate of the pills, the Chen family's net profit was about 70 million spirit stones, and this was only the profit from the military supplies trade. Other than that, there was also the profits of the Chen family's industries in Guang'an City and Lingzhou City, as well as the increasingly popular Seaview Immortal City. Especially Seaview Immortal City. In the past 3 years, due to Chen Daoxuan's low tax support for the merchants and freelance martial artists in the Seaview Immortal City, the Changping Central Bank had also implemented loan support policies for various families and freelance martial artists with potential. This caused the business of the Seaview Immortal City to become increasingly active. More and more families came to the Seaview Immortal City to manage their own businesses. This attracted a large number of rogue cultivators. 3 years ago, according to the Western Defense Region Coalition Army's rough statistics, there were about 300,000 cultivators gathered in the entire Western Defense Region. 3 years later, this number had doubled, reaching more than 600,000. Although not all of these 600,000 cultivators were gathered in the Seaview Immortal City. However, the number of cultivators in Guanhai Immortal City had also exceeded 200,000, which was almost comparable to 1/3 of Guang'an City. The profits generated from this immortal city was the true treasure bowl of the Chen family. Of course, although the Chen family had made a lot of profits in the past 3 years, their expenses were also high. These 3 years, the Chen family didn't spend all the spirit stones they earned. Instead, they stored most of the spirit stones in the bank as reserves and continued to print spirit stone coins to invest in the market of Guanhai Immortal City. For example, the construction of the Seaview Immortal City. Due to the lack of spirit stones, after spending 50 million spirit stones, the completed area of the entire Seaview Immortal City only accounted for 1/10 of the total area. Now that they had enough spirit stones, the Chen family would definitely continue to invest in the construction of this immortal city. Chen Daoxuan had always remembered Chen Daoxuan's orders. He stored 1 spirit stone and printed out 1 spirit stone coin. He would definitely not issue more than 1 yuan. The people of this world might not understand this lesson, but Chen Daoxuan, who was familiar with the history of his previous life, knew it very well. The Jiaozi of the Northern Song dynasty and the Baokao of the Ming dynasty all failed without exception. The root cause of their failure was the influence of the imperial power. To put it simply, the world was mine. I could do whatever I wanted. I completely ignored the laws of the market and issued money indiscriminately, causing the currency to depreciate crazily. In the end, no one was willing to use it. Money itself had no value. The value of money lay in commodities. Let me give you a simple example. If they produced 1 caddy of grain and printed 1 yuan, that 1 yuan could buy 1 caddy of grain. If it was printed for 5 yuan, then 5 yuan would be enough to buy a caddy of grain. If you printed out 10,000 yuan, no matter how much money you had, you wouldn't be able to buy food. Because everyone was afraid of you, it formed a market panic, and no one dared to use your currency anymore. In reality, with the productivity of the Seaview Immortal City, it was already able to increase the currency to a certain extent. After all, with the continuous expansion of Shuanghu Island's industrial area, the Chen family would be supplying more and more pills and magic tools in the Seaview Immortal City. If there wasn't enough currency, it would cause a shortage of funds. It was also not a good sign for economic development. However, Chen Daoxuan was afraid that Chen Daoquan wouldn't be able to control this, so he didn't dare to let him overdistribute the currency. Even a small-scale deflation was better than a large-scale inflation that would turn spirit stone coins into waste paper. As his cultivation and sword Dao realm became increasingly profound, Chen Daoxuan's speed also doubled. In less than half a day, Chen Daoxuan returned to Shuanghu Island. Looking at the clan's newly upgraded third-grade spirit meridian, Chen Daoxuan's heart was filled with pride. 10 million spirit stones. Once upon a time, it was an astronomical number to the Chen family, but to the current Chen family, it was a huge number. 10 million spirit stones was nothing much. When he had seen the Zhou clan spend 500 million spirit stones on the coalition army, he had been so frightened that he had not dared to speak. Now, it seemed that as a major clan in Guang'an Prefecture, it would be laughable if they could not even fork out 100 million spiritual stones. If Chen Daoxuan's 9 ruins exquisite pagoda were to be auctioned, it would probably fetch a sky-high price of more than 50 million spirit stones. This price was already comparable to that of a normal 5th-grade magic tool. In the entire Guang'an Prefecture, only the Zhou clan was so bold as to equip their descendants with such expensive magical equipment to train their clansmen. The light descended. Chen Daoxuan discovered that 13th uncle and the rest of the Fu generation were all waiting for him. You bought it? Chen Xianhe looked at Chen Daoxuan excitedly. Yes. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his palm, and a green pagoda shone brightly in his palm. Good, good, good. Chen Xianhe was at a loss as to what to do. He wanted to touch the pagoda, but he didn't dare to touch it, as if he was afraid of breaking it. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan personally handed the green pagoda to him and teased, 13th uncle, hurry up and touch it. Otherwise, when I'm done with it later, I won't be able to play with it in my hand. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe immediately picked it up and touched it. I've long heard that the Zhou family has an illusion of the great cosmological abyss that can train elite disciples. I didn't expect that my Chen family would have the chance to obtain such a treasure today. Chen Xianhe was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In less than 20 years, the Chen family had undergone earth-shattering changes. From a family without a single spirit meridian, it had become a large family with 2 grade 3 spirit meridians, 17 grade 2 spirit meridians, and 21 grade 1 spirit meridians. From a clan with only 2 cultivators, the old and the young, it had now become a large clan with 1 cultivator of the immortal generation, 10 cultivators of the Dao generation, and 617 cultivators of the Fu generation. Not to mention that the Chen family controlled an immortal city and even issued their own currency in this immortal city. In this aspect, the Zhou and Yang families had failed. Of course, they probably didn't think of it, or perhaps they felt that doing so would be too much of an obstacle. However, no matter what, among the 3 immortal cities in the territory of Guang'an Prefecture, only the Guanhai Immortal City used spirit stone coins, a unique paper currency. Moreover, due to the good reputation of the Chen family, the cultivators who were stationed in the Seaview Immortal City did not reject the use of this kind of paper money. There were even some cultivators from small families and sects who voluntarily deposited their spirit stones into the Changping Central Bank to exchange for spirit stone coins. This was undoubtedly a good sign for the currency issued by the Chen family. All these years, looking at the changes in the family, Chen Xianhe felt that he couldn't give Chen Daoxuan any pointers. Although he had been the clan leader of the Chen clan for decades, it was still a small clan that was on the verge of collapse with only a few thousand people including the mortal population. How could it compare to the Chen family's current prosperity? What Chen Xianhe was doing now was to teach the children of the Fu generation in the clan and unleash his last bit of light and passion. Everyone was excited. He followed behind Chen Daoxuan and watched him place the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. He looked at the empty space in front of him that was specially vacated for the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. Chen Daoxuan flew into the sky. He was dragging the pagoda with his left hand, and a mysterious control spell was circulating on his right hand, as if he was activating some kind of restriction on the pagoda. In the next moment, the green pagoda seemed to have been activated under Chen Daoxuan's control. Chen Daoxuan threw it onto the empty ground. The green pagoda expanded with the wind. From a miniature pagoda that was less than 6 inches tall, it crazily expanded by 100 times, 1,000 times. Boom! Under Chen Daoxuan's control, the green 9 ruins exquisite pagoda slowly landed on the open space. A loud sound that shook the earth and mountains was heard. The members of the Chen clan standing below were so shocked that they could not speak when they saw the huge pagoda that was more than 1,000 feet tall. One had to know that even in his previous life, a 4-foot-tall building was a famous building. Moreover, this was not the highest form of the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda. According to the introduction in the exchange jade slip of the Qianyuan sword sect, the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda could reach a height of 900 feet. Of course, for the current Chen family, there was no need to make it so high. In the future, if the number of Fu or Ze generations increased, it would not be too late to make it higher. In any case, it was just a matter of Chen Daoxuan casually controlling it. After settling down the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda, Chen Daoxuan descended and looked at the tower in front of him. He smiled and said, "Let's go in." "Good." "Oh!" The disciples of the Fu generation cheered. They knew that strictly speaking, this Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda was bought for them. This group of people from the Fu generation was not simple. Counting carefully, there were a total of 54 people in the Fu generation of the clan. They were all carefully selected by Chen Daoxuan from the Fu generation of the clan. The oldest was Chen Fuxian, who was only 9 years old. The youngest was Chen Fuwang, who was only 5 years old this year. However, all of them were students of the Dao Imparting Hall that Chen Daoxuan had specially set up. The so-called Dao Imparting Hall was a school specially set up by Chen Daoxuan based on the Dao imparting function of the primordial enlightenment scripture. For the time being, there were only 3 courses taught: refining weapons, alchemy, and sword Dao. These 54 disciples of the Fu generation were the Kendo students that Chen Daoxuan had selected from the more than 600 members of the Chen family. He was also a clansman nurtured by the Chen family as a core disciple. The conditions to enter the Dao Imparting Hall were rather harsh. Not only did they have to receive the strictest education of loyalty to the family since they were young, but they also had to make a great Dao oath before entering to never betray the family. Whether it was refining weapons, refining pills, or the students of the Sword Dao class, it was the same. The primordial enlightenment scripture's imparting ability was too powerful. Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to be careful. However, he could not abandon such a powerful function. He could only give the clan cultivators who accepted the Dao teachings a double insurance of thinking and swearing a Dao oath. Chapter 189, Illusory Realm of the Great Cosmological Abyss. Alright, since you guys are going to class, I won't disturb you anymore. The students of the clan school are still waiting for me. Chen Zianhe said with a smile as everyone prepared to head to the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda. 13th uncle. Go ahead. Chen Zianhe waved his hand. Yes. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and bowed. He led the 54 elites of the Fu generation into the green pagoda. Chen Zianhe looked at the crowd that was gradually getting further and further away. He smiled and used the wind manipulation technique to fly in the direction of the clan's school. He walked to the entrance of the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda. As if sensing the arrival of its master, the door of the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda opened automatically, making a rumbling sound. It is said that level 4 and above magic tools have much higher intelligence than level 3 magic tools. This is probably the treasure spirit of the Green Pagoda. They walked into the Green Pagoda with their heads held high, and the elite disciples of the Fu generation followed behind them. In the next second, everyone walked into an incomparably spacious space within the tower. The Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda had a total of 9 floors, each of which could be used to set up 9 great cosmological abyss illusions. These 9 illusions could be set up according to the user's needs. Generally speaking, large clans and sects would choose a few types of illusory realms to temper themselves. For example, illusions to temper the disciple's mental state, illusions to enhance the disciple's combat experience, and illusions to enhance the disciple's small-scale cooperation and large-scale combat. The first time Chen Daoxuan saw the Zhou clan cultivators fighting the Merfolk clan, thousands of Zhou clan cultivators gathered together and released a sword array that defeated the beasts controlled by the Merfolk clan in one move. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Not all of the disciples of the Zhou clan had very high levels of cultivation. The vast majority were even late-stage qi condensation cultivators. However, this group of Zhou family cultivators, who were nearly 10 times fewer than the Merfolk clan, defeated the Merfolk clan that was 10 times their number and the beast group that was even more numerous. It could be said to be powerful. Compared to those rogue cultivators, the two of them were on a completely different level. Chen Daoxuan estimated that even if the number of itinerant cultivators and the Zhou clan cultivators were the same and their cultivation levels were the same, if the two sides were to engage in a large-scale battle, the itinerant cultivators would probably not be able to last more than a single round against the Zhou clan cultivators before being defeated by them. After that, it would be a one-sided massacre. This was the difference between well-trained and untrained. Indeed, the first deciding factor of a cultivator's strength was their cultivation level. However, when there was no huge difference in cultivation level between everyone, other factors were also very important. This included combat experience and the cooperation between cultivators. The reason why the Western Defense Alliance was weak was not only because the Western Defense Alliance had the least number of people, but also because the Western Defense Alliance was made up entirely of itinerant cultivators. These freelance martial artists rarely went through formal military training. In addition to the fall of the southern mountain city, very few of them had even been to the front line. How much combat power could such an army of cultivators have? Perhaps they could still be of some use in a one-on-one battle. If it was a large-scale battle, the well-trained troops of the warship would be able to defeat them in a single encounter. Master. As soon as he stepped into the first level of the pagoda, a childlike voice sounded in the empty space. You're the tower spirit of the 9 ruins exquisite tower. Yes, Master. The childish voice replied again. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan communicated with it through divine sense. According to what I know, you should have the ability to set up an illusion. How should I set it up? The 9 ruins exquisite pagoda comes with 9 types of illusions. The illusions on each level are different. If Master wants to add or delete certain things in the environment, you can directly communicate with me. However, the setting of the illusion still had to consider the issue of realism. If the things added by the owner were too different from the original content of the illusion, it would cause the illusion to be too illusory and lose its sense of reality. Therefore, the master needed to think about what to add or delete. What's the illusion of the first level? Master, please check your status. Just as he finished speaking, the scene before everyone's eyes suddenly changed. In Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the golden scripture trembled slightly. He suddenly understood that as long as he wanted to, he could escape from the illusion in front of him at any time. However, the other cultivators of the Fu generation did not have this ability. They watched as the scene in front of them suddenly changed from the quiet and peaceful environment in the pagoda to the foot of the city pass with a desolate aura. The older cultivators of the Fu generation were still fine, but the younger cultivators were directly scared silly by the scene in front of them. Kill them! Before everyone could recover from their shock, a wave of shouts rang out behind them. They saw a group of about 100 enemy cultivators from the Yun nation wearing spirit armor flying toward them. Before they could react, the sword formation formed by 100 flying swords charged towards them. All! Not only did someone exclaim, but he was so frightened that he directly sat on the ground. Chen Daoxuan was the oldest among them, but when he saw this despairing scene, he felt his mouth go dry and his body shivered uncontrollably. 100 late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators were wearing superior grade level 1 spiritual armors. They had been in battle for a long time and knew how to coordinate such an opponent. Not to mention them, even if the Qi condensation Chen Daoxuan encountered it, he would have to run away immediately. Even though Chen Daoxuan was extremely scared, he still patted the storage pouch on his waist and the natal spiritual armor quickly covered his entire body. It had been nearly 4 years. Under Chen Daoxuan's special care, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the aura refining realm. This speed could be said to be the first of its kind among all the Qi condensation cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. However, when he thought of the various resources he had spent on him, not to mention the big families of Guang'an Prefecture, even the Qianyuan sword sect would not be so bold as to invest so much on a mere Qi condensation cultivator. Unless this Qi condensation cultivator was a direct descendant of a high-ranking official of the Qianyuan sword sect. It would be more appropriate for the higher UPS to pay out of their own pockets. The bigger the faction, the more standardized and systematic the training of disciples. It was impossible to play like the Chen family. Besides, it didn't affect cultivators that much whether they built their foundation a few years earlier or later. Many cultivators invested resources crazily in the early stages and their cultivation increased rapidly. There were countless examples of people who were limited by their comprehension after reaching foundation establishment, and their cultivation progress slowed down. Therefore, sometimes it was not a good thing to raise one's cultivation too quickly in the meditational stage. On the contrary, it was easy for cultivators to lose themselves. To a certain extent, the Chen family's cultivation method for the Dao imparting Hall's Sword Dao class was indeed a method of helping the seedlings grow by pulling them up. However, there weren't many of these cultivators of the Fu generation. Moreover, with Chen Daoxuan constantly watching over them and guiding their state of mind, there weren't any problems in this aspect for the time being. More importantly, with the ability to impart knowledge, the highest level of swordsmanship among the cultivators of the Fu generation, like Chen Fuxian, had already touched the threshold of sword intent. Now, he was comprehending the Dao patterns of various spells and wanted to fuse them with the sword. Once he succeeded, he would become the second Qi condensation cultivator in the Chen family to comprehend sword essence, and he would be much younger than Chen Daoxuan. Although the other cultivators of the Fu generation hadn't received the teachings for as long as Chen Fuxian, they had all cultivated one or more first-order sword techniques to the perfection realm. His strength far exceeded that of a Qi condensation cultivator of the same level. In addition, each of them was equipped with the best first-tier superior-grade flying sword, natal spiritual armor, and the White Lotus of Fate unique to the Chen family. As for talismans and other external items, they were not lacking either. Therefore, in terms of true strength, the oldest among them was only 9 years old, and the youngest was only 5 years old. They were much stronger than the 100 enemy cultivators from the Yun nation. However, they were still far from being experienced in fighting enemies and more importantly, their mental state. Except for Chen Fuxian, all the cultivators of the Fu generation present were frightened by the murderous aura of these Yun nation cultivators. None of them dared to retaliate and stood rooted to the spot. Chen Daoxuan stared coldly at the scene before him. He knew that this was a trial that the cultivators of the Fu generation had to go through. This group of people, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, would all enter the Chen family's military headquarters, which was also the Chen family's military department that Chen Daoxuan had envisioned. It was the protection of the Chen clan. They could not be the strongest, but they could not be weak or afraid of the enemy. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation was, no matter how strong one's strength was, if one couldn't unleash it or was afraid of the enemy, they would still be trash, just like the Ye family's ancestor, Ye Wudao. Kill! Chen Fuxian's tender voice broke the silence. A flying sword glowing with green light burst out with a 9-foot-long sword light and shot toward the enemy. Chen Fuxian's flying sword tore a hole in the Yun nation cultivator's sword formation and charged toward the enemy. However, even though Chen Fuxian was strong, the sword formation was formed by 100 cultivators. The moment the sword light tore a hole, it was blocked by the flying swords that followed. Chen Fuxian's flying sword sank into a quagmire. Even though Chen Fuxian was much stronger than his opponent, he still found it difficult to deal with 100 cultivators of the same cultivation base who were proficient in sword formations. How could they fight? At this moment, the other cultivators of the Fu generation finally came to their senses. They all took out their flying swords and attacked the cultivators from the Yun nation. There were more than 50 cultivators of the Fu generation, and their sword techniques were far superior to those of cultivators of the same level. The power of their flying swords was at least twice as strong as that of cultivators of the same level. With the addition of these 50 flying swords, the sword formation of the 100 Yun nation cultivators was instantly torn to pieces. Next. It was a one-sided massacre. In less than half a cup of tea's time. As the last Yun nation cultivator was killed on the spot by a cultivator of the Fu generation, everyone left the illusion together. Hoo hoo hoo! Ha ha ha, we won, we won! Their auras aren't as strong as they appear to be. The power of their flying swords is so weak. Yes, I was scared to death at first. This group of cultivators of the Fu generation were all secretly delighted. Little did they know that Chen Daoxuan's face had already turned ashen. Phew! He heaved a long sigh of relief and forced back the curses he was about to say. He thought about it carefully. This was the first time a cultivator of the Fu generation had participated in a battle. Wasn't it normal for him to have such a reaction? He recalled the first time he participated in a battle. It was when he cooperated with a group of rogue cultivators to kill a stage 1 blood-spotted sea snake. At that time, wasn't his heart beating like a drum? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan gradually calmed down. Chapter 190, New Industrial Zone. Everyone walked out of the Nine Ruins exquisite pagoda. Seemingly noticing Chen Daoxuan's unfriendly expression, this group of cultivators of the Fu generation all restrained their smug expressions. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, everyone stopped and looked up at Chen Daoxuan. Fuxian, young clan leader. Chen Fuxian stepped forward and cupped his hands. From tomorrow onwards, you will bring the cultivators of the Fu generation from the Sword Dao class to this 9 ruins exquisite pagoda every day to train. Starting from the first level, increase the difficulty of the trial illusion step by step. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Fuxian understood that the young clan leader was definitely dissatisfied with their performance. This made Chen Fuxian blame himself. All along, the person he respected the most in his heart was this young clan leader in front of him. He had grown up listening to Chen Daoxuan's stories, and then entered the clan school. He was even chosen by the young clan leader to join the Dao imparting hall's Sword Dao class. Chen Fuxian knew that this Kendo class was the prototype of the Chen family's military. They were the cultivators with the title of Blessing, and they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Chen clan. Every member of the clan had great expectations of them. Chen Fuxian felt guilty when he thought about the ordinary clansmen and cultivators with poor aptitude who worked hard in the industrial zone. How could their performance today be worthy of the Chen clansmen who worked hard in the flying sword factory and pill factory? How could he be worthy of the young clan leader's daily teachings? Thinking of this, Chen Fuxian swore to himself. He had to pass through the illusory realm trial of the 9 mausoleums pagoda as soon as possible. At the same time, he had to comprehend sword intent as soon as possible and become a true sword cultivator. He knew that with his current cultivation, he could only become the pillar of the Chen family if he broke through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible and became a sword cultivator. This could be seen from the difference between the young clan leader and ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Just as Chen Daoxuan was in a bad mood, Chen Daoku sent him a piece of good news that made him feel refreshed. Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute. When Chen Daoxuan found Chen Daoku, he found that he was leading a group of cultivators of the Fu generation in an intense discussion. In front of them, a brand new harmonious spirit stove and a greatly changed centrifugal wall breaker sat in the laboratory. He sized up the 2 unfamiliar magic tools with interest. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly and interrupted the debate. Young clan leader. Chen Daoku turned around and saw Chen Daoxuan. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and cupped his hands towards Chen Daoxuan. When the other cultivators of the Fu generation saw Chen Daoxuan, they all cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, young patriarch. There's no need to be so polite." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, then pointed at the 2 magical equipment in the laboratory and said, "This is your improved harmonious spirit stove and the centrifugal wall breaker." "Yes." Chen Daoku nodded heavily. "Young clan leader, look." He pointed at one end of the harmonious spirit furnace and saw a transparent line that was connected to the other end of the furnace. Moreover, there were no spirit stones in this furnace. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and said excitedly, "You succeeded. Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Chen Daoku cupped his hands. Unexpectedly, in 3 years, Chen Daoku had not only completed the modification of the new spirit fusion stove and the centrifugal wall breaker, but he had also integrated with the spiritual nexus that Chen Daoxuan had not finished. At that time, Chen Daoxuan had planned to use spirit threads refined from spirit stone powder to transport spirit chi and replace spirit stones to provide power for these 2 special magic tools. In the end, he was stuck on the issue of spiritual pressure. Later, Chen Daoxuan encountered more and more things, so he put this thing behind him. However, with the continuous expansion of Shuanghu Island's industrial zone, the consumption of spirit stones increased. In the past, there were only less than 10 harmonious spirit stoves, so the number of spirit stones consumed each year was naturally not much. But now, there were already hundreds of melting spiritual stoves and the centrifugal wall breaker. The flying sword factory and the pharmaceutical factory had also been expanded several times, and the scale could not be compared to before. This was only the result of 3 years of development. After that, with the increasing number of cultivators of the Fu generation and the explosive growth of cultivators of the Ze generation, the scale of Shuanghu Island's industrial zone would also expand at the same speed. This was because the expansion of Shuanghu Island's industrial zone had never been limited by machines, but by the number of Chen cultivators. One had to know. When the mortals of the same age as the Fu generation grew up, the number of people who gave birth to the Ze generation would be 10 times or even 10 times that of the Fu generation. At that time, the Chen family would not have hundreds or thousands of cultivators, but tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. It was easy to imagine how large the Shuanghu Island industrial zone would be. Therefore, he had no choice. The problem of power was already an urgent problem. Using spirit stones as a driving force, he would probably be able to burn off several grade 3 spirit meridians in a year. No matter how rich the Chen family was, they would still feel the pain. Young clan leader, please take a look at this spiritual pressure device that we invented. Chen Daoxuan pointed at a black box-shaped magical equipment and said, "This is a small spiritual pressure vessel that we use for experiments. When we build the network of spiritual wires that covers the industrial zone of Shuanghu Island, we will need to build a spiritual pressure vessel that is at least 100 times larger than this one." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded his head and said, "How did you solve the spirit pressure problem?" Formation. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan handed over a jade slip. "It's a little troublesome to explain. Young tribe leader, you should look at our technical information." It was very natural for Chen Daoxuan to use the new term Chen Daoxuan now. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip from Chen Daoxuan's hand and sank his divine sense into it. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Chen Daoxuan withdrew his divine sense. He had a rough understanding of the working principle of this spiritual pressure machine. Simply put, this spiritual pressure machine used an array to create high-intensity spiritual pressure on a section of the spiritual thread, forcing the spiritual qi to flow in the spiritual thread. The other end of the spiritual pressure vessel could be connected to the spiritual lake of the third-grade spiritual vein. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual lake would be converted into spiritual energy and injected into the spiritual vein. In this way, it could drive the operation of the entire spiritual thread network. The source of power for Shuanghu Island's industrial zone had also changed from spirit stones to the Chen family's grade 3 spirit vein. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but like Chen Daoxuan's wonderful idea. As expected. No matter which world it was, people did not lack the spirit of innovation. What they lacked was often guidance in the process of growth. Chen Daoxuan had been influenced by Chen Daoxuan since he was a child. Naturally, his thinking was completely different from the people of this world. He was closer to the people of Chen Daoxuan's previous life. Chen Daoxuan was very clear about Chen Daoxuan's position. He was a talent in researching magic tools. Although Chen Daoxuan wasn't bad in terms of spirit root, he didn't have much of an advantage over cultivators with heavenly spirit root. Most importantly, Chen Daoxuan's talent in swordsmanship and combat was not strong. It was not suitable to walk the path of a battle-type talent. This could be seen from the fact that he had been in contact with the wind-chasing sword technique for many years, and even when he was about to build his foundation, he still could not cultivate this sword technique to the great success realm. Chen Daoxuan didn't have outstanding talent in sword dao and dharma spells. On the contrary, Chen Daoxuan had always scolded him for his lack of talent in artifact crafting. However, he was the most talented cultivator in the Chen family after Chen Daoxuan. In less than 10 years, he was already a second-tier upper-grade armament master now. At least 3 years, at most 5 years, Chen Daoxuan would have the chance to advance to the standard of a third-rank armament master. This kind of talent in refining weapons was unique even in the Qian Yuan sword sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chen Daoxuan had the blessing of preaching. Otherwise, he could only be considered a genius in refining weapons, and was far from being able to stand out from the rest. He saw that the matter regarding the spirit qi network had finally been settled. "Is there enough spirit stone powder?" Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. "Don't worry, young clan leader. These years, whether it's the spirit meridians cultivated by our Chen clan or the third-grade spirit meridians of the sea-viewing immortal city, we've stored all the spirit stones that have exhausted their spiritual qi." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Although we have enough spirit stone powder now, we still have to prepare for the worst." After thinking for a moment, he said, "Forget it, I'll let Dao Lin be in charge of this matter. I'll let him go to Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City to purchase spirit stones that have exhausted their spiritual energy. You don't have to worry about it. Your current task is to replace all the melting spirit stoves and the centrifugal wall breakers in the Shuanghu Island industrial zone for my Chen family. In addition, you have to build a spiritual energy network. Your task is very important. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd and said, there are less than 30 of you. Can you do it? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked bitter. There are 2 factories, and there are already hundreds of spiritual artifacts that have been replaced. In addition to the spiritual energy network, I'm afraid we really don't have enough manpower. Me? Chen Daoxuan nodded understandingly and said, how about this? I'll stay behind to help you guys during this period of time. The Reiki network was related to the foundation of the Chen family's industry. Chen Daoxuan had to take it seriously. Moreover, there were not many suitable people at the moment. Although there were more than 600 members of the Fu generation, more than 200 of them were still attending classes in the clan school. There were only about 300 cultivators of the Fu generation who participated in the production of the 2 factories. These people supported most of the Chen family's financial resources. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to move. He had no choice but to roll up his sleeves as the young clan leader. Anyway, he had basically gotten used to doing things himself over the years. Or rather, in the beginning, it was thanks to his hands-on production in the magical equipment factory that the Chen family had accumulated their first capital and became the 3rd largest family in Guang'an Prefecture. In the following days, Shuanghu Island's industrial zone was in the midst of a heated reconstruction. This reconstruction might not have increased the industrial production capacity, but it solved the problem of the industrial power. It was like switching from battery power to grid power. Not only did it further save costs, but it also laid a solid foundation for industrial expansion in the future. Just as Shuanghu Island was undergoing the transformation of the spiritual energy network. 100,000 miles away, the corpse refining ground on Lotus Flower Island had a new change. 4th rank Yin Meridian Inner Rider. In a gloomy and terrifying hall with dense baleful yin qi, a young cultivator suddenly sat up from the cold ground. Keek, big brother, he's awake. Chapter 191, The Advancing Corpse Tide. He heard his brother Sun Mang's voice. Sun Fu turned his head and stared at the qi condensation cultivator in front of him with his dark golden eyes. His gaze was cold and terrifying. In the eyes of young aura refining cultivators, the scene in front of him was like hell. The Zhao clan's once ethereal hall had long become eerie and terrifying. Outside the main hall, the indistinct zombie horde made this young qi condensation cultivator's limbs go weak. Brat, in order to capture you alive, I lost one of my Zifu disciples. Tell me, how should I settle this debt? Sun Mang inched closer to the qi condensation cultivator in front of him and spat out a nauseating stench. The young qi condensation cultivator only took a whiff before he felt dizzy and wobbly. It's still so fragile. Sun Mang frowned. Big brother. Sun Fu nodded. Keek. After receiving Sun Fu's approval, Sun Mang smiled cruelly. His pitch-black fingernails moved gently, stirring the air with sizzling sounds. What's wrong? Are you mute? As he spoke, he retracted the corpse poison on his nails and gently cut open the other party's skin. Black blood instantly seeped out. All. The young aura refining cultivator let out a wail, but he held his tongue. Seeing this scene, Sun Mang cruelly grabbed his legs and tore them apart from the middle. This feeling is too comfortable, he he he. Ah. The young cultivator's miserable wails became softer and softer until he finally stopped breathing. After tearing a cultivator in half, Sun Mang dragged half of his body to another middle-aged cultivator who was lying on the ground. He said sinisterly, since you're awake, stop pretending. You. The middle-aged cultivator who was lying on the ground suddenly sat up. He pointed at the other party while continuously retreating, his entire body trembling. Big brother, this is really boring. With that, Sun Mang threw half of the body of the young cultivator he had just killed beside the cultivator who had just woken up. He was so frightened that he let out a scream. You dare to attack us with this courage? Sun Mang sneered. The weak will always be the weak, even if they embark on the path of cultivation. The middle-aged cultivator, who had already been frightened to the point of mental collapse, didn't care at all when faced with Sun Mang's mockery. He only lowered his head and trembled. However, when he saw half of his companion's body on the ground, as well as the pool of blood and internal organs that had flowed out, his body trembled even more violently. Let me ask you a question. As long as you are willing to answer, I will let you go. After a while, the middle-aged cultivator gathered his courage and said with a trembling voice, How would I know what you said? Is it true? You can only choose to believe or die. Sun Mang rubbed his ink-black sharp nails and said. The middle-aged cultivator struggled in his heart. After a long time, he nodded. Let me ask you, where did the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture get their supply of pills? Didn't the Zhao family all die? Could it be that the other prefectures provided you with medicinal pills? Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator lowered his head, unwilling to answer. All. In the next second, one of his legs was torn off, and he screamed in pain. Insensible. Sun Mang shook his head, wanting to kill him. However, the middle-aged cultivator's strong desire to live exploded. He collapsed on the ground and shouted, I'll talk, I'll talk. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sun Mang's outstretched claws stopped. Tell me. It's the Chen family. The Chen family of Shuanghu Island. Most of the pills on our front line are provided by the Chen family. Chen family. Sun Mang was a little confused. He had never heard of the Chen family of Guang'an Prefecture before he died. You're lying to me. I didn't lie to you. It was true. The Chen family was a newly risen family in Guang'an Prefecture. Oh right, their family had also given birth to a young sword cultivator called Chen Daoxuan. Once the middle-aged cultivator's mental defense was broken, he immediately spilled out all the words. Is it a man who is a man of the word? Sun Fu took out a bronze round mirror, and a young cultivator in a white Daoist robe appeared. Yes, it's him. The middle-aged cultivator endured the pain. Big brother, it's him. When Sun Mang found out that the Chen family was actually the family of Chen Daoxuan, who had fooled him last time, he instantly felt a new and old hatred. He could not control himself and exploded, it's that little bastard from last time. After saying that, he swung his palm toward the middle-aged cultivator. Before the middle-aged cultivator could beg for mercy, he was smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. Sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking the blood stains on his palm, Sun Mang said slowly, Big brother, what should we do now? Sun Fu's dark golden pupils shrank as he said sinisterly, Zhou Mubai has surrounded us but left a gap for us to fight the Ye family. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill his wish. Big brother, this. Sun Fu took out an amber-colored jade bottle that contained half a bottle of golden blood and muttered, we don't have much immortal blood left. Hearing this, Sun Mang was completely silent. After a while, he raised his head and said firmly, Big brother, I'll do whatever you say. Good brother. Sun Fu patted Sun Mang's shoulder and said. It had been more than a month. With the efforts of more than 20 cultivators of the Fu generation, as well as Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoku, Shuanghu Island's industrial area had a new look. The biggest change was the network of spiritual threads that covered the two large factories. If one observed carefully, one would discover that the other end of the spiritual thread network extended all the way to the spiritual lake of Shuanghu Island's Grade 3 spiritual vein. In the spirit lake, a super-large spiritual pressure vessel was slowly operating, sending spiritual energy to all the industrial equipment in the industrial zone of Shuanghu Island. He stood in the air. Chen Daoxuan looked down at the spiritual thread network beneath his feet, feeling excited. With the efforts of him and the Chen family, Shuanghu Island was changing bit by bit. The flower of industry in the cultivation world was blooming on this small island bit by bit. Energy was the foundation of industry. The energy source chosen by Chen Daoxuan for this industry was the seemingly endless spiritual energy. After solving the problem of energy and power, the next thing to do was to renovate the technology, continue to increase productivity, and expand production capacity. He also invented a machine to produce high-level magic tools and high-level spirit pills. This required the Dharmic Artifact Research Institute to carry out innovation and creation on the basis of existing Dharmic artifacts. Compared to low-level magic tools and pills, high-level magic tools and pills were much more difficult to refine. It was far more difficult to continue relying on the half-manual, half-machine chemical industry to produce them. Chen Daoxuan knew this very well. However, he was no longer prepared to solve this problem personally. After all, he had already planted the seeds of industry. He had even merged the industrial ideas of his previous life with the knowledge of refining in this world into a book that was specially taught to the disciples of the Chen family. He even ordered Chen Daoxuan to set up a magical equipment research institute. After doing so much work, if they still relied on him for everything, then the Chen family members would be too useless. In the past, it could still be said that the Chen family's disciples were not talented enough. Now that they had the support of the primordial enlightenment scriptures preaching function, their attainments in their respective fields would sooner or later not be any lower than Chen Daoxuan's. There was no need for Chen Daoxuan to waste any more effort. At this time, Chen Daoxuan had already given the Chen family wings to soar. As long as it was given enough time, the energy it erupted with would definitely shock the world. Young clan leader, what a spectacular sight! Yes, I am. Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile and was about to say something. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Redwood Island. What's wrong? Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. It's nothing. I'm going out for a while. You guys continue with your work. All right. After calling out, Chen Daoxuan directly flew out of the Tier 4 mountain protecting array. As Shuanghu Island's industrial district became more and more active, Chen Daoxuan wanted to protect the island's industrial district. The entire island was enveloped in a Tier 4 mountain defending array and a Tier 3 bewildering array. From the outside world, everything on Shuanghu Island was shrouded in a vast white fog. If one did not enter, one would not be able to see anything. They exited the formation. Chen Daoxuan looked at Lei Zhen, who was wearing Ling armor and standing in front of him with cupped hands. He frowned and said, General Lei, what happened? My lord. Lei Zhen cupped his hands. The Guang'an Prefecture Coalition Army Headquarters sent a message inviting you to a battle meeting. A battle conference. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Did something happen at the front line of the Eastern Defense Region? He remembered that the last time he was invited to a battle conference, Zhou Mubai had encountered some difficulties at the front line. His medicinal pills were being consumed rapidly and his logistics could not keep up. He had no choice but to ask for help from the rear. However, in the past 3 years, the Eastern Alliance Army had been suppressing the zombies on Lotus Island, so there was no need to ask for reinforcements. Coupled with the Chen family's pill production capacity rising steadily, the supply of pills at the front line was even already saturated. The Chen family had no choice but to convert a portion of their production capacity to produce the Qi Gathering Pill, a Tier 1 medicinal pill that aided cultivation. In the past few years, in order to support the front line, many cultivators had delayed their own cultivation. The demand for medicinal pills to assist in cultivation was extremely high. The Chen family's medicinal pills could be said to be very popular. Now, in terms of the pill market in Guang'an Prefecture alone, the Chen family had completely surpassed the Zhou family and become the #1 pill family. Currently, the Chen family produced close to 1 million moon spirit pills, covering more than 90% of the Tier 1 pill market in the 3 immortal cities. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chen family's ability to produce Tier 2 spirit pills was still limited, they might have completely occupied the Zhou family's market share. While the Zhou family felt helpless about this, they didn't have any good ideas. After all, the Chen family had a foundation and was no longer a small family. Even if the Zhou family wanted to strike, they could not think of any good way at the moment. Moreover, the Zhou family's previous policy was to befriend the Chen family. If they attacked now, wouldn't the Zhou family's previous investment be in vain? Chen Daoxuan was also very tactful. After occupying the Tier 1 medicinal pill market, he did not touch the Tier 2 and above medicinal pill market again. He knew that it was best not to push the Zhou family too far in Guang'an manner. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing. At the very least, before he advanced to the Zifu disciple level, or before the cultivators of the generation with the word Fu grew, it would be inappropriate to force the Zhou clan too much. Besides, the elixir market in the Infinite Star Sea was so vast, so why should he be limited to one prefecture? The pill market in Kangzhou Immortal City, the pill market in neighboring prefectures, the pill market in Jingzhou and Taizhou, and so on. Why did they have to be so unreasonable? As his thoughts spun, half a day passed. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Zhou clan's encampment and quickly descended. As soon as he stepped into the main hall of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army headquarters, Chen Daoxuan met a good friend he hadn't seen for years. Chapter 192, Sweeping Momentum. In the main hall of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army headquarters. What? Everyone was shocked after hearing Zhou Mubai's story. Yang Linyuan frowned and said, wasn't the zombie horde on Lotus Island suppressed by the Eastern Defense Region? Why did it suddenly erupt? I guessed correctly. The zombie horde on Lotus Flower Island does indeed have the ability to quickly advance the Foundation establishment zombies to the Purple Prefecture. The ability to quickly advance to Zifu Zombie. This. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said, you mean that Lotus Island's zombie horde is faking the fact that they have been fighting against Guang'an Prefecture for so long? They are actually stalling for time to create Zifu-level zombies. Very likely. Zhou Mubai paused for a moment. It might not be a lie to attack Guang'an Prefecture. We can only say that Guang'an Prefecture is indeed not their main target. Their target has always been Kang Prefecture. The islands along the way from Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City were almost completely destroyed in a month. The zombie tide was approaching Kangzhou Immortal City. In that case, doesn't that mean that all the islands from Lotus Island to Azure Continent have fallen? Zhou Minjian couldn't help but ask. You can say that. Zhou Mubai nodded solemnly. This is too fast. Yang Linyuan and Chen Daoxuan frowned when they heard this. Not long ago, Guang'an Prefecture's eastern defense zone was still suppressing the enemy, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. No one could accept it. But, why did the other party choose the Azure Continent Immortal City? The red-haired cultivator, Zhang Su, who had been silent all this while, asked in puzzlement. Its population. Chen Daoxuan's gaze was deep. The population in the Kang Prefecture Immortal City is more than 10 times the total population of Guang'an Prefecture. There are billions of them in total. Once all of them turn into zombies. Everyone shuddered when they heard that. Even though the strength of a single zombie was not worth mentioning, an early Qi layer cultivator could easily kill it with a flying sword. However, there were billions of them. Besides, there were different levels of the undead. Low-level zombies weren't as powerful as Qi refining cultivators, but high-level zombies were even comparable to Zifu disciples. In other words, zombies had fewer tricks up their sleeves, and they weren't a match for Zifu disciples in a one-on-one fight. But what about two? It was obvious. The zombie horde on Lotus Island had the ability to quickly level up. No one could imagine what kind of treasure it was that could allow a sinister creature like a zombie to advance so quickly. Logically speaking, although it was much easier for a zombie to advance than a cultivator, it was not that easy. A mere few years of time, and the corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators were refined into Zifu-level corpse servants. This was obviously against common sense. If the cultivation of evil spirits was so simple, then the cultivation world would have been in chaos and demons would have run amok. In reality, in the current cultivation world, whether it was demon beasts, evil creatures, or devil cultivators, they were all useless. There was naturally no need to say much about the demon beasts. Ever since they failed to compete with the human race for the ruler of this world in ancient times, they had been reduced to a state of lingering on at death's door. As for the evil spirits and demonic cultivators, their greatest enemy was not cultivators, but the heavenly tribulation. Once the evil spirits and demonic cultivators reached the Golden Core realm, they would encounter lightning tribulations that were 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than human cultivators. Under the attack of this lightning tribulation, no matter what kind of terrifying evil creature or demonic cultivator you were, they would all turn into ashes. There was no chance of transcending the tribulation at all. Even if there was a 1 in a trillion chance of success, they would still face the joint attack of the human cultivators. All human monks knew the dangers of high-level evil creatures and demonic cultivators. It was the consensus of almost all human monks to exterminate these things. After all, human cultivators were two species that couldn't coexist with each other. Evil creatures and demonic cultivators needed the yin energy from the yin meridians to cultivate, while human cultivators needed spiritual energy. How could the two coexist? Not to mention that many demonic cultivators relied on massacring mortals to collect their resentment and blood aura to speed up their cultivation and refine magic tools. This kind of abnormal cultivation path was destined to be rejected by all cultivators. Hearing Zhou Mubai's words, for a moment, everyone's heart was extremely heavy. The Eastern Defense Region had sealed off the Lotus Island. They did not expect the other party to really charge straight for the Azure Continent Immortal City. Moreover, it was as if they had defeated the enemy along the way. This Ye family is too useless. Didn't they know how to build a defensive line? Zhou Minjian could not help but curse. It's obvious that the battle between us and the zombies of Lotus Island was a show for all the cultivators of Kangzhou Immortal City. Otherwise, the Azure Continent Immortal City would not be so defenseless. Zhou Mubai said in a deep voice. Not to mention the Ye family, even the cultivators of the Eastern Defense Region had started to look down on the zombie horde on Lotus Flower Island. After all, they had killed millions of zombies. However, he did not expect that it was all an act by the zombies. At this moment, everyone felt that it was extremely troublesome. However, everyone knew that no matter what, the Azure Continent Immortal City could not fall. Once the Azure Continent Immortal City was breached, there would be no defense line that could stop the zombies. At that time, all the mortals in the entire Azure Continent Immortal City would be transformed into zombies and sweep through the entire Azure Continent. Not to mention Guang'an Prefecture, even the other 14 prefectures in Kangzhou combined would not be able to withstand such a disaster. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan couldn't help but say, it's already at this time. Why isn't the Qianyuan sword sect making a move? What are they waiting for? Just for a mere Daoist master Shenju, he had to sacrifice all the mortals in the entire Kang Prefecture. Zhou Minghao shook his head solemnly. If Reverend Shenju doesn't get rid of this corpse tide, it's meaningless even if we suppress it. Zhou Minghao said in a deep voice, if he can create a zombie riot in Kang Prefecture, he can create a zombie riot in Jingzhou, or even Taizhou. Chen Daoxuan's heart was heavy. He knew that Zhou Minghao was right. If Daoist Shenju was not removed, the corpse chaos would not happen. This was the true root of the problem. What's more, Chen Daoxuan felt that there was something behind the Kangzhou corpse riot this time. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Xia Hong's last words before he died. All of you must die. What kind of a calamity was it to make him say that all of them would die? Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if Kangzhou fell collectively, the big clans of Kangzhou could just run to other states. The zombies couldn't overturn the entire Infinite Star Sea. He was thinking too much. One had to know that up until now, only Guang'an Prefecture cultivators had been able to fight against the zombie horde on Lotus Flower Island. The other prefectures of Kangzhou did not participate. If it weren't for the sudden change in the situation, the cultivators of the other prefectures might not have known that such a big mess had happened in Kangzhou. It was just like how the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture were unaware of the major events that had happened in the neighboring Jinan Prefecture. This world was much wider than his previous life. The transmission of news was also behind compared to his previous life. It was not a major event that shook Kangzhou, so ordinary cultivators rarely paid attention to the matters of the outer residents. However, things were different now. Once the Azure Continent Immortal City was surrounded, all the prefectures in the entire Azure Continent would receive this news. If nothing unexpected happened, someone would contact the Zhou family of Guang'an Prefecture very soon. This person was either a cultivator from the Ye family or a cultivator from a large family in another prefecture. This battle conference was not so much a conference as a meeting. It was better to say that everyone had reached a consensus again to help the Azure Continent Immortal City. Even though deep in their hearts, everyone did not want to help the Azure Continent Immortal City and wished that the Ye family would die. However, they did not want the dead Ye family members to turn into zombies and attack them again. Because compared to the Ye family, those zombies were the scariest thing. They had no fear and would not compromise. They would only fight to the death with cultivators. This was a war with no way out. Since everyone has agreed to help the Azure Continent Immortal City, then we'll launch an alliance to unite the entire Azure Continent cultivators. Zhou Minghao suddenly stood up. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stood up. This subordinate understands. The population of the Azure Continent Immortal City was in the hundreds of millions. It was the largest immortal city in the entire Azure Continent. Fortunately, it was also the Ye family's ancestral ground. With the Ye family's strength, this immortal city would not fall easily. No matter what. The Ye clan also had a golden core cultivator, Ye Wudao, as well as 10 some Zifu disciples. There was also a 5th tier array formation that protected the entire immortal city. Even though the Ye clan couldn't compare to the zombies in terms of Zifu disciples, they could still defend the formation and wait for reinforcements from the other prefectures. After the meeting, before Zhou Minghao could contact the other prefectures, someone kept contacting the Zhou family. Just as Chen Daoxuan had expected, among these people, there were people from the Ye family and other major families. Everyone only had one goal: suppress the Kangzhou Corp's rebellion. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire Azure continent knew that they could not let the Azure continent immortal city fall. As for Zhou Mubai's previous thoughts of taking revenge on the Ye family, he had thrown them to the back of his mind when he was concerned about the safety of the entire Guang'an prefecture and Kang prefecture. The safety of Kangzhou was more important than anything else. All the grudges could be put aside temporarily. Chen Daoxuan was the same. He knew better than anyone else the simple principle that no eggs would remain intact when the nest was overturned. Since the Chen family had taken root in Guang'an prefecture and Kangzhou, the safety of Kangzhou was also the safety of the Chen family. As for abandoning the soil and fleeing, not to mention whether the Qianyuan sword sect would pursue the matter. Even if Chen Daoxuan could escape with his clansmen, no state capital in the entire Infinite Star Sea would be willing to take in such a coward who abandoned the land and fled. Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan's flying light descended rapidly. They had returned to a peaceful land. Chen Daoxuan silently walked in the direction of the clan school. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. Chen Daoxuan silently looked at the green stone and the few bright red words carved on it, then he walked into the campus. Compared to 3 years ago, the number of clansmen in the Fu generation had doubled, reaching more than 200. Chen Daoxuan knew that there would be more and more people in the clan school in the future. Especially after the Ze generation was born, the number of Chen clan cultivators would explode. Chen Daoxuan stopped in front of a class. In the classroom, Chen Xianhe was standing on the rostrum, giving a lesson to the younger generation of cultivators with a beaming face. Under the podium, the cultivators of the Fu generation all had lively expressions as they spoke enthusiastically. His divine sense spread out. In the industrial area, children of 8 or 9 years old were refining flying swords and elixirs. The ordinary workers of the Chen family were also busy adjusting the machines and installing the elixirs. The expressions of these young cultivators of the Fu generation were meticulous. They did not have the naivete and innocence of children. However, they had no regrets for the sake of their families. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes, his gaze unprecedentedly firm. This is my family and I want to protect it. No one can hurt it, no one. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's will was incomparably firm. Chapter 193, Fire Spirit Deist. You've been waiting for a long time. After class, Chen Xianhe looked at the silent Chen Daoxuan strangely and asked, "Is something on your mind?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. "Then come with me." "All right." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chen Xianhe immediately used the wind manipulation technique to pick up Chen Daoxuan and fly toward the Red Copper Mountain. Along the way, Chen Xianhe didn't say anything, and Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything either. About an hour later, Red Copper Mountain was already faintly visible. "Do you still remember the first time I brought you here?" "I remember." Looking at the direction Chen Xianhe was pointing at, there was a cave abode on a green mountain peak. That cave abode was the one Chen Xianhe had lived in for decades. All these years, Chen Xian had lived there and silently protected the Chen clan. Even today, Chen Xianhe would occasionally come to this cave abode to clean it. The two of them flew very fast. In the blink of an eye, they passed by Chen Xianhe's cave abode. "I remember the first time I brought you here, you were only this tall." Chen Xianhe made a hand gesture to his waist. "At that time, I also wanted to give it a try and passed the family's refining skills to you. I didn't expect that your talent in refining weapons would be so astonishing that you've led the clan step by step to its current state." Chen Xianhe said quietly. Chen Daoxuan listened quietly. "Then, it's the Red Copper Mountain." In the end, Chen Xianhe pointed at a bare mountain and sighed. "Everything that the Chen family has started from this spirit or mine." 13th Uncle. Daoxian. Chen Xianhe looked at him and said, "I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that no matter what happens to our family in the future, I won't blame you, and neither will our family members. Because you've already done everything for the family. Daoxuan, you're worthy of any clansman. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and said seriously. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. Chen Daoxuan didn't ask Chen Daoxuan what was on his mind, and Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. Due to the limitation of his cultivation, there was no point in telling Chen Daoxuan many things other than adding guilt and worry. In fact, Chen Daoxuan's words had already given Chen Daoxuan a lot of encouragement. At the very least, he had learned from Chen Daoxuan how the clan members viewed him as the young clan leader and how much they supported him. That was enough. No one was a fool, and no one was blind. Chen Daoxuan's contributions to the Chen clan, the successive clan leaders added up, was not even 1% of his. All the members of the Chen clan had witnessed this. After sending Chen Daoxuan back to the clan school, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Fuxian. Chen Daoxuan was pleasantly surprised when he saw the young man who was less than 10 years old and had just reached his chest. Fuxian, you. Young clan leader, I succeeded. Chen Fuxian smiled and said. Sword intent. Chen Fuxian had comprehended sword intent. Not only that, he had also reached the 9th level of the aura refining realm. This completely broke the record set by Chen Xian. He became the youngest cultivator in history to comprehend sword essence. It might be easy to produce a 9th level aura refining cultivator who was less than 10 years old, but no matter how many resources were used, it was impossible to produce a 9-year-old freak who had comprehended sword essence. Looking at him, Chen Daoxuan seemed to see another top-notch expert rising up in the Chen family. Good job, Fuxian. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Fuxian's shoulder heavily. Chen Fuxian was extremely excited to receive Chen Daoxuan's affirmation. Just as he was feeling excited, Chen Daoxuan handed over a flying sword. This is a 3rd-tier high-grade earth attribute flying sword that I refined for you. I originally planned to give it to you as a gift after you reached foundation establishment. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan handed over the flying sword that was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. This flying sword was Chen Daoxuan's proudest work after advancing to 3rd rank armament master. The best flying sword he had ever refined. It was of a higher grade than his 2 mid-tier level 3 intrinsic flying swords. After receiving the flying sword from Chen Daoxuan, Chen Fuxian became even more excited. However, he hesitated and said, but, the grade of this flying sword is too high. I can't use it. Of course you can't use it now. When you succeed in building your foundation, you'll be able to use it. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan told him about the terrifying improvement he had made after comprehending the sword essence and building his foundation. Chen Daoxuan had personally experienced such an explosive increase in strength. Perhaps Chen Fuxian's spiritual sense wouldn't improve as much as Chen Daoxuan's, but his sword Dao would definitely make a qualitative leap like Chen Daoxuan's. If he was lucky enough, perhaps Chen Fuxian would be like him, able to touch the 2nd stage of the sword essence, the corporeal realm, right after he had just built his foundation. At that time, Chen Fuxian's power might not be comparable to a Zifu disciple, but he was definitely an invincible existence below the Zifu disciple level. The Chen family finally had a 2nd pillar of support besides Chen Daoxuan. Even though this pillar of support was a little young. Fuxian. From today onwards, you must protect the Chen family well, especially when I'm not in the family. Don't worry, young clan leader. Chen Fuxian nodded heavily. 10 days later. Guang'an City, Immortal City. Spirit ships gathered from all over Kangzhou toward Guang'an Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan led the coalition army of the Western Defense Zone. He brought a total of 500 building foundation stage cultivators and drove 5 spirit void battleships over the outer city of Guang'an Prefecture, the city where the Zhou clan mortals lived. Countless members of the Zhou clan raised their heads and looked at this scene that they would never see in their entire lives. Daddy, so many big ships. I'll go tell mother. When the Zhou clan members saw the immortal boat above their heads, their bodies trembled. If it wasn't for the immortal master's timely warning, these mortals of the Zhou clan would probably have knelt down and kowtowed to mortals. Cultivators were existences that they could only dream of. This was also one of the reasons why the Zhou clan had set up a no-fly formation in Guang'an Prefecture to avoid disturbing the mortals. Think about it. If they didn't set up the flight prohibiting formation, hundreds of thousands of cultivators would fly over the heads of mortals every day, which would cause a huge impact. If mortals got used to it, it would cause the deterrence of cultivators to mortals to decrease. Why don't the Zhou clan just come up with a flight prohibiting formation to save everyone the trouble? On the deck of the Spirit Void battleship, Chen Daoxuan stood in the middle, with Lei Zhen and Zhou Muchen on his left and right. Zhou Mubai. Just as he was sizing up the spirit ships from the other residences around him, a voice resounded through the sky. Who is this person? I don't know. It's the fire spirit deist of Shuoan Prefecture. It's him? The fire spirit deist who had single-handedly killed hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators of the Yun Nation in Cloud Dream Pass. Yes, it's him. Moreover, he was only at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm at that time. He didn't expect that he would be at the third level of the Zifu disciple realm now. Rei Zhen said with envy. In terms of spiritual roots, he was similar to the fire spirit deist. They were both cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. Logically speaking, Lei Zhen was also at the Foundation establishment stage back then. The difference between the two shouldn't be so great. However, the fire spirit deist was a cultivator from his family and had the full support of his family. Lei Zhen was an itinerant cultivator, and one who had not become a guest elder of a big family. In addition, he did not continue to mingle in the battlefields of the Yun Nation, so he naturally could not compare to core disciples of large clans like Deist Fire Spirit in terms of resources. The difference in their cultivation levels was also growing. Hearing this, what's so special about this Fire Spirit Deist? Chen Daoxuan asked curiously. He actually dared to shout Brother Zhou's name in Guang'an City. It's you, kid. Why, are you itching for a beating again? In the next moment, another voice rang out in the sky. A white figure stood proudly in the sky. If it wasn't Zhou Mubai, who else could it be? The fire spirit deist looked to be in his early 20s. He had a fair complexion and a red mark that looked like a fire pattern on his forehead. He wore a loose red deist robe and his long hair was casually tied behind his head. He looked unrestrained. Hee hee. Deist fire spirit laughed loudly when he heard Zhou Mubai's words. Then, the two of them hugged each other in front of everyone, then punched each other in the chest and smiled at each other. This scene not only shocked the others, but also shattered Chen Daoxuan's worldview. In his eyes, Zhou Mubai should be a rather serious and steady person. He didn't expect him to do such a frivolous action in public. Chapter 194, Ran away again? Brat! Brat! In the main hall of the Guang'an Prefecture Alliance Army headquarters, an earth-shattering roar came from the hall. How could he? How dare he? Abandon the city and flee. In the main hall, Zhou Minghao, who had always been gentle, was now furious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although the Kangzhou coalition army was hastily formed, there were more than 20 large clans that rushed over. Although few of these clans could compare to the Zhou clan of Guang'an Prefecture, most of them were much stronger than the Yang clan, the second largest clan in Guang'an Prefecture. Almost all of them were the strongest clans in their respective prefectures. Otherwise, they would not be able to represent the main government to participate in this alliance meeting. Among these 20 or so families, the three most powerful were the Zhou family of Guang'an Prefecture, the Zhao family of Shuoan Prefecture, and the Zhang family of Jinan Prefecture. These three families were not far apart in terms of the number of cultivators and high-level cultivators. Even their core disciples were outstanding. For example, Deist Fire Spirit of the Zhao family of Shuoan Prefecture and Zhang Xianling of the Zhang family of Jinan Prefecture were both famous figures on the Sons of Heaven rankings of the Purple Prefecture of the Infinite Star Sea. The Violet Palace's prodigy role in the Infinite Star Sea. It was a ranking created based on the battle achievements and potential of the Zifu disciples of the Infinite Star Sea. The specific ranking of the rankings was not announced to the public. However, the cultivators on the rankings all knew their exact ranking on the Zifu disciple rankings. Relatively speaking, the three lists produced by the Qianyuan sword sect were still very credible. Unless there were Zifu disciples who deliberately concealed their true power, the Zifu disciples on this list were probably the most powerful Zifu disciples in the Infinite Star Sea. After all, the Infinite Star Sea and the Izumo nation had been at war for several hundred years. Which Zifu disciple hadn't been on the battlefield before? Very few people were able to hide their true strength on the battlefield. This was because the battlefield was different from normal battles. There were very few situations where they were evenly matched. If they did not want to die, they could only go all out and try their best to survive on the battlefield. Zhou Mubai's original ranking on the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings was outside the top 100. However, after the zombie horde on Lotus Flower Island, his ranking shot up to the top 10. He was currently ranked 9th. In other words, in the entire Infinite Star Sea, Zhou Mubai was ranked 9th in power. After Ale, he was only at the 4th level of the Zifo disciple realm. If he were to wait until he reached the 9th level of the Zifo disciple rank, wouldn't he be able to touch the top 3 or even first place on the Zifo disciple rankings? From this, one could see how strong Zhou Mubai was. Chen Daoxuan had been comparing his own strength with his own, but he found that there was still a big gap between them. Actually, it wasn't that Chen Daoxuan was too weak, but that Zhou Mubai was too strong. Zhou Mubai, who was at the 4th level of the Purple Prefecture realm, was now completely qualified to fight against weaker early-stage Golden Core cultivators. In the main hall, when the cultivators sent by the various races to participate in this alliance meeting heard this news, they were all furious. Zhou Minghao's roar evoked the deepest pain in everyone's hearts. Back then, Ye Wudao, the ancestor of the Ye family, had abandoned the Southern Mountains city and fled, causing the Southern Mountains city to fall. Now that the Azure Continent Immortal City was besieged, everyone was still thinking of helping the Azure Continent Immortal City. They did not expect Ye Wudao to run away again. One had to know that this Azure Continent Immortal City was different from the Southern Mountains City. This was Ye Wudao's own territory. In the eyes of a selfish, cowardly bastard like Ye Wudao, his own life is the most important thing. It's not surprising that he could do such a thing. Zhang Xianling of Jinan Prefecture said coldly as soon as Zhou Minghao stopped roaring. Chen Daoxuan sized up the young cultivator in front of him. This person stood in the hall and did not hide his cultivation at all. His cultivation level was even higher than Zhou Mubai's, reaching the 5th level of the Purple Prefecture realm. He was dressed in white and carried a long sword that was emitting a cold green light on his back. His eyes were extremely sharp and faintly emitted a threatening cold light. Zhang Xuanling's words did not put Ye Wudao, a golden core cultivator, in his eyes at all and called him a beast. Who knew that when everyone heard this? No one dared to answer. Ye Wudao was fine, but behind him stood the 3rd elder of the Qianyuan sword sect, a great cultivator in the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhang Xianling scolded Ye Wudao as a beast. Then, the 3rd elder of the Qianyuan sword sect was an old beast. No one dared to reply. Helly dash! Zhang Xianling glanced at the silent crowd and sneered. Fellow Daoist Zhang is right. Zhou Mubai stood out and scolded, 50 years ago, Ye Wudao abandoned the Southern Mountains city and fled, causing the loss of over 1 million cultivators in Kang province. This time, he abandoned the Azure Continent Immortal City and fled, causing hundreds of millions of mortals and cultivators to be in danger. Such a cowardly coward, calling him a beast was flattering him. Not bad. Daoist Fire Spirit also stood out and berated. At this moment, everyone recalled their old and new hatred for Ye Wudao, the ancestor of the Ye family, and they followed behind the 3 of them to condemn him. Chen Daoxuan stood in the crowd, frowning silently. Ye Wudao ran away? Was he afraid of death, or was there something else? Of course, no matter what, the Azure Continent Immortal City must not fall. Otherwise, everyone in the Azure Continent would suffer. Everyone! Zhou Minghao said loudly, although Ye Wudao is shameless, we have to save the Azure Continent Immortal City. This is because we are saving the Azure Continent Immortal City and ourselves. Clan leader Zhou. In the crowd, Zhang Xianling cupped his hands. There are so many corpses. I wonder if there's a good plan. Hearing this, Zhou Minghao shook his head and said solemnly, there is no good plan, only a battle to the death. Chapter 195, Ran Away, 2. This. Everyone looked at each other. The only way was to fight to the death. This sentence made everyone's hearts sink. However, when he thought of the terrifying number of zombies, as well as the 100 or so Zifo disciples, he was shocked. No one could think of any plan that could resolve this disaster. It was at least 100,000 miles from Lotus Island to Azure Continent Immortal City. With such a long distance and the Ye family's inaction, how many islands and mortal cultivators would be killed by the zombie horde? Everyone thought of this question. He felt a chill down his spine. Roughly, there were at least hundreds of millions of humans from Lotus Island to Azure Continent Immortal City. With so many people, even if only half of the island fell, it would cause a disaster. This disaster was even worse than the rebellion of God Extinction back then. After all, the rebellion of God Extinction was just a war between cultivators. Although this kind of war affected a wide range, cultivators would not slaughter mortals for no reason. Even if they killed all the cultivators of the other party, the mortals would usually only be reduced to slaves and not slaughtered. This rule was established after the Qian Yuan Sword Sect unified the Infinite Star Sea. The Qian Yuan Sword Sect had adopted this policy even when dealing with the mortals of the Yun nation. The bottom line of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was not to slaughter mortals. This was also the foundation of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect's rule in the Infinite Star Sea. If the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was really cruel, killing all those who went against them, even leaving the mortals of the other party behind, it would not have such prestige. The speed at which the Kangzhou alliance was formed was extremely fast. Under the coordination of the Zhou family, the Azure Continent alliance was led by 3 major families, and 21 families participated. The cultivators participating in this battle were all the most elite cultivators of each race. There was not even a single cultivator in the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. All of them were cultivators above the foundation establishment realm. It couldn't be helped. Speed was the most important thing in war. Their spirit ships were unable to carry a large number of Qi condensation cultivators. In addition, the main goal of the Kangzhou alliance was to eliminate the high-level zombies. Once the high-level zombies were all killed, the low-level zombies would be headless flies. The remaining job was to slowly clean up these flies. Therefore, he had no choice. The Kangzhou alliance didn't bring a single Qi condensation cultivator. This was different from the Yun nation's front line. The main reason why the Yun nation recruited so many late-stage Qi refining cultivators was not because of their combat strength. It was because the Qian Yuan Sword Sect wanted to give the refinement realm cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea a good way out. Many high-level itinerant cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators, had relied on the front lines of the Yun nation to accumulate battle points in exchange for resources to get to where they were today. Millions of miles away, a huge island that looked like a small immortal continent was located in the center of the Infinite Star Sea. There were many islands surrounding this small immortal continent. Looking closely, each island was an independent grotto heaven. Countless grotto heavens formed a perfect defensive array formation outside this small immortal continent. Except for the highest level of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, no one knew what level this array had reached. In any case, with Chen Daoxuan's array formation standards comparable to a Tier 4 array formation master, if he stood here, he could not even judge the grade of this grand array. Usually, when he set up an array formation, it would at most cover an island or an immortal city. How can there be such a thing as the present? Grotto Heaven secret realms that were completely different from the main world built an unimaginable array around the main island of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. This was the residence of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. They entered this small immortal continent. They would find that this small immortal continent was not small at all. It was even more than 10 times larger than the area seen from the outside world. Grotto Heaven secret realm. This small immortal continent was also a huge Grotto Heaven secret realm. The Qian Yuan Sword Sect was inherited from a Mahayana true immortal. Coupled with the accumulation of so many generations, its power had long expanded to an unimaginable level. Even though thousands of years ago, the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was chased to the Infinite Star Sea by the Xianqing Dao League from the Celestial Cloud Continent. However, he did not expect that the Qian Yuan Sword Sect did not decline. Instead, it took off again with the resources of the Infinite Star Sea. As a result, the Qian Yuan Sword Sect had brought all the forces in the Infinite Star Sea to pressure the Yun nation, and they were heading straight for the heart of the Xianqing alliance. Within the main Grotto Heaven, in an immortal palace, a group of powerful cultivators sat on the thrones. These mighty cultivators were the highest level of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. Among them, the third elder of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was among them. "Have you heard about the matter in Kangzhou?" A gentle voice rang out in the hall. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Some had solemn expressions, some frowned, and some had mocking expressions. "Sect Master, the Kangzhou corpses have already swept the area. We can't wait any longer. A silver-haired, child-faced old man said. Another elder shook his head and retorted, it's not difficult to suppress the corpse rebellion, but it's difficult to get rid of perfected Shenzhou. He paused for a moment. In the end, Daoist Shenzhou is just a minor illness. I'm afraid that he will find out about the new passage that our Qianyuan sword sect has discovered in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. Elder Wu is right. The other elder nodded. If we want to stop perfected Shenzhou from continuing to cause trouble, we only need to send a nascent soul to stay in Kangzhou. However, the problem is how to prevent him from leaking the secrets of the underwater world of the infinite star sea to the outside world after he learns about it. That's true. Yes, I am. Everyone nodded. The sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect sat in the middle of the room. Her entire body was shrouded in clouds, and outsiders couldn't see her face clearly. He could only vaguely see her graceful figure. Below her was a young man in white with an impatient expression on his face, leaning against the throne. Upon closer inspection, he actually discovered that he was in a trance. Third Elder, what do you think? The sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect looked at the indifferent Third Elder, Yayin. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yayin's cultivation was ranked in the top 5 even in the entire Qianyuan sword sect. Even though his strength was not comparable to the sea-suppressing Hall Master and the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, he was still not as powerful as the others. However, among the elders, he was the strongest. He had always been the leader of the elders of the Qianyuan sword sect. In addition, Yayin's seniority was the same as the previous sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect, so his influence in the sect was great. It was second only to the current sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. If his son Yagudao hadn't abandoned the southern mountain town and fled 50 years ago, which had caused a terrible influence in the Qianyuan sword sect, Yayin's influence could even be comparable to that of the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect. Yayin was wearing a loose light purple Taoist robe with long sleeves hanging on the ground. Although he was the elder of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, his face was very young. They would definitely think that this person was a young Daoist and not a nascent soul that was more than 2,000 years old. Third Elder Yayin cupped his hands and said indifferently, "This matter." Before he could finish his sentence. Outside the Immortal Palace, a young cultivator quickly flew in. Feeling the extremely terrifying pressure in the Immortal Palace, the young cultivator immediately knelt down and bowed his head. Sect Master, Yagudao, the ancestor of the Azure Continent's Ya family, has come to the sect to ask for help. This Yagudao came to ask for help. Wasn't he grounded for 100 years? Who knows if he's asking for help or taking refuge? After all, it wasn't his first time, so he was very familiar with it. Upon seeing this cultivator, the originally listless sea-suppressing Hall Master suddenly became spirited. He laughed and said, "Quick, invite Yagudao in." "Shut up." Before the young sea-calming palace lord could even get excited, his senior sister's reprimand came from his sea of consciousness. "Sect Master, everyone." Yayin stood up from his throne. "This old man remembered that I still have a cauldron of spirit pills to refine, so I'll take my leave first. This old man also happens to have a cauldron of pills that I haven't finished refining. This old man." Not long after Yayin proposed to leave, the elders all stood up and cupped their hands to the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. "Elders, please go ahead." The gentle voice of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect rang out in the Immortal Palace. Very quickly, more than 1/3 of the people in the Immortal Palace were gone. Chapter 196, Bait. Following that, the group of people led by the third elder left. Silence returned to the Immortal Palace. After a while, "Since Yagudao doesn't want to be the bait, how about sending Yao Er to take on the heavy responsibility?" the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect said. "Senior sister." The Sea Suppression Palace Lord looked at the other party with a shocked expression. Through the clouds, he saw the gentle but determined face. The doubt in his heart finally turned into a sigh. "As you command, sect master." The others looked at each other and then cupped their hands. "We will obey the sect master's decree." "Good." The sect master nodded. "Father, I don't object to capturing Daoist Master Shenzhou, but why should I be the bait?" In a majestic immortal palace, a cultivator wearing a green Daoist robe with a golden vertical pattern on his forehead said indignantly. Oh! Ye Yin's expression was indifferent, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. You mean, it's been hard on you to let you be bait? Father, that's not what I meant. Ye Wudao's arrogant face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. I just don't want to put my life in that person's hands. Who? It's him, Qin Zhan. Pa! Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Wudao felt his body fly up involuntarily. Then, he felt a burning pain on his left cheek. Bang! Ye Wudao's body fell heavily onto the jade floor of the hall. Inside the immortal palace. When the maidservants standing on both sides of the hall saw this scene, they all lowered their heads and trembled in fear. Ye Wudao stood up with a gloomy expression. In the next moment, the maidservants in the hall were burning with colorless flames. In an instant, all the maids, whose cultivation was only at the 9th level of the aura refining realm, turned into ashes. They didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Dad, are you satisfied? Ye Wudao said gloomily. You don't deserve to call him by his name. Ye Yin's expression did not change at all, as if the one who had just slapped him was not him, but someone else. The Sea-suppressing Hall Master is the most talented disciple in the history of our Qianyuan sword sect. You. Not worthy. Sensing the terrifying aura from his father, the anger in Wudao's heart was instantly extinguished. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his temples. Seeing his son trembling and not daring to speak, Ye Yin's eyes unconsciously revealed a touch of sadness, and his tone also became a bit gentler. Does it hurt? Ye Wudao shook his head in horror. Father. Ye Wudao's tone became cautious. I'm worried that if I'm used as bait, if the Sea-calming Palace Lord takes this opportunity to take revenge on you, then my life would be. Hearing this, Ye Yin glanced at Ye Wudao. Seeing Ye Yin's gaze, Ye Wudao did not dare to argue any more. He hurriedly bowed and said embarrassedly, Father, your son will take his leave. Yes. Watching Ye Wudao slowly retreat, Ye Yin raised his head and looked at the flowing clouds outside the immortal palace, muttering, Child, don't blame me. Southwest Sea, Infinite Star Sea. In the sky. One after another, spirit ships blotted out the sky and sun as they flew from Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City towards Kangzhou Immortal City. These spirit ships were the alliance army formed by the various large families of the Azure continent. On a spirit void battleship, Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling, and Fire Spirit Daoist stood side by side. Brother Zhou, do you mean that Kangzhou Immortal City and Ye Wudao are just bait set by the Qianyuan sword sect? Yes. Zhou Mubai nodded. The zombie tide on Lotus Island has been going on for so long, but there's no news from Daoist God End. It's obvious that Daoist God End's target isn't Guang'an Prefecture, but the entire Kang Prefecture. He paused for a moment. If we want to take down the entire Azure continent, we must attack the Azure continent Immortal City, the largest immortal city in the Azure continent. Hearing this, what if Daoist Shenzhou still doesn't make a move? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Phew. Zhou Mubai let out a sigh of relief and muttered, No, he will make a move. Brother Zhou, what makes you so sure? Because this time, the corpse riot in Kang Prefecture is not a simple riot, but a premeditated act. Before Zhou Mubai could speak, Zhang Xianling said, I just received news that Cloud Dream Pass has been attacked by the Xianqing Dao Alliance. There are also signs of a large number of Black Pure Dao Alliance troops being active in Redwater Immortal City. Do you mean to say that we are working together from the inside? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of Xia Hong who had committed suicide in front of him, and a line in his heart gradually became clear. Daoist Shenzhou has joined the Xianqing Dao Alliance, he asked in a deep voice. Not really. Zhou Mubai shook his head. People like Master Shenzhou won't rely on anyone. To be precise, they use each other. Master Shenzhou needs the Xianqing Dao League to relieve his pressure, and the Xianqing Dao League also needs him to create chaos for the Qianyuan sword sect. This. Chen Daoxuan was quite puzzled. It should be very difficult to do it with just Daoist Shenzhou, right? Although he didn't know how strong the Qianyuan sword sect was, the fact that the Qianyuan sword sect didn't even send a nascent soul-perfected lord showed that suppressing the corpse chaos was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. It's very difficult to get to. Zhou Mubai also frowned and said in confusion, perhaps Daoist Shenzhou still has some trump card that we don't know about. Hearing this, everyone's mood became heavier. Now, the Azure Continent Immortal City was a chess piece, and so was their Azure Continent Alliance army. The real standard bearers on the chessboard were the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Xian Qing Dao League. Even perfected Shenzhou was just a slightly stronger chess piece. Of course. With Daoist Shenzhou's personality, he would definitely not be willing to be a chess piece. He must have some unknown method to break the situation. He just didn't know. Was it the Qian Yuan Sword Sect who was better, or was it Master Shenzhou who was better? Facing this scene, Chen Daoxuan was unwilling, but he knew very well. Whether it was in front of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, the Xian Qing Dao League, or even in front of Daoist Shenzhou, he and his family were all weak and had no right to bargain. Strength was the only bargaining chip in chess. He and the Chen family did not have such a bargaining chip. They could only be chess pieces for others. Yao Dao had a nascent soul cultivation father. He was unwilling to be a chess piece, but he could still escape. The various families of the Azure Continent Alliance did not have such a backing that could save them from this disaster. Besides, perfected Shenzhou came for Kangzhou. As a local family in Kangzhou, if they did not contribute now, who were they waiting for? The atmosphere was a little heavy. Zhou Mubai smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about these unhappy things. No matter what, we have to save the Azure Continent Immortal City. We have to clear the zombie tide. Brother Zhou is right. Daoist Fire Spirit nodded. Since we're not going to talk about this, why don't we talk about the way of the sword? Very good. When they heard Zhang Xianling talk about the sword, Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As sword cultivators, if they were most interested in a topic, the way of the sword would definitely be ranked first. It was every swordsman's dream to be able to talk about their understanding of the Tao of the sword with a swordsman of similar cultivation base and similar Tao of the sword. However, whether in the Infinite Star Sea or the Celestial Cloud Continent, the number of sword cultivators was very small. Not to mention, it was simply a fortuitous encounter to gather two sword cultivators with similar cultivation and sword path realms. If it wasn't for the corpse chaos in Kang Prefecture, Zhou Mubai rarely had the chance to sit down with Zhang Xianling and discuss swordsmanship. When he heard that Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling and Chen Daoxuan were going to discuss sword Dao, Daoist Fire Spirit immediately put on a helpless expression. Chapter 197, 5 Elements Sword Intent. Although Fire Spirit Daoist's strength was far superior to cultivators of the same level, he was not a sword cultivator. Hearing the three of them talk about sword Dao, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. Because he did not understand. In other words, even if he understood it, he could not do it. His sword Dao level was too far from the three of them. After all, he hadn't even comprehended sword essence. You guys chat, I will go back first. The Fire Spirit Daoist shook his head. After saying that, he flew toward the other spirit ship. Seeing this, the three of them laughed. He laughed. Zhou Mubai nodded. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Xianling cupped their hands and made an inviting gesture. The sword intent that I cultivate is a branch of the golden sword intent of the 5 elements sword intent. It's called the Zhengjin sword intent. This sword intent is extremely sharp and focuses on advancing forward. It can break through anything. Zhou Mubai explained his swordsmanship to the two of them. Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Xianling listened and frowned from time to time because they didn't understand, but they also rejoiced because they had suddenly understood. Ever since my Zhengjin sword essence reached the second stage of the corporeal realm, I created this green lotus sword art. Zhou Mubai stretched out his right palm and saw a green lotus flower budding in his palm. Suddenly, the green lotus bloomed in Zhou Mubai's palm. 1 petal, 2 petals, until the third petal bloomed. The green lotus petals became nothing. My comprehension of the metal-aged sword essence is still insufficient, so I can't make this green lotus flower open 3 petals. Otherwise, the power of this sword scripture would at least double. Speaking of this, Zhou Muxiang shook his head regretfully. Brother Zhou is too humble. At the side. When Zhang Xianling heard this, he sighed and said, you can create your own sword technique when you have the form of the second level of sword intent. Brother Zhou's talent in the way of the sword really makes us sword cultivators blush. He extended his right palm and said, the sword intent I cultivate is called the sword intent of extreme frost. It is a branch of the water element sword intent of the 5 elements sword intent. As he spoke, an icy flame condensed in his palm. This ice flame was ice blue in color. Although the cold air was restrained, Chen Daoxuan could still feel a terrifying extreme cold power from its body. Unfortunately, although my sword intent has reached the second stage of the tangible realm, I still haven't created a sword scripture that belongs to my own sword doctrine. I can't fully display the strength of my sword doctrine realm, so I'm much weaker than Brother Zhou. A trace of regret flashed in Zhang Xuanling's eyes. Brother Zhang is too humble. Zhou Mubai cupped his hands. I'm not being humble. You should know my character. I hate hypocrisy the most in my life. Zhang Xuanling shook his head. Otherwise, my position on the Zifa prodigy roll wouldn't be only 43rd. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai remained silent. He knew that Zhang Xuanling was right. Zhang Xuanling's sword Dao realm was not weaker than his, and his cultivation was even higher than his, reaching the 5th level of the Purple Prefecture realm. The only difference between the two of them was that Zhou Mubai had created his own sword technique. To a certain extent, creating a sword scripture meant that the sword cultivator had a clear path of the sword. It was not as simple as unleashing all the strength that belonged to the realm of the sword. Zhang Xuanling retracted the ice blue flame in his palm. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his right palm and said slowly, the sword intent that I've comprehended is a branch of the water element sword intent of the 5 elements sword intent. It's called the Silk Rain sword intent. This sword intent is good at group attacks and is good at confusing the enemy. Only to see. Chen Daoxuan's palm was first covered in a curtain of rain. Then, white sword marks filled his palm and finally turned into a star. It's a pity that I still haven't been able to create my own sword scripture like Brother Zhou. Self-created sword scripture, to a certain extent, had nothing to do with comprehension. It needed to create its own sword technique and figure out the direction of its sword path in the future. Otherwise, he would never be able to create a sword scripture that belonged to his own sword path. Seeing this, Zhou Mubai smiled. I can see that the reason why the two of you didn't create your own sword techniques isn't because you're not talented enough. It's because you're too ambitious. He paused. Especially you, Dao Xian. He pointed at Chen Daoxuan and said jokingly, don't tell me you want to comprehend the complete water element sword essence. What? Hearing this, Zhang Xuanling looked at Chen Daoxuan in disbelief. Comprehending the complete water element sword essence, what kind of concept was this? One had to know that whether it was his sword essence of extreme frost or Chen Daoxuan's sword essence of rain, they were just branches of the water element sword essence. If one wanted to comprehend the complete water element sword essence, one had to comprehend at least several types of sword essences. He had to advance each of his sword intents to the 3rd level, which was the star transformation realm. Only by fusing these sword intents into one would he have a certain chance of comprehending the complete water element sword intent and stepping into the threshold of the water element sword intent. As for the exact number of water element sword intents that he had to comprehend, that would depend on the individual cultivator. Some cultivators comprehended 2 branches of the water element sword intent, and after reaching the 3rd realm, they could fuse them into one and step into the threshold of the water element sword intent. Some cultivators, even if they comprehended more than 10 branches of the water element sword essence and fused them into one, could not step onto the threshold of the water element sword essence. Even someone as powerful as the sea-suppressing hall master couldn't figure out what this had to do with. If it was related to comprehension and talent in the way of the sword, how could those cultivators who could comprehend the 10 branches of the water element sword essence be inferior in comprehension and talent in the way of the sword? Clearly, this had nothing to do with comprehension and talent in the way of the sword. In the end, some swordsmen could only attribute it to luck. Of course, it didn't mean that his strength would skyrocket after comprehending the water element sword essence. There was no such thing. Whether it was the glacial sword intent or Chen Daoxuan's rain sword intent, there was not much difference between the 2nd level of sword intent and the 2nd level of water sword intent. At least, there was no fundamental difference. Then, what was the difference? It was about potential. The extreme frost sword essence and the silk rain sword essence were the branches of the water element sword essence, so their potential was limited. For example, in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect, the sword intent of extreme frost could only be upgraded to the 4th level of sword intent, and could not advance any further. In other words, this path was already the limit after reaching the 4th level of sword intent. The rain sword essence was slightly better, and could at most reach the 5th level of sword essence. However, whether it was the 5th or 4th stage of sword essence, it meant that this path was limited. However, no matter which sword cultivator it was, they did not want to see the end of the sword path they walked. Therefore, he had no choice. Many sword cultivators started to plan for the future when their sword principle realm was still low. For example, they would fuse sword essences and forcefully comprehend one of the 5 elements of sword essences. There were also some people with heaven-defying talent or heaven-defying luck. The sword essence he comprehended at the beginning was one of the 5 elements of sword essence, not a branch of sword essence. This kind of person's potential in the Tao of the sword was almost limitless. He was a true sword cultivator among sword cultivators, a prodigy among prodigies. Chapter 198, Heading to the Battlefield. The Kangzhou Alliance army was extremely fast. In just a few days, the Azure Continent Immortal City was faintly in sight. Along the way, the tragic scene that everyone saw made their hearts sink. The speed at which the zombie tide spread was faster than everyone imagined. Moreover, the closer they got to the Azure Continent Immortal City, the more terrifying the zombie tide became. Under Sun Fu's command, these low-level zombies rode on sailboats and sped across the sea. The high-level flying zombies rode the dark clouds and wreaked havoc on the islands along the way. The Alliance army of Kang Prefecture had destroyed a group of flying zombies like this along the way, so they had wasted a lot of time. On the deck of the Spirit Void battleship. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, look. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai and Zhang Xianling looked in the direction Chen Daoxuan was pointing. The huge island where the Azure Continent Immortal City was located was completely surrounded by black zombies. Countless black corpses surrounded the entire island. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. In just a few short months, you've actually deteriorated to this extent. Zhou Mubai, who had been fighting zombies for many years, could not believe what he was seeing. Regardless of whether it was him or Chen Daoxuan, they all felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the true target of the Lotus Flower Island wasn't Guang'an Prefecture, but Kang Prefecture. Otherwise, the Guang'an Prefecture would not be able to withstand such a terrifying force. This was because with a casual sweep, they had already discovered several dozen Zifu disciples within the horde. The weakest of these Zifu disciples was at the early stage of the Zifu disciple realm, and there were even some who were at the late stage of the Zifu disciple realm. Even if they were compared to the Sun Brothers, their strength was not much different. In terms of high-end combat strength, the Kangzhou Alliance army had no advantage at all. The high-level cultivators in Kangzhou were relatively weak. In the entire Kangzhou, there was only one golden core cultivator, and he even escaped. Apart from Yawudao, there was no Jindan stage Daoist master in the present. As for the zombies, everyone carefully observed and discovered that the enemy actually had 127 Zifu disciples. Among them, there were 13 late-stage Zifu disciples, 29 mid-stage Zifu disciples, and the rest were all early-stage Zifu disciples. This force had already caused a crushing advantage over the Kangzhou Alliance army. However, on the Kang Prefecture Alliance army's side, there were only 7 people who could reach the late Zifu disciple level. Amongst them were Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling, and Daoist Fire Spirit, whose strength was comparable to or even surpassed the late-stage Purple Prefecture realm. As for the mid-stage Zifu disciples, there were quite a few in the Alliance army of the Kangzhou region, a total of 27 people. As for the early Zifu disciples, they were much fewer, with less than 40 people. In total, the Azure Continent's Alliance army had a total of 71 Zifu disciples. Even if they included the Zifu disciples in the Azure Continent's Immortal City, they did not exceed 100 people. Although this force could surround and kill golden cores if they encountered one, it was not a problem. However, against a total of 127 Zifu disciples, they were unable to gain any advantage. The gap between their high-end combat power was the most hopeless. Compared to the Kang Prefecture Alliance army, the most terrifying thing about the zombie horde was their sheer numbers. He looked around. The sea within hundreds of miles was almost filled with zombies. Some of them took a boat, while others simply broke through the waves in the sea. Their goal was the Azure Continent Immortal City in front of them. Be careful! Flying zombies! In the spirit ships! A loud shout rang in everyone's ears. Chen Daoxuan recognized the voice of the Alliance army commander, Zhou Minghao. Only to see. A cloud of dark clouds shrouded their eyes as countless flying zombies pounced towards everyone's spirit ships. Everyone had encountered this kind of situation more than once and had a lot of experience. However, compared to before, there were many more zombies. Let me do it! Zhang Xianling shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of ice-blue flames rose from his palm. Then, the ice-blue flames transformed into a blue ice phoenix. The blue ice phoenix was only as big as Zhang Xianling's palm. But as it flew towards the zombies, it grew bigger and bigger until its wings were several thousand feet wide. The blue ice phoenix was as fast as a stream of light. Very few cultivators present could react in time. With Chen Daoxuan's strong spirit sense, he could naturally see the trajectory of the blue ice phoenix. The moment the two collided, an extremely cold power exploded from the blue ice phoenix. In the blink of an eye, the horde of zombies in front of him was frozen into ice by this extreme cold. In the sky, the frozen corpse pieces fell into the zombie tide like a hail. Pieces of frozen corpses fell onto the surface of the sea, freezing the surrounding seawater and the surging zombie horde. A region of ice with a radius of tens of thousands of feet was formed on the surface of the sea below. With this sword, the number of zombies that had been destroyed reached at least hundreds of thousands, which was shocking. After the attack, Chen Daoxuan saw an ice-blue flying sword enter Zhang Xianling's dantian like a stream of light. Good! 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 The cultivators in the Alliance army cheered, and their morale was greatly boosted. Zhang Xianling's face was slightly pale when he used such a big move, but when he saw the soaring morale of the cultivators, he felt that the magic power consumed was completely worth it. Brother Zhang, well done! Zhou Mubai smiled. As the flying zombies that blocked the way were killed by Zhang Xianling, the Kangzhou coalition army did not encounter any obstacles and flew directly into the defense array of Kangzhou Immortal City. At this moment, all the cultivators and mortals shrank into the Azure Continent Immortal City. The originally spacious Immortal City was now overcrowded after hundreds of millions of people were urgently living in it. Fortunately, the Ye family was a golden core family after all, and they were backed by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Thus, the Ye clan also had a small grotto heaven. Thanks to the existence of this grotto heaven, hundreds of millions of cultivators and mortals could temporarily hide in it. Otherwise, the Azure Continent Immortal City, which could usually only accommodate millions of cultivators, could only accommodate tens of millions of mortals and cultivators at most. It was impossible to accept hundreds of millions of mortals. Of course, there was another important reason why the Ye family saved these mortals, apart from the fact that most of them were from the Ye family. That was, he couldn't increase the zombies' strength anymore. If he were to throw these hundreds of millions of mortals into the zombie horde and turn them into zombies, the zombie tide would be even harder to control. At that time, the Azure Continent Immortal City would probably not even have the chance to hold on until the reinforcements arrived before it would be breached by the corpse tide. Although the strength of each zombie that had just been transformed by the baleful yin qi was not worth mentioning, just a qi condensation cultivator could kill dozens or even more. But a horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds of millions was a power that even Zifu disciples and golden core cultivators would feel fear in. In any case, with Ye Wudeo's strength, he simply couldn't handle a zombie tide of this scale. In reality, even with the addition of the Azure Continent Alliance army, the cultivators of the Azure Continent Immortal City could not handle the corpse tide in front of them. Everyone's only hope was that the Qianyuan sword sect would come out in time to save them. Chapter 199, Command. Azure Continent Immortal City. As the spirit ships slowly landed, a tsunami of cheers erupted in the Immortal City. At this moment, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, when they saw the spirit ships, they felt as if they had seen their saviors. They felt a sense of relief as if they had survived a calamity. However, cultivators with a clear mind could tell. With the number of cultivators on these spirit ships, it was simply a drop in the ocean against such a huge zombie horde. The arrival of this batch of reinforcements could at most delay the fall of the Azure Continent Immortal City. As for exterminating the zombie horde, it was just wishful thinking. Moreover, as time passed, the number of zombies gathered outside the Azure Continent Immortal City would only increase. This was because there would always be some fish that had not been captured in the countless islands between Lotus Flower Island and Azure Continent Immortal City. When these islands fell, the number of zombies would definitely increase. Ye clan residence. The great elder of the Ye family, Ye Hongsheng, was leading a group of elite cultivators outside the hall. Ye Hongsheng looked like an old man in his 50s. He had a thin face, a jade crown on his head, and a red armor. When he saw Zhou Minghao and the other cultivators, he was overjoyed. "Fellow Daoist Zhou, you've finally arrived." Ye Hongsheng took a few steps forward and grabbed Zhou Minghao's hands. Zhou Minghao withdrew his hands without batting an eyelid and said coldly, "Where is Ye Wudao?" Embarrassment and resentment flashed across Ye Hongsheng's face, and then he smiled again. "My ancestor felt that the zombie tide was too strong, so he rushed to the Qianyuan sword sect to ask for help a few days ago. Now, he should have arrived at the Qianyuan sword sect by now." Ha ha! A burst of laughter suddenly came from the crowd of the coalition army. "This request for help is really interesting. I don't see any reinforcements from the Qianyuan sword sect, nor do I see Ye Wudao himself returning. Could it be that a dignified Daoist master of Jindan stage is lost?" Ha 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 ha! The crowd burst into laughter. Immediately, someone in the crowd laughed and said, "I don't think the possibility of getting lost is high. Back then, Perfected Ye ran all the way back to Kangzhou from the southern mountains city. He could even return smoothly from this distance of more than 10 million miles, let alone now, it's just a few million miles. Brother, you are right. I forgot. Ha 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 ha." Ye Hongsheng's face turned pale when he heard the mocking words, but he chose to endure it for the sake of the big picture. However, just because he could endure it didn't mean that the other Ye family cultivators could. In the next moment, a young Ye family cultivator stood out from the crowd. His eyes were red as he cupped his hands and said, "Which fellow Daoist was the one who just spoke? Please step forward. Just stand out." Lei Zhen flew out from the alliance army and shouted, "This is what your grandfather said? What should you do? It's you." Ye Ziyuan's expression changed when he saw Lei Zhen. How could he not remember this person in front of him? Back then, he had gone to Guang'an Prefecture to purchase a level 2 water spirit pearl. However, he had been ruined by this boorish man. Now, he was mocking the Ye family in public. He really did not know what death was. Old and new grudges, coupled with the despair and anger after being abandoned by his own ancestor, caused Ye Ziyuan to completely explode. "You furry thief!" Ye Ziyuan pointed at Lei Zhen. "Today, you insulted my Ye family. Do you dare to fight me to the death? You're just a coward. Why wouldn't you dare? All right, come." Ye Ziyuan wanted to fly out, but he was locked in place by a powerful force, unable to move. Ye Ziyuan turned around with difficulty and saw great elder Ye Hongsheng shaking his head at him. A stream of tears rolled down his cheeks. "First elder, let me go," Ye Ziyuan said coldly. "Ziyuan, don't be impulsive. I know." Seeing his expression, Ye Hongsheng sighed and removed the binding force on Ye Ziyuan. Ye Ziyuan felt the power of the seal disappear and slowly straightened his body. He glanced at the alliance army cultivators who were glaring at him and took a deep breath. "First elder, all these years, enough. Ziyuan." Ye Ziyuan ignored the warning and slowly took 2 steps forward, then cupped his hands and bowed to the alliance army. "Fellow Daoists of Kangzhou," Ye Ziyuan said loudly, "That's right, my Ye family patriarch, Ye Wudao, escaped. Abandon the city and flee. Abandoning my Ye clan's million cultivators and fleeing. Today, 1, Ye Ziyuan, swear here that I will no longer respect Ye Wudao as the ancestor of my Ye family. If you violate this oath, the heavens will punish you." Boom! 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 A dull thunderclap sounded. After swearing the oath, Ye Ziyuan turned around and walked to great elder Ye Hongsheng. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. "First elder, fellow clansman, although I, Ye Ziyuan, don't respect Ye Wudao as my Ye family's ancestor, I can't help but obtain this bloodline from him. Today, I, Ye Ziyuan, will return it to him." "Ziyuan. No. I'm the best." A flying sword flew out of his storage pouch as fast as lightning. It slashed through his dantian and almost cut his body in half. Plop, Ye Ziyuan fell to the ground. Ho ho dash! Blood sprayed out from his mouth. Ye Ziyuan's eyes were wide open, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. I'd rather, he was a scattered. Rogue cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Ziyuan died. I'm the best. Ziyuan. The cultivators of the Ye family were all grieving. When Lei Zhen saw this, for some reason, the anger in his heart seemed to have dissipated. When the other Kangzhou Alliance army cultivators saw this scene, they were all shocked by the staunch personality of this Ye family cultivator called Ye Ziyuan. The anger in their hearts was reduced by 70 to 80% to nothing. At this moment, an inexplicable thought rose in everyone's mind. Ye Wudao was Ye Wudao, and the Ye family cultivators were Ye family cultivators. They could not be lumped together. Fellow Daoist Ye, you're really good at trying to suppress the enemy. A voice rang out in Ye Angshen's consciousness. It was Zhou Minghao's voice. However, if your Ye family wants to seize the command of the defense of the Kang Prefecture Immortal City with just a foundation establishment cultivator, I can only say that you're delusional. Fellow Daoist Zhou, the Azure Continent Immortal City is our Ye family's immortal city to begin with. Shouldn't our Ye family be in charge of this war? Ye Hongsheng didn't give in. Both of them are very clear about the scale of the war. The battlefield command power means what the class. It meant that no matter if the Alliance army or the Ye family obtained it, the number of people who died on the battlefield would be much lower. Zhou Minghao sneered. If Ye Wudao was here, your Ye clan might have the right to fight for the command of this war. But now, what right does your Ye family have? Hearing this, Ye Hongsheng turned his head, glancing at the 11 Zifu disciples behind him, then at the 71 Zifu disciples opposite him, as well as the chosen of the Zifu chosen rankings. He could only let out a helpless sigh. He looked deeply at Zhou Minghao, then bowed deeply and pleaded. Hope fellow Daoist Zhou will show mercy to the million cultivators of the Ye clan. In the end, he still handed over the command. Chapter 200, Factions. Translator, Daoists 50W. Azure Continent Immortal City. Outside the 100-jong tall city wall, countless zombies were crazily attacking the defensive formation. Azure Continent Immortal City's defensive array formation was at grade 5. Even if a nascent soul came, they would be able to block it for a moment. Facing the attacks of these zombies, it was naturally not a problem. However, although the defensive array formation was strong, it could not last forever. After all, it consumed the spiritual chi of the Kang Prefecture Immortal City's spirit vein. With so many zombies attacking the Immortal City from all directions, even if the spirit vein of the Azure Continent Immortal City was as high as grade 4, it would not be able to hold on. In the end, the only result was that the Kangzhou Immortal City fell. Chen Daoxuan was arranged to be in the 43rd Defense Zone by RHE Kangzhou Coalition Army. This defense zone was located in the southern part of the Kang Prefecture Immortal City. The commander of the defense zone was none other than Chen Daoxuan's old acquaintance, the Yang family patriarch, Yang Linyuan. Chen Daoxuan could be considered Yang Linyuan's assistant. Facing this arrangement, Chen Daoxuan naturally wouldn't say anything more. Although he believed that his strength far surpassed Yang Linyuan's, Zhou Minghao's judgment of his strength was still at the same level as 4 years ago, at the level of a Zifu disciple. If he led a large defense area alone, if the defense area was broken, the entire Kangzhou Immortal City would suffer. Zhou Minghao naturally did not dare to take the risk. With Yang Linyuan, a second-level Zifu disciple, and 2 assistants, the 43rd sector would be completely safe. Deputy Commander Chen. Deputy Commander Chen. After a round of inspection, the soldiers on the city wall all cupped their hands and bowed to him. Chen Daoxuan returned the greeting and nodded to the soldiers. Outside the defensive formation, the zombies were still attacking, causing ripples on the light screen. Everyone knew that when the defensive array formation was put away, it would be the time for the bloody battle between the two sides. As the moment approached, everyone's breathing involuntarily became heavy. There was nothing they could do about it. The endless horde of corpses in front of them gave the cultivators too much pressure. Even Chen Daoxuan felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the endless black sea of zombies. Corpse tide. It was too terrifying. This was not something that a mere purple mansion or even a golden core cultivator could solve. Even a nascent soul would probably sigh helplessly at this scene, right? Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, what is RHE meaning of this? Commanded. After inspecting the defense area, Chen Daoxuan came to the temporary command post of the 43rd defense area and cupped his hands to Yang Linyuan. I have inspected all the defenses of the defense area. The soldiers are all ready. Thank you for your hard work, nephew Chen. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, Yang Linyuan immediately stood up from his seat and walked up to him with a smile. Please sit, please sit. After some small talk, Yang Linyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan and his granddaughter, Yang Gongwan, and nodded. In this defensive battle, our only goal is not to annihilate the enemy, but to block their attacks. As long as they could hold on until the reinforcements of the Qianyuan sword sect arrived, it would be considered a victory. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Yang Gongwan looked at each other and frowned. Commander, will the Qianyuan sword sect send reinforcements? Yang Linyuan was stunned for a moment before he said firmly, yes. Definitely. After a pause, he explained, previously, the Qianyuan sword sect's idea was just to lure Daoist Shenzhou to attack. However, Daoist Shenzhou was too tolerant and has been hiding behind the scenes until now. However, it was different this time. Once the Kangzhou Immortal City was broken, the entire Kangzhou would be in danger of falling, followed by Taizhou and Jingzhou. If things developed to that extent, the Qianyuan sword sect would have a headache cleaning up the mess. Therefore, the Kangzhou Immortal City was the bottom line of the Qianyuan sword sect. They would never sit idly by and watch the Kangzhou Immortal City fall. Hearing this, Yang Gongwan, whose cultivation had already broken through to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, pursed her lips and said, I'm afraid it has something to do with this being Yanudao's base camp. Ha ha ha. Yang Linyuan stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, this is also part of the reason. As everyone knew, the sect master and the elders of the Qianyuan sword sect had always been at odds. However, the extermination of the zombie horde and the complete elimination of Daoist Shenzhou was probably a highly unified opinion of the two factions. In the command center, Chen Daoxuan listened to Yang Linyuan's words silently. These were common knowledge in the eyes of the big families, but it was the first time he had heard of them. He knew that Yang Linyuan and Yang Gongwan's words might have been meant to enlighten him. The sect master faction and the elder faction. Obviously, Qianyuan sword sect wasn't as united as a whole. There were also different factions in the sect. Actually, this was very normal. Even in his previous life, there were disagreements, conflicts of interest, and factions within each country. In this world, there were clearly such situations. It had only been 400 years since the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect had taken over. Although this period of time was not considered a snap of the fingers for nascent souls who could live for 3,000 years and nascent divinity cultivators who could live for 10,000 years, it was indeed not a long time. The sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect was able to sit firmly on Rhe position of sect master and lead the entire Infinite Star Sea to defeat Rhe Xian Qing Dao League. It was already considered to be an off-the-charts ability. It was simply impossible for her to resolve all the internal conflicts and build the entire Qianyuan sword sect into an iron plate. After all, this was a world where power belonged to oneself. If the elders of the Qianyuan sword sect were willing to respect the third elder, would the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect be able to kill all the elders led by the third elder? If he really did that, the Qianyuan sword sect would fall into civil war and division in an instant. Wu Yu. As they talked, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the entire Azure Continent Immortal City. We're going to withdraw the defensive array formation, Dao Xian. Gongwan. Follow me. Yang Linyuan's expression was serious. Yes, sir. Commander. Chen Daoxuan and Yang Gongwan followed closely behind. Outside the Kangzhou Immortal City. As the shrill alarm stopped, the Tier 5 defensive array was slowly removed. As the defensive array was removed, the zombies outside were like hot water poured into a pot of oil, boiling. Roar! A deafening roar entered Chen Daoxuan's ears. The zombie horde leaned against the 100-jong tall city wall, using the human pyramid method to fill up the height of the city wall bit by bit, completely ignoring the fact that the zombies at the bottom had already been crushed into meat paste. 100-jong tall city wall. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how many corpses would be needed to fill it, and he didn't have the mood to count. He only knew that the zombie tide in front of him stepped on the corpses of his companions and surged towards the Kang Prefecture Alliance army. In the sky, a group of flying zombies shrouded in dark clouds charged towards the 43rd Defense Zone. For a moment, the zombie horde charged towards Rhe cultivators from the 43rd sector. Kill! Yang Linyuan roared and took the lead, controlling his flying sword to slash at the zombie horde. The sword light was over 1,000 feet long, and it slashed a huge hole in the zombie horde. It was unknown how many zombies were killed by the sword, but soon, more zombies filled the hole and pounced towards the group. Fearless. Endless. The terrifying pressure caused some of the timid cultivators to tremble.